Chapter 22. Chapter Text. I'm sorry for making you go through this. Sheila. Sheila, stop running. The ghost was large, its expression skipping between remorse and anger. It moved either with even strides or bursts of teleportation that ensured it was always close to its target. Amber. They didn't scream. I didn't think Amber was a screamer, but I knew they were terrified because that was their default setting. We'd been through the park enough times that they knew it well, that they should have been able to outrun the ghost, but the man teleported when Amber got too far, almost always forcing them to turn on a dime and run the other way. Sheila, stop running. The ghost disappeared and appeared again ahead of Amber, and they slid to a stop and fell. The man stepped forward, reaching. Amber spun and dodged the grab. They got to their feet and started to run only to trip and fall. You keep doing this, the man said as he strode forward, looming over Amber. You keep doing this. Embarrassing me. What do you think the neighbors say when you disappear? What do you think they say about me? How do you think it makes me look? Amber scrambled as he stepped closer, never too far. I was barefoot, crouched low on a thick branch, my coat drooping to hide me, my face was red with deer blood, my senses attuned to the smallest signs of danger. There was fear, a skittishness that did its best to overwhelm me, but I kept it back by reminding myself who I was. I dropped and the ghost turned, his expression stuttering before it settled into recognition. David, he said, tone gentle and soft. Go back to bed, my boy. Mom and I are just talking. I'm not David, I said. My backpack was heavy on my back but I'd long learned to bear its weight. I had my stick, knife, and my flashlight, though they wouldn't be useful here. Even so, I was filled with confidence. David. David. David, listen to me when I'm talking to you. Go back to bed right now. He appeared in front of me, his arm already trying to grab me. I ducked and stepped past him, closer to Amber. Amber, come. The web between us flared. Amber found their feet, ran and jumped, arms spread in a desperate hug. Before the hug could connect they disappeared into my earring where I felt their weight settle into the hollow. Where's your mother, David? The ghost said, rounding on me. Is she off fucking Lyle again? He neared and I bolted. It was night and the park was empty. There was no moon out, but between my coat and the deer blood my eyes were attuned to the darkness. David. Come back here, boy. Come back to me. I'm sorry. The web between us flared and he appeared to my side. I continued forward, spotted a mound of dirt with bits of white, then bounded towards it. The ghost followed. There was an opening, a place where the dirt was flat. I passed into it, reaching into my backpack and pulling out a bottle filled with salt mid-run. The ground had been prepared, salt mixed with dirt had been formed in a circle with two sections missing, the entry and exit point. I got out of the other side and turned on the spot, the bottle filled with salt at the ready. Running never works, you bitch, he said, now walking. When will you learn? Guess I have to teach you. I bent low and poured the salt to connect the two mounds. The man stopped. Open this door. Open this door. He turned and started walking towards the opening we'd entered through. A boy stood on the other side, dressed in a black blazer and black shorts, a dirty white shirt beneath and a red and white tie that hung too tight around his neck. The boy had something of a big head, blonde hair that was neatly parted, and his face had nothing but a lipless mouth with a row of big, yellowed teeth. Chomper stood with his own bottle, one that had held salt, and one he'd used to close his side of the salt circle. David, the ghost said. David. David. Are you okay, Amber? I asked. He almost caught me, they said, terrified. I'm sorry for putting you through that, I said. But I had to. I'd ignored the ghost 2 nights ago. It had chased after me and I'd gone to practice carving with Elwyn. Then, this morning, Dad had heard that Mrs. Rumlow was in hospital because her husband, coming home drunk, had beaten her. The ghost had been there when I'd gone looking, in their house, a can of beer in its hand, head hung, but brighter for having fed itself. There had been no other option but to act, to capture and bind the ghost because I didn't think there was anyone else who'd be able to do it. The first moves had been made, a dog-fighting ring run by Hook Wolf had been hit, and the dogs had gone on something of a rampage and attacked everyone and anyone. It had devolved into chaos until the police had shown up. Everyone would be watching for what was going to happen next, preparing themselves for their own battles, and ways to mitigate damage. I didn't think there would be anyone who would be able to fix small problems like these, and even if it meant I was tired tonight when I went to meet the others, it was still the right thing to do. Sheila. Sheila. Please, baby, open the door, said the ghost. Let me in. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be better. I promise. I pulled off my backpack and reached for a leather belt. Symbolism mattered and a lot of films had drawn the connection in my head between leather belts and abuse. In preparation for this binding I'd created a halo, a diagram on the ground that had set the table, before I'd scrubbed it with salt. There were other ways to clean an object, but salt was something I had in abundance and it was the easiest method. I threw the belt into the circle. Then go in. Sheila, you bitch, open this goddamn door. Ghost. I said. I dub you the abusive man for that is your nature. That's all that you are. I love you, Sheila, he said, pleading. You have to see that. But you keep making me do this. You keep embarrassing me. Undermining me in front of my friends. This is all your fault. No, I said. It's not her. It's you. You're the one who hit her, you're the one who terrorized your son, you're the one who was so horrible that this was left behind. You're an abuser even if you don't think you are, no matter what you tell yourself. Once again, I dub you the abusive man. Spare the rod, spoil the child, David, he said. You don't show respect. You take after her that. No, I interrupted. No excuses or justifications. You don't get to call yourself a good person. Not with everything you've done. Not with everything you are. This is the third time and I declare it. So long as you exist you shall be known as the abusive man, so that everyone knows who you are and they can't be gaslit by your shit. The abusive man said nothing. You have two options, I said. Either get into that belt and be bound, or I make this circle smaller, then dash you with so much salt that you lose your essence. The abusive man gave me a long look before he disappeared into the belt. I walked into the circle pulling out a seal. I pasted it on the length of the belt. Done, I muttered under my breath. I thought you wanted me to take you to the Alabaster's sanctuary, said Chompers. What use is this digression? Do you want me to free her so bad? I asked. I'm hoping that you die in the process, he said. Blunt, I said. I took a long breath, centering myself before I let it out. I'd hoped that I would have the hallow ready for this excursion, but things hadn't panned out. Carving was really hard and the intricacies required for a rune that would make sure the essences I poured into the mask wouldn't seep out were hard to do. But I could do other things, such as taking out the guards around the Alabaster's domain or scouting the location so I knew how to approach the problem. Let's go, I said after I'd put on my shoes. He led the way, taking off in a run that was a little ungainly. I pulled out my phone and checked my messages. Victoria had sent a message an hour ago that she was at Palanquin. I sent her a message that I was done and for them to meet me at the docks. Dangerous to be out alone, but I trusted Amber, who would warn me if there was anything dangerous in our path, my diagrams, which made me harder to perceive, and my sight, which was good at giving me a sense of my surroundings. We didn't run into any trouble on our way to the docks, and Victoria, Eric and 3 members of Palanquin had already arrived, standing beside a beat-up pickup truck. It was Melanie, neuter, and a woman whose name I hadn't asked. She was tall and curvy, with curly brown hair and a face filled with freckles, to the side she had cracks running through her, but they were neat and geometric, and within those cracks was a liquid that glowed bright red. Only 3 of you? I said. We ran into trouble, said Melanie. Others know that the Protectorate will have their hands tied and they're being nuisances. Gregor and Shamrock are protecting Palanquin and the area around it. I frowned. I'm just not sure about the service I'll be getting when there's so few of you, I said. I wanted all of you. Our deal didn't specify all of us, said Melanie. Only my team. This isn't the entirety of my team, but it's still my team. This feels like it's already falling apart, Chompers muttered sardonically. He looked at Victoria. And you thought I'd fail? Who's the little guy? Neuter asked. He was narrowly built and his skin was a pale orange, his hair a soft pink. Chompers, I said absently, my attention on Victoria. Her expression was twisted, and so were the others in little ways with the exception of Melanie. I didn't think things would pan out this way, said Victoria. I told her that this was important. But Palanquin and everything there is more important to me, said Melanie. I'd rather there be bad blood between us than for Palanquin to be harmed. Okay, I said, my tone short. Not fine, but it's not like I can fight this, right? You could, said Eric. Maybe not win, but you could fight it. Beneath my cloak I crossed my arms. Now that that's been settled we can move on, said Melanie. She was dressed in darkened military fatigues, a clunky revolver holstered to her side and a knife at her back. She wore a bulletproof vest with a lot of compartments, all of them full and bright to the sight. Before we do, I said. I'm sorry. I don't know your name. You may call me Spitfire, she said. When she opened her mouth embers escaped and quickly dimmed into flakes. Because she spits fire, Neuter said with a grin. Awful, said Eric. Awful. Shut up, he said with a chuckle. Spitfire was dressed similarly to Melanie, military fatigues and a bulletproof vest, but she didn't have guns or any of the other accessories that Melanie had. Neuter was dressed in cargo pants, no shirt and only a bulletproof vest, he wore no shoes and had bandages around his hands. Melanie reached into one of her pockets and pulled out 6 earbuds. Say a word, bogeyman. Chompers looked at me and I nodded. Hello, he said, sing-song. Melanie nodded. These will filter out abyssal sounds with the exception of chompers, she said. I could have made it broader, but we need the awareness that sound provides. Even this is a risk, but it's better than being drawn in by the bell woman. All of you, be on alert. Bogeyman, lead the way. Go, I said and chompers did. How did the binding go? I asked Victoria. Did you find another? She nodded, then reached into her backpack and pulled out a glass bottle filled with dark water. When I looked with the sight, I saw a pair of glowing red eyes within. The binding isn't very good, she said. One use and it's out of service, but that's the best I could do in such short notice. Better than me, said Eric. Couldn't find anything interesting. Had to get my mom to give me some of her stuff in return for chores. A travesty, said Victoria. Which one? Eric asked. They both smiled. What do you normally go for? Neuter asked. He walked on all fours, which was a little strange. It made me remember how I'd felt when I'd been drenched in wolf blood. I didn't have similar feelings with the deer blood, but that was probably because I hadn't used a lot of it. Keep your eyes out, said Melanie. I noticed for the first time that they'd settled into a formation around us, Neuter and Spitfire to our right and left, while Melanie walked out ahead just behind Chompers, her head constantly moving. We were in the few places in the docks with light, the buildings were filled with people, but with everything that had been going on between EA and ABB, everyone in the neighborhood knew not to look outside to avoid trouble. Anything fun or cool, said Eric. Too many people think the practice is stuffy and serious. I do not want that to be me. Hey, I don't, said Victoria. You're an academic to be, said Eric. You do things stuffily. If Chompers was right about the goblin crone and its special babies, then he pulled out a deck of cards, blank at the front and with an intricate diagram at the back. I'll have these babies. You're such a boy, Victoria muttered. Sirens were audible in the distance. We fell silent and waited. They moved away. We continued, moving into an area with more buildings that were boarded up, with alleys that had trash cans lit on fire and people standing around them. There was a web connected between one of them and me. When I looked, it was the spirit of the docks. Can you give me a SEC? I said. No, said Melanie, but we'll wait for you. Good enough. I jogged up to them. Most of the people there moved further into the distance while the spirit of the docks stayed near the fire. Hey! Taylor a bear, he said, his voice gruff. Danny's daughter. He looked different than before, his skin darker and his eyes almost black. Yet. I thought for a moment before I shrugged off my backpack and pulled out a few sandwiches and some juice bottles. I handed them over. I don't know if you need to eat. I eat in other ways, he said. But they'd like it. He gestured at the people who'd moved further into the alley. I walked into the alley. They collectively stepped further back. It was strange to think that they'd be scared of me. I dropped the food and walked away. Careful out there. There's trouble tonight. I'll try, I said in leaving. Something's out there, said Amber in the same moment as a feeling of wrongness radiated through me. My stride broke and I stopped, my attention on my sight, scanning for any webs that might be looking for us. None had connected, at least none that I could see. What's going on? Victoria asked. The others had stopped. We were in a narrow street, a large warehouse on one side, all its windows broken and divided from us with a rusted, metal fence, and a series of shops on the other ends, all of them boarded shut. The area we were in had no light, which meant the others had to work with the low light of buildings in the distance. It was the reason our pace had slowed. Amber says there's something out there, I said. Might be instincts from your dear self, said Melanie, her voice a whisper. She now wore a set of goggles, very likely helping her see in the dark. If you have any more blood, now might be a good idea to refresh your working. I nodded and shrugged off my backpack. There were a few jars filled with deer blood. I poured it as Elwyn had taught me, standing in a place that had a sliver of light and looking up with my eyes closed. The gifted wolf blood had been warm, filled with life and power, but I didn't have the same enchantments on my jars that Elwyn had on his bowl. The deer blood was cold and slower to move, but I felt as its power seeped into me. I've seen a lot of things, Eric muttered. But blood still grosses me out. Tell me about it, Neuter muttered. Don't you spit on people, said Eric. Neuter shrugged. I ignored them. I didn't want to suffuse myself entirely with the blood, which meant I stopped and worked the blood in, made sure it got into my ears and around my eyes, some of it under my nostrils. When I was done I blinked and felt as the darkness lifted to give me better night vision. Within the new site there were a few roving webs in search of connection. I see them, I said. Then you'll work with Chompers, said Melanie. Try and make sure that we don't run into anything. Okay, I said. I walked up front beside Chompers, Melanie to my side. Her head was always moving, turning to look into dark corners. I didn't have to do the same thing. I turned my head without turning it, watching the loose webs that fluttered in the air. A part of me wanted to search out what might be on the other end, but between goat and deer, both prey animals, they gave me the sense that that was a bad idea. The path we took wasn't straight because some of the connections moved with more of a pattern, always being drawn towards a sound. How close are we to the sanctuary? Melanie asked and I repeated the question. Close, said Chompers. She looked around. Let's stop, she said. She reached into a pocket at the front of her vest and pulled out a sack that should have been too big to fit. She shook it a few times before she reached in and pulled out a large plate with a roasted chicken on it. She pulled out another and it had a stack of money. Oh, fuck, that smells delicious, said Eric. He was right, it was still warm with vapor rising off of it. The wind caught it and my stomach twisted. We'd been walking a while and after running around to bind the abusive man, I was a little peckish. I reached into my backpack and pulled out a sandwich and some juice. Do you guys want some? I asked. Yes, said Eric. How many sandwiches do you have in there? Victoria asked. A few, I said. I didn't pack enough when we went to the friend. At least that's how it felt. I didn't want the same thing to happen. Melanie gave me a look and I couldn't quite read her expression. Be on guard, she said. We'll try diplomacy first. We'll talk to the hunger spirit because it might be the one hardest to deal with. Why? I asked. I tapped some locals on how to placate one and it's hard, she said. It requires a festival at a specific time. There needs to be entertainment and food, certain people of authority, all things we don't have at the moment. Can't we build a hallow to bind it? I asked. That'll be more work, she said, and it'll have its risks. If you can, diplomacy should always be tried. She took a breath. I request an audience with the hunger spirit which prowls this area. I've brought an offering. Fuck, I said as a few webs that had been fluttering around were drawn towards us and snapped in place. There are 8 connections attached to us. Do you know anything about this? I asked Chompers. No, he said. His tongue licked the air. But I smell something rancid. I looked at some of them, said Neuter. Rat things. They might be goblins. Yep, one of them is flashing me right now. It's really disgusting. The crone. I said. I had a lighter in my pocket and I pulled it out. Goblins were weak to elementally infused metal. I'd wound a chain around one arm, with a diagram drawn that would help it keep heat, beneath that was a sleeve and glove that worked to insulate heat. I started to feed heat into the chain. The skin on Neuter's tail started to change color, moving from a pale orange to a dark brown before it finally turned black. Neuter flicked his tail and an ice-crusted sword materialized, spinning through the air. He caught it before it hit the ground. We'll protect you while you talk to the hunger spirit, I said. Melanie nodded. Hunger spirit, she said. I am Melanie Fitz, leader of Palanquin, and a finder who has walked many paths. I've communed with many strange others and now come here for an audience. She wasn't as loud as the first time, but then her voice reverberated, reaching further. More webs snapped into place and they started to draw closer. One of the webs was thicker, brighter, and stronger, and it connected to Melanie. To the left, said Amber and I turned. In a hole at the foot of a building, a pair of yellow eyes glowed. A chattering sound started and it was taken up by others. There were too many to count, the sounds overlapping, a veritable cacophony. We're surrounded. Stay quiet, I whispered. Warn me only if something's close to attacking me. Something you think I haven't noticed. I unraveled my chain so it hung loose from my left arm, and my right hand took hold of my stick. I spun it with practiced ease, ready to move even though the deer part of me wanted to bolt. Shouldn't we draw a circle, said Victoria. If we're going to stay here. That'll mess up my plans, said Melanie. Should have maybe brought weapons, said Eric. You're not really a fighter, said Victoria. Point, Eric muttered. He had a deck of cards in his hand, not the one from before. This one was much simpler, made out of rigid white paper. The sounds around us rose higher, louder, then suddenly they ceased. The following silence felt oppressive. A goblin stepped out from the darkness, tall, navy-skinned with bits of white in random places. It wasn't fat even though it had a protruding belly, its arms were thick and muscular, but short, and its legs were shorter still, hidden by its stomach, which scraped the ground as it walked. The goblin was unclothed save for a crown made in rusted metal, and in its left hand it carried a long pipe. The goblin stepped forward with bravado, waving its pipe in a circular motion over its head, and a shriek cut into the air. The goblins around us reacted, taking up their chatter once more as if from a cheering crowd. The goblin's pipe stopped, pointing at Victoria. A challenge, said Victoria. The goblin grunted. Let me guess, if we don't accept you'll swarm us. There was another grunt. This feels very dangerous, said Eric, and very stupid. You don't have to do this, I said. You don't have to put yourself in danger like this. Not for me. Not for you, said Victoria. At least not entirely. She dropped her backpack, scrounged around, and pulled out some gloves. They had a complicated diagram at the back. The hitchhiker caught me by surprise and shook me. I don't want that ever again. Which is why I dreamed up my fragile friend to help me get stronger. She punched her fists together and the lines glowed. Which is why I started to take my physical training more seriously. I need to do this, to feel better, to prove to myself that I can be strong. Victoria stepped forward, without much armor and with no weapons that I could see. I need your agreement that if I win this challenge you'll ensure that all the goblins who are watching won't attack, she said. The goblin shook its head. Then what do I win by fighting you, she said. Not being attacked? That's not a lot of incentive to accept the challenge. It might be better for us to fight, knowing goblins, some of you are going to get one over the other and that'll screw with your teamwork. We don't have to worry about the same thing. A free for. The goblin grunted and tapped his chest before pointing into the shadows. You'll be our protector if I win. The goblin grunted. Formalize it, then, said Victoria. If I win, you'll be bound to protect us from all who would seek to attack us, for a period of 3 days. The goblin grunted, interrupting her, it slapped its pipe down. Until first light. A grunt. I need clear agreement. She got a nod. By nodding you agree to the terms I set. She got another nod. There are some others with different rules of discourse, said Spitfire. A nod could mean no. The old way, then, said Victoria. She spat into her hand. A handshake. The goblin spat on its hand, a thick, viscous sort of spit that spilled over its hand because of its volume. This feels really stupid, Eric muttered. And disgusting. Victoria and the goblin came together, and they shook hands before they stepped apart, Victoria flinging some of the excess spit off. The goblin was taller and bigger than Victoria, so much that she had to look up, and the pipe it held was longer than Victoria's arm. The matchup didn't seem fair at all, and all of me was terrified that the wrong move could see Victoria hurt badly. I stowed my stick and grabbed my flashlight. If it was needed, I'd have to blind the goblin before we went on the attack. The fight began without warning. The goblin swung and Victoria couldn't dodge. She brought up her arms and leaned into the swing instead. The pipe met Victoria and her fragile friend shattered into pieces. Around her, the low yellow light that always surrounded her bunched out, becoming thicker and more solid. Her friend was gone but Victoria wasn't hurt. She grinned as confusion bloomed on the goblin's small face. Another swing came from the goblin and Victoria ducked under it. She rushed forward, spun and kicked. The light unbunked and the goblin was taken off its feet, flesh was scrapped off its arm and stomach as it landed. You're the aggressor here and I'm defending myself, said Victoria as the goblin found its feet. You punched first and I hit back to fend you off. Yield. Don't attack me or my allies, and we won't have to defend ourselves. The goblin grunted and growled before it ran forward waving its stick. Victoria, legs apart and fists up, prepared for the attack. The goblin got close and swung. Victoria jumped back out of reach from the pipe, landed and quickly dashed forward. She hit the goblin in its stomach and the diagrams on her gloves flared. The impact wasn't as harsh as before, the light hadn't bunched and unbunked, but it was still hard enough for the goblin to stumble back. Victoria brought back her arm as the pipe swung back, which meant she missed as the goblin hawked a loogie at her face. The phlegm, green-black with the red of blood, slammed into her face hard enough that she was knocked down. Her fragile friend, which had found a moment to return, was dashed once more and the light around Victoria bunched. My flashlight came out from under my cloak, my finger on the switch. Victoria, blind, rolled as the pipe came down. It hit where Victoria's head had been only a moment before hard enough to crack the ground. The clang was loud, a song that was warped and seemed to take attention, and from the pipe spilled large rats that pounced on Victoria. Come on, cuz, Eric said, his voice thin and reedy. How close is the hunger spirit? I asked, my own voice shaky. He's almost here, said Melanie. Her attention wasn't on the fight, nor the goblin spectators, but on the far distance. Rats were all over Victoria, trying and failing to bite. She ignored them, instead pulling at the clumps of phlegm stuck to her face. The goblin got close and Victoria rolled back and onto her feet, dodging a swing. She's using her sight. I asked. Sight and some luck, Eric said. The goblin thrust its pipe and managed to land a hit, dashing Victoria's shield. But banking on luck's dangerous. The spirits don't like imbalance, good or bad, not to mention stuff like the rule of 3. The rats were still on her and with her shield gone they could attack. Victoria waved her hand and one of the rats seemed to find itself in the way, it was sent skidding into the darkness. But that was only one rat and there were at least 6 still on her, biting through her clothes to get at the skin beneath. Victoria's focus was on the phlegm. When enough clumps had been pulled free, she charged forward under the goblin's swing. All the light around her unbunked as she punched, knocking off all the rats that had been on her and sending the goblin rocketing into the air, spinning head over heels before it hit the ground and skidded to a stop, more flesh scarred. Victoria was breathing hard, clothes torn and ripped with phlegm still on her face, her eyes were wide and her hands shook before she curled them into fists. "Twice you've attacked and twice I've beaten you back," she shouted. "No, goblin, by the rule of 3, one of our oldest tropes, my third defense will have you down and defeated." "Risky," Neuter muttered. "An oath. If she didn't make this count she'd lose power." "Hunger spirit," said Melanie. "I request an audience." The web between her and the spirit flared, and the hunger spirit materialized, arriving with a pang of hunger. The spirit was skin and bones, with the former so tightly stretched that it looked like if it moved too quickly skin would tear. His head was on the big side, eyes large and bloodshot, with stringy hair that fell over his face. As thin as the man was, his belly was large and round, and with the side I saw his faces pushed against his stomach. The hunger spirit opened its mouth, and the smell of shit cut into the air, dense and oppressive, making my eyes water and my nose run. It was so bad it almost made me miss the fact that its mouth was filled with needles, but not so bad that I lost my appetite. He said slurred words in an Asian language I couldn't understand. Melanie responded in the same language. My attention turned back to Victoria as the goblin found its feet. It was banged up, skin torn and blood flowing freely. Victoria had found her footing, fists held up as she prepared for the coming attack. The goblin spun its pipes over its head then started to beat its chest, grunting loudly with each impact. The chattering started, so loud it was hard to hear the conversation between Melanie and the hunger spirit. Melanie pulled a pen from her many pockets, clicked it twice before she stabbed it against the ground, ink splashed out and took the form of 2 circles, one around the hunger spirit and a greater, more complicated circle that surrounded her. Their conversation continued, inaudible. The goblin slammed the pipe against the ground as it sauntered forward. Rats spilled out, some as big as cats, and they all took off towards Victoria, in seconds forming a veritable swarm. "You master minions," said Victoria. "Then by the rules of equity I'm allowed the same." She stretched one hand towards us, twisting it around one of the webs, and pulled as she said, "Come." Her backpack fell and spilled open, and the bottle filled with murky water shot out. She caught it as the first of the rats was about to reach her and she slammed it against the ground, water splashed out and swept the rats back. An arm, long and dark, speared out of the water and cut through the nearest rats. The monster, tall, with inky black skin and glowing red eyes, pulled itself out of the water and started to sweep through the tide of rats, cutting them like a hot knife through butter. The rats were quickly felled and the other rushed forward towards the goblin, reaching it in 3 steps. "What kind of other is that?" I asked. "Well dweller," Eric said, relief audible as we watched the well dweller and the goblin meet. Pipe met the well dweller but the impact was ignored, a long arm swiped and blood flew free. The goblin stepped back, grabbed one of its pecs and squeezed. Dark liquid shot out and burned the skin it touched. Usually that's where they live, but we found this one in a hole in an alley. Vicky was lucky mom knows a priest or the binding would have been harder. "I ran across it once," I said. "Ran out of the alley it was in and it didn't chase. They're sort of bound to their wells," he said. The goblin mewled as its stomach was cut and the chattering around us turned to laughter. The goblin roared, spun its pipes then pointed. "Equity! Go! Go! Go!" the goblin shouted and vermin came out of the woodwork. "Of course," Spitfire said. Victoria's eyes widened and she stepped back towards us as goblins, the biggest the size of a large dog, all of them with rat-like features, ran out of the darkness. "Wasn't this supposed to be one-on-one?" I asked. "That was the implication," Spitfire said. "But the thing about implication is that they're inferred, not stated. Get ready. Can we join the fray?" "By the rules of karma we're justified to defend ourselves," said Victoria as she reached us. "And I've already set the ground for you guys to help." Most of the goblins attacked the well dweller, climbing onto its back and nipping into skin. The well dweller fought valiantly, cutting through any goblin it caught, but there were a lot of them and some had tricks. Something detonated and the well dweller was pushed off its feet, a chunk of its mask gone and dark, watery blood falling in a deluge. I flicked on my flashlight as some goblins tried to attack us, and they squealed as they were blinded. Chompers vomited out a mass of interconnected limbs that caught a few goblins before he slurped it all back in, and Neuter hawked a loogie and spat. Most of the smaller goblins he hit toppled over while a few only purred and screamed for more. "Fight for us and I'll give the one who succeeds a bucket full," Neuter said. 5 of the bigger goblins started to attack their compatriots, the number growing as Neuter gave more of them a high. One got close, waving a slingshot piled with a clump of something brown. Spitfire stepped in its way. The sound of an egg cracking reverberated, and the woman breathed out, embers catching the air. It hit 3 goblins and they burst into flames, the smell of rank, burnt meat hitting us. Spitfire turned to breathe on another 7 goblins and I caught sight of her face. It was cracked in geometric shapes, and within were 3 people contorted so they could fit into her chest, peeking out of her neck, 2 glowing an orange-red, while the last looked like glowing rock. She breathed once more and embers from the glowing spirits escaped her mouth to become wisps. They caught the air and flew to their target, and once they hit, fire bloomed. "Eric," said Victoria as the well-dweller was overwhelmed and more goblins came out of the woodwork. I bashed a few with my chain, but there weren't a lot getting through, the ember had found an air current that let it swirl around us. "Stampede them. We might need that for later," said Eric. "We'll deal with that when we do," said Victoria. "Just do it. Spitfire, hold off on the fire for a bit, do it again at the appropriate moment." Spitfire's face clicked into place and the embers in the air dimmed faster. The goblins saw the opening and tried to attack. Neuter spat and got more to our side. In the distance, the challenger goblin was beating the well-dweller to a pulp, cackling as it did. Victoria pulled out a piece of chalk from her backpack and started to draw a circle around us, freehand but straight. Eric reached into his pockets for his fancy deck. He pulled out a card that glowed bright, the picture of horses running on the front. "Rush forth!" Eric shouted, the card held up. "Stampede our goblin foes!" Whinnying echoed as horses jumped out of the cart and ran forward. They weren't solid, not completely, and from the whipping wind that came with them, I guessed they were wind spirits changed into horses. They ran forward and bowled over every goblin in their way. As they did, they drew in wind spirits to solidify themselves, growing in number. Victoria had left a gap in the circle which meant we still weren't protected. Neuter whispered something into his sword that I couldn't hear. Spitfire's face cracked open and embers flew out, catching the wind so they could leave the circle in the gap. The moment a few embers were out, Victoria closed the circle. "Back," Neuter said to Victoria. He stabbed his sword at the chalk line and a diagram unfurled, and using the chalk as a base it became more intricate, spiraling in that way snowflakes could, filled with circles and symbols I didn't understand. But I got the gist, that the snowy effect was pointed out. As a group we closed our eyes, covered our ears and looked down. Even with my eyes closed I still saw and felt the light. I heard the whoosh of wind coming alight, then a shockwave that crashed into me and pushed me off my feet, the whirl of hot and cold air whipping around me. I'd fallen so many times that an instinct had formed. I let myself be pushed but remained aware of where the ground was. My back hit the ground first and I rolled with the impact. As my shoes touched the ground, I pushed myself up so I could slide back. I opened my eyes. Some goblins had been burned to a crisp, some were on the ground, burn marks on them, while others were covered in ice or had snow in their fur or skin. Around us there were spots that were aflame, while the air had flutters of snow. The circle had been dashed by the explosion, but Melanie and the hunger spirit were safe in their circles, still talking. Victoria was on her feet and she strode forward towards the large goblin which, though burned and disfigured, was still alive, its breathing harsh. "Goblin," Victoria intoned. "Name yourself or see yourself named by me." The goblin said something, but my attention was on the others. Spitfire hadn't been affected by the explosion, nor had Neuter for that matter. I got on my feet, my heart beating hard and a ringing in my ears, but ultimately all right. The only person who looked shaken by everything was Eric, who lay on his back, breathing hard. He'd panicked when Victoria had been in trouble while in the Friends Road, and he might be feeling similarly here. "We entered into a contest," Victoria said, "and I fought by terms you set. Per our arrangement you were to protect us from our enemies at my victory. I proclaim that I have won, speak against me if you dare, but know if you speak untruth, I'll challenge your claim and by the rules we follow, I will have leave to exact a steeper price." "You fucking won," the goblin muttered. I went over to Eric and offered a hand. He took it. "You still have your cards?" I said. He nodded. "Let's bind the goblins that are still alive." "Yeah," he said. He swallowed and looked towards Victoria. The goblin found its feet, tried to walk and fell. It hit the ground but folded into itself. Its skin dried and flaked until it disappeared, leaving behind a rusted pipe as long as my arm. "Yeah," he said again. There were sirens in the distance, but as I listened they weren't coming any closer. We had 6 goblins bound, as well as a swarm of rats as big as cats, their tails tied together in a bundle. Eric, once he'd calmed down, was good at drawing bindings which didn't need the permission of the other. He drew a circle around the fallen goblin, then another around his card, before he connected the 2 circles together with a diagram. With another diagram he twisted and the 2 circles were drawn together and the other was left bound in a card, its name at the top as well as a description of what it could do. "Single uses," said Eric, his voice a bit breathy. "If I made a deal, then maybe I'd get more, but this draws from some Japanese teachings Uncle Mike taught me. Westernized Japanese teachings, said Victoria, her pipe held over one shoulder. The thing was long and thin, rust-colored and sometimes seeping out a thick, goopy liquid with a pungent smell. Victoria's gloves were stained from having held it, and wherever it touched, it left a similar stain. I don't think we have the traditional clout to pull off their binding style. Some places with more Asian influences do, said Neuter. New York and LA are the ones I've been. I've heard, said Victoria. Once I graduate I think I'm going to take a gap year, travel the country so I can talk to different practitioners and different others. Auntie Carol agreed to that. Eric said. I told her it would help me choose what I want to study, she said, and what I want to do with myself in the future. Traveling is fun most of the time, said Neuter. But it's better to start things off in protectorate cities and towns because those have more law and order. You should see some of the small towns that exist out there, especially those that are vying for lordships. Like Brockton Bay is now. I said. Melanie was still conversing with the hunger spirit. The line around the spirit had faded, but Melanie had pulled out more food, setting the plates so that they overlapped to form a circle around the spirit. The circle around her was still intact but it was also thinning out. There was a lot of fire damage around us, but the fire from the horsewind spirit hybrid had been short-lived, and we'd put out the lingering fires in the vicinity. I mean, how many sirens do you hear out there, said Neuter. Why do you think an explosion wasn't worth their attention? Because there's trouble out there, just like the spirit of the docks said. There's the sludge left behind by the well-dweller, said Eric, interrupting our conversation. I frowned. That'll have to be an enchantment base. The other's dead, but power doesn't die. It could make a cool object or, if you're into that kind of thing, you can rub it all over your face to get its magic. I frowned again. I don't think I'm comfortable with that, I said. That's the line, hey, said Eric. I was wondering about that. He bent down and started to draw a circle around the dark sludge where the well-dweller had died. The joke was probably supposed to ease some of the tension between me and Neuter, but it didn't help. Mr. Calvert had told me that he'd keep the Nazis busy while I dealt with Chompers and the Alabasters, and now that I thought about it, all those sirens were probably because he was making a move to protect me. How many people would be hurt because of me? If that's the case then I have to make this count. Chompers, I said. The bogeyman turned towards me. You said the goblin crone was a mother, does she raise children? Yes, he said. Then this goblin could be one of her children, I said. We could use it to get a beat on the goblin crone. Either to call it forth or to track it so we can bind it. If it's in our path, said Spitfire. I know Mel, she won't want to go around chasing some goblin, especially when her hand's going to be shaky for a while. I frowned in confusion. The pen she used, said Neuter. He was without his ice sword. It allows you to draw a circle that's in your mind by stabbing it into the ground, but it makes your hand shaky in moments of importance. Mel's a good shot most of the time, but now she'll miss more than she's used to. I swallowed, a bit frustrated. Then evasion. It'll help to get a sense of the webs around it. I'll focus on that, said Victoria. She pulled out a small notepad from her backpack and drew a circle, then touched a bit of the pipe on the page, where it left a stain. She drew another circle and wrote Goblin Crone before she connected the two lines together. She frowned. That's going to be harder to read than I thought. If working with connections was easy more people would be doing it, said Eric. Eric was about done binding the dark sludge when Melanie broke the circle of now empty plates, then turned and broke the ink line that kept her from us. The moment she did my stomach twisted and the lingering smell of food made it hurt. Before the feeling could settle the hunger spirit disappeared. He's agreed to stop guarding the Alabaster's domain, said Melanie, a pointed look directed at Chompers. How do you know it's an alabaster? I asked. Because I asked, she said. You're trying to bind an alabaster, she asked me. I'm trying to free an alabaster. Good, she said, because I didn't want all the karmic backlash to splash in my direction. What did you promise the spirit? Victoria asked. For 6 months it will always have a seat at the Green Oasis, she said. There'll be a plate of food, a shot, and a glass of beer. It can't have its native celebrations, but it hopes the ritual will undo its damnation. She glanced at her watch. Bogeyman, continue leading us. Catch me up on any observations and plans you made while I was in the circle. Our destination is on the other side, said Chompers. We stood at the mouth of a narrow alley, 2 tall buildings on either side, made of old brick and with their windows too high for a normal person to climb through. We were surrounded by darkness, and the alley itself seemed to be darker still, overgrown with drooping plants that grew along the walls and crevices that oozed or leaked. This feels like a trap, said Eric. Anyone else getting that vibe? Is this a trap? I asked Chompers. I don't know, he said. I've walked through without a problem. Do you think the same thing will happen to me? I asked. No, he said. But then, my walks and yours are different. You have enemies that would see you dead for advantage. I have people who would bind me if they ran across me, but none I would call an enemy. I don't like the look of this alley, said Melanie. Is there any other way through? I repeated the question. Through the warehouse, he said with a point. There are other alleys but they're further away and they could extend our trip. None the way we came without getting too close to a warren. Direction, said Victoria, which I repeated. Chompers pointed. Victoria took a few steps in the direction while looking at her paper. That direction is closer to the goblin crone. If the pipe goblin is anything to go by, we could be fighting a lot of her children, some that can control other small creatures, and I don't think we can do another area effect like we did before. Melanie frowned. There are still 3 bogeymen in our path, she said, and they thrive on dark places. Some have been known to be able to impart their energy into objects so they have an effect. Like an enchantment? Victoria asked. Similar, but driven in the direction that they come to me, my flock. Oh, how long I've searched for you. One of the webs that had been fluttering around us resolved. Fuck, grab her. Melanie shouted. My instincts were primed and I spotted the tail with the corner of my eye. I ducked low while pulling free my stick and unraveling my chain. I swung. Melanie and Spitfire were the closest, the former dodged but the latter didn't move fast enough and I smashed her arm as she brought it up. She stumbled into Eric and Victoria. Come. Come. Come to me. Neuter ready to spit and Chompers vomited goblin-filled viscera, the goblins went on the attack, forcing the others to spread out, focusing on them rather than on me. Chompers jumped forward as Melanie darted towards me, mouth open for a bite. She stopped short. Victoria swung her pipe and hit Chompers hard enough he was sent back, rats spilled out and darted towards Chompers and me. He vomited another mass of viscera, swallowed it then threw it back up, and this time the rats were on our side. Embers started to fill the air as Spitfire's face cracked open, but there weren't a lot because she didn't want to hit her allies. Too many people and the jumble wouldn't help me as much as I wanted. I whirled around and ran. Away from them. Towards my shepherd. Towards my herd. They would chase, I knew. They were wolves. Sent to kill or steal me away. But I had to go back. She'd been looking for me for a very long time and I had to find her and be with her. I reached into my ear and pulled out the earbud. The sound of a bell tolling became audible. How long had that been there and I hadn't listened? How long had I been so close and yet so far away? The web from me to my shepherd went bright. I focused and saw her, wearing a dress that had once been blood but was now muddy and bloody. My brothers and sisters were with her, one of them serving to sit our shepherd in his soft, woolen mass. The bell tolled, a sharp sound that seemed to hit at walls and bounce around further than it should. Our bond got thicker, stronger, and straighter, pulling me towards it. Another web got thick and I turned to see Neuter close behind me. He was fast, darting forward on all fours, his tail stuck up straight. He spat. I raised an arm and with it my cloak. One moved to guard against the spit while another hooked my stick into my belt and brought out my flashlight. I listened for the slap of footsteps against the ground, then opened my cloak with my light flicked on, blinding as the light was, it didn't hit its target. I heard a slap behind me and whirled around. A tail came at me at speed. I let myself fall and the tail flew past. I rolled to a stand, closed my eyes and flipped my flashlight in the air while I unhooked my stick. Spirits guide the light into my attacker's eyes in hopes I might escape. Victoria had done something similar, but she'd phrased it better, working karma to her advantage. I hoped that it would work for me too and Neuter would be blinded, that I could use his web to get a sense of his position to attack. It didn't work. His tail smacked my arm and I lost my stick. My chain came up, whirling blindly, and I heard a grunt and the smell of burnt flesh. My flashlight landed harshly on the ground. My eyes opened. Neuter had stepped away from my spinning chain, a burn mark across his arm. He prowled around me, forcing me to move to and fro to keep him in the direction of the chain. His skin started to change color, becoming a network of pictures that drew me in. It felt like the wolf blood, where I started to lose myself. I turned away and looked at him with my peripheral vision. I remembered what Victoria had done with the bottle. Stick, come. I said and the stick eagerly leapt into my waiting hand. I swung as Neuter pounced, he stopped on a dime, mouth puckered. I ducked low while swinging my chain at him. He looked down and spat. We were too close and neither of us could dodge. My chain hit his chest but some of its length hit his neck and face, his spit hit me square in the face and darkness fell around me. I didn't dream. There was only darkness and then light, then the terrifying sensation of coming to with my chest aching, my surroundings unfamiliar and aspects of my clothing having changed. My weapons had been taken away, so too had my backpack, my cloak, and my stick. I woke up in a circle that looked like a connection breaker, though it had notation I hadn't ever thought to include in how I did the symbols. The words Bell Woman Bogeyman were written near the T-shapes that worked to ward away attention. I looked down with the sight and saw my web to her was thin. I swallowed. What happened? I asked. Victoria and Eric were hurt. Victoria's injuries were mostly hidden by her clothes, but when I looked with the sight, she had a branching network of darkness spreading up her arm, and her forehead was covered in sweat. Eric was lying on the ground, he had a cut on his forehead, his hair had blood and one hand had a bite mark. Neuter looked the most okay from Palanquin, his only injury the burn mark across his arm, neck, and cheek, all of which looked like they were healing. Spitfire had her arm in a sling, very likely from my hit, and Melanie had a bandage on her leg, sopping with blood. You attacked us, said Spitfire. The matron found space to appear and she stabbed Victoria with a needle. I swallowed. I'm sorry, I said. Not entirely your fault, said Victoria. Where's Chompers? I asked as I looked around. I couldn't see him. He was trying to protect you from us so you could get to where you were going, said Victoria. The Bell Woman, I said as my mind caught up with me. I thought the earbuds meant she couldn't call us. We should have considered the relationship between sheep and goats, said Melanie. Considered that the woman might be a shepherd and that she might call you because sometimes goats and sheep go hand in hand. We had to beat Chompers into submission, said Victoria. He's the one who bit Mel's leg. We finally managed to get him. Mel shot him with a very old bullet that would keep him in place. My heart skipped a beat. He's not dead, is he? I asked. Because if he's dead then he could pull the alabaster into the abyss with him. He's not dead, said Victoria. But... I said. But I bound him and he seemed happy about it, said Melanie. While we were dealing with the matron and some goblins who caught wind of the commotion he whispered a message to the clerk before we noticed he was an enemy. What was the message? I asked. He told the alabaster to run, said Melanie. No. I can't lose this. I can't fail her. How long have I been out? I asked and I left the circle, heading for my stuff. Backpack on, stick in a loop in my belt, knife at my back, flashlight stowed. I almost put on the cloak before I remembered the Bell Woman. 10 minutes, said Victoria, her voice laced with pain. What are you going to do? Run to my house. I have the alabaster's head there, as well as a lot of blood. I could use it to make a circle. You're hunting an alabaster, said Melanie. That's going to fucking hard because a lot of people have tried, they're very good at running and, with their foresight, they'll lead you to places that could see you hurt or killed while you try to hunt them. Then I'll get help, I said. I'm sorry, but can you get out of here on your own? I have to go. You're going to go out there alone, said Eric, a hint of incredulity in his voice. This is important, I said, and I'm worried I'll fail if I don't take this chance. Half the work's done, I don't have to worry about the gamble of my key not working. I can chase her, close her off and, think about how to free her from Chompers when that's done. Give me permission to tell others and you could get more help, said Victoria. Colin works with how people travel, Vista knows a spirit that can do the same thing. They can help. I bit my lip, thinking about Mr. Calvert and his plans. I could call him but that would be wasting time. I needed to move. I'd warn him after as I ran. I nodded. Permission given. Be safe, I said and, with a focus on my sight, I started running. A web flared and I looked at the person on the other end. Neuter had joined me. Why? I asked. I'm not as hurt as the others, he said, and Victoria explained, you're trying to make the Nazis weaker, all of us have a part to play in that battle. I felt a little better, lighter on my feet, buoyed up by a sense of righteousness. Together we ran. Chapter 23. Trouble, said Amber. I'd traveled twice through the garden route, and by dint of its passive boon, I could never make a trip without finding something interesting. Usually it was innocuous, someone interesting or peculiar, something mundane or magical, and other times a rogue other. It had never been an attack. Now, with us running through an area where others felt like they could get away with being more chaotic, my boon expressed itself in the form of 3 others blocking our way. 3 sheep stood in the middle of the road, heads turned towards us and their mouths working as they chewed grass. They were big and muscular, with clean, fluffy wool. They could have been beautiful, a sign of love, care, and devotion, but they were from the abyss and that place was unsettling. Each of the sheep had human faces, a normal nose, mouth, and ears, but a bone structure that pushed those features forward. When they opened their mouths, the teeth were too straight, human in a way that shouldn't have fit, and they stared us down with unblinking eyes. The Bell Woman isn't close, I said, my heart racing. I didn't know how far the bell's toll reached and since neither of us had picked up another earbud, there was always the possibility that I might be drawn in again. But I was a better fighter with my cloak and I was scared that I might mess things up without it. I'm still afraid of that line between you and her, said Neuter. Which solidified that I couldn't put on my cloak. I started to unravel my chain, my entire body shaking from fear and near exhaustion. No, he said. Get ready to run. What are you going to do? I asked, my breaths coming out harsh. Be awesome, he said. Neuter stepped forward, his skin starting to change color. The sheep stood and the sound of leather ripping reverberated. They became large men who wore woolen loincloths and vests, each with human arms and hands wielding rusted sickles, and with hairy, hoofed legs. They were all muscular, their skin marred with scars, lashes and stitches, all badly healed. Their faces were human-shaped, but their eyes were still those of sheep, yellow with rod-like pupils that lay sideways, glowing whenever light hit. Their breaths came out hard and sharp, loud and wet, and though it wasn't cold, a plume of fog rose up from their noses. Neuter darted forward and one of the men responded in kind, hoofs clopping as he charged much faster than a person his size should. Neuter spat and the man brought up his sickle to block, with cat-like grace Neuter leapt, his body angled so he'd land feet first. The man brought up an arm to guard. They met, Neuter touching ground on the man's bare arm, and the sheep man toppled. Neuter was agile, and he used the falling man as a support to jump off. He soared over the pair who were still up, landed on the other side and ran. The remaining men gave chase without thought for their fallen brother. It was the same thing he'd tried to do with me, using a diagram on his skin to increase a connection so they would chase him. The three disappeared into an alley, the sheep men bashing through obstacles while Neuter jumped over them with ease. I thought about binding the fallen sheep man, but who knew how long I'd have until he woke up. I couldn't take the risk. The alabaster was more important. I pulled out my phone as I ran, dialing Mr. Calvert. Between how tired I was and having to keep an eye out for any danger, my pace slowed. The phone rang a few times before it was picked up. Taylor, said Mr. Calvert. You're running. Yeah, I said. Things went to shit. Chompers is free of my binding, technically, and he used that to get the alabaster out of her domain. She's out there running, trying to leave the city. I heard a sigh. And I had such faith in you, he said. I swallowed, a little uncomfortable because the words hurt. I'm giving chase, I said. I've got her head, and I've purified a deer skull. I'll be able to tap into her power, see paths like she does, use the head to keep track of her and use some of the blood to bind her in a circle. A positive binding, he said. Good. That's more polite and less likely to result in karmic backlash. I didn't mention that I hadn't known. Another thing, I said, already knowing that I'd be disappointing him again. Victoria said that she could ask Colin for help. Maybe he can work traffic so the alabaster doesn't get out of the city. I was short on time and... No, he said. This is yours, do what you think is best. I don't think I can help you, I've been busy and had to expend a lot of power tonight. I heard the sirens. I started. To the right, said Amber. I stopped and twisted, my chain lengthening as I swung. The other was a child, short and blurry around the edges in the way that spirits and ghosts were. He ducked low and reached, panic and fervor, a strong need to survive, then ran past. He has your knife. Before I could think to go after the kid, he'd already run off, finding a hole to scamper through to get into a boarded-up apartment building. Keep track of him, I said to Amber. I started to run again. Mr. Calvert. I'm still here. Trouble. A spirit of a child, I said. He stole my knife. You're still in the docks. Yet. Keep track of him. One of the Nazis has a spirit that's good at stealing things, he said. He might have gotten more spirits and echoes along the same lines, and he might be using them to protect their other interests. Okay, I said. Help. Can you offer it? I'm paying attention to some interests, he said. Weren't you together with Palanquin? Only 3 of them and we split up. Victoria and Eric were hurt, so Melanie and Spitfire stayed behind. I'm with Neuter, who's leading away some sheepmen. He hummed. There is someone who is free and in my service, though with your relationship to her. Sophia, I said, curt. A twinge had started in my leg from all the running. My brow was drenched with sweat, which reacted badly with the dried blood I had on my face, making it wet in place while it was dry and cracking in others. I almost burned myself with my chain as I wiped away a bead that threatened to get into my eyes, smudging my glasses a little in the process. Yes, he said. Miss Hess came to me with a proposition. Her and my interests align and, for a price, she could be a sort of enforcer. I frowned. How does that make sense? I said. I thought you talked to her and she didn't want to join the Undersiders. She didn't, he said. But I've come to understand Miss Hess a little more. She's afraid of the prevailing systems we live under, but to her, fear is weakness and she surrounds herself in a toxic sort of strength that alienates more than it invites. The only way she could, in a way, ask for help was if it seemed as though she looked like she didn't need any. Which is why she came to me after having taken a familiar and having made a circle for herself. They're new, I said. Would they really be any help? Numbers and power, he said. Even if they are inexperienced, they'll be power she can pull from. They can perform rituals while leaving her free to do other things. Though I should admit I haven't paid much attention to her and I don't know the specifics of what she's planning, if she's planning anything at all. Here and now, she's the only person I can reasonably point your way. The Undersiders are mending and in reserve, he said. They used a lot of power and I don't think they can bring much to bear tonight. Okay, I said. Call her. Taylor, understand, this is only one battle in a world filled with many, he said. There are other battles to be fought and it is better to be alive to fight them than to fight now and fail. In essence, don't be afraid to bail. I said. He chuckled. Don't be afraid to bail, he said. Are you saying that because you really care? I thought. Or to cover your ass. But the thought wasn't with any real weight. I felt like he cared enough for it to matter. I ended the call. Neuter, I said and our connection flared. I tried to move through it but it snapped, cut on the other end and left flailing. If he can do that he should be fine. My attention turned to the thread between me and the bell woman. It was thin and dim, near breaking, but the thought of putting on my cloak and re-establishing the connection terrified me. Victoria, Eric, Melanie, and Spitfire had been hurt because of me. Dennis had told me that the only recourse was to get better, which meant, even though the cloak was comfort, I had to be wary of putting it on until the connection was gone. Fuck, I muttered as a way to break the connection came to me. I stopped and pulled off my backpack. A bit of a dig and I found it, the tongue I'd gotten from Chompers, grey-green and filled with a lot of boils, all close to bursting. I bent down and drew a line on the ground, breaking the connection between me and the bell woman. It worked, but the tongue burst, the smell of something rank cutting into the air as my hand was drenched by its sticky juices. Spent after a lot of use. I pulled on my cloak and let out a relieved breath. I was down one power source, but I could make do, especially when the cloak offered so much more. My legs and chest had ached, and my lungs had started to burn from the run, but as the cloak's magic started to seep into me, I felt the strain start to diminish. I sprinted, trusting the cloak to give me stamina. The boy's back, to the right, she said and I twisted around, pulling out my stick in the same motion. The boy, coming at a sprint, stabbed forward. I swung and my stick went through. I twisted out of the way from the stab but heard as the knife raked over my cloak. Immaterial, I thought. Ghost or spirit? Mr. Calvert mentioned echoes in the same breath but I don't know how distinct those are. He spun around and darted forward, knife still ready to stab. My chain whipped through the air, aimed not at him but at the knife. I hit my mark and the knife was wrenched out of his grasp, sent spinning up above us. That's your knife, the boy shouted. Spirits, guide it back to her. He was left dimmer at the declaration. The line between me and the knife strengthened and grew shorter. I pushed myself back and dodged as the knife flew into the ground where I'd been. The boy had anticipated where the knife would land and he was there to pick it up. He ready to throw. He's going to use the same trick. I relinquish my claim on that knife. I shouted. I give it to you freely. The web between me and the knife dimmed as it flared between him and the knife. The boy stopped, smiled, and ran off. Karmic imbalance. It's better for him if he lets me leave. Hopefully. More running, out of the docks and into the suburbs. I cut through houses, jumping on fences and running along them before hopping off. There were less webs around me, which made those that still stuck more noticeable. I turned my head with the sight and saw Neuter, jumping with more grace and landing in runs. There was another one, a familiar web that, as I looked, revealed a dark form who leapt and glided forward through the air, a fox running alongside her, easily keeping up. Sophia Hess, I said and the web resolved. She wasn't good at connections and now she'd be better able to follow me. I checked on Dad with the sight and he was still asleep. Neuter finally caught up. Sheep are stubborn, he muttered. Chased me way longer than I thought they would. Hey, where's your knife? Gave it away, I said. We reached the house. I pulled out a jar of blood and refreshed the connection breaking diagram on my cloak. Neuter stayed outside as I went into the basement to retrieve the head and jars of blood from the different sources. I had two sources of power, the umbilical cord I'd gotten from Chompers and a coin from the garden route. I chose the former to bring for the night because I still didn't know what magic the coin had. A plan had started to form on how I'd make a circle so I went into the kitchen and grabbed some of the scrubby sponges under the sink. I didn't know how many I'd need so I took all of them, which was a lot because Dad liked to buy in bulk. When I got outside Sophia and her fox had arrived. No lackeys. I said on exit. Sophia was a figure in black, dressed in a thin cape with a hood, under which were black padded clothes, a utility belt with a few weapons and a thin backpack that clung to her. She wore a black mask with carvings around the eyes and through the little light that reached her, I saw it was shaped like a fox. They wouldn't be able to put up with something like this, she said. They don't know enough. Focus, said Neuter. It looks like there's history between you guys, but this isn't the time. We have a mission. Mel has a thing, personal problems should be ignored while on a job and dealt with after. I swallowed and nodded. I knew the way and I set the pace. We got to the fairy ring without trouble, though I did see a dark form in the distance, its glowing yellow eyes gazing in our direction. Between blinks the other was gone. We got into the hole, walked through and came out in the meadow with my bones. Elwyn was there, sitting at the edge of the space on a branch, bathed in daylight even though night had fallen. He smiled as he spotted us. You've brought new practitioners, he said. He let himself fall, twisted, and landed lightly. He rushed forward, disappeared behind a tree trunk and appeared to our left. This is a wonderful night. We can't stay, Elwyn, I said. I need the mask. I have to chase the alabaster. He nodded, unsurprised. That's how things usually go, he said. You must have been close to success. How does that work? Sophia asked, her tone terse. When binding an alabaster, if it isn't betrayal, things often work themselves so it's being chased, he said. It will either be an athletic person or an animal depending on the circumstance. Depending on the circumstance? I asked. In a city, the form of a person is easier to work with than a deer, he said. Unless there are outside influences. Then can we force it? I asked. Can we force it into a form that won't work for it? A deer in the city. Is there, he said. The wolf. I said. If I were a wolf, bathed in its blood, then wouldn't it be possible for that to change its form? It's being chased by a wolf, and the appropriate form would be a deer, right? Playing into symbolism and tropes. Elwyn smiled. It took a second before things clicked and I was truly and deeply unsettled. Was that why he'd given me wolf blood in the first place, because of this? And how did that lend itself to him wanting help against a fairy? Elwyn, a deal, you give me enough wolf blood to cover me and I'll look after your plant for another month, I said, because I didn't want him to give it to me freely again. I accept the deal, he said. Come by again so I may give you instructions for the month. He reached into his parka and pulled out a bowl filled to the brim with blood. I would suggest this time that you at least not wear shoes. Okay, I said. Let's pour the blood into the mask first, then I'll drench myself in the blood. Your mask won't last, said Elwyn. Without containment the power will bleed out. It wasn't meant to last, I said. I'd made a deal with the recluse that his blood would only be used to free the alabaster. If the alabaster escaped I didn't think I would be able to keep chasing her, which meant tonight was the only one I'd have the mask and its power. My backpack was full and lumpy, with the alabaster's head and 3 jars of blood, each labeled from the people they'd been gotten from. One from the alabaster, another from the recluse, and the last from Sophia's source, whoever it was. I pulled out the jars and nudged my backpack towards Sophia and Neuter. There's a head in there, I said. Cut some hair so you can track her. I'm not touching a head, said Neuter, his expression twisted in disgust. Sophia muttered something and moved forward. Her fox jumped off her shoulder and watched her as she worked, its tails flicking lazily. It barked a few times and Sophia responded in low words. Her familiar, and if it was anything like Silas, then it would be able to speak and was just choosing not to. I couldn't help but wonder what sort of other would want to partner itself with her. You'll first need to wash your hands up to your elbow, said Elwyn. Through that niche you'll get to a stream. You'll find a rock, small and rough. Use it to scrub your hands and arms well, so much that they ache, then come back. The less impurities that come into the mask, the better the blood will settle. I got to work, first washing my hands before I returned and worked with the mask. Elwyn had drawn a circle on the ground, unadorned with any intricacies, and within were the jars of blood in a bowl. I took the deer's skull and put it in the bowl, then started to pour blood over them. I started with the alabaster blood first, making sure to leave enough that we'd be able to make a circle, then the blood of the recluse, and ending with the blood Sophia had given me. After the process, the mask glowed with light, but, unbound, the essence within was already starting to leak out in curls of wispy light. I put the mask on, and even without something to tie it in place, it clicked comfortably over my face and glasses, molded onto my face. My sight shifted in little ways, as the darkness between places lifted and I saw more spaces between trees, narrow places that were large enough that I could slip through if I were running. This is going to work. It has to work. When my inner eye was open the world presented itself starkly, areas with light were brighter and they were usually the ones with attention devoted to them, which meant they glowed with spiritual activity, while areas bathed in darkness were darker still and hard to perceive. Webs moved through the entire network, as thin as hairs and yet visible when I paid attention, lines which could either be loose, thin, and dim, fluttering to ghostly wind, or taut, thick and bright. I'd added new essences and each added their elements to the sight. The wolf blood had pulled away some of the darkness to make it easier to see, while adding swirls of light that, when I focused, had impressions I couldn't quite make out. On the ground there were imprints of footsteps, as well as darker puddles where blood might have fallen. Meanwhile, the alabaster's blood revealed paths that had been hidden, both mundane and magical, as well as an instinct of whether a path could see me into danger or if it was safe. I wasn't used to the variations of sight, so my work was to pick and choose which was the best for the situation. I used my sight to keep track of the webs around us, the wolves to track the alabaster and the alabaster's vision to figure out the ways to get there. 15 minutes we ran. I was in the lead, covered from head to toe in blood, dressed in a goatskin cloak that was wrapped in darkness. Sophia and her fox were to my left, the former also wrapped in darkness while the latter had taken on more of its shadowy qualities to make it harder to see. Her cape fluttered softly as she moved, first in quick sprints before leaping and gliding forward. Neuter was to my right, running on all fours, with his tail erect, his skin having darkened so he could blend into the night. Our group was pure mobility, cutting through backyards as we went into a neighborhood I knew was filled with Nazis and Nazi sympathizers. "You're not making this easy for us, are you?" I thought as my eyes roved for anything that might be a threat. I was worried that she'd gone to the Nazis for help, but I hoped the fact that she was competing for the alabaster of Brockton Bay meant she wouldn't. But just because she couldn't ask them directly for help didn't mean she couldn't get us to be in the way of an attack from them. Something hit me as I ran through the Nazi neighborhood, as we passed house after house with a messy lawn, cars without tires covered by tarps, windows that had been broken and in need of repair. There wasn't much of a difference between houses here and some of those in the lower bay, because for all the Nazis were about putting white people above those of color, it was about putting specific white people above other people, and more often than not those people didn't live in these neighborhoods. They lived in the towers, or on the hill or in the heights. Nazi bullshit is just dumb. We hadn't run across many people through the night, which meant I noticed as something shifted. It was a girl in a white dress with a deer's head. She was on the short side, probably 8 or 9, and she looked terrified as she pulled at the fence and squeezed through it. I pushed faster and the others followed. I jumped, landed on the fence and pushed off. Sophia, her fox, and Neuter could all jump further than me, and they bounded over easily. We landed together and took off, chasing the girl as she crossed the yard to a fence on the other side. There was a loose slat that she pushed aside to move through, it closed with a sharp thwack and the entire fence jostled. Lights came on and in the light appeared the spirit of a man bearing a shotgun. "Fuck," said Sophia. The spirit was big and burly, brown hair slicked back and with a bushy mustache, it wore faded jeans and a stained wife beater. He pointed the shotgun, not at me or Neuter, but at Sophia. The spirit cocked his shotgun. Sophia's fox screamed. The man whipped around and his shotgun went off. He missed the fox which had already darted into a patch darkness, disappearing entirely. Sophia lunged forward, a knife in her hand, but as she cut she passed through the man. The man turned and took aim. Sophia jumped up, the wind fluttering to buoy her up. The shot missed again and shattered a screen door. She grabbed a part of a roof and pushed off, spinning through the air to land behind Neuter and me. Webs from the house resolved while those from the neighbors were still thin. I grabbed a handful of salt from my backpack and threw. It hit and the man disappeared. "People are coming," said Neuter. "We've got to get out of here." I grunted and took off, feeling as the others followed. I started to jump diagram. Amber screamed and I stopped with a stumble. A diagram on the fence flared, it was large and wound around the property, but only one section had activated. The fence detonated. The light was bright, the sound loud, and with it came a burst of wind that took me off my feet and sent me crashing into the ground. "Hey, Taylor," said Neuter. "How are you doing?" He was a dark form crouched over me, not helping me up. There were still beads of light in my eyes, there was ringing in my ears, and around my jaw my face ached. Between the cloak and the mask I was largely protected, but the mask didn't cover me completely and some of the wood from the fence had hit and embedded itself in my skin. I was relatively okay, but I was frustrated because the alabaster would be getting away. A snarl cut through my throat. "A bear," Sophia said. "Get it the fuck together. Taylor, a bear." The reminder pulled me back. "Gun," said Amber. The others reacted but it was too late. The gun went off. I expected pain but there was none. Neuter, though, was taken off his feet and sent tumbling on the ground. He didn't get up. "Fuck," said Sophia. "Fuck's right," said a voice, familiar. Enough of my sight was back that I saw her, Tammy the Nazi, in pajamas and holding a shotgun. "You're trespassing. So you're just going to kill us?" Sophia said. "Why not?" said Tammy. "You're on my lawn. You're wearing costumes a lot of people will think are freaky. I'll be able to." Sophia's fox screamed. Tammy whirled around and shot. She missed. Neuter surged up and spat, catching Tammy's arm. She fell like a puppet whose strings had been severed. Fuck, Neuter muttered. Thought after a while I'd get used to THA pain. How didn't that spray kill you, said Sophia. How didn't it kill us? Bulletproof vest that makes sure the bullets hit the protected parts, he said, his voice tight. You guys were close and they came to me. Still fucking hurts. The ghost reappeared, bearing his shotgun. He leveled it at Tammy. No, I snarled. He stopped. I rose. Don't kill her or we bind you. Leave. Don't hurt anyone for a week or we bind you. I couldn't waste time on it. I really hoped it would agree. The ghost nodded and disappeared. It's what she deserves, said Sophia. If you killed her at least the echo that I could make would be able to help the city. As it is. Don't kill people, I said. Some people deserve to be killed, Sophia returned. Like you. I said. Like Emma? Like Madison? You made my life hell. I stepped towards her, growls cutting into my words. She didn't flinch or shift though I spotted her fox as it circled around, prepared to scream. You pushed me in a locker filled with filth as a prank. You're fucked up, Sophia. You and the rest of them. Do you deserve to be killed? I'm not a Nazi, she said. Those two things aren't the same. Taylor, said Neuter. The words pulled me back. The wolf blood is getting to you. Pull yourself together. I'm Taylor Hebert, I muttered. Daughter of Danny and Annette Hebert. Practitioner. The words pulled me back. I'm in charge. Don't kill her. Let's go. The webs were getting brighter and thicker, people gathering the courage to look outside and deal with whatever was happening. There were other webs which pointed further away, maybe the police or the rest of the Nazis. We cut through the blown-up fence. I used the blood in the mask to seek out the direction the alabaster had gone. People were awake because of the gunshots and we had to move past webs so we weren't noticed. It meant our path took us deeper into the south end, steadily going towards Richmond Heights. My attention went to Sophia and her fox, which raced ahead, moving a lot like Sophia, silent as a breeze and sometimes carried by the wind as it jumped. I'd read a little about familiars from Essentials and the thought that another might have agreed to partner itself with Sophia was galling. Why had I thought it was a good idea to have her here? And why did I want to figure her out? Why did I want to know how she ticked? Maybe because a part of me blamed her for how Emma had changed. After all, I'd lost my best friend when Sophia had come into the picture. A growl left me, irritated by the chase, by Sophia, and by everything else. My wolf senses told me we were close to the alabaster, but as much as we ran, we were always close, but never catching up. Irritating. And after a while boring. I wish to travel a path that'll titillate the mind. I barked. Wait, what? Said Neuter. My alabaster senses meant I saw as a gate appeared. I turned and ran towards it. Sophia and her fox followed, but I saw as Neuter's web wavered. It resolved and I heard footsteps. I pushed through the gate and walked out onto the garden route. The path was different from Brockton Bay, with a bloody moon hanging large and full overhead, bathing everything in red light. The ground was covered in mist and it seemed to reflect the light, making its effect more pervasive. The houses on either side of the street reflected different styles from all over the world and styles from different time periods. One looked like a monolith, an apartment building with small windows. Behind the first row of houses were other buildings, most of them apartments, some castles in need of deep repair, and a single large, black tower that twisted itself to reach red-tinted clouds above. Something big shifted at the back of one of the taller buildings, hidden mostly by mist, but I caught slivers of fur and long, clawed arms, all bathed in red. Paths take us where we need to go, I said, my words short. This might take us closer to the alabaster. You could have at least warned us, said Neuter. I just had the idea. Well fuck, we could have talked about it, he said. You never know how good Mel's overplanning is until you have to work with amateurs that wing shit and fight between themselves. Fucking hell, do you even know the nuances to this path? Mel said it was your third time. What if the others are more aggressive? What if there is some trick or trap? God damn it. You gonna whine all night? Sophia said, but I heard the tremor in her voice. I remembered what Mr. Calvert had said about her, that she didn't like to show fear and wrapped herself in a blanket of false strength. Most of the houses were dark, but there were some alight and there were others on the yards. A family was out, burned to the point that bone and muscle showed, but their clothes were clean and colored in pastel colors. There were 5 of them, mother, father, sister, brother, and a dog, and they stood in front of a grill, a dismembered arm over the flame. It smelled delicious. Of course I'm gonna whine if you're going to get me killed, Neuter continued. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Keep walking, I said. Maybe we'll see Blesk. And we can't really do anything to get him out. We didn't prepare for this. Maybe I could take Falling Oaks, but that would get you guys pulled in too, maybe. A part of me really wants to do it so you know how fucked up some paths can get, but that's too awful. Next time you get a brilliant idea, maybe warn us. I didn't answer, too annoyed by his yammering. We walked through the red-tinted mist, passing houses and buildings, each of which held an interesting other. The mist moved like the sea, waves that rushed forward and got so tall that it was at my chest before receding once more. Buildings in the distance shook, shifted, and groaned as something large passed on the other side. I caught more slivers of it and it made me bristle because each time a facet of it was revealed it felt like I wasn't looking at the same thing, a dog's snout that changed into that of a fox or a hyena, eyes that glowed yellow, red, or green before I realized that there were over 24 eyes in different positions, it had fur that was black or red or spotted or striped, it was top-heavy in moments, with big, muscular arms, and in others it was a quadruped. When the mist disappeared at times, it was all those things at once. It was as hairy as a bear, spotted like a leopard or a cheetah, it was hefty and sometimes slim, never settling into one form. "There's someone up ahead," said Amber. It seemed insane that she wouldn't see that as a danger, and would instead focus on a man. Unless that was just for me, a trick of this place that meant the mist parted when I was looking. Something to keep my interest. As hard as it was, I chose to focus on the path. The man wasn't too tall and he had a narrow build, his skin was yellow and his hair a silver blonde. "Blesk," I said. "You know me," said Blesk. "I don't think I remember you." "We met," I said. "We talked." "Ah, that was you," he said. "It feels like I blinked and you changed. Parts of a goat, parts of a deer and parts of a wolf, all together. I remember that you didn't want to help me." I jabbed a finger at Neuter. "Hey, man," he said. "I'm Neuter." "You're like me," he said. "Like the others back in that place." "I am," said Neuter. "Taylor said you escaped, from the other place, and you wanted help." "I did," he said. "But things have changed. I am out of my place and I'm supposed to attack you for a chance at freedom. I don't have a lot of choice. I feel the push." "Yeah, that's how paths are," said Neuter. "People have their roles. Is this for your freedom?" "I think so," said Blesk. "Do you have to attack a person, or can it be another?" "I'm supposed to put whoever I can in my place," said Blesk. "Then I'll be able to complete their walk out of this place." Neuter started to change color, bits of a diagram starting to unravel through his skin. The diagram completed and he glowed as a round form pushed out from his chest, scaly and furry and fleshy in places. The moment it hit the ground it started to secrete foul mud from its skin, in seconds it was completely covered, clumps flowing so fast that they pushed back the mist around the other. "You might want to get to that," said Neuter. Blesk stepped back into the mist. I whipped around as Blesk appeared to Neuter's left, a hand out to grab the round other. A pig squeal emanated from beneath the muck, short arms swiping at Blesk's face only to miss as he leaned back. They both stepped into a patch of mist, and further squeals alerted us to their appearance in front of a house. Blesk's arm and chest was covered in the mud, and the other was in his grip, wriggling to free itself. Blesk heaved, throwing the other over the fence. He stepped back into a patch of mist to appear again ahead of us. "Done," he said. "We should go. I feel like something else will try and take my place. Something much bigger." At that a building groaned. I looked in its direction and saw eyes, all different shapes and sizes, all looking towards us. The mist shifted and I saw a mouth that stretched to show wide, razor-sharp teeth that glowed bright and white. A high-pitched laughter started, cacophonous, hitting buildings to surround us, and in the distance, the monster prowled. "We have to run," I said, because it seemed like I was the only one who noticed. Neuter was too focused on Blesk, and Sophia looking at a book she'd picked up in the mist. "Now." With no further questions, we all moved. The garden route reached its end and we ran out of the red-tinted mist in a sidewalk on Brockton Bay. On either side of us were tall buildings, a few of them made entirely of glass while some were old and thus had more ornamentation. Blesk stumbled to a stop and smiled. He took a deep breath and seemed to savor it, one arm reaching to catch the light from a street light. "I haven't really breathed in a long time," he said, his voice shaky. I ignored him, my focus on our surroundings. We were downtown near Lord Street and I could hear the sound of cars a few streets over. We weren't in a busy street, but there were a few webs in the air, most of them to our right, where I could hear a deep thrum of music. "We're close to one of Kenta's strip clubs," said Neuter. "I think that's where the music's coming from." I tapped into the power within my mask to get a sense of the alabaster's location. It could be dangerous, but I moved along the connection to see her on the other end. She was in a tunnel, roughly circular, muddy with bits of clothes, broken bottles and a heap of other junk peeking out in places. She crawled through the muck with ease, dodging most of the pointy objects in her path. Her head turned in my direction and her eyes widened. She jumped in surprise, the form of a deer almost spilling out of her skin, then blindly grabbed a mound of dirt with shards of glass. I pulled back before she could throw it. She's in a tunnel with a lot of junk, I said. Probably a warren, said Neuter. There shouldn't be any this close to civilization. Are we in the right place? We have to be, I said. Maybe one appeared near Kenta's place? She could be leading us there so he attacks us like that ghost. Echo, Sophia interrupted. I don't think it was a person who died, just an impression of their hate. There was racism there. It's why it shot at me first even though I wasn't anywhere near the front. It could be like that, I said. Melanie said it would put us in the way of danger. It already did that with the echo, now this. We have to cut it off. Get it before it gets to us. Blesk, said Neuter. The man had his arms spread, his hands opening and closing. Are you up for more running? Or do you want to be free? If you want that, you can have it. Just because we got you out of the path, doesn't mean you're indebted to us like that. It does if he's another, Sophia muttered. There are rules. Karmic rules. I'd really love to do a walkabout, said Blesk. Reality feels different, the air feels different, with more. I feel anchored in a way and not in others. There are tugs in little ways, like the tug I felt before I had to attack you. Do you want to listen to that? Neuter asked. The tugs. We have to move, I said before Blesk could answer. I looked at the web again and it had moved from the south end into the downtown area. It was a few blocks away but it was moving fast towards us. We don't exactly know where she's going, unless that mask lets you see the future, said Neuter. I shook my head. You looked and she saw you, she could know we're here and change direction. Which means a wasted trip into the garden route. I bristled and had to stop myself from growling. I had to think of another plan, another way to chase her, or probably find our way into a goblin warren, which wasn't something I wanted to do. Warrens could mean more goblins and I didn't think we could go through more fights and still last the night. We need a plan, said Sophia. One that isn't just running and chasing the alabaster. It's better at running away. We'll get tired. I don't know if it will. And your wolf face is starting to fade, said Neuter. I huffed out a breath and started to pace. A pair of lights flashed in the distance, a car, and from it a wandering thread. I remembered how I looked, barefoot, wearing a darkness-wreathed coat and a deer's skull for a mask, with face and feet covered in blood. I stepped back into the darkness and the car passed by without noticing us. We need to close off her path, I said. Victoria's help must be working if she's still in the city. There has to be a reason she changed from going to the heights to coming downtown. We just have to close the circle more. How? Sophia asked. That's the problem. How do we catch her? I growled, frustrated at her, at the alabaster and at everything. I'm Taylor Hebert. Daughter of Annette and Danny Hebert. A breath, long and deep, and I pushed down the wolf's influence, not completely, but enough that it wasn't as in control. I frowned and gave it thought, considering each of the pieces we had. But first Blesk, I said. Will you help us or will you go on your walkabout? You freed me from that place, he said. By my understanding of the world of magic, I owe you. I nodded. Are you awakened or another? I asked. I'm sorry if it's insensitive, but I sort of want to know your powers. I don't know enough, he said. But I'm very good at finding ways to get to places. Do you have other magic, are you a practitioner? I asked. Blesk shrugged. He should be another if he spent a lot of time in the paths, said Neuter. People like us, we're like special cases of aware, we're tied to magic but a lot more than they are. Like I always had the ability to secrete toxins and stuff, but I couldn't do magic until I awakened. Other people like me, people who spent too much time in other places, they drew in that magic and became other. Okay, I said. It was dehumanizing, but I started to think of each of them as members of my pack. They weren't really, I didn't know their personalities and the one I knew, Sophia, was more of a lone wolf, but that helped to frame things. All of us had mobility, but some of us were faster than others. Often it was Neuter, and he spent a lot of the time slowing down because of the rest of us. Sophia was a runner and had a lot of stamina, above that her fox had a way of drawing connections temporarily. Blesk, he could teleport but I didn't know how long that stretched. Even so, something of a plan was starting to form. I shrugged off my backpack and pulled out the alabaster's head. That's so gross, Neuter muttered. I ignored him and reached for the jars which still had blood, then the scrubby sponges. I dipped the sponges in blood and handed them out. Next was the umbilical cord. We're splitting up, I said. Juices flowed out of the umbilical cord as I squeezed. It would be my power base, but not yet, not when it would be able to look back and listen in on the place. I'm hoping to increase our connection so she'll focus on me. The rest of you, hopefully, can look at her webs without her being able to look back. Sophia and Neuter are faster than me, so you'll be able to get around more. Blesk. We have a problem, he said. I don't know what webs are. My practitioner friend was very careful and he didn't teach me much. They're connections, said Neuter. Ties that bind. You can't see them? I mean, you could see Taylor's spirit overlay. Blesk shook his head. I'm good at seeing and making doors but not that particular sight, he said. My friend told me that my blood has allowed him to do the same. Though it leaves me weaker. My hair can do something similar, make clearer already existing doors. It might be better if you bowed out of this, he said. Or if you can keep up, stay in the shadows and come out when you think you can do something. I might be able to keep up, he said. If I'm not able, I'll stop. Give your sponges to whoever's close when you do, I said. Blesk nodded. If you don't go too far, I'll find you, said Neuter. Okay, said Blesk. Then you'll use the blood, I said. Draw lines in her path and keep her from passing. We'll gradually close her in. Is that enough of a plan? Good enough, Sophia muttered. Then go, I said. The others took off. With the umbilical cord's juices I drew a line parallel to the web between me and the alabaster. The web grew thick and bright. I turned my metaphorical head and I saw the alabaster, turning into a narrower tunnel. I blinked, tapping into the connection between us, and through her eyes I saw that there was danger in her way, but as she moved a little faster, the danger eased. She was panicked and that panic moved through our connection and threatened to overwhelm me. I pulled on the wolf's power. The wolf knew little fear and that helped to even me out. The two of us were connected. Just as I got some of her emotions, as I was able to use her eyes, she could do the same with me, feel what I felt. Hopefully this works, I thought as I did my best to turn my mind away from the rest of the plan. With another breath, I took off after her. Chapter 24. Chapter text. The more time I spent connected to the alabaster, the easier it was to pull and push at her essence, drawing on her to fuel me. She was a spirit and didn't get tired in the traditional sense, and I pulled on that stamina as fatigue started to overwhelm the magic of my cloak. A tall fence blocked the way through an alley that would have taken me closer to the alabaster. One side had a pile of trash, boxes, and plastic bags all piled precariously on top of one another, and I leapt up onto it. My footing was firm, and I used that to jump up higher, stepping on the wall and running across it before I leapt down, bare feet slapping against the ground, and continued on. The alabaster didn't get tired in the traditional sense but she was fatigued. I felt it through our connection, how drained she was, how scared she was of little things, and how pressed she felt whenever she noticed my prying eyes. I made sure to look at her unabashedly to increase that fear. I feel like the only reason this is working is because of you, Chompers. You unknowingly played yourself. The bogeyman had explained it to me when I'd been questioning him. He'd gotten the alabaster through betrayal, having swallowed a baby whole and been imbued by its innocence. The alabaster had invited him into its domain and he'd succeeded in getting its head and putting in its place the head of a woman who hadn't been raised for confrontation. That must have served Chompers well because the alabaster hadn't been able to fight against him, but now it meant that the alabaster didn't have it in her to use the connection between us to hurt me. All she felt she could do was run, and I was getting closer. I reached a road with traffic and I tapped into the alabaster's sight much clearer now that I was connected to her by the umbilical cord to see the path to safety. I knew when to slow or speed up as I cut through the road. Car, said Amber only to be ignored. Headlights fell upon me and I didn't slow or panic. The car squealed and stopped, a web flared only to dim as the driver was forced to pay attention to the car that hit him in the rear. I reached the other side of the street without anyone seeing me and ran into a narrow alley. A jolt of panic hit me like a truck. I stumbled, my heart beating a mile a minute. I swallowed and looked around, using my sight to see if something had caused the attack but there was nothing. The alabaster. I looked through her eyes to see as she dodged a gob of spit, her dress tearing as she slid on the ground to move into the space between a dumpster and a wall, her expression shifting between abject fear and an almost familiar resolution. She found a hole that led into the basement of a store and scrambled in, the edges of the building scraping skin as she pushed through. Neuter had almost caught her. It's working. I pushed faster, using my web to her to narrow down her position. She scrambled out at the back of the building and bolted, a row of buildings between her and me. There was another jolt of panic as a door appeared from a wall and Blesk stepped out, a bloody sponge in hand. He squeezed and cast his hand out, droplets of blood spraying out. The alabaster turned into a street and in the process ran towards me. A grin spread as I turned into the one-way street she was in. I saw her, a girl with a deer's head and long white hair, dressed in a dirty white dress. She saw me too and her gaze moved to a pile of trash I knew from her senses hid a hole that led into the sewers. No. We both ran for it. A scream reverberated in both the alabaster and I turned in the direction of the sound. It was a shadowy, two-tailed fox, and it stared down at us from the top of a building. We both tripped and fell. I rolled and pushed myself to my feet. The alabaster did the same but when she found her feet she was no longer a girl, but a white deer. Yes. For a moment she couldn't move and she only stared at me. I grinned, baring my teeth at her. Light flashed on the other end of the street, red and blue, before its siren shrieked. Awkwardly it started to turn into the street we were in. Fuck. I can't let her escape. Sophia, distract them. The alabaster darted towards the trash and I did the same. It was closer but it had trouble running on the road. It lunged more than it should and it always landed awkwardly. Light. I reached for my side and pulled out my flashlight. It clicked on and light flooded through the street, hitting the alabaster. She must have used our connection because even though the light wasn't pointed in my direction it hit me full force. I quickly flicked it off but it was already too late. I couldn't see, and from the sound of clopping feet, it could. Fuck. 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 In the distance I heard as glass cracked, then the sound of squealing tires quickly followed by the scream of Sophia's fox before gunshots filled the air. I dropped low, still trying to blink away my blindness. I heard something and tensed. It's me, said Neuter, voice soft and gentle. Don't move too much or I might knock you out. I nodded. Carefully, Neuter helped me to my feet and led me into safety. The sound of gunshots still filled the air before it suddenly stopped and I heard shouted words, a scramble, and then the police car drove off. What happened? I asked. Sophia sent others after them, said Neuter. I really hope she knows what she's doing or she'll get the karmic backlash. Sophia's smart, I said. I continued to blink and I was starting to see a little, though there were still stars in my eyes. I tapped into the alabaster's senses and found she hadn't gone that far away. It was surprising to see how close she was, then I saw the reason why Blesk was throwing blood at her to keep her from running off. Blesk's really coming in handy. Teleporters are a bitch to deal with, but they're awesome when they're on your side, he said. Sewers are closed and confined, I said. It might be easier to catch her. Sewers are the underbelly of the city, said Neuter. Some others use them to hide or get through the city if they can't be noticed. Some goblins can stand them, but there's too many pipes for most to go through. What about warrens? I asked. There shouldn't be a lot, but there might be, he said. I heard the ruffle of a cloak as Sophia landed. Are you okay? I asked. Do you care? She said. She had to be with that answer. I blinked away the last of the stars, then reached for the alabaster, and felt the panic. It wasn't directed at Blesk, but at a stout man wearing a white vest and shorts. He was pink-faced, and every piece of skin visible was hairy. He carried a chain tightly around one hand, and at the end of that chain was the biggest crocodile I'd ever seen. The man bent low, picked up the crocodile, and heaved it at the alabaster. Blesk found that moment to appear, attention on his target. He tried to grab her and missed as she turned into a tunnel. The crocodile hit him, its mouth closing around his arm. They both fell and Blesk disappeared into the water. Blesk is hurt, I said, my voice catching in my throat. What? Said Neuter. He flicked his tail and a web from him to Blesk resolved. I have to go, I said. His skin quickly changed color so a diagram appeared and out fell a vial of orange liquid. My sweat, he said, handing it over, before he darted away. Just the two of us, said Sophia. I swallowed and nodded. Third time, she said. It has to be the charm. Let's make so. Back where it began. The safe path suddenly constricted. Only a few things could have caused that, so I shrugged off my cloak in case it was the bell woman. All at once fatigue overcame me. I'd been running barefoot for hours and the strain hit me like a truck. My legs ached to the point where each step threatened to be my last, a fiery pain exploded each time I took a step, my lungs burned with every breath and my chest felt tight, and I was so drenched with sweat that I felt slimy. With the cloak on I'd run beside Sophia without trouble, but now she and her fox started to outstrip me. She's close. We can't lose her again. She's close. We can't lose her again. It was my mantra as we turned into an alley, the buildings on either side sucking up what little light hit this section of the docks. My wolf senses had faded, which meant I had no other option but to reach for the alabaster's essence so I could keep up. I saw her, still in her deer form, and I felt her fatigue, frustration, and desperation, as though the noose was already around her neck. Her eyes darted to and fro, looking for safe paths, but the routes she could take were gradually getting smaller, a circle I couldn't directly perceive closing around her. We've almost got her. We've almost got her. Danger, said Amber as a web appeared and a window to our right exploded. A form had flung itself out, a bearded man dressed in a bright yellow raincoat and hat, one hand a dull hook. It wasn't raining but the man was drenched, the water running off him and pooling on the ground. I remember, the man whispered, his words so deep. He took a step forward, eliciting a squelching sound from his galoshes. I remember. Eyes. I said. Sophia's fox darted into a patch of darkness as I leveled my flashlight. I flicked it on and the man stumbled back, one arm coming up to shield his eyes. The flashlight flicked off and I stowed it in my belt to pull free my stick. Sophia lunged, pieces of paper in her hands. The man must have heard because his hook hand came up in a swipe. Sophia's fox screamed and the man's head whipped in its direction, his body twisting to accommodate. He started to fall, braced, and toppled as Sophia landed on him. She quickly pushed off, leaving behind a few pieces of paper stuck on him. A network of webs appeared around the man, all of them pointed towards metal objects. Sophia snapped her fingers and the lines grew shorter, objects big and small flew towards him, many hitting him in the face. I spun my stick and struck the man across the face as I passed. He hit the ground hard and didn't get up. Probably a bogeyman. I still didn't like Sophia, but thank the gods and the spirits she was here because I wouldn't have been able to handle a fight. My stomach was churning, its contents sometimes sloshing up my throat and threatening to spill out. "Your feet are bleeding," she said as I caught up to her. I tried to swallow but there wasn't enough saliva in my mouth. I wanted nothing more than to stop, to catch my breath, to eat some of the sandwiches still in my backpack or a sip of orange juice, but I couldn't, not when I was so close. We got out of the alley, and ran down a street, then cut through a warehouse to pass through the last line of buildings before we came upon the boat graveyard. I saw her racing along, her white coat juxtaposed against the decrepit roads and buildings of the docks. She had a way of moving that ensured she always found patches of grass and weeds to run through, which meant she moved mainly in leaps. "Leaving you," said Sophia and I nodded. She took off and jumped. I watched with the sight as a current of wind spirits pushed her further up and away, her cape fluttering violently. I thought for a second that she might fly too far up, that she might be pulled into the ocean, but the web between her and her familiar wrenched her back to the ground. Sophia landed ahead of the alabaster and raced towards the deer, her bloody sponge in hand. The alabaster, filled with panic, changed direction, pointed towards a door that would break to the slightest force. No. 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 I can't lose her. Just as Victoria had done before, I reached for the web between me and her. "Stay," I said as I pulled. All the air rushed out of my lungs and my legs gave out mid-step. I fell, hitting the ground chest first, and such was my momentum that skin ripped as I slid forward. My arms had tried to come up, and they were the only reason I didn't hit my head on the ground, but head slamming against arm wasn't much better. All of me ached, but I couldn't let the pain overwhelm me. The alabaster. I had to find her. I looked in her direction with the sight and saw she'd fallen and hurt herself too, with blood marring her white coat. A splotch of red, I noticed, which was starting to disappear, coinciding with pain that started at my side. She was using the connection from me to her to attack me, giving me parts of her I wouldn't have taken. I tried to push against the current and it didn't work. Everything has a price. I took from her. Now she's taking from me my health and vitality. The alabaster found her feet. I tried to do the same and found I couldn't move much, too much pain in too many places. The alabaster had to change direction and dart away as Sophia got too close to her escape route. She ran towards me, keeping her distance from the buildings she might scramble through because things were safer close to me. Sophia's fox formed out of the darkness and lunged towards the alabaster. The fox almost missed, but the same magic Sophia used to propel herself with wind spirits served the fox. It was thrust forward and it landed on the alabaster's back. Its teeth sunk into her neck. By our connection I felt the pain. The alabaster leapt, doing its best to buck the fox off, but to no avail. Its tiny claws had gotten into the alabaster and they stuck. "Gotta move. Gotta finish this." I shifted until I was on my butt, then reached into my pockets for Neuter's vial. Still intact, thankfully. I pulled it out. "Amber," I said. "Amber, come out." My earring jostled and Amber appeared, their eyes wide as they looked at me. "You're hurt," they said. I swallowed, there was blood in my mouth and it made it easier. "Yeah," I said. "The alabaster's not a fighter, do you see that?" "Yes," said Amber. Then you're not in any real danger from her," I said. "If you get close, she won't hurt you." Amber nodded. I shifted and brought up my hand. "Then get this close to her. Wait till I've cut the connection between us and throw some of the liquid on her, okay?" Amber bit their lip. They looked from me to the alabaster. "Others like me make deals," said Amber. "What?" "Before they do something," they continued. "They strike deals. What do you want?" "A month," they said. "I want to stay in the house for a month. I don't want to go outside. I want to keep checking the house for dangerous things, but I don't want to go on missions with you. I'm sorry, but they're too scary. Every time we go on a mission I feel so drained." I'd known they didn't like going out and I felt horrible as I thought about all the times I'd taken them out nonetheless. I thought about tonight and how I'd had the abusive man chase them. "I brought you into this world. Made you a spirit of fear and alertness. If this is what you need to function, then I have to give it to you. Okay, I said. That's the deal. After this is over, we'll go back home and I won't ask you to leave for a month. I promise, Amber, I'll do my best to treat you better. I swallowed. I've been treating you less than a person. I promise that I'll try and treat you like I would treat any other person. Amber nodded and took the vial. While we were talking, Sophia had started to work. She'd summoned a few others, small things that looked like fist-sized goblins which were on the alabaster, biting and stabbing at her legs all while the fox kept on her back. Sophia herself was working with the sponges, making lines to keep the alabaster in place. Should have given Amber my sponges. But it was too late now, she was already too far away. As painful as it was with new pain appearing as the alabaster was stabbed and bit, I pulled off my backpack and reached within. I pulled out the umbilical cord and wrapped it around my hand, squeezed, then used the juices to draw a line perpendicular to the one between me and the alabaster. Our connection severed, the two pieces flailing but getting closer with each flail. I drew a crescent shape between me and the alabaster. My web dimmed, quickly disappearing. I nodded. Amber acted, opening the vial and dashing its contents in the alabaster's direction without getting too close to some of the goblin things that had been jostled off. It splashed onto her, hitting some of the goblin things and Sophia's fox, and all of them fell in a heap. The pain hadn't disappeared with connection severed, but at least the alabaster could no longer run, and that was cause for relief. Sophia rushed towards the alabaster and picked up her familiar. Amber said something to her that I couldn't hear and they rushed over. Would you like to go back into the Hallow? I asked Amber. Yes. Thank you, they said and got in. Your spirit told me we might have trouble soon, she said. Gotta get this bound and quickly. Belt, I said. In my bag. She bent low and dug around. She pulled out the belt. Come out and protect us. Go back at my say-so. Sophia whipped the belt and the abusive man stepped out, his expression scrunched as he looked at Sophia. Help me up, I said. I have to finish this. She nodded and did. I used my stick to help me as I shambled towards the alabaster. Then I dug around for the last of the blood. I used the sponges to draw the circles. It was unassisted, with me crawling around the alabaster, pain flaring at the smallest movement. I doubted it would look anything like a true circle, and yet, when the first circle was done, it was perfectly round. Something's coming, said Amber. The first other appeared, a woman dressed in black, her hands clasped together and hidden beneath wide sleeves. She gave off the feel of a nun or a nurse, with her hair hidden behind a bonnet, her long face impassively took us in as she neared. He's the one that attacked Victoria, Amber whispered. Bogeyman, I said, the words coming out reedy. I think she might be the matron. One of the others who was supposed to hide the alabaster's domain. I swallowed and took the second scrubby sponge with the blood of the hermit. Sophia, I'll lend you my stick to bash her head in, it should be effective. It should be returned at my say-so. Sophia took the stick and spun it. She had a knife in one hand and my stick in the other. Make sure she doesn't get hurt, she said. It took me a second to realize who she was talking about. The fox. I'll try, I said. Abusive man, protect the fox. The abusive man appeared over the fox. I started to work on the second circle. Sophia walked forward, arms spread, ready to attack. I've never been much of a fighter, the bogeyman said, her voice high and airy. If you start now, you're going to get hurt, said Sophia. Leave. I can't do that. I made a deal and it hinges on what's to follow. I will watch. Let's make a deal, said Sophia. You don't attack us. If something tries to attack us, you help us stop it. No, said the bogeyman. But I won't attack if you're attacked. I won't defend you, though I'll defend myself. Say you won't attack us, said Sophia. The bogeyman paused. I heard as Sophia stepped forward. I won't attack you unless it's to defend myself, she eventually said. The abusive man continued to serve as sentry, sometimes muttering Sheila under his breath. Sophia came back to stand watch over her fox, still carrying my stick, her attention on the bogeyman. Someone's coming, Amber said as I got close to closing the second circle. It was getting harder and harder to do, with more of my energy gone and my knees starting to ache. It was a man on a big motorcycle that ran without making a sound. As he got close and some light fell on him, I recognized him. Colin, the leader of the Protectorate and Chris' mentor. He parked his bike and stretched a little before he walked close. The abusive man stepped towards him, though he looked scared. Of course, attack a woman or a child and you're brave, but someone your size and you're afraid. Fucker. I won't attack nor try to stop your binding, said Colin. Don't attack him, I told the abusive man. Taylor Hebert and Sophia Hess, he said. I was told that neuter was your third. We had to split off from him, said Sophia. Which means that I cleared his path for nothing, he said. A waste. You were helping. Sophia said. Colin nodded. The Protectorate's duty is to protect this city, he said. I worked tonight in service of that. She snorted. Right, she muttered. But I didn't see you putting your neck on the line like we did. You have no idea the scale at which we work, he said. No idea what it means to, metaphorically, put my neck on the line. I know your scale means you work with Nazis, said Sophia. That's enough for me. The man let out a sigh. I can see you're too emotional and I'm unlikely to get an intelligent conversation. Me being emotionally invested means I have a stake in things, Sophia muttered. It means I'll be the one who gets hurt. That you're not emotionally invested says a lot. Colin turned away from Sophia and turned to me. I've had an enchantress look at your connections, he said. I've seen that you don't trust Calvert. I want to tell you that you're right not to. Not even 10 minutes, Colin, and you're already trying to subvert me, said Mr. Calvert, his voice reverberating. I finished the last line of the circle and turned in his direction. The man, dressed in military fatigues with similarly dressed people around him, stepped out of a patch of darkness. All of them were wet, but they got dry as they walked. There were 12 in all, and I recognized 2 as travelers, the girl with the mouths and one of the guys. The abusive man looked between me and the coming group. Don't attack them, I said. I swallowed. Mr. Calvert. How? Because I've completed my task for the night, he said. Quite a while ago if we're being honest. But much though I tried to get to you, I found my path bent and twisted. I couldn't help but be turned around. I had to divulge a secret I'd hoped would be up my sleeve for a while yet. You'll want to start working on that third circle. I nodded and got started. You seem to be implying that I was the one who twisted your path, said Colin. Would that implication be wrong? It would. Then why don't you say it's so, said Mr. Calvert. There was humor in his voice of all things. For all the spirits to hear. I didn't stall you, Colin said, irritated. Directly or indirectly, said Mr. Calvert. Can you safely say that your ward with that path spirit of hers wasn't working to please you, to make sure you got where you wanted to go after, perhaps, sharing how much of a boon it would be if this victory was yours? Colin stayed quiet. What the fuck is this? But I was too tired and I wanted the third circle complete before the alabaster woke up. I didn't think I had it in me to ask the question, as curious as I felt. Calvert's intentions are selfish, Colin said to me. He isn't the man he's made himself seem. Oh, said Mr. Calvert, and Thomas Silas Calvert, Colin continued. A practitioner who doesn't come from a family, who hasn't been awakened all that long in comparison to his age, and yet has amassed so much power. One has to wonder how. You seem to think that being a self-made man speaks against my character. Maybe not, said Colin, but Ellisbeg paints a picture of you and the acts you'd willing commit. Mr. Calvert didn't say anything. I turned to look and he had a frown. The PRT kept very good records, and as is her nature, Alexandria incorporated them into our library when we had access to them. Ellisbeg, a goblin king that decided that he wanted to make a kingdom for himself, taking lives to create custom goblins. Things got so bad that the PRT and Protectorate worked together, witch hunters and witches. It was thought that this would be the start of a union between the two. Things didn't work out so well. The Goblin King was very powerful and the city had started to connect itself to surrounding warrens and parts of the abyss. It wasn't just goblins who walked its streets but bogeymen as well, most of which served the Goblin King. Calvert was in one of the teams that went to dispatch the threat, him along with a few practitioner families. He was only one of a few aware that escaped. There would have been one more but Calvert shot him in the back to secure his own safety. I stopped and turned to Mr. Calvert. At least he wasn't smiling. So he's a survivor, said Sophia. That you've taken that out of the story is worrying, Sophia Hess, said Colin. I see you don't feel the same, Taylor A. Bear. Why are you having this conversation now? I continued to draw my circle. You're likely wondering why we're having this conversation, said Mr. Calvert. The answer is a simple one. Remember what I told you about dealing with the alabaster. Make it yours. You, by our ties, are mine, and your victories are in part mine. Colin wants you to be on your own so that I don't further dilute his claim over the city. I think it's working, said Colin, a low confidence in his voice. She doesn't trust you. If you were truly confident you would have been more direct with your speech. He looked at me. Taylor doesn't trust very easily, he said. It's one of the things I like about her. It's one of the things that lead to a prize as great as the alabaster. If it was anyone else, the secret would have been shared before it eventually returned to the Nazis, and we know how that would have turned out. Compliments and flattery, said Colin. I wonder if you withheld compliments from her in the past to this very end, so that you might pull her to your side at a simple word. Is that true? I tried to think, but it was already taking so much effort to focus on the circle. Please, I said. Shut up. The PRT were a force that had military teachings, Colin continued, because fuck him he couldn't stay quiet and let me finish this. The person Calvert killed, they would have known each other, been friends if not brothers. Yet Calvert shot him all the same. There would have been camaraderie between him and the practitioners who stood with him, and yet he stole their texts all the same. Taylor A. Bear, can you say he won't betray you as he did them? He's trying to help this city, I said. And what do you think the Protectorate has been doing? Why did we help you tonight without expectation of repayment? That's not enough, I said. I winced as bits of gravel got into my knee. What you're doing isn't enough. What we're doing has kept this city from falling into war, he said, a bit frustrated. Brockton Bay is at a precipice and a good jostle could see it fall down. You've likely missed some of it, but the sirens, the attacks that have happened, were it not for Calvert's claim, they wouldn't have happened with tonight's severity and it wouldn't have given many of the city's other population room to attack and kill people, to steal children, for a ferry to traipse through this town and seed itself, with us only noticing after it had already departed. I shook my head. That's not enough. Keeping the status quo isn't enough. There's a lot that's happening that you're ignoring. Mr. Calvert will change things. After he gets power. When he doesn't have to fight the Nazis or you. Can you say with certainty that it will be for the better, he said. I swallowed. No, I said. I don't know Mr. Calvert that well. But I know me and I know what I'm working towards. I want the Bay to be better. I don't want it to be a failing city. I know that that's what the spirit of the docks wants, and that's what I'm going to get the Alabaster to work towards. It's what I'm going to try and keep Mr. Calvert to, as long as I work with him, as long as I have resources that he wants access to. You could do the same with the Protectorate, said Colin. Why him when he is morally dubious? Sophia let out a bark of laughter. One of the bigwigs in the Protectorate is a cop, she spat. She works with the spirit in blue, works in a system that killed my dad and got me stuck with my fucked up stepfather. Fuck morally dubious, because your shit doesn't smell any better. At least his morally dubious works for us. Colin muttered something I couldn't hear, then he turned and walked away. Mr. Calvert smiled. Finish up that circle, he said. You'll be given first aid once you're done. Everyone else, let's get started on a circle that'll move things along quickly. It'll be important the Alabaster sees that help isn't about to come. Calvert's men nodded and they spread out, carrying small sticks and lines of thread. They started to build an angular circle around us while the girl with the mouths began to vomit small creatures which she ordered to keep a perimeter. I finished the last line and let myself drop, too tired to move. My feet were bound tight in bandages. They'd been disinfected, dabbed with alcohol, and now they throbbed with pain. I'd tried to put on my shoes but the confines had hurt too much. There had been other dabs of alcohol throughout my body and I ached as a result. I was tired as I sat, breathing deeply, with my cloak spread over me like a blanket to ease some of the pain. The Alabaster was still asleep in her circle, knocked out by Neuter's sweat. Sophia sat cross-legged next to me, her fox in her lap, a hand running through its shadowy fur and another with a juice box at her mouth. Mr. Calvert's men stood in a perimeter around us, carrying guns, ready for anything that might break through the circle of warp time, and the travelers stood on their own, whispering between themselves. Mr. Calvert stood beside me, watching the Alabaster. What was happening out there? I asked. All the sirens. Attacking Nazi key facilities, Mr. Calvert replied. We started small with Rachel 2 days ago, then went larger to capitalize on our previous victory. Drugs dens, storehouses, safe houses mundane and magical, as well as some of their bases. Too much magic in one place isn't good, it opens up the risk of being defeated in one fell swoop, so they spread them out. We attacked a few of them. Sophia whistled. Unfortunately we haven't defeated them, said Mr. Calvert. They have a very large power base. I hope to make a third move. Third time's supposed to be the charm, I said. Mr. Calvert nodded. Hopefully. Are any of the Nazis dead? Sophia asked. 3 people aware of our world, said Mr. Calvert. Justin Fletchley, a man who was very good at making imaginary friends, Storm Tiger, a man. We know him, said Sophia. Mr. Calvert nodded. And Uthula, an alchemist who was good at making potions that granted people certain abilities, healing, invulnerability, the ability to manipulate fire. There were also a myriad of deaths in their unaware numbers. The news will likely speak of a gang war. Their deaths, I said, do they help? The future is a tricky thing. The Nazis have a lot of power and that power is protected by time. It's formed grooves and as we work to break free of that cycle, it'll fight back. So how are you going to win? By doing something that will have terrible consequences in the short term, but, if played just right, will mean the Bay is freer of Nazi control. Vague, said Sophia. There's a certain pageantry involved in being a practitioner. I think what I've planned next will be better experienced firsthand than explained beforehand. The alabaster stirred. Now stand, said Mr. Calvert. It's important that you look the part of a victor. I nodded and put on the skull mask, grabbed my stick and used that to push myself up. Can you put on the cloak? I said to no one in particular, my breathing coming out in fits. Sophia put it on me and pain that had threatened to knock me out eased. The alabaster shakily found her feet, looked around before her eyes found me. Take on a form that will allow us to converse, I ordered. The alabaster stood in between blinks, took on the form of a girl in a white dress with a deer head, her black eyes wide and glassy. Can you speak? I asked. I can, she said, her voice trembling. She swallowed. I'm scared. That's because you've been subverted, I said. By the bogeyman Chompers. She nodded shakily. He told me to run. And by your connection to him you were bound to follow his command, I said. I've bound you, and I think there are no paths open for you to escape. She looked over my shoulder. People are coming, she said. Another spirit like me. But they're coming too slow. That'll be the Nazis, said Mr. Calvert, his voice soft. Should we be afraid? I asked him. Concerned, yes, said Mr. Calvert. I've called the Undersiders and the remaining members of the Travelers, as well as the Alvarez family. They should be in the way of the Nazis. After their battles many of them will be tired. I don't expect them to win. You're bound, I said. Are you prepared to deal or will you wait for the conclusion of a fight between the Alabaster of Brockton Bay and our allies? He wants me, she said. He wants to end me. I'm a threat to him. He's not really safe. Because you were trying to usurp him? I asked. Before Chompers got you. My duty is to restore balance, she said. The other one, he's imbalanced. He's supposed to be there for everyone but he doesn't do that. Your head makes you docile, I said. This head, and I pointed to her head, is yours and has your essence, yourself. I bid you to consume it. Mr. Calvert tsked. When I looked at him he didn't say anything. I don't like meat. By your binding, I said, I bid you to consume this head and regain yourself. She shook her head. I don't want to. It's a head. It's slimy and disgusting. Through this night I've chased and hunted you, succeeded in capturing you. By rights you are mine to bind or kill. I bid you, consume this head and regain yourself. The alabaster's lips quivered and tears left her, but she nodded glumly. Sophia picked up the head and tossed it through the circles. The alabaster caught it and, still crying, started to eat. Mr. Calvert turned to face the city. Cody, he said. I'll require your services. He reached into his pockets and pulled out a clock. Brooks, chalk, please. What's going on? I asked. The Nazis arrived much faster than I expected, he said. We'll turn back their time, put them someplace else. I can only do 3 seconds, said Cody, and I can't do places. I have a strange relationship with time, said Mr. Calvert. We'll use Silas and I as anchors, we'll increase connections to me while turning back time. Such is the way of things that their path will take them to Silas instead of me. Please, if you'd aid me. The two started to draw out a complex circle that I wanted to watch, though my attention was on the alabaster. It took them 15 minutes before they were done, with Mr. Calvert and Cody finding places within the circle. They started to chant and I heard the sound of great gears grinding against each other before the sound ceased. I do hope they're adequately prepared, said Mr. Calvert. The alabaster continued to eat and her form distorted. She became a wisp of white light that solidified in some places to make her older. Her deer head started to break into light and when it solidified once more it was the head of a woman with long white hair. On she ate until there were only morsels left. She swallowed the last clumps of hair and her transformation completed. She was a woman, tall and imperious, with long hair, a lacy dress and a shaggy coat, all in white. She looked down at us with pink eyes. Taylor Bear, she said, her voice stern and proud, you freed and bound me in one move. I swallowed. There was an intensity to her now that hadn't been there before. Her looking down at me reminded me of the few times I'd gotten a talking to from Mom. You're a guardian spirit, I said, more to help me frame things than anything else. This is one of my roles, she said. I am always there to those in need, as Sophia Hess can attest. Sophia shifted uncomfortably. You were wise to leave my sanctuary, it wouldn't have served you well. You didn't give me what I wanted, she said. And yet I pointed the way nonetheless, said the alabaster. Did you not see it? When you left my domain your feet took you to places that would offer you answers, they awakened you in more ways than the leavings you received. Sophia didn't say anything. The alabaster turned back to me. You've bound me, Taylor, she said. Will I continue to be bound or will I be freed? When you were still docile, I started, you said you wanted to bring balance, and that the alabaster of Brockton Bay was imbalanced. Will you still do the same now? Try and balance him. You want my help in unseating him, she said. You and your mentor. I do, I said. The help I offer is not as you would wish it to be, she said. You are young, and it is the way of the young to think in concrete terms. I would not be able to fight the alabaster of Brockton Bay, not directly. However, I might be able to work to pull in those he has chosen to disregard, give them a place, give them respite and purpose as he does those whose features are similar to his master's. Is that the only help you can give? I asked. Not the only help, she said. I can nudge as he has nudges. We will be working against each other, and as is the way of things, it will enable the actions of practitioners to have more weight. With fate vying for different ends, their future becomes less certain, Mr. Calvert explained. Yes, Thomas Calvert, she said. Is that good? I asked. It's better than what we were working with, he said. All of this will be for a time, said the alabaster. It is the way of those such as us that we exist a day's landed travel from each other. The alabaster of Brockton Bay has a stronger claim to this city, and soon I will have to go elsewhere. I understand, said Mr. Calvert. Okay, I said. I hobbled forward and dashed the circles of blood. The alabaster stood straighter, taking a deep breath much like Blesk had done. She smiled. I stepped back. What's going to happen to Chompers? I asked. Her smile slipped. He defiled me, she said, took fruits from my garden, disturbed the truly innocent. He has incurred a tide of negative karma for disturbing my sanctuary, and there are very few things that could save him. I would warn Melanie Fitz or you from keeping him close. I nodded. And for you, Taylor Bear, she said. 3 gifts as thanks for my freedom. She reached into her robes and pulled out an apple. This apple will heal you completely if eaten, or, if you were to have an eye to the future, you might plant it and tend to it so you might have its fruits. Can't I just eat it and plant the seeds? I asked. No, she said. One or the other. This is to decide the person you are, Taylor Bear, one who cares only for their present or one who plans for the future. Choose wisely, for each has its advantages. I took the apple. Next she grabbed a lock of her hair and tugged it off. She gave them to me. You set yourself the task of helping your city, she said. Tie my hair to a lock of yours and a little of me will be passed on to you. Problems are rife in Brockton Bay and they are in need of someone to settle them, that will be you. It will be hard work, many a times without reward, but you will be able to take over that which the alabaster of Brockton Bay has disregarded. Lastly she pulled out a key made out of bone. A key that will take you to my sanctuary when used to open any door. It can only be used once. Use it wisely. Thank you, I said and winced. I'd tried to be very careful about how I thanked people and others, but as leaned heavily on my stick, all of that had slipped my mind. No, she said, thank you, Taylor Bear. The words were a relief to hear, particularly when I knew how they could be used. Sophia, tell Atticus that I am free and he is to find me. Okay, Sophia said, tone uncharacteristically gentle. Then I bid thee well, the alabaster said, her words sounding less like a wish and more like an order. She turned and walked towards a warehouse with a boarded-up door, pushed it open, and walked into her domain. A good result all in all, said Mr. Calvert. Let's take you home, Taylor, you look close to death. Yeah, I said. First we need to clean up all this blood, and I need to burn this mask. Make sure this blood can't be used again. Sponges too, said Sophia. Neuter and that Blesk guy still have some. I don't know if I'll be able to get to that, I said. Take care of it for me. Sure, she said. I let out a long breath, tension I hadn't known I had leaving my shoulders. There was still a lot to be done, there was a time crunch where the alabaster would be vying against the alabaster of Brockton Bay, time that Mr. Calvert would have to act. But that was for the future, and now I could let myself feel good at a job well done. I'd won round 3 against Chompers, but more importantly the alabaster had been saved. Chapter 25. Chapter text. Oh, wow, said Victoria. You're a lot worse off than when we last saw each other. I stood at the door leaning heavily on my stick, cloak draped over my shoulders. Outside, the sky was tinted red by the setting sun, an entire day that I'd missed while trying to get some sleep. My body was in too much pain and shifting while asleep was enough to exacerbate my wounds and force me awake. I hadn't gotten as much as I would have liked. Yeah, I said with a sigh. It was a night. She smiled. As always Victoria looked very well put together, one of her arms was in a sling but she seemed to pull it off, but there were signs of bags under her eyes that weren't usually there, and to the side there were markings of a dark, spidery web running through her arm. How are you doing? I asked. I should be the one asking you, she said. You're using your fighting stick to walk. Even with the cloak the hurt's passing through, I said. My feet ache. I was running barefoot last night and after the wolf's power faded my feet weren't as protected. Come in, I want to sit down. It takes a lot to be standing. Victoria walked in and we went to the living room where the television was still on, tuned to the news. And to add to what feels like an increasingly strange night, it seems we have our very own Florida man. It's a story that's been passing along various forums, reports of a large man who was spotted walking a large alligator. I turned it off after sitting. If you want something to eat you can dig around the fridge, I said, extending hospitality. I didn't have it in me to get her food myself. I'm okay, she said. So, what happened last night? I heard that you succeeded but not how, and Chris said Colin doesn't like you now. You and him had a run-in. Yeah, I said, then went over everything after I'd left the group. Sophia and you don't get along? Victoria asked. What's that about, if it isn't too personal? Those three, I said. Or at least Emma and Madison. They bullied me and it was pretty bad. Sophia, she watched them as they did stuff to me. In retrospect, it was because of karma, she didn't want the backlash but still wanted to participate. I don't understand or know why it happened. Emma changed after Sophia came into the picture. Because, you and Emma were friends before Sophia? Victoria asked. I nodded. Best friends, I said, my head down. And I don't understand why, Sophia is the way that she is, I continued. I can't make sense of it. You could ask her, Victoria said. Ask them. But, aren't I supposed to not care? I said. Move past and forget. A lot of people seem to think bullying is easy to forget, said Victoria. But it hurts and it's hard to move past sometimes. It can decide how you act in the future, and how or if you let people in. They hurt you and it's okay to find it hard to move past that. I think, maybe closure would do you well. It might not make you forgive them, but if you understood, then maybe it can make it easier for you to look past it, or forgive them if that's what you want to do. Maybe. Are you okay with me giving you a hug? Victoria asked. I shrugged. It was awkward to get into position. She had to move to sit on the other side of me to throw her arm over my shoulder. It was also too fleeting and spurred on some of the pain, but I did my best not to wince too loudly. I didn't remember the last time I'd hugged a person or been hugged, and I liked it. Victoria's head was close to mine and her shampoo smelled nice, something rosy without being too overbearing. How about we invite Lisa over? Things are about to change and I have no fucking idea how that's going to work, but I feel like friendships will be tested. Let's cash in on that while the going's still good. That'd be nice, I said. Victoria made the call while I turned on the news. She grabbed the remote from me and changed the channel. Not good for you, she said, before, hey Lisa. You busy? Yeah, okay. Busy. I asked when she'd put her phone down. On her way. Apparently, she's been keeping an eye on you. You've been sleeping most of the day. Trying to, I said. Too much pain. Drugs help, she said. They make my sight loopy, I said, and I can't help but have a bad feeling. Like, I don't know, maybe I didn't really win and there's something that could happen at any moment. I won't be much in a fight but I at least want to tackle it head on. I've felt something similar, said Victoria. We won a basketball championship 2 years ago, and I kept having dreams that the ref would say we fouled and take the cup away. Took me a while before I let myself believe that we really deserved it. I frowned. You play basketball? I asked. Used to, she said. Why? Don't I look it? You're, sort of a nerd, yeah, I said. But then you're also a pretty good fighter. I'm not sure why I'm surprised. She smiled. I get that a lot, she said. People can be stupid sometimes. They put a lot of emphasis on how a person looks to decide what they're supposed to be. Just because I played basketball people have called me a jock a lot. Never mind that if I had the chance I'd spent more of my time behind a book than on the field. Opposite with me, I think, I said. My head lay back and I looked up. To the side the ceiling was a deep darkness with only a single bead of light. There had been a leak there and Dad, after trying to fix it himself, had forked over a lot of money to fix it. He'd been paranoid after the leak that another one would form, which had meant a month of him checking it over and over to no avail. I think I do better on the fly. That thing you did when you fought that goblin to call the well-dweller. Yeah. I did it twice without even thinking about it, I told her, a dopey grin on my face. I think we might have lost the alabaster if it wasn't for that. I pulled the thread, told her to stay and she stopped. Fucked me up too, though, because we were connected and she passed on some of that to me. Victoria whistled. How'd you manage that? Chompers gave me something to make connections, I said. He thought he was working me, but that didn't work too well for him. I turned to face her. What happened with you guys after we left? What did you do to him? Found chompers and made our way back to the car, she said. It was slow going and Spitfire with her elementals really pulled through in defending us. When got to the car things were easier. Some other tried to attack but Mel's car has some enchantment on it. She drove like a maniac until we were safe. I sighed. I'm sorry I just left you guys, I said. Especially when you were hurt. Trust me, I get it, she said. What you did was brave, and a little stupid. The line between bravery and stupidity is very thin. Amber appeared before us. The boy from next door is looking at the house through his window, they said. Is that dangerous? He's been looking for most of the day. I caught him near the fence. He makes my spine shiver like he's building up courage to do something. Can you keep more of an eye on him? I asked. Tell me if he continues. I can, they said. I will. And there's someone at the door. I'll get that, said Victoria. Thanks. Thank you, Amber, I said. Amber walked out of the living room and went upstairs where they would likely be spying on our neighbors. Victoria and Lisa came in, and with them was the wafting scent of heart-stopping burgers from Fugly Bob's. Lisa had them in a stained paper bag, and in the other hand was another bag with drinks and chips. Oh, kiddo, she said. You look awful. Warrior marks, Victoria said. They sat at either side of me, with Lisa a little away, leaning against the arm and her legs almost on the couch. Heard you did really good last night. Congratulations on your first major project, she said with a bright smile. Fucking more major than anything I did as a newbie practitioner. Thanks, I said with a smile. Not much, but there's a burger that will put you a step closer to death. How can you say that with such confidence, said Victoria. Because it's true, Lisa said, all matter of fact. It's Fugly Bob's. Victoria chuckled. Moving slowly, I took the burger and started to chew it down. It was a godsend because I hadn't eaten much all day. This might be the boost I need to get started on my evening ritual, I said with a sigh. I've been dreading the clock for a while. Can't I do it for you? Victoria asked. I've done it myself for months, I said. It's one of the few protections I have around the house. I don't want to take the chance. Though I might have an idea on how to make protections, an idea I saw when we passed through Tammy the Nazi's house last night. Ooh, deets, please, said Lisa. She opened her bag of chips. I want to know everything that happened last night. Going by the news a lot was going on. You share too? I asked. Sure, she said. I started telling them about last night after I'd left Victoria, first going to the elves and getting the wolf's blood, then the chase through the city before the conclusion. Then it was binding the alabaster and the confrontation between Colin and Mr. Calvert. After a bit of thought, considering the wording of the deal I'd agreed to, I told them about Mr. Calvert. He hadn't bound me from sharing information about him, but he had asked that I not tell anyone that he was my mentor, something that was no longer in the cards. Are you sure this is the person you want to be backing in his claim for lordship? Victoria asked, expression set in a frown. The things he's trying to do are good, I said. Do you know that he's going to try and fix the docks? Build apartment buildings there? Sure, it's to appease the spirit of the docks, get him on his side, but that will result in tangible good for the people of the bay. Better than everything that's been going on. This city has been going to shit, said Lisa. The rich are getting richer and it's been falling to the goblins more and more over the years. The Protectorate are doing the best they can, said Victoria. This isn't easy. The Protectorate are willing to work with the Nazis, I said. Victoria opened her mouth, stopped and then closed it. She sighed. That's been one of their major failings, yeah, she said. I think they've lost sight on that. The Nazis put on a civilized face more than any other gang and that sometimes fools people, but their ideology is intrinsically linked to death and destruction. More people need to realize that you can't work with that. Some people don't want to see that, I said. Or they're not hurt and so they can ignore their damage. I think maybe we should stop talking about this, said Lisa. I'm looking at your lines, Vicky, and I think you might think I set things up if you walk out of here with your mind changed. Did you? She asked. No, she said. I didn't set things up to change your mind. I've been doing a lot these past few weeks and I'm near spent. I'm saving up energy for what's about to come. Do you know what Mr. Calvert is? I stopped and took a deep breath. You're right, let's skirt away from that. I need to rest and relax. Give myself time to heal up, and maybe consider whether it's smart to get myself healed up instantly, or grit through this and maybe have a tree filled with healing apples in the futures. That's in the cards. Lisa asked, surprised. I nodded. The alabaster gave me 3 gifts, I said. One's the hair, it's supposed to help me help people, give me some of the alabaster's nature so I'm there for people in need. The other is the apple. If I eat it, I'm healed, but I could also choose to plant it for an apple tree. The answer's obvious, isn't it, said Victoria. Plant it. More apples. More healing. Trees take a very long time to grow, said Lisa, and whether you like it or not you've made yourself important in how things play out. I think this might be a coup claim situation. And what is that? I asked. Making things yours or taking the things of others, said Lisa. The alabaster might be trying to make the city more hers by doing more than the alabaster of Brockton Bay. Alabasters can't fight, I said as I thought through her words. Maybe this is their form of combat. Out helping each other out. But with how things are in this city, there are a lot more marginalized people in true need of help than white men with Misa-aimed anger. So they might try and take you out, said Lisa. Lessen the chance of that happening. I'm not saying do it, but really consider if you want to be in pain for this. I let out a long sigh. You just had to make this more complicated, didn't you? I muttered. She shrugged. Making sure you're considering all you can, she said. But I don't think that should be a problem for now. There's a much bigger game and the Nazis might be preoccupied. Ah, said Victoria. I see it now. That's what is happening. Calvert is taking over the duties of the Protectorate by dealing with threats that they aren't. The Protectorate is too big and if he fights it with force then they might tap practitioners in Boston or New York. This is what he meant, I said in realization. When Calvert said we'd see the power the Protectorate could bring to bear, I thought it would be because of a fight. But now they have to campaign to the spirits, so to speak, which means they might use power they were going to keep in reserve to protect their claim. Thus attacking the Nazis, said Lisa. I'm not an expert on karma, but I think the spirits wouldn't look fondly on them if they attacked Calvert, especially after the move he just made. I don't think so, no, said Victoria. She sighed. Twice we've said we're going to stray away from the goings-on of the Bay, and twice we've failed. Ooh, said Lisa. Practitioner speak and everything. Shut up, she said, smiling. I'm just wondering, by the rule of 3, if I said it, would it stick this time or would we discuss something more serious? Try it, I said. We shouldn't talk about this, said Victoria. Let's turn on the TV. Maybe there's something on. She grabbed the remote and flicked it on. Breaking news, said the news anchor, we've recently received evidence that Max Anders, CEO of Medhall, might be in league with the criminal and white supremacist organization, Empire 88. Guess that explains that, said Lisa, a hint of pride in her voice. She settled back and continued to eat her chips while Victoria and watched, transfixed, as the anchor detailed all the information they had received. Medhall had 2 buildings in Brockton Bay. The first was the factory north of the lower bay, surrounded on most sides by thick forestry and a tall electric fence, with only one road stretching from the facility into the city, and the Medhall head office which was located downtown. The factory produced pharmaceuticals that were carted to Boston before they were shipped, mostly, to a company in Germany, and the head office did admin stuff I couldn't wrap my head around. After the news of Max Anders being tied to Nazis, a lot of scrutiny had turned onto the company and some glaring issues had been noted. There was exactly one person of color in their executive board which turned out to be false 3 days later when it was found that the woman wasn't black, just that she could pass for black. There weren't any people of color in middle management or supervisory positions, and statistically, even accounting for dropout rates in Winslow or schools in the Lower Bay, the number of people of color working in the head office was off. The same couldn't be said for the factory, which had large numbers of people of color, especially in minimum wage positions. The place also wasn't without its problems, working hours that stretched too long, reports of harassment that went unanswered, almost no time off or vacation, and reports that some people had been fired when they'd been trying to start a union. Mr. Calvert had first attacked a dogfighting ring with Rachel, something small and inconsequential, then he'd attacked some of their illegal and magical operations, something larger in scale and harder to shake, and finally, revealing the allegiance between the Nazis and Medhall. By the rule of 3 the attack was more powerful a rock rolling down a hill with too much momentum to be stopped cleanly. Things are tense out there, Dad said. I hadn't eaten my apple yet and where the pain had been easier to shrug off before, things felt different now. The freeing of the alabaster had been part of the attack, giving the alabaster of Brockton Bay less influence and forcing him to focus on the alabaster. It wasn't out of the question that they might try to attack me so they could have full use of all their remaining assets. I was slightly on edge, worried for my own safety, but more than anything the safety of the city. Yeah, I said, on the couch, staying very still so I didn't disturb any of my hurts. There were bandages over each injury and I'd drawn out a connection breaker, adding notation in the form of a statement to ward away Dad's attention. It's scary. Some guys I know who work at the factory are talking about a strike, Dad said. Everyone decides not to go to work until Anders is suspended. Do you think it's going to work? I asked. The last time workers decided to strike we lost the docks, Dad said. I want this to work, but, stuff like this doesn't work for people like us. The guys at the top always win. Things could be different this time. I must have sounded anxious because Dad stopped to look at me. You're really worried about this, huh? He said. I shrugged. I'm about to tell you something, but I don't want you to worry, okay? I frowned, anticipating the worst. That's not how you start things if you don't want me to be worried. Carefully I sat up, crossing my legs so they were both on the couch. What's going on? I'm helping with the organizing. That's what is going to make or break this strike. We need to do it properly and carefully, make it big and get enough attention so that we make national news, but hopefully things don't descend into chaos so only a bad side of our protest is seen. As scary as everything going on in the bay was, I couldn't help but smile because Dad sounded more alive than he had in a very long time. It felt like he'd found his purpose for the first time since Mom had died. But my anxiety grew to supersede the brief happiness. There were other threats to think about, practitioner threats. A curse had found its way to Dad because of bad karma and he'd had a bad day. What would happen if a curse was sent to him? Would he be able to protect himself? I'm going to be okay, said Dad. I won't be at the front of the action. Just helping people so that some good comes from this protest. I get it, I said, thinking about everything I'd been doing, about the chase of the alabaster. It was just as dangerous if not more so as what Dad would be doing, but I'd recognized that it was work that should still be done no matter the danger. We have to put ourselves a little at risk to do good things. Dad's smile was bright, he teared up a little. You're so much like Annette, he said, his voice wistful. He turned back to the TV and the smile disappeared. I am afraid of you going back to school tomorrow. Like I said, things are tense out there. I could just not go, I said. Because I was still hurt and I was worried Tammy the Nazi might try something back at school. Wait until things calm down. Maybe that's for the best, said Dad. I spent most of the next day worried about Dad, looking over my notes to see if I could make him something to protect him from curses and other malign magical effects. Fighting Tammy the Nazi had given me an idea for an active barrier. She'd had an echo that had come out of its hallow after a condition had been met and I could do the same thing. Which would need me to first create hallows, then echoes that would serve as guards, and finally deals that were fair. Amber and my treatment of them were something I'd started to think about a lot in the moments before I fell asleep. First how I'd made them without a lot of thought of the implications, and finally how I'd started to treat them less like a living being, and more like an object. I didn't want to do the same thing with others, which meant I had to be particular in which echoes I chose and how I used them. The abusive man seemed like an echo without any of the ambiguity that Amber had, which made me feel better in how I used him. I just had to find similar others to bind and use, while offering those like Amber refuge if they needed it, and actually paying them in some way if I wanted them to do something for me. Which was all set for the future because I didn't think I could go out there and be as active as I was needed to be to catch an echo. The boy from next door is coming, said Amber, waking me from a nap. I got up and checked my phone. It was past noon. Anything I should be worried about? Is he a practitioner? I asked, rubbing sleep from my eyes. I think you should be worried, said Amber. He's been worried and there's been strange things going on at his house. I heard sounds and his lights kept going on and off. But I don't know much else. Okay, I said with a nod. I reached for my stick, then the belt with the abusive man, before I hobbled downstairs. Amber stopped me as I started towards the front door, directing me to the back. I reached the door just as the first knock came. With a breath to steel myself, I opened the door. Jaden stood on the other side. He was my age, with features that made him look racially ambiguous: light skin, curly hair that was cut short, light, almond-shaped brown eyes, and pale, full lips. Taylor, he said, taking me in. I hadn't put on the attention-turning diagram so he saw the full lengths of how hurt I was. It made him stop short. Hey, Jaden, I said. How are you? And how's your mom been? Dad told me she went to hospital. Yeah, he said. Can I come in? I want to talk to you about something. Maybe ask for some help. I shrugged and stepped back. He took that invitation and came in. Amber was close and Jaden didn't even notice them as he walked through the kitchen to the living room. He didn't sit, instead he paced. My body just couldn't take too much standing, so I sat and watched him, my hand curled tight around the belt with the abusive man. I really hoped I wouldn't need to use it because I didn't know how to navigate attacking an innocent with magic. Maybe hitting him with just the belt would impart some of the effect of the echo without the ghost having to come out. Okay, Jaden said eventually. He stopped and gave me his full attention. You mentioned my mom, right? How she went to hospital. And, one of the things my mom said, the reason she had to go away, was because she started seeing things. Things like what? I asked, keeping my voice gentle. The feelings weren't as strong as when I'd had the mask infused with alabaster blood, but I felt a natural draw towards Jaden. I made a mental note to pay attention to the feelings so I wouldn't miss people, nudged my way by the alabaster's hair. Ghosts, he said. I know, crazy, right? That's why we sent her to hospital, but then I start seeing and hearing strange things too. Footsteps when Marshall and me were turning in, doors opening and closing, that kind of stuff. Then it got worse. I'd wake up at night and a woman would be standing over me, just watching me. But that's not even half of it, because sometimes I'll get home and there'll be food out on the table, freshly cooked. And it's not your brother. No, Marshall gets home late, he said. Jaden frowned. He thinks the same thing that happened to Mom is happening to me, because even if I leave some of the food out for him, it's always gone. Or I'll take pictures and they'll either be deleted or he'll just think I'm the one that cooked the food. He sighed. I know this sounds crazy, really, I do. Why did come to me specifically? I interrupted. Because I was awake one night and I saw you, he said. I don't know what time it was, but it was after midnight. You were dressed in a sort of coat and you had blood all over your face. You were with some people, one of them had some really bad jaundice, and the other one was like you, dressed in a freaky costume. I know you're into some witchy stuff, people talk about it in the neighborhood. You've been seen walking around at night sometimes, and other people have seen you through your window spitting into corners. Shot in the dark, I thought I might ask for help. The night had been something of a blur. I'd been too focused on catching the alabaster that night, and maybe I'd overlooked a stray web of a guy who was more focused on a monster in his house. I sighed. Okay, I said. Okay, he said, genuinely surprised. I'll check it out, I said. See if there's anything witchy that's there. But there's ground rules, you don't ask for explanations and you do anything I say. At least within reason. If you help me with this, I'll do whatever you want, he said. Just help me with this, okay? 'Cause I don't want to be crazy. I nodded and stood. Can you give me a tour of your house? I asked. Just in case I notice anything strange. Now, he said. Don't you need to go at night or something? No questions, Jaden, I said. Right. Yeah. Fine, he said. Do you need to lean on me or something, because you look. I can walk, I said, though as he left I whispered for my stick. We left through the front door because I wouldn't be able to jump over the fence out back, then went into Jaden's house. On our way, I saw a poster of a lost dog, and as I moved past, the dog's eyes lingered on me. When I glanced back, the picture was normal. A glance with the sight showed there was nothing magical with the poster. Jaden's was bigger than mine, a more expansive first floor with a study filled with a lot of old laws books. To my eyes the space wasn't used a lot, but when I tuned things on with the sight everything blazed with attention and love. Can you tell me about this place? I asked. My dad's office, said Jaden with a smile. He was a lawyer, not a big deal or anything, but he'd always hole up in here when he was very busy. He let me come here and stay with him as long as I was quiet. I colored a lot, then did my homework when I was old enough. What happened to him? I asked. If you don't mind my asking. Stroke, he said, his voice quiet and attention down. He was working a high-profile case that would have meant a lot for his firm. The doctors think stress was the reason he got the stroke. I'm sorry to hear that, I said. He shrugged. It's how it is. You know what it's like to lose a parent? I heard about what happened to your mom. I swallowed. Yeah, I said. Which is why my dad is so important. He nodded. Mom for me. I looked around and picked through some of the books, picking up some of the awards on spread out on bookcases and on the work desk. There were some sports medals, with the years not fitting Jaden, which meant they belonged to Marshall. On the wall, framed and everything, were certificates belonging to everyone in the family, from the parents to Jaden himself. A baseball caught my attention. It was bright against the sight, but there was something odd about it. I looked deeper and saw impressions of images, the sound of the ball slamming against a bat or slapping against a mitt. That's been in my family for 3 generations, said Jordan, after I'd been staring at the ball for a while. My great-grandfather bought it for my grandfather when there was still a baseball scene in the Bay, then he gave it to Dad after he taught him how to play, and Dad gave it to me. Marshall wasn't into baseball growing up. That explained the impressions. We moved on, first into the basement, which was filled with a lot of stuff with sheets over them, dust hanging heavy in the air. We don't use this place, he said. This house has been in my father's side of the family for a very long time, and this is some of the junk that's accumulated. Before this stuff happened, Mom was cleaning it up to see if we could sell some of this stuff. Most of the basement was dark, but there was a point with light so bright I could see it under the coverings. I moved over to them, used my stick to pull the sheet off and found a large, leather trunk. Can you open that please? Jaden tried, but the trunk was locked. Give me a sec, he said. He ran upstairs and came back with a knife. He stabbed it into the lock, jimmied it and tried to pop the trunk open. He tried it a few times before it finally opened. The moment it was, he scrambled back. Fuck. The trunk was filled with dolls, 9 of them, knitted in the shape of women dressed in clothes that looked out of date. They had the type of dresses that had aprons over them, the types of shirts that looked like they were scratchy against skin, and most wore bonnets to cover their hair. I didn't know we had more of these, said Jaden. You know what these are? He nodded. Dolls someone on Dad's side of the family made, he said. A great-grandmother maybe? There's 2 of them in Mom's room, those ones she likes, and was planning to put them out on eBay. She found one that was in blackface during the cleanup and decided to burn it because even if these dolls are valuable, she doesn't want whatever fucked up person will buy it. Did your father ever mention these? I asked. Did you ever see them? Or anyone in the family? No, he said. Not that I know. Only the 2 that Mom found. That didn't make sense because spiritually the dolls were bright, and with connections between each other and from themselves to Jaden. Weird thing that Mom noticed though, was that the hair was real human hair, said Jaden. This starting to make a little more sense. This is where you're going to need to not ask questions and do as I say. Jaden swallowed. Okay. What do I have to do? The rest of the dolls. I'm going to need you to bring them together, I said. I'm going to go to my house and get some stuff. I'll need a room and some floor space cleared. Put everything there and I'll start to work. If things get weird, stop and come to get me. Don't try anything, okay? Will things get weird? He asked. You're not supposed to be asking questions. Maybe, I said. Let's get to work. I went to my place on the way, seeing a sparrow that stopped chirping and went too quiet as I passed, and got my chalk, some salt, and my coat. A part of me wanted to get decked up in all my gear, but Jaden was an innocent and I didn't want to accidentally get him to grok onto magic. When I got back to his place, a cloud passing overhead looking almost like an eye before it broke apart. He was waiting for me. Everything's set up, he said. Follow me. He led me into the living room where he'd pushed back the table and sofa, and moved a rug carpet so I had access to hardwood floors. He stopped. There, how, where did they go? He turned to me. They were right here. Honestly. I put them all here. Calm down, I said. My backpack fell with a heavy thud against the floor. I put on my cloak and some of the pain eased. Remember what I said? Things could get weird, he said, his gaze stuck on the cloak. Do what you say and don't ask questions. I nodded. I wish I'd grabbed one of the dolls. Can you get me that baseball? I asked, and I was surprised by how calm I sounded. He nodded and ran to the office. The moment he was out of the living room, a woman appeared. She was white, tall and heavy-set, with great hair done in a bun. She wore an old dress and she had a pursed expression. In one hand, she held a carving knife poised for stabbing. Get out of my home, she said, her voice a whisper. Before I could say anything, the woman disappeared, though the knife didn't do the same. A second later, Jaden appeared. He stopped short, his attention going the knife which had stabbed tip first into the floor, its handle still rattling. He looked from the knife to me. Remember what I said, I told him. No questions. No questions. No questions. He came over and handed the ball over to me. I took and looked at the spread of connections, looking at the brightest. One to Jaden, another, to the closest doll, beneath the couch. With my stick, I pointed. Jaden went and peeked. He pulled out a doll. How? He asked. No questions, Jaden, I said. That's very important. Again he said his mantra. I pointed at my feet and he put the doll there. There was only confidence running through me as I drew a medium-sized circle around the doll, one that would be large enough to fit all 11 of them. Using the doll, I tracked more of them. In the kitchen, I said. There'll be 2 of them. No matter what you hear, don't come back in here until you have those dolls. Jaden darted away, passing the knife. The moment he was out of sight, the woman appeared, bent and picked up the knife. She strode towards me. Get out of my house, she said, her voice a whisper. This is my house. Do you have a name? I asked. My heart rate picked up. I had on my cloak, but I wasn't as agile as I had been before, and I didn't have that many others to shield me from her. This is my house, she said. Get out. The words weren't much louder, but I felt them. A niggling feeling that I was trespassing and that I should get out. That I was no longer an invited guest. No, I said. You're an echo. The rights of this house belong to the person who died, not you. You might be a part of them, but you are not them. This is not your house. Now I ask you for the second time, what is your name? The knife fell again a moment before Jaden appeared carrying 2 dolls. You were speaking to someone, he said. And that's not a question. I didn't say anything, only pointing into the circle. He placed the doll inside. That knife keeps moving but you're standing in one place. I don't hear your footsteps, said Jaden. Upstairs, I said and pointed with my stick. He started to turn. Wait. I bent low and reached for a handful of salt. Go. He ran off. The woman appeared, grabbed her knife and ran forward. I dashed salt towards her and she disappeared, the knife clattering to the floor. With my hand now on my belt, I waited. Jaden returned holding 4 dolls. He looked first at the knife, then noticed the salt that had been scattered on the floor. I used the dolls again and pointed while grabbing more salt. Jaden ran off without another word. A web flared behind me. I twisted around throwing salt but the woman had already disappeared. I whipped around once more and spotted her in the circle between her dolls. With a scream, she swept her hand and the chalk circle broke. She rushed me, her body more corporeal. I pulled the belt free and whipped it. The abusive man appeared with the snap of leather. Sheila. Why do you make me do this? He said while stepping forward. The woman stopped short, tried to scramble back and failed. The abusive man grabbed one of her arms and with the other slapped her. The hit surprised me because there wasn't even hesitation. I hadn't even ordered the abusive man to do it, he'd just done what came naturally to him. Without pause, the man threw the woman against a table and she hit it instead of moving through. You make me so angry, you know that, the abusive man said, getting more powerful. Always undermining me. Embarrassing me in front of my friends. You think you're funny, don't you? Getting those barbs in. You think I'm dumb and I don't notice. Stop, I ordered and the abusive man stopped. Echo, you have given me no name. 2 times I've asked, but this time I don't ask but bid. Tell me your name or you'll find yourself named by me. Elizabeth, the woman said. Elizabeth Cook. Echo of Elizabeth Cook, I said, further distancing her from the woman who'd lived so she wouldn't try to force me out of the house again. What is your relation to Jaden? He is born of my blood, she said. Mixed with. You can stop, I said. Did you haunt his mother? That woman, she said and her expression twisted. She burnt a part of me. It is because of her that I have awakened. She took a part of me and I took a part of her. I am her superior and for her gall. Are you the only spirit in this house? Yes, she said. I nodded. Abusive man, hold her as much as you can, I said. Eagerly, the man stepped forward and cruelly, hoisted her up and held her tight. I redrew the circle around the dolls and finished as Jaden came back. He had the rest of the dolls and he dropped them into the circle. Now leave, I said. I'll call you back when I'm done. Jaden looked around, lingered and then left. These dolls have parts of yourself, Echo of Elizabeth Cook, and now I order you to their side. She disappeared from the abusive man's hold and appeared in the circle with the dolls. The man turned and strode towards her. Stop, I ordered and he did. I bind you into these dolls, Echo of Elizabeth Cook, I said. I bind you in form and spirit, to reside within them until you're called. I refuse, she said. This house is my home. By the ties that bind all, I can see that the dolls are more of a home to you than this house, I said. A second time I say, I bind you into these dolls, Echo of Elizabeth Cook. I bind you in form and spirit, to reside within them until you're called. I refuse. I refuse. Jaden is my family. Do you accept Jaden's mother as kin through marriage? I asked. Black woman that she is. Elizabeth's expression twisted. I took a breath, the next part was risky, but it felt right. With certainty, I can say, given the choice between you and his mother, Jaden would claim his mother as family and not you. If you cannot see Jaden's mother as kin, half the blood that runs through him, you likewise cannot claim him in his entirety. I have spoken to Jaden and I know he identifies as black with everything attached. By this, your ties to Jaden are weaker still, while your ties to your dolls are strong and solid. A third time I say, I bind you into these dolls, Echo of Elizabeth Cook. I bind you in form and spirit, to reside within them until you're called. Elizabeth bowed her head and disappeared. Back into the belt. The abusive man disappeared. Jaden. I said and I drew a line on the ground with my stick to increase our connection. It caught me by surprise that it worked so easily, but then, I'd beaten so many magical things with my stick that some of their blood would have gotten on it. Is it done? I think so, I said. I'm not sure how well it's going to stick if the dolls are still in this house. You said you'd do anything. Sell me these dolls for $200. Yeah, fuck, take them, he said. They're creepy anyway. Are you sure? That it's done? If my mom comes back, she won't see ghosts again. Like I said. I think so, I told him. Keep your eye out and if there's anything else call me, okay? He nodded. If you're fucking with me, you did a really good job, he said. But if you aren't? Thanks. The alabaster had said this job would be thankless, but if everyone was as grateful as Jaden, then it would be worth it. He helped me get the dolls in my backpack. I offered to clean up the mess but he told me it was fine. As I walked home, I let myself ride the high of my success, which was when I noticed the fox at my door. "Hey bear," said the fox in Sophia's voice. "We have to talk." Chapter 26. Chapter text. The conversation with Victoria played over and over in my head as I watched the shadow fox drink milk from a little bowl. Sophia had been lapping it up for the last 5 minutes, an annoying presence in my home that made my earlier good mood evaporate as a tide of uncertainty consumed me. "You said you wanted to talk," I said, getting Sophia's attention. She was on the table and I sat on the couch across from her, my feet ached from all the standing I'd done binding the echo of Elizabeth Cook. She looked up from her milk, fiery eyes taking me in. Sedately, she licked at the milk that had stuck to the fur around her mouth. From me, her head tilted to look around the living room, never settling in one place, taking everything in. I took a deep breath and counted to 10, holding myself back from rescinding her invitation. "You look better than you did a while back," she said, nonchalant. I shrugged. "Medicine and a lot of sleep," I said. "So you didn't eat the apple? What's it to you?" "Not a lot," she said. "You were out of the house, do you do that a lot?" "I don't answer to you, Sophia," I said, unable to keep back my irritation. "I don't have to explain what I do with my day." "What's this about?" "I'm being watched," she said. She stood and stretched her fox body, muscles of bunched darkness shifting beneath fur that drifted up in smoky curls and wisps. "Every time I get out of the house there's eyes on me. They're very subtle. I don't think I would have been able to see them without GEN keeping track or the gift from the garden route making my eyes sharper. But I managed to look back and it's Tammy the Nazi." I frowned. "I don't get out of the house a lot," I told her. "Today was the only day I've really gone out, and I spotted eyes 3 times. First from a poster, then a bird and finally a cloud that looked like an eye." "That's it," said Sophia, bobbing her head up and down. "No matter how subtle you make it, the universe always gives a tell away when you're being watched. Some practitioners are good at feeling out that sort of shit, but some of us aren't." "You're sure it's Tammy?" She nodded. "The 3 of us are in combat. There's been 2 matches already, first when she sent that fucked up ghost of hers, then when we hit her chasing after the alabaster. There's a 3rd reckoning waiting and it's going to be the most impactful. Her watching us, it tells me she's preparing for some shit, and with both of us run ragged after the alabaster we don't have the upper hand." "Fuck," I muttered. "Do you know how she's going to attack or the resources she has?" "No," said Sophia. "Couldn't look too closely without her spotting me and attacking sooner. Right now, what works for us is she doesn't know we know, and she doesn't know we're talking. So, we can work against her, whatever she's got. She didn't see you come here. I'm slippery like this," she said. "She's scoping out my house where my body's teaching Emma and Madison a few tricks on the practice. She shouldn't know that we're talking, unless she's getting help, which she might be if she's pulling off something like this. If you hadn't noticed, Tammy the Nazi doesn't have a lot of talent. You're newer to this stuff and you pulled off shit like the alabaster, but her, what's she got under her name?" Scrounging up a few echoes. My mind went to the apple. I wanted to plant it, because it would be doing the best in the future, but what good could there be if Tammy hit me so hard that I died and couldn't plant the tree? "Have you spoken to Mr. Calvert?" I asked. If he fought on our side, ended the threat Tammy posed, then I wouldn't have to use the apple. "We have to end this," said Sophia. "We started it and we're the ones who are going to get the most out of it if we kick her ass. Calling Calvert will water down our claim. So there's pride attached," I muttered. Sophia let out something that sounded like an annoyed sneeze. "Come on, a bear," she said. I was starting to respect this new you, don't go ruining it now. I scowled at her. I didn't want her respect and I didn't care if was ruining it now, but I could use the fact she didn't want Calvert in on things to my advantage. "It's very likely better for me to just call Calvert," I said. "I don't get a lot out of this deal. I don't care about a decisive victory against Tammy, just that she and her people aren't coming after me. But I could do it for you. For a price." "What's your price?" she asked, her tone hesitant. "Answers," I said. "Everything around you, Emma and Madison. Why she ditched me and became your friend, and why the 3 of you made my life hell." "You're really still hung up on that?" Sophia said, dismissive. My hands clenched into fists as I crossed my arms. It was always irritating how much she pushed the consequences of what she and the others had done to me. There'd been the taunts and the comments, stealing my mother's flute, stealing my backpack and ruining some books, and eventually the locker, which had resulted in me having a mark that had meant I couldn't have friends at Winslow. "Before I join in the planning," I said. I want deals from each of you, that I'll ask you questions and you'll answer them honestly and completely. This is for closure, I told myself. So I can put the bullying behind me. Sophia was quiet for a long moment before she said, I'll talk to the others. Keep an eye out for me, bear. I'll be back later today. After she left I went down into the basement to deposit the dolls, binding them in circles of salt, then I brought out the apple and stared at it. It would be so easy to take a bite, I thought as I picked it up and turned it over in my hand. It hadn't been refrigerated but it was still as cool as the night I'd gotten it from the alabaster, blindingly bright when looked at with the sight. I didn't think I'd be able to do it, to ignore the apple as I dealt with Tammy or whatever was going on in the rest of the city. Pushing myself, I went upstairs into the kitchen, dug around until I found an old tin can, then filled it with dirt from the backyard. I pushed the apple in, covered and watered it. A moment after I was done the dirt shifted and a bud grew out. No digging that out now, I thought. I've made my decision and I'll have to stick with it. With the apple out of the way, I turned my focus to how I would go on the attack. I only had 3 others on my side, 2 of which might be fighters, but only one I knew for sure would be able to fight. I had my chain, stick and the flashlight, but all those needed my body to work okay and I wouldn't have that. Beyond that I didn't have anything else. No, beyond objects and others I had friends I could call for help. I went to my phone and dialed Victoria first. Taylor, she said, her smile audible. How are you? Sorry I haven't been around to visit. It's been a hectic few days. I get it, I said. Are you busy with any big projects? With things as they are in the Bay I'm guessing a lot of people are doing things. You could say that, said Victoria. The families decided to hit while the iron's hot, so to speak. The Nazis are having a bad time from a few directions and we're adding to the assault. It's exciting. We haven't done something as a family in a while. So you're busy? I asked. Why? Victoria asked, her tone changing. Are you in trouble? Tammy the Nazi might be spying on me, I said. Sophia thinks she might be trying to close things in a decisive win and she wants us to work together. But I'm hurt and most of my fighting is done through physical combat. I was hoping for help. Damn, she muttered. I've already committed to the family. I'm sorry. It's not fine, but understandable, I interrupted, the words short. Can't you call Calvert for help? He's your mentor. Sophia doesn't want him as a part of this, I said. She's willing to make a deal that'll mean I get closure, answers for everything that happened and I want to take it. Yeah, she said. I get that. I wish I could offer you something. Another or knowledge, but... Like I said, understandable. I'll call Lisa to see if she can get me some help, I told her. You really don't have to worry. If it looks like she's busy too, then I'll get Calvert's help, closure be damned. Okay, she said, her voice heavy. Stay safe, Taylor. Things are getting tense out there. You too. Bye, I said and called Lisa, a little afraid that I didn't really have friends, that the illusion might break and I'd have to depend on only myself. Hey, Lisa. Yo, she said. What's going on, girl? I might need help, I said. Tammy the Nazi might be coming after me. We'll be there in 30 minutes, said Lisa. Get some food ready. We'll be staying there a while. A breath I'd unknowingly held in was shakily let out, and a tension in my shoulder eased. I'd be working with Emma, Sophia, and Madison, 3 people who'd made life not worth living, but I'd be surrounded by friends and allies. This time around, being around them wouldn't be like Winslow, because this time I had support. The last of the food and drinks arrived a minute before the Undersiders, which meant it was either luck or Lisa had an inkling what I was going to do and timed things so she'd arrive after the food. I'd gone overboard, ordering from a few different places so we had enough food to take us into the night and however long we'd spend at my house. I'd ordered expecting all the Undersiders, but there were only 4, Lisa, Trevor, Rachel, and her dogs, as well as a young girl dark-skinned, purple highlights in her hair, with eyes aglow showing that her sight was active. Taylor, this is Aisha, said Lisa, Gru's sister and recently inducted member of the Undersiders. I smiled. Hey, she said. Cool coat. Is it real animal fur? Yeah, I said. Goat skin. Fur is murder, she said with a straight face. She grinned and cackled at my expression. Can we come in? Rachel asked, her tone short and her expression put off. There's food in there and I'm starving. Oh, I said and took a step back. Sorry. Come in. Rachel stepped in, her dogs following. She'd only brought 3 and when looked at with the sight, they had furrows in their skin that gave me the sense that they unfolded. I'd seen what they could become back at the council meeting, dogs as big as Bike with an exterior of hard muscle and bone. I stepped further away from them. Don't worry about the dogs, said Lisa, sidling alongside me. So long as Rachel doesn't have them attack you, things are okay where they're concerned. Don't annoy me and I won't have to attack you, said Rachel. Can we eat the food? Yeah, I said. You're free to the food. The living room had 3 chairs, one a 3-seater which looked at the television, and 2 smaller 1-seaters at an angle on either side. She sat on the furthest 1-seater near the kitchen, grabbed a bag with burgers, took one out and another she broke into pieces. Sit, she said, and the dogs did. She gave each of them a piece of the meat, then the bun. She started to eat her own. Long time no see, said Trevor, his smile bright. He looked just as I remembered him save there was a cut over his left eye still healing. I heard you went and became awesome in the meantime. I shrugged, a little self-conscious. I'm sure that cut has a story too, I said. Almost got killed by a revenant, Trevor said with too much excitement. Come on, said Lisa. Let's sit down. Taylor doesn't look like she can stand standing too long. Boo, said Aisha. I think that was intentional, so boo. It was, Lisa admitted. Went all out, didn't you, she said to me. If I'm asking for help, it's better if I feed you, right? No complaints from me, said Trevor, before he started to wolf down a slice of pizza. Aisha sat and grabbed the bag filled with Mexican food. She dug around, found something she was interested in and started to eat. Where are Gru and Alec? I asked. Requisitioned by the boss, said Lisa. There's a lot of unrest in town and it's waking up some papermen that were dormant. Alec's either adding them to his thralls or sapping their power so they can go to sleep again. And Gru's working with Atticus so he can get himself together enough that he can take dominion of a portion of the lower bay. Sounds like everyone's been busy, I said. A lot's going on out there, said Trevor, and it's exciting. Some of the practitioners in the train yard are waking up and starting to do stuff, lending their power in small ways. I think everyone sees that E88 is on the outs and they're trying to get things moving. Good riddance, said Aisha. I can't wait to see those fuckers get what they deserve. Trevor, Lisa, and I nodded. One of Rachel's dogs left her side and came to me, a Rottweiler with a shiny black coat, red lines running through it. As it came closer, lines along its neck thickened and viscera spilled out, largely black though with bits of color. In a flash the flesh warped into 2 heads, their tongues lolled out, panting excitedly. I froze for a very long time, looking down at the dog which was looking at me excitedly. It smells something off you, said Rachel. You smell close to a dog. Some of the wolf's blood still lingering after I'd used it. Not enough that it was useful, but enough people knew it was a power in my repertoire. Can I pet him? I asked. Hold your hand out and he'll come to you if he wants, she said. And his name's Brutus. The middle and leftmost heads turned towards Rachel, Brutus's head wagging a lot more while the rightmost head still looked at me. Slowly and carefully I held out my hand and waited. The dog stepped forward and the other heads turned towards me. Snout first, the dog dug into my head. I started to scratch it. He's not an egg, Rachel said, annoyed. He won't break. Scratch harder. I took her cue and scratched harder, empowered nails digging through its coat into skin. The dog leaned closer, burying himself into me, his tail wagging with more vigor. Brutus jumped onto the sofa beside me and, carefully, settled on my lap. He was hefty and at first gave me a shock of pain, but he didn't move much after that. I don't remember him being that friendly when he met me, Lisa said. That's because you're annoying, Rachel said. Aisha let out a bark of surprised laughter. Don't laugh too hard. You're annoying too. She speaks too much, and you get in people's faces a lot. Okay, said Lisa. Let's not start, okay? There's food, you can eat. Rachel shrugged and got back to giving her dogs food. Brutus didn't move from my lap even as the others were eating. I tried to reach for the food on the table and couldn't quite get there. Hand held out, I said, stick. Come. My stick, on the other side of the room, jumped through the air, spun and landed in my waiting hand. I pulled the food closer and started to feed Brutus 3 heads. Cool trick, said Aisha. I smiled. Thanks, I said. How do you do it, she asked. I've learned to move a few things like telekinesis but it's through a rune and it takes a lot of power I don't have yet. That's what sucks the most with being new, said Trevor. You have to spend so much time first getting power. But you're lucky, we're there to help you. I remember when I was still alone, and trying to bind a minor goblin would be the work of weeks. Now look at you, said Lisa. You have skates and everything. You have magic skates. I said. Grinning brightly, Trevor nodded. After the cut, Mr. Calvert introduced me to some cultist who prays to a god that's all about motion and travel or something like that. I made a hallow and the woman carried the rollerblades with her as she was going into her god's domain. Some of his essence got into the skates and now they're wicked cool. I've been using them a lot, getting places so that they draw in similar spirits into them and they get better. Oh fuck, I said, jumping a little. Brutus, 2 heads eating burgers, whined. I just had a fantastic idea that'll mean I'm not wasting as much power on the rune on my chain. Fuck, why didn't I think about it? I've fed heat into the chain a whole bunch of time, if I made it into a halo and then walked through the ruins, maybe I could collect an echo of fire to live there, giving the chain its own heat. Okay, I'm all for that, because that sounds awesome as all hell, said Aisha. Maybe I can make something too. I know how to make a halo and how to temper stuff. When did you learn that? Lisa said, though her gaze was pointedly directed at Trevor. What? He said. She asked for help and I helped. Anyway, Alec was a part of it too. Just don't tell my brother, okay? Aisha said. Lisa shrugged. It's not going to be as simple, anyway, she said. Taylor's already put in the work. You would have to temper the object first, getting it to draw in the spirits that you want, which will take a while. Otherwise random immaterial others would get drawn in. It'd still be my own magic object, said Aisha. Way more useful than what Brygru's got me practicing. I get it, connections are important and you do a lot with them, Lisa, but I don't want to spend my time redirecting attention like he wants me to. Give him time until all of this Nazi stuff settles down. I think he'll give you more breathing room after that, said Lisa. Aisha didn't look happy with that. Lisa smiled as she looked at me. Anyway, we're here for a job. Job? I said. Job and socializing both, said Lisa. Mr. Calvert's been having us sit around ready to give you a hand in case we were needed. You're a target with the whole alabaster thing. The head Nazi is busy trying to keep himself from losing his wealth, but it was always in the cards that they'd try something with you. So we kind of expected something like this. It hurt to think about because it meant this wasn't a friendly gesture but business. Which doesn't mean we wouldn't have come if you'd just asked, Lisa said, as if reading my thoughts. I shrugged. Lisa clapped her hands. So, how are we going to deal with this? She asked. What's the plan of attack? I haven't started thinking about it, I said. I don't know if this is even going to be a thing. At least not for sure. Sophia, Emma, and Madison have to agree to a deal first before things are sorted. Sophia's the one with a hate boner for Brygru, right? Said Aisha. We're really working with her. We're helping Taylor, Lisa said with a shrug, her eyes flashing pink as they bore into me. If she says we do, then we do. What's the alternative? If she doesn't accept the deal, how were you planning on dealing with Tammy the Nazi? Call Calvert and have him figure it out, I said. I was going to give myself time to heal, collate my notes, experiment with my runes. I haven't really been focusing on them as much as I'd like to. But Sophia doesn't like that, the victory won't be hers, said Lisa, nodding. I can comfortably say she'll accept the deal going by what I know about you would ask and the type of person she is. I frowned at her words, trying to think about Lisa's specialization in her magical knowledge. The one trick I'd seen her do was turning a person's attention away with a flick of her hand, and maybe making something similar to a connection breaker, all things I could do without trouble. But she seemed to specialize in connections and I worried about all the information she could glean from them. If it's a given we should probably get to planning on our side, said Trevor. Eyes turned to me. I swallowed. I really don't know how to approach this, I said. This will be my first time fighting another practitioner. Mostly people have been nice to me and I haven't fought against that many others. Ugh, nice for you, Trevor muttered. Can't wait to personally punch a Nazi, metaphorically, he added. I've been wanting payback since they sent me that other. Got it a little with the Revenant, but I don't know if that worked. It hasn't bounced back, so that's a good sign, said Lisa. Context please, I said. That Revenant we were dealing with in the lower bay, said Trevor. It was a guy shot by some cops. He and his kid were jogging at night, his son did track and this was training, and a cop thought they robbed a place or some shit like that. But you know how these things are, cops shoot first if you're black. The dad had to watch as his son was killed. He went berserk and was shot too, except he didn't die. He got them and started going after the family of the cops who killed his son. Blood for blood. Revenants are anger and retribution, said Lisa. They're beings driven to attack those who wronged them, and when they succeed and still want to live, have to follow the pattern. We decided it would be justice if he was pointed not at the kids of his killers, but at others like them. You turned him on the police. I said, unsure what to feel. We bound him by the seal of Solomon and gave him a list, said Lisa. Cops I know for sure have ties to the Nazis and have read in their past. If it reaches a certain point, it means the man in blue will try and deal with it, which means a resource the Nazis don't have working for them, directly or indirectly. I let out a breath. It's starting to really hit me how much work Calvert put into all of this, I said. You, me, and those traveler guys. And the whole deal with Boston, Lisa added. At my raised brow she said, A practitioner who calls himself a court just made a bid for lordship in Boston, just after the head of their protectorate was caught saying some racist shit on television. Similar tactic to how things played out with the Nazis that I'm thinking they're working from the same playbook. With things as they are, Boston's protectorate won't be coming in to help the Bay if this becomes an all-out fight. A lot of work, I said. You know, hearing all that, I'm worried I'll be the weak link. Lisa let out an incredulous bit of laughter. You say that after you managed to free an alabaster and get her on our side, she said. All without a lot of help, when you're still less than a year in as a practitioner. Give yourself credit, Taylor, you're very competent at what you do. I tried and failed to keep a smile from forming. Amber appeared. Aisha and Trevor jumped, the former letting out a curse, and Rachel's dogs looked up, Brutus the only one who stayed calm, my hand scratching the ear of the rightmost head. The Sophia girl is here, Amber said. She's here with 2 others and 1 other. Boo. Aisha said. Could you please let them in for me? I asked them. I really don't want to get up. And I want the security of Brutus on my lap and Lisa and Trevor close. Amber disappeared and appeared again in front of the door. I heard as they opened it and let Sophia's group in. It was a moment later that the group stepped into the living room, carrying lumpy backpacks filled with stuff. Brutus reacted as Gen sauntered into the living room, getting off the couch and starting to growl. The other dogs joined him. Rachel whistled sharply and the dogs calmed and sat down, their attention turning back to their food and Brutus back to me. Welcome, I said, not getting up. You're free to the food and drink. Thanks, said Sophia, then, by the authority granted to me by Emma Barnes and Madison Clement. I accept the deal offered by Taylor Bear. By its terms, she'll get answer to questions about stuff at Winslow and our treatment of her, and we'll have to answer honestly and completely, and we will get her attention and aid on the battle between ourselves and Tammy the Nazi, without calling for assistance of Thomas Silas Calvert. Do you so accept? I nodded. I so accept, I said. Good, she said. We've gotta start to get sorted because I had eyes on me as I was coming here. She knows we're talking and she'll attack us soon. Let's sort this shit out. Okay, I said. Important thing first. Do you think they're going to attack tonight, while we're all at my house? Because if they do, it could put my dad in danger and I don't want that to happen. I wanted more to say that I'd call Calvert, but I'd made the deal with Sophia already, accepted its terms. Was that why she'd told me that we were being watched after she got me to agree? Because she knew of my concerns and wanted the agreement first? Sophia, Emma, and Madison were on one side of the room, sitting on pillows Amber had been kind enough to get for us. Sophia had Gian on her lap, running her hand through the fox's fur, her expression unreadable. Emma sat like a lady, mouth pursed and her eyes flashing red as they darted from person to person, sometimes lingering on me, and Madison sat with her head down, doing her best to seem like the smallest thing in the room. If my timing's right, said Lisa. He's on a project connected to the strike that's been in the wind. I could nudge things, make him spend the night. Would he be safer there? I asked. The strike is an attack on the Nazi, with our karma his office or wherever he is might get attacked. Attacking the innocent is hard to do in the first place, said Lisa, and your dad might be safer than us with what he's connected to. Trust me, he'll be safe, relatively speaking, if he stays the night. I let out a sigh. Okay, do it. Lisa reached for her backpack and pulled a pen and sketchpad. She began to draw a Celtic knot, then wrapped a circle around the entire thing, leaving spaces in the cardinal directions to fit in the intertwined diamonds of connection. Instead of blockers like I would have down, she drew out a very long S shapes in the intercardinal positions. She turned the page to the side and started to write words along the lines in cursive. Bring me something from your dad, she said. Hair if you have any. I'd like yours too. Aisha, you should know most of the basics, tell me what I'm doing. I started to get up. I know where some hairs are, said Amber. They didn't sit like the others, instead they moved around, almost pacing, paying attention to the people. I've been collecting them so you don't have to worry about it if a bad other got into the house. I didn't even think about that sort of threat. Thank you, Amber, I said. They left, going upstairs. Okay, said Aisha. I know this. The Celtic knot is the sign for family, you're upping how the diagram is pointed without making it complicated with writing stuff down. The diamonds, 2 of them together, are a sign for connection, but with lines added onto them you can change what they mean. The S is like a warding T, but the curves mean that it's not a stop, more of a nudge towards turning away. And the stuff you wrote, I can't read it, but it's for giving the spirit a signal of what to do things. They're grateful for that kind of stuff. That's very good, Lisa said. You sound surprised, Aisha muttered, but to look at her she seemed proud of herself. You're a bad student, Trevor said, shrugging. Rachel chuckled. Shut up, said Aisha. Sure learned this though. That's some impressive magic, Emma said, sweetly. I suddenly get why Taylor called all of you to help her. Everything's impressive when you don't know a lot, Lisa said smoothly. Emma frowned, her eyes moving to me as they set in a scowl. I turned away from her, focusing on Amber as they came down the stairs holding out 2 strands of hair. They gave the strands over to Lisa, who twisted them together, curled them into a ball and placed them on the center of the knot. Lisa pulled out her phone. Hey, she said. Can you have Danny A. Bear stay the night? We're expecting trouble, okay. She put her phone down. Expect a call, Taylor. A minute later the call came. Dad. Hey, Taylor, he said. How are you doing? Okay, I said. I have some friends over and we're dealing with a project. Something for school, he said. It has to do with school, yeah, I said. Dad laughed lightly. Sounds like you're just have a girls' night and making it seem like homework, he said. I didn't fill anything in. It's good that you have friends. I'm really glad for you. My eyes found Lisa and then Trevor. The former was a person I knew best, but I still counted Trevor as a friend. Yeah, I said. Listen, he said, my boss, Thomas Calvert, he's gotten some free time and heard about what we're trying to do in organizing the strike. He seems interested. I think I might have to stay the night, do my best to get him to make a pledge for the strike fund just in case that's needed. I'm sorry to spring this on you. It's okay, I said. My friends are prepared to spend the night if it's needed. That's a relief, he said. Fingers crossed that things work out tonight and we come out with something actionable. Good luck, I said, and I dropped the line. And that's about it, said Lisa. I think the diagram should hold for a night if no one messes with it. We just have to put it somewhere safe so it doesn't get disturbed. I can do it, said Amber. I know the safest place in the house to keep things. Lisa looked at me for permission and I nodded. You'll have to be careful, she said. Amber went to the page and took it delicately. They moved so gracefully that the page didn't even flutter. Okay, I said. We can start. Tammy the Nazi, what can we expect? Lisa grinned. This is my playhouse, she said. All the info I've gathered on the Nazis will make approaching them a little easier. Go ahead, I said. Tammy isn't from the Bay, she started. Her and her family were originally from the Heron clan, which is a cult-like family of Nazis with practitioners and aware mixed into them. Tammy's parents got out of the Heron clan, but it must have grated to pretend like she wasn't a Nazi because she went running back as she could. They sent her here after she was awakened. Some people, Trevor muttered, shaking his head. She went running back. Metaphorically speaking, said Lisa. Anyway, from what I've been able to tell, she's not too talented and therefore no one's taken her under their wing. She has echoes, but all of them are largely run-of-the-mill and nothing special. The Nazis have a great network, with patron gods they tap into, but she doesn't have access to them and that means something. I have a lot of salt, I said. Dad bought some for me in bulk. We might need that, said Lisa. But it's less her that I'm worried about, and the friends she could bring. Uthula, their alchemist, was also from the Heron clan and so was Victor, Uthula's partner. Everything I've seen about Victor tells me he'll both be angry and want to be close to the only person who's similar to him. Both him and Tammy are from the lower rung of the Heron clan, with him being even lower because he's an outsider. Nazi politics, Aisha muttered. Yay. What does Victor specialize in? I asked. Theft spirits, said Lisa. Sometimes they take objects, other times they mess with connections in ways I wish I could, but most of the time they steal skills and give them to Victor. I don't have a full list, but he's stolen from a lot of people since his start in the early days, taking people with talent and bringing them low. People that aren't white? Trevor asked. People that aren't cis, straight, white and Christian, she said. Sometimes women he doesn't like. That's really fucked up, he said. And we're going to have to fight him. Madison said, her voice shaking. He's going to. Stop, Sophia ordered and Madison jumped. Don't say anything or you might screw yourself with those words. Oh, Madison said. She swallowed. Sorry. Don't be sorry. Be better, Sophia muttered. Madison blushed, her head bowed. Oh, so you're a bitch. People that aren't my brother, Aisha said. Nice. Is it? Sophia challenged. Nice. Yeah, it fucking is, said Aisha, though she didn't sound confident. Let's not gainsay each other, said Lisa. We might be facing Nazis, and most of us have used a lot of power over the last week. If we piss each other off and decide to break up as a team, that'll screw us over. Eyes on our true enemy. So Tammy's with Victor, said Rachel. There are 8 of us. We could take them. Maybe, said Lisa. Or maybe they're going to be a little smart and use the fact that we're here to get more people. If Tammy was watching the house, she'll know the Undersiders are here. It's already known that we work for Calvert, they could think that hitting us hurts him, which could mean they'll devote more forces. Hook Wolf and Cricket, I'm thinking, because they hate our guts, they're both blunt objects and they're angry because Stormtiger's dead. It's starting to feel like you guys might have bit off more than you can chew, Aisha said. We took care of Tammy twice, said Sophia. We handled it. If the rest of you want to fuck off, then go, but we're fighting this to win. We have to, I said. So let's put our cards on the table, nothing held back, so we can come out of this with hopefully a last victory. Chapter 27. Chapter text. Is it fucked up that I'm excited by this? Aisha said. We'd moved things around, the television was in the kitchen and we'd cleared some floor space, we had pens and paper out and we'd put our stuff in the middle of the floor. One of the things Lisa had done was draw 3 circles on some paper. Tammy, Sophia, and Taylor written in each, connecting them were lines whose pattern seemed reminiscent of a Celtic knot. Sophia and I had helped in powering that, I'd offered some of my ink and she'd dabbed a bit of blood. Lisa's circle had been the first attack on our part, slow and subtle but one we were banking on to grease the wheel. I'd given her the blood I'd gotten from Carlos' blood that had properties of mania within them. Anytime she tapped into the connections between either me and her, or Sophia and her, a little of the blood's properties would be transferred to make her more impulsive. Nat, I get it, said Trevor. He, Aisha and Madison were in one group, with Trevor giving them the breakdown on how to make a spell card that would work offensively. They had access to ink with the last of my alabaster blood, though Trevor was using blood he'd gotten from the beastling other before its binding terms had concluded. Madison was being taught the basics of creating diagrams by a non-Sophia source, while she was teaching them runes she'd picked up from Sophia stone and metal runes, as well as those that governed positive and negative polarization in magnetism. This sort of stuff is always exciting, Trevor continued. But we could die, said Madison. Aisha snorted. You have no idea how much I almost die in this shit of a place, she muttered. At least like this I can go out fighting. I don't like you saying that, Lisa said, carefully feeding blood into a syringe. She worked carefully, doing her best not to get blood on the locks of hair tied around her fingers. The hairs belonged to Sophia and me, with strict rules on how they could be used. Through the hair she'd be able to tap into our string of connections and perceive them better. I'll be left near square one after this is done, I thought as I looked at all the forms of power I'd given out. It hurt to see. I'd gone through a lot of shit to get most of those. Sure, getting the blood and teeth hadn't been through a fight, but I'd had to cut them out of a head and that had taken a lot out of me. But if we won, this would be a third victory and it would be more meaningful. I had to put all my cards on the table. Sophia, Emma, and Rachel were filling canisters with salt, some of it falling onto the ground in the process. Because of the salt, Amber had chosen to stay as far away as possible from us. They were now on the second floor, watching the windows in case we were being watched or if they'd try to pull a siege on the house. The table had been cleared, our scraps of food not fed to the dogs but in paper bags in each of our backpacks. I sat with my cloak and chain on, the abusive man's belt wound around my waist, stick in hand, my flashlight in its holster and the umbilical cord wrapped around my right hand. Gru would want to kill me if he found out I did that to you, she continued. We'd made our plans, rough though they were, and now we were getting things together before we were off. There'd already been too much work done tonight and we needed for things to resolve themselves now. So Lisa had nudged, infecting connections in subtle ways so that Tammy would be more prone to being antsy, something she'd used the blood from Carlos to fuel. As the last of the sun's red glow disappeared and darkness took a more secure footing, people started to work faster, completing their diagrams and storing our salt supplies in backpacks. The night would involve a lot of moving around and I was psyching myself up for what would be another tiring night. Okay, said Lisa, her eyes flashed an almost purple pink as she looked around. There shouldn't be a lot of people outside. And so we start, I thought, letting out a shaky breath and pushing myself to my feet. As a group we went out through the front. Rachel barked orders in a language I couldn't understand though it sounded familiar, smoke spilling out of her mouth in the process and starting to curl around the dogs with each word. Brutus, Judas, and Angelica started to bulge and grow as they took in the smoke, with skin splitting and muscle, fur, and bone spilling out to form dogs as large as cars. Brutus was more intimidating at the end of the process, as large as a small car, with heads that had grown larger and teeth that were so long they protruded out of his mouth. The other dogs weren't slouches as well, with Angelica having more of a bony exterior than Judas, whose had twisted muscle that looked red and angry. There were 8 of us and 3 dogs. We started to get onto them. Lisa was on Judas with Emma and Aisha, I was on Brutus with Rachel and Madison, and Trevor rode Angelica with Sophia. Rachel whistled and Brutus started at a loping run, then started to move faster and faster still until my hair fluttered in the wind. At either side of us Judas and Angelica kept pace, the others hanging on for dear life as the dogs started to run as fast as cars, tearing through largely empty streets towards the docks, vaguely in the direction of the Undersider space. As things went, being on the move worked to our advantage. Rachel's dogs were fast and strong, but if they had to fight at my house they would have trouble with the cramped space, not to mention that they were likely to destroy my house in the process. The protections I'd put up would have helped. The Nazis would have had to leverage a lot of power to break through, but power of that type usually meant desolation, and I didn't want my house ruined. As dangerous as things were, this was better in the grand scheme of things. We were doing our best to set the terms of the coming battle. A glint of light caught my eye as we got into the south end, a cat whose eyes glowed in the dark. I looked with the sight and saw beyond, there was a web, and I focused on it, moving along it to see what was on the other side. Tammy in a complicated diagram, smaller circles set between the borders of the largest structure containing echoes, most of which had large or exaggerated eyes connected together by lines and runes. I turned my head and saw beyond the circle. Hook Wolf with a body of knives, hooks, and needles, the sound of metal against metal filling the air as he paced around the circle. Cricket, settled on the rafters above, looking down onto the scene, an unassuming man I'd seen before at the council meeting, likely to be Victor, Theo, the son of Max Anders, and the woman who'd sat behind the Nazis, Kaden Anders. Tammy sat in a small circle within a much larger circle, different diagrams wrapped in half-circles arrayed around her. She touched one and it flared. My vision shuddered and one of the echoes around Tammy turned to look at me. It stepped out of its circle, flickered, then disappeared. Taylor, I heard, and the word snapped me back into reality. It was Lisa's voice and she seemed a little distracted. What's going on? There's something attached to us. I can feel it. I tried to feel it out and couldn't. Tammy did something, I said. I think it might have been a trap. And there's 2 more people in their group. Kaden, I think her name is, and Theo Anders. Should have guessed, Lisa muttered, though she didn't sound too upset. The thing you saw, was it an echo? I think so, I said. A man with cone-like eyes. She nodded. Let the connection linger. We'll see what echo she sent, then break the connection. I nodded. We got deeper into the docks, running between yellowed streetlights, casting long shadows as we approached and moved past. One of those shadows got darker and a man stepped out, the same one I'd seen in Tammy's circle, tall and fat, with a receding hairline and a sweat-stained shirt. His eyes were cones, protruding out from his eyes, and in his hands he held a film camera. As we approached I could hear his labored breathing. Lisa snapped her fingers and pointed. Rachel whistled and the sound was louder. The dogs changed direction, away from the man who'd began to pull up his camera to take a picture, and through a side street. At the same time I squeezed the umbilical cord and drew a line on Brutus' back, severing the connection between me and the echo. For a second I saw the flailing thread, but as we disappeared from sight so did the errant connection. We had to make this a chase, make it hard for them to pin us in one place, which would mean they would have to send out their more mobile players to corral us. We were also banking on Hook Wolf's nature, as well as his anger. For the victory to be hers, Tammy would be the one giving the orders, giving an overview of the plan, but if she lost too many times, Hook Wolf would go rogue and that would work well for us. We're almost there, said Lisa, knowing that Tammy was keeping an eye on us, that she could hear what we were saying. I'm looking back. I said. Before we get to protection. We weren't going to protection but the words were leading. I spotted a mural on the wall, excellently done and not yet tarnished. It was of 2 women embracing, their hair flowing around them to shield their modesty. One of them opened her eyes and looked at me, and through her I looked back onto Tammy. I listened to the words. You're being watched, said Kaden, a woman of average height and appearance, standing next to a chubby Theo who wore rough metal gauntlets. Do you want my help? Quiet. Tammy said, then she took a breath. Sorry. She touched a rune and it flared. She smiled as my vision shuddered, more violently this time, and 2 of her echoes disappeared. The man again, and this time a girl, black, wearing a burlap bag and with 2 large, red lips stretched in a rictus smile. Blind her. I pulled back but it was already too late. Kaden flicked her fingers and flared in a blinding white light. A scream tore through me as heat hit my eyes. I reared back, almost falling before a hand grabbed my coat and pulled me back. It would be Madison, who'd chosen to sit in the middle because she'd been terrified of falling over. Just like the alabaster had blinded me with my own light, except this was worse, filled with warmth and small needles that pierced my eyes. Fuck, I heard muttered, Lisa again. Keeping moving. Did she send something? Sophia asked to my left. My eyes felt hot and tears flowed freely. I did my best to blink but it wasn't working, only making things worse. The light had a mind of its own, getting brighter even though my eyes were closed, searing itself into me and making it hard to think. A bear, said Sophia. Did they fuck her? Sophia, don't take the bait. Lisa screamed. I heard the rush of wind as Sophia jumped off her mount, then a scream as Gen pulled the attention of whatever Sophia was after. Fuck. 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 Turn around, we'll help her bind her. Rachel whistled and Brutus started to skid to a stop. I hugged Madison, which helped me not be thrown off as the dog twisted around. Off! Rachel barked. I heard Madison squeak and felt her jump. She shifted and pulled me with her, down the large dog and onto the ground. I landed too hard, which had my body flaring with pain. Emma, said Lisa. Start drawing a connection breaker with Taylor at its center. Aisha, Trevor, we're going to need blood to bind that thing. Start smearing it in a circle. Fuck her so much, Aisha muttered, while Trevor said something in Spanish I couldn't understand, though I knew enough to know he was swearing up a storm. Rachel, Lisa continued. It's a bug, immaterial. We're going to need something immaterial against it. The sound of an egg cracking reverberated, then heavy footfalls before something large started to growl. It ran, then a cacophony of sounds followed, a scream intermingled with deep growls and deranged laughter. There was a harsh click, the sound of a camera, and I heard a yelp before another set of barks, grunts, growls and scrapes. Gen screamed in the middle of it all. Hurry up with the connection breaker. I want to see. I closed my eyes and kept blinking, trying to ward away the light, but it still wasn't working. Okay, said Lisa, absently. Now Salt. Madison screamed and I heard as she stepped back. I pulled out my belt and snapped it. Protect us against the threat. I said and hoped that it worked. It's working, said Lisa. But make sure it's away from Rachel like this. Okay, now another circle, draw light runes with triangles that point inward. I could only stand as there was more activity around me, deep shudders, sometimes a yelp or a scream, a thud, and the rolling sound of falling bricks, all while blind and trusting the people around me to protect me. The light started to recede, slowly at first, showing me only humanoid, blurry shapes, but as time passed it began to clear. We were in a circle surrounded by Salt, the dogs guarded the perimeter, watching a Rachel who was hollowed out, a well-worn hollow inside of her body. Trevor and Aisha were working on a circle of blood, leaving gaps open so they could let something in. Beyond them, Sophia, Gen and the greater dog spirit were fighting against a girl in minstrel dress and movement. She fought much like a dancer, but there was no grace to her, her motions were jerky and exaggerated, like a puppet on strings, being pulled this way and that to avoid its attackers. Sophia, said Lisa. Come add to this. Sophia didn't leave the fight. She held a knife and at times she jumped into the fray, but unlike Gen and the dog, she passed through the bug instead being able to attack it. She dashed Salt, but the bug didn't so much as react to it. There must have been another play, because I could see that Sophia's blade was stained with blood. What you're doing is not working. Lisa said. I've got blood on the knife. Sophia hollered. It's not doing damage. And we're doing the same thing, Trevor said. He stood, his eyes wide. This isn't going to work. Fuck. This isn't going to work. Why? Lisa asked. She had a canister filled with salt and she dashed it just as the photographer appeared, different now, much leaner, in the cast of his face reminding me of the abusive man. The salt passed through, he flickered but didn't disappear. He pulled up his camera. Rachel whistled and Angelica pounced, paws covered with salt slamming into the echo to make it disappear. Because I get what you're going for and this isn't us, said Trevor said. Minstrels and their shit. They might be about us, but they're not us. It's shit white people came up with to define us, pushing so hard it's what some people believe we are. But, we weren't rooted at the center of it, at least not the real us. It's an idea by white people for white people. Lisa nodded. Emma, Madison, and Rachel, she said. Blood. Why not you? Emma asked, she sounded angrier than scared, which seemed strange. But I couldn't focus on her. Why not Taylor? Because I'm queer and Taylor's, Lisa stopped. Just do it and stop fucking around. She reached at her side and pulled out a revolver and she popped out the cylinder. Smear it on this, she said as she got a bullet out. Why didn't we just do that? Aisha said. We had to smear blood on the ground. I could get tetanus because of that shit. Quiet please, Lisa said. Rachel had her own knife and she cut her hand with a grunt, squeezed it, then clenched until there was enough blood. She rolled the pulled over the blood. Emma did the same with a little cry, while Madison shook her head, afraid. Can't we just force her, said Aisha. The blood must be freely given, Lisa muttered. Bullet. She took it. Let's hope this works. Bullet in the chamber and both hands holding the gun, she pointed and pulled the hammer back. Sophia and Gen stepped back and away, and after a sharp whistle, so did the dog spirit. The crack was loud and harsh, rolling out, hitting neighboring buildings and returning to us. The bullet met its mark, catching the girl in her chest. She stumbled back and hit the ground. Is she dead? Madison asked. It's an idea, said Lisa. It doesn't die in the traditional sense. So long as there's people who give it strength, it'll exist. Sophia rushed forward and pulled some chalk out of her cloak. She began to draw a circle around the fallen girl. You're bound, she said. The girl had already started to move, limbs shooting in every direction, so she pushed herself up, her limbs bent in odd ways to facilitate the motion. She got to her feet but she couldn't stand still, she kept moving, dancing in that jerky way of hers. We're still being watched, Lisa said, and she motioned. There was a rat which seemed transfixed by everything, its eyes glowing in the dark. I pulled my flashlight free. Hey rat, I said. It turned in my direction, surprised. Fuck you. The flashlight flicked on and light flooded out. I didn't see the reaction or hear her scream. But I felt a vindictive sense of glee knowing I'd hurt her the same way she'd hurt me. My play to blind Tammy must have worked because as I looked out, trying to see any signs of watching eyes, there was nothing. But there wasn't been a lot of time to relish the victory because there was a lot of work to be done. Aisha was busy at working scuffing the blood they'd painted on the ground with salt. Rachel and her dogs walked in a large circle around the dog spirit, which seemed to be riled up, its hackles raised and teeth bared. It pounced at times but one of the dogs stepped in its way, keeping it from getting out of the circle. When this happened in sync, Rachel and her dogs would move in the opposite direction, clockwise then counterclockwise, then reversed again in a hypnotic display. Trevor had on his rollerblades, and he glided in a wide circle around Rachel, keeping an eye out for Tammy's echo which had swallowed up the abusive man. What's going on with them? Madison asked, her voice small and shoulders hunched. She and I were the only ones not doing anything. Sophia was hurt and Emma now bound the cuts with bandages. Gen watched our surroundings for any wandering connections, and Lisa stood in front of me, permanent marker in hand, sliding over my skin to counter the light Caden had used to blind me. The mangy bitch gets restless after big fights, Lisa said. Rachel's trying to calm her down. I don't think we'll be able to let her out again or she might cause damage. She's a host, right? Madison asked. I did some reading and that's one of the directions a practitioner can choose to specialize in. Give spirits a place to rest inside of them for some of their power. Lisa nodded, her mouth set in a frown. I'm not really in the mood to give out free lessons, she said, especially when you're one of the people that were bitchy to my girl, Taylor. So if you want to work off that nervous energy, maybe do it with your own people. Madison looked hurt by the words, with shoulders slumped, she went to Emma and Sophia. That was a bit mean, I said. Don't move too much, she said, chiding. And don't fool yourself, girl, you're loving it. I wanted to say no, that I didn't appreciate it, but I was worried that might be a lie. Instead I moved my eyes as much as they could, still scanning for anything that might be watching eyes. What's Caden's deal? I asked. She works with glamour-forged beings, she said. Fairies. Lisa barked out a laugh. She wishes. No, she doesn't have the clout for that sort of thing. Fairy work with glamour, supposedly their world is built with that stuff. They use it to make their buildings, their clothes, and all sorts of stuff. It isn't out of the question to find some glamour dust if a practitioner walks through their lands, enough that they might be able to make more or spend it in an image. And that's what she did. Lisa shook her head. She was given something made in glamour. Let's call it a sprite. Its glamour isn't as wide as what the Fae's glamour might be able to do, it's narrow and directed towards light and light-made things. But thankfully it still has the weaknesses of all glamour. I thought back to all I'd learned. Crude and direct attacks. Lisa smiled. It's amazing sometimes how quickly you've picked this stuff up, she said. I glanced at Emma because the web between me and her was bright with dark emotions. What I'm doing should work, but there's no telling for how long. If Gru were here he'd be a better counter for Caden. He works in more solid darkness, but no, Lisa said. Not yet. Being dramatic is something the spirits like. Aisha's cackle was enough to tell me that there was something else going on. And, done, she said. Don't sweat too much or those lines are going to run. I'm not sure that's in my control, I said. She chuckled. Using my stick I found my feet. There hadn't been a lot of movement but I already felt wobbly, hurts radiating through my body. A breath left me. This had to end soon or I'd keel over from the pain. What happened to the bug? I asked. I decided to send it in another direction, Sophia said. Tammy might be expecting it and have protections set up. E88 are one entity, they work for Enders so it can be argued that all of this they're doing for him. He's busy with shit around his business and maybe he won't have protections prepared for this. I don't think that's as simple as you think it is, Lisa said. Sophia shrugged. It's what I did. No turning back now. That can be argued, but we can go with it, she said. Aisha finished clearing the blood, messing it enough that it wouldn't be usable and the mangy bitch calmed enough that Rachel walked into the circle. There was another crack and she opened again, the mangy bitch shuffled forward and climbed into its hole, nestling within. Trevor continued to glide, moving close without ever stopping. We can go, Rachel said as she neared. Brutus, Judas and Angelica following close behind her, short, bony tails wagging. If they're not watching, how are they going to see where we're running? I asked. How are we going to know if our plan worked? We'll just have to look, Sophia said. Stick it to them even more. Okay, said Lisa. But I'm not going to stick my neck out that far. My eyes are pretty useful and I can't have them blinded. Taylor, who has the second best eyes, won't do it because the third time's the charm and I don't want to test our luck. I'll do it, said Emma. You will. I said. She snorted and stood taller. If you can do it, why can't I? She said. My sight is very good at taking people in and seeing where their connections are weak. Lisa shrugged. If you think you can do it, then go ahead, she said. She pulled out a book from her backpack, then a piece of paper within. It was the one that had the diagram connection Sophia, Tammy, and me. I've been spending a lot of power over the past few days and I can't give you anything to guide you. You'll have to use the paper, which will burn up, which means we lose the curse. Is the risk worth it? What do we have if we don't look back? I asked. We know that Tammy's still focusing on us, and from what you described she's put a lot of resources on this. Right now they think we're going to safety, they'll have to chase. They will have a way to track us and we can prepare the ground for an attack. Our plan wasn't exactly to stay in one place, said Trevor as he breezed through. That's not how the Undersiders fight. I don't think we should reinvent the wheel right now. Then what? Run and hope they don't give up? Lisa asked. That'll surprise us more than it will them. Sophia stepped forward, snatched the paper from Lisa's hand and handed it over to Emma. Ji-Ian, who'd been on the ground, leapt onto Emma's shoulder, wrapped her tails around Emma like a scarf, then nuzzled her snout near her ears. I got the sense she was speaking but I couldn't hear the words. Emma's eyes flashed red, the paper in her hand glowed and a web flared, then got brighter, too bright. Something's happening. I shouted as Lisa said, cut it. I swung my stick and it slid through the web, whatever power it had was material whereas connections were immaterial. I had been hoping it would work. Aisha had acted too, swiping a hand through the web, light flared and sparks flew on impact. She hissed and stepped back, her hand cradled in the other. The sparks took into the air and started to take shape. Just as we'd used connections as vectors of attack, Tammy and her people had done the same, and now there were 6 people made out of light in our midst. They were bright, casting out beams of light that blinded all the others save Sophia, Ji-Ian, and me. Sophia acted first, her knife finding her hand as she darted towards one of the figures. She swiped and the light sprite danced aside, grabbing her arm with one hand, twirling and throwing her to the ground. The other sprites moved, 2 towards Emma before they were distracted by a screaming Ji-Ian, 2 towards Aisha, and the last in my direction. I swung my stick and missed as the figure bowed, spun to my left then threw out their hand to push me aside. My feet flared with pain as I stumbled to the side. Before I could catch my feet a leg tripped me. I couldn't think as I hit the ground, all my injuries making themselves known. The others weren't doing too well either. Aisha had been pushed towards Judas and the dog had batted her to the side. Emma and Madison were on the ground, the former's eyes leaking light and the latter dabbing at them with her jacket. Lisa, one hand covering her eyes, stepped back, her gun raised. Rachel had used Angelica as a massive shield, Trevor skated further back and away, and Sophia had regained her feet and was lurking in patches of darkness. 4 threats in our midst, while the other 2 chased after Ji-Ian, flickering at times to appear in the areas with the most light, effectively cutting her off. Bind the light! Trevor shouted, throwing out spell cards. Bind the light! Bind the light! Aisha! Lisa shouted. Now! She pointed her gun and shot, the sound ringing out. One of the sprites darted in her direction, forcing her to move further back. It leapt like a ballerina, skipping to appear behind her in a patch of light. Lisa whipped around, shot and missed. The thing drew close and smacked the gun from her hand. Around us light dimmed. It took me a second to connect what was going on. Trevor, the cards he'd thrown had found themselves in places where light reflected. There was now less room for the sprites to skip ahead. Spirits, guide these to their marks. Trevor shouted and he threw a bunch of papers into the air. The sprites moved with more vigor, dancing out of the way, sometimes waving their hands and redirecting the paper. The first of the papers touched Judas and it flared. There was a pulse and wind burst out, which activated the others. Wind, water, and fire bloomed. The effect didn't help us at all. Water found its way to me and it washed away some of the ink around my eyes. The sprites became harsher to look at, fire bloomed and the bright light gave the sprites more weight, wind ripped out and it sent Sophia flying away. The only people who weren't hit were Lisa and Aisha, both waving their hands so the paper changed direction again, hitting nothing as the sprites dodged. The fight reminded me of something, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it, too addled with pain and drenched in freezing water. Rachel barked a word, veins visible on her neck and spittle flying out. Judas darted forward and swiped a paw, the sprite nearest to him wove under the attack. Rachel said another word, stepping away from a sprite that danced her way, and Judas threw his head to the side, teeth bared. He missed and the sprite waved its hand at his eye and blinded him. Judas reared back while Angelica pounced forward. The sprite danced aside. Gotta help, I thought, and I pushed through the pain to think. My hand found my flashlight and I flicked it on as Angelica pounced. The sprite spinning to dodge caught the light and grew, getting bigger and weightier, then shattered as Angelica slammed into it. A sprite that had been going after Rachel spun in a pirouette, coming towards me. I dropped the flashlight and raised my stick. It extended a foot and kicked my hand, wrenching the stick from my grasp. As pain tore through my hand, things clicked into place. Everyone stop fighting, I said. Stop doing things. I stilled and people followed suit, all coming to stops. Rachel whistled sharply, barked a word and the dogs sat. Trevor was the only one who didn't stop, he continued to drift. The sprites continued to move around us, dancers who were deft on their feet, seemingly moving at random save that there was a coordination between them, one's motion directing my eye towards another and back again. They didn't attack, only danced, moving so they were closer to Trevor, who expertly wound around them without putting up a fight. The sprites that had cornered Gen moved away as Trevor neared, chasing after him in elegant leaps and jumping twirls. Victoria did a thing, I explained, when she was fighting some goblins. She used the goblin's attack as justification to hit it back. I think it might be the same thing here, but even then, they're not hitting us that hard. Says you, Aisha muttered. She was on the ground, holding one of her arms close to her side. One of the sprites danced past her and I saw that her expression was twisted in pain, her face was paler and her hair seemed thinner. Feels like they hit hard. The dogs hit you hard, not them, I said. What about Emma? Madison asked. Trevor leapt, used the wall to move, and skipped over two of the sprites. He landed with a clack and pushed himself faster, moving in a circular arc while trying to avoid a sprite that spun his way. She spied on them, Lisa said, and they blinded her. That's justified by the rules of our world. How do we kill them? Rachel asked, frustrated. Her eyes flashed and they looked yellowed, inhuman. How smart are they? I asked. Can't be sure, said Lisa. If I knew which court they were from, then I might make a guess, but fairy aren't a thing specialize in. Okay, I said. I might have a plan, but Rachel, it might put your dogs in danger. They can take a punch, she said, all confidence. Trevor, towards Rachel and the dogs, I said. Have them attack. Madison, do you still have your fire cards? Yes, she said. Throw them. Lights make them bigger and easier to hit. Lisa and Aisha, can you move the cards so they hit them instead of us? No, said Aisha. My head aches. I've used too much of myself. Why did you use yourself? Lisa asked. Because there were fucking cards coming for me and I didn't want to get fucking hit, she said. Lisa. I said. I've got some reserves, she said. Trevor, when you have space, tag them too. Got it, he said as he jumped over a leg and landed with a clack. He pushed forward and went towards Rachel. She whistled and the dogs bounded towards the sprites. There was a flurry of activity, light shifting and hitting my eyes, forcing people to turn their heads and focus elsewhere. The dogs barked, growled and yelped, heavy footsteps reverberated as they moved around, trying and failing to attack. Madison threw paper into the air. Connections flared and in a rush the papers flew towards the sprites. They started to dance out of the way, waving their hands to either cut or redirect connections. They stopped their attacks on the dogs and started towards Madison. The papers around us detonated. Wind, water, and fire, with the light from the fire making the sprites bigger. Madison screamed and got to her feet, scrambling back to get distanced. Using light reflected from the water, a sprite appeared behind her, leg extended to trip her. She fell, arms going out to catch herself. The sprite bumped her with its hips and Madison landed hard on one arm, it bent and she screamed, hitting the ground hard. Gen screamed and they stopped, turned towards her and danced my way to get to her. Sophia appeared in the darkness, her knife coming forward for another attack. Her target danced out of the way, putting Sophia in the perfect place for a paw to swipe at her. On a dime, Sophia stopped, her cloak fluttering and she was blown to the side. She landed in a roll and came up, quickly pushing herself off and gliding on the air. Rachel whistled and the dogs jumped over us going towards the much bigger sprites, their dancing having changed to match. No longer delicate, but harsher, incorporating stomps, punches and thrusts into the routine. Gen moved through the sprites, finding darkness slithering through, going towards the dogs. The sprites followed, getting brighter to blind the dogs. Brutus though, had 3 heads and one of them must have been able to see. He swiped, caught one of the sprites and dashed it to pieces. 4 more. They had moved past Brutus and were trying to do the same with Angelica and Judas. Hand still aching, I grabbed my flashlight and flicked it on. Light shot out, blindingly bright. The sprites drank, getting bigger and brighter, harder to look at. The dogs pounced and managed to catch two. Gen screamed and the remaining sprouts leapt towards her. Sophia appeared in their way and slashed with her knife, her hand was caught and she was twisted, with her other hand Sophia flicked and threw a pebble. The sprite was dashed, leaving only one. Trevor pushed himself forward and threw a brick, it rocketed out of his hand and hit the sprite's arm. The thing shattered, letting darkness reign around us. Fuck yes! Trevor said as he continued to drift. A rending scream cut through the air, the dogs yelped and dropped low, trying to cover their ears with their paws. The sound was loud and far-reaching, less about hurting us than about making our location known. In the air was a giant bird with white-tipped wings, circling in a wide loop. No! Trevor shouted before the giant bird in the sky swooped. Chapter 28. Chapter text. In a smooth motion, Trevor pulled off his backpack, reached in and pulled out a paper bag with burger scraps, with a grunt he threw it into the air, bending down as Cricket changed direction, her claws almost raking his arm as they caught the paper bag and she took off into the air again. Trevor giggled maniacally, moving without stop through our injured members. We've to get out of the open, said Sophia. The undersiders don't. Shut up, Sophia ordered and Trevor did, his expression of surprise. We're getting out of the open. She, Trevor and Rachel could still walk. Lisa found her feet easily but she seemed like she'd hurt her hand. We have to find cover so she isn't at an advantage. Hook Wolf will be coming, said Lisa, her voice strained. It's working. Move. Sophia ordered as she rushed towards Emma and Madison. The latter seemed dazed, face caked with dirt and tear lines visible in the glow from her friend's glowing, teary eyes. I ignored them and helped myself to my feet. My whole body ached, my feet burning fierce every time I shifted or put too much weight on one foot. Lisa was close to Aisha who seemed to struggle getting to her feet. Trevor was up ahead, ever moving. There's a door, he said, drifting past, angling to turn and coming back. Rachel raced ahead, the dogs following after her. She whistled while she pointed, and Angelica charged forward and crashed through the door. Rachel whistled and pointed in two different places, Brutus and Judas went and stood at attention. Slowly we moved forward towards the door, the strongest amongst us guarding against the flying threat, their packets of food ready. Cricket had once been human, a pit fighter, and like Hook Wolf and Storm Tiger, she'd infused herself with the essence of another. For Storm Tiger it had been an air elemental, drinking in enough of its essence he effectively had powers. Hook Wolf had drank a cocktail, one that had included wolf blood, troll sweat and a whole heap of goblin essence that had turned him into what he was, and Cricket had harpy blood coursing through her. Just as they had the strengths of those others, they had their weaknesses. It was how Storm Tiger had met his end, he'd tried to fly away from a fiery assault and it hadn't worked. Cricket had ties to old instincts, harpies were Zeus' henchmen and one of the things he'd had them do in myth was keep food away from a blind guy as punishment. Here and now, we tapped into those instincts to lead her astray. I was one of the last injured to make my way into the building, an old storage space that had been cleared a long time ago, but now showed the remnants of a squatter's den cardboard that had been laid out, blankets and clothes that were wet and covered with grime, heaps of garbage, as well as a scattering of needles. An idea hit me. I call upon the spirit of the docks, I said. People you're most closely tied to once called this place home. I, Taylor Hebert, daughter of Danny Hebert, granddaughter of Dean and Mabel Hebert, seek your aid. Only the sound of Rachel's dogs squeezing into the building was my answer. I was disappointed it didn't work. You've gotta work up to asking for help from spirits, said Rachel from behind me. You can't do it spur of the moment. You've gotta make deals and build a relationship. I swallowed and nodded. Hook Wolf's coming, said Lisa. With the confines and the dogs it'll be easier to fight him, but putting him down will be hard. Do we still have any flame cards? If we elementally charge the metal he wears it'll weaken him. Yeah, said Aisha, her voice strained. Didn't use mine. All the injured are going to have to hide, Lisa continued. So that he doesn't come after us. It'll be the last thing I'll be able to do for a while, but I think I can. I'll give you a power source, I cut in. I'm giving up so much to get this done. Shifting, I moved the stick over to my left hand and extended the hand with the umbilical cord wrapped around it. Chompers gave it to me. It's supposed to create connections. I used it against the alabaster and I've been using it to fuel connection breakers. For this night, against our mutual enemy, I grant its use to the practitioner I know as Lisa. This'll help a lot, she said, taking it. I might be able to help in little ways. But I'm not an active fighter. I might be able to use your gun, said Trevor, drifting past. I might need it, she said. But I can give you this, she said handing over the needle with the blood. If you manage to stab Tammy with it, no matter what happens we'll have one in a capacity. He nodded. Taylor. You'll have to hide too. I don't think you're up for a fight. You're starting to sweat bullets. Her reminder didn't help. My breaths came out tense and my head felt hot. I had so much weight on my stick that my arm shook. How long ago did you wear a wolf's form? Rachel asked. The night of the alabaster, I said. I'm going to kiss you, said Rachel. Give you some of the mangy bitch's power. A heat flash ran through me and my heart started run a mile a minute. As stupid as it was, it hit me that this would be my first kiss. I swallowed, unsure what to feel. Do it, I said and my voice sounded strained. Rachel stepped forward, took me by the back of my throat and kissed me. Her breath rushed into me and filled me up, my hackles rose and my senses solidified. I felt stronger and more powerful, my sight pulsed and changed, no longer a focus on dark and light, but on the heady sense that the wolf blood had provided. Beyond that there were other feelings, the feel of Rachel's lips against my own, not soft but without the flaky, dry bits I saw from some people, then there was the smell of her, the slight twang of sweat, earth, and dogs, and then there was her presence and warmth, which was enrapturing. She stepped back and for a few moments I couldn't focus, my stomach turning, my mind black and my heart doing a flip. The words left me. Try to move, said Rachel. I didn't, feeling stuck and unmoored at the same time. Taylor, said Lisa. I turned to her. What you're feeling is normal and there's nothing wrong with it. I don't want to rush what you're going through, but you have to get your head back on this. I swallowed and nodded. The pain wasn't as high as I expected as I shifted. It was still there but between Rachel's kiss and the goatskin cloak I could move again. It won't last forever, Rachel said. If you were wearing the wolf right now it would stick, but it'll slip and there might be blowback. Okay, I said, straightening my shoulders. I moved the stick to my right hand and unraveled my chain. Let's get to work, I said. The space was largely dark, a little light from outside coming in through the windows. The ceiling was so high that though the dogs had grown larger, so big in fact that I could move beneath them while crouching slightly, they still had room to stand to full height. Sophia, Ian, and I had found spaces in the darkness. Trevor remained in motion, on his skates, graceful as he slid through debris, wearing gloves with diagrams, each hand carrying its own sets of paper with diagrams. Rachel stood within her dogs, her appearance changed as she tapped into the mangy bitch. Her hair was wild, her eyes bigger with a yellow glow, her teeth were sharp, bearing curled, glossy black claws. I have claws too, I thought as I looked down at my hands. Unlike when I'd been a wolf and felt the need for control, things were different now. In our group's hierarchy, Rachel was in the lead. Is that why I felt what I felt? Because I'm subservient? But it didn't make sense because as if some wall had fallen, a tide of information became clear to me. How I'd felt when I'd met Victoria and how the karmic imbalance had shown itself, or the woman from Melanie's bar, the one who'd made me and only me feel things, or how I'd never thought about guys in that way. At least not really. Is that why I care so much about Sophia? Because I have a crush on her? I pushed the thought out of my mind because it didn't make sense. A lot of things didn't make sense. Which was why it was so much easier to focus on the things that did. Hook Wolf appeared, half Angelica's size, the smallest of the dogs and adorned in blades, needles, hooks and knives. He had 3 tails and he dragged them as he moved, the sound of tearing concrete following them. His bulk scraping the sides, he slid into the doors and beady eyes glowing red ran through the room, taking us in. Pointed, metal teeth gnashed against each other as the man stepped forward with the grace of a fighting dog, metal claws raking the floor, and each tail flicking, hitting the ground so hard it shattered. He started to laugh, a low sound that rumbled through me, brooking me to lay low, ears down and tail tucked in, waiting for his permission as my leader. I'm Taylor Hebert, I thought. Daughter of Danny and Annette Hebert. A practitioner who succeeded over the bogeyman chompers and won in Alabaster her freedom. I'm beneath no one. I felt more pain but the effect slipped. The dogs were restless, but Rachel stood her ground hunched forward, teeth bared and her breath coming out heavy. I fucked up your dog fighting ring, Rachel said and she laughed. You're a weak piece of shit and I showed you that by doing it on my own. You think you have power over me, little wolf? You have no fucking idea the spirits I've talked to, the clout I have. I wasn't there, little bitch, the man rumbled. If I were, I would have taken your head off. Is that a promise? Rachel said. I'm here now. Do you promise to take my head off if we fight? I'm not a practitioner, said Hook Wolf. You're other enough for it to count, she said. Even if you aren't bound by Solomon's shit, the spirits still watch and judge. So do you promise? Or are you going to pussy it out? And that's cat pussy, not vagina. Hook Wolf bristled and I felt a similar bristle run through me. There was nothing worse than being called a cat. I'll take your head off, he said a moment before he pounced. The man was near as large as a car but he took off with speed and strength, the blades on his skin moving akin to a blender. Judas jumped to the fore. They slammed into each other and landed to the side, teeth biting and paws swiping. Every time Hookwolf hit, it raked at Judas' calcified muscle, deep enough to produce spurts of blood. The dog's hit yielded no blood, but each resulted in bent and torn metal. They tussled and Hookwolf did something to his tails, throwing them around the dogs so they cinched tight around limbs and mouth. Hookwolf threw himself off Judas, which whipped his tails and threw the dogs at one side of the wall. Judas shifted, got up and then shook his head, looking dizzied. The dog started to move. "Stay," Hookwolf said, and it did. He started to laugh. Rachel whistled and pointed. Brutus and Angelica took off. Hookwolf planted himself, then started to push off. Gen screamed and it distracted the man. He turned to one side as his body pushed him forward. Brutus, big and strong, slammed into him and pushed him bodily into the ground. Angelica did the same a moment later, her mouth opened to take one of his limbs. Hookwolf started to whir, metal biting through the dogs and producing blood. He seemed stronger than both because he shifted, almost throwing them off before they planted themselves onto him better. He tried to do the same thing and failed. "It seems you can't move," Rachel said as she stepped forward, her body language radiating smugness. "It'll be hard to tear off my head now, won't it?" Hookwolf let out a breath. "Starlight," he said. "Judas, kill," said Rachel, and the words shook me. The dog moved eagerly, darting across the room to its quarry. "Star blindly bright," Hookwolf finished. There was a flash, only kept from being blinded by the remnants of Lisa's diagram over my eyes, though I felt as the last of its power being was used up. The light started within the mess of blades and hooks, hitting them and being cast at every point in the room. In the corner of my eyes I spotted as some places got more light than the others, and it was in those places that Hookwolf's backup arrived. Tammy the Nazi, Caden and Theo Anders and Victor. "Fuck," Trevor muttered, a reflection of my own thoughts. They weren't supposed to be mobile. They should have taken longer to get here, but Lisa must have had bad intel if she'd missed this. "Fuck is right," Tammy said. She had a long, silver whistle around her neck. She took it and raised it to her lips. She blew and the sound was piercing. "Hitting me, Rachel, and the dogs to almost make us keel over." Hookwolf, unlike the rest of us, found new strength. With a mighty heave he threw Angelica and Brutus off, then bashed Judas aside as the dog went on the attack. He threw himself Rachel's way, but the movement was too short. Landing was just before her, getting in the way of pieces of paper Trevor had thrown while skating past. Hookwolf ignored them and went for Rachel. She threw herself to the side, spun and found her feet, darting away with increased speed. The dogs were up and ready for combat. Trevor snapped his fingers and I watched as webs appeared around Hookwolf, all at once pulling him towards a mental beam on the far side of the room. He stuck only for a moment, too strong for the effect to hold, but two things had happened. The goblin wolf was away from his allies, which meant Rachel could focus on keeping him busy, and some of papers that had caught him had diagrams that imparted their elemental nature to whatever they stuck on. The longer this dragged out, the weaker Hookwolf would be as his goblin nature was attacked. "Focus on what you're supposed to be doing." Tammy had called in a lot of echoes in varying states of corporeality. Some young and vivid, while others flickered so much it was hard to see the person beyond. What was clear was that all of them were white. I started to move, reaching for salt with one hand and rubbing it on my stick. A ghost got too close and I dashed it with salt. I finished what I was doing and started to move through the building, using darkness to my advantage to get closer them, using my peripheral vision to look at them so they wouldn't see me coming. Thankfully Trevor took up most of their attention, with most of the echoes were rushing him and in the direction of Sophia and Gian. "I feel endangered by this darkness," I heard Caden say, her voice soft and demure. The world listened to her plea and light sprang up, not from nowhere, but it reflected itself in ways that revealed those of us who wanted to sneak around, with Sophia bearing the brunt of it. Victor stepped forward, pistol in his hand, directed at Sophia. Once, twice, thrice he shot and all of them missed. Trevor moved past their group and threw up more cards. They flew through the air, the wind carrying them towards the group, moving through the ghosts who chased after him. "The voice of Andrew Callahan compels the wind," said Victor. "Cast these things away." A swift wind pushed the papers aside. They were caught by a breeze and started to chase after Trevor. He muttered an oath and, after grabbing some salt, started skate with vigor towards Rachel's fight with Hookwolf, a spectacle that was thankfully kept a long way from the rest of us. I neared, closer to Theo and Caden, with my stick already mid-swing. Victor turned and pointed the gun at my face. My whole life flashed before my eyes. A scream came as he started to shoot. His hand changed direction and shot into a patch of darkness. I continued to swing towards Theo and Caden. She scrambled back while his eyes widened. He tried to raise a gauntlet arm to protect himself, but he was too slow. The stick caught him at his side and he toppled over, almost crashing into Tammy. I wanted to capitalize, to drive the point home, but a ghost appeared between us and took my hand. I should have been the one to get that promotion, Darren said, eyes moving towards Deshawn. The man was at his desk, people around him, smiling and shaking his hand. If it wasn't for the fact that he's, he wouldn't have gotten it. It because of that affirmative action. Coming in here, not even qualified and taking our jobs. Darren, he's from NYU, said Sunny. Darren's lips curled as he took her in. He'd thought he had a friend in her, but there was no one. He swallowed the deep resentment but promised to make that man pay. The arm with the chain swung, cutting through the echo and towards the people beyond. Victor stepped forward and deftly took the chain, wincing as it seared his hand. Sophia appeared, knife moving to swipe at a downed Tammy. Out! Tammy shouted and the manacled man sprang into existence. He waved an arm and caught Sophia, pushing her back. She reached for Salt and threw, the man flickered but resolved again, striding to attack her again. I focused on my fight as Victor stepped forward, foot thrusting out. I moved my stick to guard and I found the motion sluggish, as though some of my reflexes had been stolen. Victor managed to get through my guard and the kick landed in my chest. I stumbled back, the cloak helping me from losing my footing. He was already on me but I reached for everything Elwyn had taught me. I moved the chain to cause further burning. He winced and I used that to go on the attack, poking at his center with my stick. Victor dodged, whipped the chain to make it bite against my hand then pulled and let it go as I leaned back for better leverage. I caught myself before falling but Victor was already on me, getting so close my stick was no longer a good weapon. I let it go and guarded against a punch. It was a feint and he managed to land one to my side, then quickly my face before I could guard. I fell and in the process reached for my flashlight, he came closer and I twisted, revealing the light. It clicked on and he stumbled back, dazed and blinded. Eyes of the photographer, Ricky Gonzalez, he said. Adroitness of the sensei, Jimmy Kim. He ran at me. I spun to the side and got to my feet. I swung my chain and he moved under it, getting in my guard again. I stepped back, in the way stumbling through a ghost. Look at them, father said. Disgusting things think they own the place. She looked and she saw it. They were disgusting. An idea came to her. A seduction. By year's end she would have the wealth that was so rightly hers. That meant Victor landed another kick that slammed me against a wall before I hit the ground, dropping a flashlight I saw through webs was not mine, but now belonged to Caden Anders. Hand out stick. My stick spun on the ground towards my hand. It should have hit Victor but the man jumped, with stick in hand I pushed myself up then swung forward, forcing him to duck and weave. Another whistle reached the air and Victor, with a burst of speed, knocked me down again, harder and this time pulling at my chain. It slipped from my hand as if by magic, and encircled his own. My eyes flashed and I looked at the web between me and the chain. It was gone, now connected to him. He started to swing the chain, looming above me. It slipped from his hand and flew up, crashing through a high window to the street outside. Thank you Lisa, I thought and that must have given something away because he turned, then quickly dodged. Above the snarls, barks and growls from the dogs, the metal against metal which reverberated as Hook Wolf moved, the periodic screams from Gen and the mutterings from echoes and spirits, a shot rang out, loud and deafening. Victor dodged once more as another shot rang out, pulling a knife from his side and cutting through the air as a third shot rang out, there was a flash of light as the bullet struck, then a ping as it hit a wall. Victor threw the knife and it flew into a patch of concentrated darkness, popping it like a bubble to reveal Lisa's group. Pushing myself up I went on the attack and before my stick could meet its mark a glint of light caught my eye, reflected from the flashlight that I'd dropped. I missed as Victor ducked, spun, and then kicked me. Looking towards me meant he couldn't see Lisa, that he missed as a web from her to him went blindingly bright and unwaveringly rigid. A crack rang out and a bullet hit the man's head, taking a chunk off and splattering blood on my lower face. Victor stumbled and fell, his body still moving in convulsions. For a moment I couldn't move, stuck watching body near my feet as blood spread out from the man's head. It seemed as though the noise in the room dulled, became less sharp even as people still moved. Tammy stood in place, whistle at her lips, ready to be blown. Theo, I noticed, had stumbled back after finding his feet, his mouth agape. Caden's expression was narrowed and angry, and Hook Wolf fought more desperately against the dogs. Sophia acted, darting forward through the confusion, dashing Salt as she went. No, said Caden as she swept her hand. The flashlight spun. Lisa shot and had to swerve her gun up as light found her eyes she missed, and Sophia was blinded, giving Tammy enough time to stumble back out of the way. She blew the whistle and more echoes stuttered into existence, one of them big with burly arms, carrying a whip. It went after her, its whip cracking as it threw it out. Sophia, who'd been trying to run, fell to the impact, the echo disappeared after the impact, its strength spent. Trevor leapt onto a wall, then pushed himself through the air, throwing out Salt as he did. He landed with a clack behind the trio, he whipped around and thrust himself forward, a hand with a syringe filled with blood reaching out. Purity started to sweep out her hand again, but a scream distracted her, making her spin the flashlight so it shone on Jian, who'd positioned herself near Hook Wolf. The man was blinded and bloodied, and Brutus capitalized, two mouths biting into metal and tearing out chunks, trying to get at a morsel of flesh at the center. Trevor continued forward, slamming into Tammy's midsection and whisking her away from the group. She started to blow on the whistle, but Trevor changed direction on a dime, throwing the girl aside. She fell and rolled, her whistle coming off her as she continued until she stopped near Lisa and the others. There was more darkness surrounding her, I saw, but nothing that looked like a curse or a magical effect. Lisa pointed her gun at the girl. No. Sophia shouted, her voice harsh and filled with pain. I should finish this. You won't. Caden said, and the flashlight flared, revealing a light sprite so bright it was impossible to look at it. Aisha, said Lisa. I call upon the dapper dark dude, I heard Aisha say, her voice stronger than before. I opened my eyes a small amount and caught sight of her, more color than before, but still pale. The same was true for Madison beside her. Between them was a bright connection, much like the one that had existed between me and the alabaster. By compacts made with my brother, Gru, I bid your service. Fell this brightness and stop that Nazi bitch from doing it again. Do this and you're free. The cold of night swept over the room, then came a small voice, surprisingly calm. It's night, the voice said, with an accent of a native Spanish speaker, light this bright doesn't make sense. The light dimmed. Slowly I opened my eyes further, finding that the light that now surrounded us was silver, gentle and more romantic. The other didn't look dapper, indeed he looked like a jock. He wasn't too tall, he wore faded jeans, a white t-shirt and a blue and white Letterman jacket, his head and hands were made of inky darkness, spots of white that seemed like stars moving within them. There's no moon out tonight, said the dapper dark dude. The light shifted from silver to the dull yellow of a street lamp. This area of the bay doesn't have those lights, he said, and I compel all false light to be gone. The sprite blinked out of existence and so did the beam from the flashlight as it cracked. Sophia's face was hidden by a mask, but I could see how smug she was as she sauntered over to Tammy. She turned to me. Some people deserve to die, a bear, she said to me. And she's. Caden shifted. Stop, Lisa said, pointing her gun the woman's way. I have a daughter, she said. If you shoot me she'll be without a mother. I know your history, said Lisa. I'm unmoved. If you kill me you'll have Max to contend with, the woman said. Lisa snorted. And here I thought you'd tricked yourself into believing you were no longer a Nazi, she said. Funny how easy it was to get into bed with them again, metaphorically speaking. Or is that literally, now? There was too much joy in her voice seeing as she'd killed someone less than a minute ago. Don't kill her, said Theo. Please. I can tell you stuff. Crimes she's committed. She can go to jail, but, death. If she doesn't die she's going to try something, said Sophia. It might not be directly at me, but it might be someone like me, a person of color, someone she doesn't like for some reason. She'd do more good if she were dead. All of you would. You could have her make oaths, said Theo. Nat, Sophia countered. I have a simpler way of making sure she does good. One she won't be able to weasel out of. Then I could tell you stuff, said Theo. Ways to get to my father. I could tell you the defenses around his forge. Theo, Caden said. Don't. Theo stood taller, then faltered as Hook Wolf roared. He tried to jump towards us but Angelica bowled him over, ripping more metal from his emaciated form. Don't kill her. If you can, don't kill anyone, make it so they can be arrested and you'll have a better chance of ending the empire. A gunshot reverberated from outside, then 3 more times. More Nazis? Sophia asked, worried. No, said Lisa. Fuck. Now they arrive. Who? Sophia asked. Protectorate, said Lisa. Angelica was batted aside by Hook Wolf and Judas slammed into as he tried to go on the attack. Instead of trying to attack as I thought he might, he ran deeper into the building, running. You said you'd take my head off. Rachel screamed, a laugh in her voice. Weakling. Craven. Coward, she finished stamping her foot so hard against the ground I felt something immaterial reverberate. They're going to take this away from me, Sophia said, frustration in her voice. Yeah, Lisa muttered. They are, and I don't think there's anything you can do. You kill her and they can arrest you, they have the establishment on their side. The best thing we can do is to let them have it, hopefully they can cover up things with Victor if we don't make this a fight. Speaking for the Undersiders, we're done fighting tonight. She looked at me as she said that. I nodded, half my attention still on the ever-extending pool of blood that had touched my shoe. Keep an eye on them, Sophia snarled as she walked towards me, picking up the silver whistle along the way. She started to pull out some chalk from her bag and started to draw a circle. Move, she said to me, and I pushed myself up, shakily getting to my feet. With Hook Wolf having ran, Rachel and the dogs got closer, taking up guarding Tammy, Caden, and Theo. Sophia worked quickly, doing the same diagram she'd done so long ago when she'd killed 3 people. I heard their footsteps first before the 2 women walked in. Officer Williams and Hannah, the former dressed in clothes that looked police even though they looked casual, and the latter in military-esque fatigues, the American flag at her breast which shone with the light of attention and affection. "Ms. Hess," said Hannah. "I'd like it if you stopped what you're doing." "I don't give a rat's ass what you like," said Sophia. "We don't want this to be harder than it needs to be," Hannah continued. "Then don't make it," she said. "It would help if we knew what you were doing," said Officer Williams. Sophia didn't say anything, her focus only on her work. "A reparations echo," I said, finally finding my voice. "If he dies without fixing the shit he's done, the world is still worse. Sophia's trying to fix that." The 2 women shared a look. "You may continue," said Hannah. "You say that like I was going to fucking stop," she muttered. "Sammy, you still have Mr. Hebert's number?" Hannah said. My heart jumped to my throat and my eyes went wide. Officer Williams nodded. "Call an ambulance and call him. Ms. Hebert's gotten in over her head, we'll tell her father just enough that he keeps a closer eye on her." "You can't hit Calvert, so you're going after her," Lisa said. "You might be phrasing it like you're only doing it from the goodness of your heart, but we know that's not it. You're in ass covering mode, and the way to cover your ass right now is to make sure you're still in control." The 2 women shared another look before Officer Williams pulled out a badge and held it up. "You all have the right to remain silent," she said. "Anything you say can and will be used against you." "Do we shut up?" Trevor asked. "Is that magical?" "Yeah," said Lisa. "It'd be a good idea to. You guys might want to talk to the Anders boy, though, he said something about his father's forge which you might find interesting." Officer Williams nodded and went to the pair while Hannah kept watching Sophia. Tammy stayed on her back on the ground, breathing hard as Brutus' heads all glared down at her. Not a victory, and I'd seen someone's head get blown off. But at least I would still have my closure, even if navigating around Dad would be hard. Gotta look on the bright side, I told myself. But looking down on the body on the ground, that seemed very hard to do. Roving red and blue light struck side of buildings, stretching shadows and other things that lurked within the darkness. For the most part they kept their distance, glowing eyes watching from crevices and piles of trash, others on rooftops and some peering from between broken boards. A man stood a distance away, wearing layered clothes, white but with sunburned skin and with a full beard. He brought a drink-shaped paper bag to his lips and took a healthy swig. It was like in any human neighborhood, where something happened and every person got out of their house to check. The others in the area had heard the noise and disturbance, and now that the police were here they felt sure enough to check, to be up to date with the newest gossip. There were 2 police cars and 4 uniformed cops in total, the area cordoned off and the officers standing guard. The man in blue was one of them, though he stood with Officer Williams and Hannah as they talked to Tammy, Caden, and Theo. The others were spread out around me, getting their own individual attention from the paramedics who'd arrived. 2 ambulances that had 6 people between them. Those who could stand were on their feet and others were on stretchers like I was one. I lay back, cloak and shoes off, my stick and stuff to the side, and a man standing over me who was touching my arm and checking it over. He was a young guy with light brown hair and eyes that seemed owl-like big, round and yellow. "Tell me when you feel any pain," he reminded me, his voice deep with a rush of wind that gave it an airiness to it. "Okay," I said. "Are you an other or a practitioner?" "Other," the man said, absently. "And I'm what's called a rogue." "I don't know what that is," I said. "It's still new," he said, "and it's not something practitioners can comprehend, which is why they don't teach it to their students. I'm one of many others who essentially wants to lead a normal life without worry of being bound by a practitioner. I made deals with the Protectorate, how I would conduct myself, and in a sense I have their protection." "Are the other rogues in the bay?" He stopped. "A few," he said. "But I wouldn't go looking for them trying to bind them. We're a very tight community." I shook my head. "I wasn't going to do that," I said, and stopped as a surge of pain ran through me. He touched my lower arm. For a moment his hand became a wing as he rubbed my arm and the pain eased. It hit me a while ago that another I'd essentially made, that I didn't treat them as a person. "We aren't people," the man said. He moved up from my arm to my shoulder. "Tension. Stress when you're so young. There's a lot going on," I said. "I know," he said. "Depending on how things fall into place, I might have to move to another city or find myself feeling unsafe." "You have a lot invested in who becomes Lord," I said and sighed. He moved from my left to my right. "I can guess that you didn't think about that as you were choosing a side," he said. "There are always people who benefit from the status quo," said Lisa as she stepped closer. "That doesn't mean it's always right, that it doesn't need to change. Through change comes chaos, said the man. Through change comes change, Lisa returned. She looked at me and smiled. How are you doing? Terrified about my dad coming here, I said, terrified about going to sleep and dreaming about all the shit that happened tonight, confused about a lot of things, looking forward to others but that's mixed with fear. Another wind sea and feathers once brushed against that spot. I don't know how things are going to go the next few days, but if you need to talk, I'm here for it, alright, she said. I nodded. What's going to happen to them? Theo's putting his metaphorical money where his mouth is, she said. He's telling them everything they need to know about the Nazis. Tammy will be going to juvie, there's some stuff in her past that'll make it stick and she'll be hard-pressed to make it slip with everything we did. Caden's going to be in a lot of trouble, but I don't think she'll be arrested, it'll be more social as it gets out what she's a part of, and Theo's going into protective custody until things blow over, I think. What? I asked, because Lisa had a frown. I've seen people like him before, she said. People who don't agree with their family's views but never do anything about it. A lot of them become Nazis themselves given time, others stay in those environments while telling themselves that they're different, but a few of them get out of that life. I think Theo might be in the latter group. A part of me wishes I'd seen it earlier, because I would have found a reason to talk to him, give him more direction. The paramedic other was now at my feet and he waved his feathered hand, easing the burning pain. How are the undersiders? Rachel's okay, used some healing from her host which means she's more of a furry now. Aisha needs to feed herself and Trevor is the least hurt out of all of us. I think it might be the skates because the kid knows how to work them. After everything's done I want to get him to meet the god he's mooching energy from because movement might be his shtick. Trevor's going to enjoy that, I think, I said. Yeah, she said. But that'll have to wait until things have settled. There's still a long way before we can win and this wasn't even Calvert's master plan. Okay, said the man. I've rushed things along but you still have a lot of healing to do. I'd suggest that you not do much over the next few days, rest and relax, do something you enjoy because you are very stressed. Yourself has gotten a knock lately, nothing bad, I don't think, it's brighter and more realized, but you might have to investigate that because it'll lead to newness. If you have to engage in practice, make it non-stressful, maybe a walk through the park or a communion with a flower spirit. Can I do that? I asked. It's surprising sometimes how new you are to all this, Lisa said. Thanks for your help, Albert. I prefer Ollie, he said. Lisa nodded. Oh, I might get a little flack for this from a teammate, but there's a god-begotten who's free of practitioner's binding. Maybe you can give him community, he's pretty young. Ollie shrugged. Take care of yourself, he said. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a card. I offer medical help and advice whether it be magical or mundane. Of course there's a price but that can be discussed another time. Okay, I said, taking it. Ollie walked off. Are you talking about the dapper dude? Lisa nodded. The father was human and the mother was possessed by a tsitsime I met. He got pregnant for a few months, then gave birth to a baby of darkness. Unfortunately the father died, the parts weren't right, Dapper consumed him and he learned most of what he knew from the process. Most of his chill he gets from his father, apparently. There's still a lot of things about this world I don't understand, I said. I think that's part of what makes it fun, she said. Gonna check on the others. You okay alone? I nodded absently and lay back, letting my thoughts drift without sticking to any one thing in particular. Footsteps disturbed me from my revelries. It was Madison and she had one arm in a sling, her hair was messy and she had cuts on her face looked pale and shiny, dark bags under her eyes. What do you want? I asked, my tone terse. To answer your questions, she said, her voice shaky. She swallowed. Hannah told me that I had to feed myself, the person I think I am and who I want to be, and I think this counts. Okay, I said. Why? She didn't say anything. Why did you do it? Why did you hurt me like that? Why were you bullying me? Her eyes went glassy. It was a joke, she said, at least that's what I thought. It was also a way to get in with Emma and Sophia. Both of them were popular in their own way, Emma's stunning and beautiful and everyone likes her, and Sophia's, intense, good at track and she gets attention like no one else. Middle school, it wasn't the best for me, and I wanted to make a fresh start when I got to high school. So I saw this popular girls making fun of you, I tried it and they let me into their circle. It was small stuff, nothing harmful. Stuff that hurt me, I said. A lot. When I was feeling down and alone, you just added on to that. I couldn't never let myself be free while at school. I never thought about that, she said. I never thought about you. It was just fun and games. Everyone laughed and no one really stopped us. You needed someone to stop you for you to know it was wrong. I asked, anger finding my voice. Madison said nothing. She only looked down. The locker, I said. Whose idea was it? For a moment there was silence, so long I thought she wouldn't answer. I don't know, she said. It was just something that came up, starting off as a joke, something we could talk about when we were bored. We prepared the stuff but all the time I thought we'd stop. Then it happened. I was relieved when we stopped. Were you ever guilty for what you did? After the locker, she said and she nodded. I was so glad we stopped. Were you ever sorry? I asked. Yes, she said, tears starting to form. We were terrible to you, Taylor. But you've never said, I said. Not once. Again there was silence. I nodded, swallowing. Okay, I said. Okay. Okay, I said. What now, she said. I don't know, I said. Looking at her she expected something. If you want my forgiveness, then, I don't know because I'm not forgiving you. That's, she nodded, turned and then left. A tired breath left me and I laid back once more. It wasn't much longer before Dad arrived and my heart jumped and throat dried. He rushed to my side and it was round about the same time that Officer Williams neared. Taylor, Dad said, panic in his voice. What's going on? What happened? If I may, said Officer Williams. I frowned. It was hard to think how they could spin this without telling him about magic. Mr. Hebert, Taylor, and her compatriots were making their way into the docks when they were attacked by individuals with ties to E88. Why? What? I don't understand, Dad said. I cannot know for sure, Mr. Hebert, she said, but I've spoken to Taylor. I know that you've started conducting business that is compounding what is an already disruptive period for Mr. Maximilian Anders. You think this is him coming for me for helping organize the unionizing? Dad said. He sounded just like when Emma's parents had told him to pull himself back together and take care of me, scared and guilty for failing me. It wasn't your fault, Dad, I said. Tammy, one of them, I was having trouble with her at school before this started. She can after Sophia and me, this is more of that. Fuck, Dad muttered. What is going on at that school? It might be a good idea for you and your daughter to stay home for a couple of days, Officer Williams said. One of the people here was the son of Mr. Enders. We don't know what the fallout will be, but you may be better protected at your residence. Of course, Dad said. Anything? Well, we need police protection. You might, she said, but we don't have the resources. Budget cuts. Dad frowned. The police budget is one of the few that increase. Where's that money going if it can't help with this? It hasn't increased enough, she continued. There's been increased criminal activity. We're stretched thin. This is one of those avenues we won't be able to cover. Dad, I said. Can I talk to you in private? Please, he said to the officer. She nodded and moved away. What were you even doing out here? I thought you were going to stay at home. She's trying to get you to stop what you're doing, I said. The thing with the march, everything. She wants you to stop. No, but, she's right. What I'm doing put you in danger. No. It was things I did. But even if it was you, it's still worth doing, I said. It's important. Remember, you told me that some things were so important that they were worth the danger. This is that. You can't stop what you're doing. Not because I was hurt. Taylor, he said. I'm your father. And what you do will decide the person I'm going to be, I interrupted. This strike is going to help a lot of people, and if you stop right now, I'm not even sure how I'll feel. Listen, I know things aren't just going to magically work because of this, but, it makes me feel good that at least people are trying, that you're trying. He sighed, taking off his glasses and rubbing his eyes. Can we get you home, he said. Talk about this later. Okay, I said, and it was easy because I was tired and in pain. The injuries had been helped along but they still ran through me. Emma, he said. I saw her when I was coming in. Should we drive her back home? I swallowed, then shook my head. Dad didn't ask any questions, got my stuff and helped me get to the car. The ride back home was silent. As tired as I was, sleep didn't come easy, and when it did come, the impression of Victor's head being blown open stood starkly in my mind. His blood moved with a life of its own, rolling towards me, then climbing up and assaulting my body, doing its best to get into my ears, eyes, mouth, and nose. Always before it could wrap me up completely, I woke up in a cold sweat. 6 times it happened without incident, my eyes flicking open, a few minutes where I caught my breath and slowed my heart, counted metaphorical sheep before drifting again, and on the 7th I opened my eyes to the shock of Amber standing over me. What's going on? I asked, the words struggling to leave my throat. There's a fox on the window, she said. Sophia Hess. I looked and there she was, dark and smoky with glowing eyes, sitting on the slanted roof outside of my window. Can you let her in, please? Amber nodded and they went to the window, silently opening it. Sophia hopped in and used the wind to drift through the air and land on the foot of my bed. She sat there, her two tails flicking as she stared up at me. Are you going to say anything? I asked, after a few minutes had passed. You wanted to ask questions, she said. I'm here. I swallowed and pulled myself up, still covering myself with my blankets. The shift meant moisture-soaked clothes touched different parts of my skin, and the cold prickles unsettled me. I gave myself a moment to calm before I returned to the fox at the foot of my bed. Why? I started, just like I had with Madison. Why did you do it? I don't know, the fox said. A low anger started at the base of my stomach, filling me up when I felt so cold, numb, and disgusting. Then make a guess, I said, my irritation bleeding through. Why do you think you did? I think that I wanted you to fight, she said. To stand up for yourself. Didn't we already establish that that's bullshit? I asked. That even if I'd stood up to you, you wouldn't have stopped. Slowly, she nodded. But that's what I thought, she said. Can you not be a practitioner right now? I asked, aware that my voice was rising. I took a deep breath, counted to 5 then continued, can you just answer me? Why do you need this answers, anyway? So that I know, I said. So that things make a little more sense. Do you know how horrible it was for that stuff to happen to me? Then I found out other stuff about it that made it worse. On a human level, I want to know why. Why did it give you 3 so much joy to make my life so fucked up? There wasn't joy, said Sophia. Then what was there? Why did you do it? You just didn't fight back, bear, she said. Even when you awakened, when you could have sent something at us you still didn't fight back. That type of person always disgusted me. The type that let stuff happen to them, took it, and folded. You were a sad sack and I didn't want that. It feels like you're saying this is all my fault, I muttered. When you could have just let me be, just let me enjoy my life as it was. If it wasn't me, it wouldn't have been someone else. But it's still horrible that it was you in the first place, I hit back. That doesn't absolve you of what you did. It worked out, didn't it? You're the person you are now because of me, she said. I bristled. You're tough and strong, and can go through a lot because of what I did. I opened my mouth, tried to conceptualize an answer and none came to me. A part of me wanted to be angry but I couldn't, not really, it was just, sad in a way that was hard to put into words. The locker, I said. Whose idea was it? Madison said it would be funny after we watched a movie, she said, no emotion in the words. Stuffing you into a locker. The pads were Emma, she said you were disgusting and you'd feel right at home. I tapped some goblins to get all the stuff. Do you feel guilty for that? I asked. For everything else. I know it was wrong, she said. I know it was shitty. I know that I was on a power trip. Her voice faltered. I know that the target wasn't you. She stopped, eyes boring in on me. It was a young me. Someone who was too trusting and almost got a fucked up other forced into them before things went tits up for the practitioner. Someone who didn't see what the world was really like for a long time. Someone who didn't have teeth. She'd been hurt enough that she'd had to find the alabaster, with only scraps of the practice at her disposal. Then the alabaster had led her to people that would help her build up her strength. She had a fucked up stepfather and she used the past tense when she was talking about him. The picture wasn't complete, but it made a little bit more sense. But what did that mean for me? Did I forgive her because she'd had a fucked up life? Was that how it worked? I think that's enough, I said. Are my terms of the agreement met? She asked. Yeah. They are, I said. She nodded then went to the window. She hopped out and disappeared into the dawn. I was more tired than before as I lay back, and a blink later I had fallen once more into a fitful sleep. Chapter 29. Chapter text. Are you sure you're going to be okay? Dad asked, not for the first time. He looked a little pale and there were wrinkles around his eyes, but he'd dressed well in a shirt and cardigan, new beige slacks and loafers that I didn't personally like but had brought a smile to his face when we'd still been testing the waters with going out. He carried an old leather bag that had his laptop and a few files I knew belonged to potential hires, trusted people who'd work alongside him. 2 weeks had passed since Tammy and the other Nazis had attacked, and in that time I hadn't really been able to leave the house because of how terrified Dad was of retaliation. He had gone to Winslow, explained everything, having to call Officer Williams to prove that I was in danger, and convinced Principal Blackwell to prepare a packet so I could study at home, with Dad bringing in any assignments that I had to do later. Which had meant he and I had been busy during the past 2 weeks, him with his new job, and me with my schoolwork. But our respite wasn't able to last forever and now he had to go into work. Dad, I said. Go. I'll be in the house. I should be okay. He sighed. I'm just worried. It's still crazy out there, he said. A lot of people are upset. Yeah, I said. A week ago there'd been reports of a meteorite striking an abandoned warehouse. Apparently the place had been over some old gas lines and the burning rock and build-up of gas had meant an explosion. Lisa was the one who told me that the meteorite had been a move made by Colin. The man had attacked one of the largest warrens in the city and killed a whole host of goblins. Some had survived, and they were now out in the city causing trouble. Apartments and houses were being burgled, there were increased reports of squatters, some even trying to get into the old storage units, cars were being vandalized, a lot of crude graffiti was starting to pop up in places, and mixed in it all because the Bay was still the Bay were hate crimes. Beyond them, there was chatter of people who wanted to burn the Medhall HQ and thus security had increased, along with the police presence and patrols which were not helping things, at least going by Lisa and Dad. The news though told another story. Okay, Dad said. Okay. You'll keep your phone on you? Carry your pepper spray. I'll have them, I said. He nodded. Stay safe, he said. He leaned in for a hug and I accepted it. Dad went to his car and I watched him as he drove away. There was a bit of worry as I watched the car disappear behind fences from neighboring houses, but Dad worked for Mr. Calvert now, and I had to trust that he would at least do his best to protect him. If not for me, then because the spirit of the docks had a relationship with Dad, maybe a better relationship than I did. A web line flared, one that had become familiar to me. Amber. Do we have any trouble? I asked them. They shook their head. None that I saw, they said. There was something interesting that I saw outside in the morning. Yeah. I said. Most of my weight was leaned against my stick as Amber and I went to the basement. It wasn't something I'd noticed at first, but the point of my stick had stabbed against my hand the first time I'd used it as a walking stick, but the more I'd used it as such, the smoother it felt. I couldn't be sure if that was because my hand was more calloused or magic in the stick. They nodded, smiling. It was a spirit of flight, said Amber. It took the form of a bird and it flew from tree to tree. The coloring was so beautiful, with these bright colors that changed with the light. I wanted to go out into the yard and watch it. Why didn't you? I asked. I don't think we made a deal that keeps you in the house. Amber shook their head. It's dangerous outside, they said. It's safer in the house. I stopped, the creak of the stairs loud against the silent basement. Amber was short and lithe, with hands that always fidgeted, and a head that didn't stop moving to take everything in. Do you like how you are, Amber? I asked, my voice strained. Being so afraid all the time. Their eyes widened. It's all that I am, they said. I could change that, I think. Things are awkward because the Protectorate and I aren't on the same side, technically, but I could trade some expertise with Dennis so we could infuse you with some aspects of bravery. If you want that. Amber swallowed. But, that'll make me less me, they said. I'm me and I want to be me. I don't want to change. But you change all the time, I said. You seem different than the first time you were here. You're more. But that change is different, said Amber. I don't feel it happening and it happens in small ways that make sense. If the change is too big and too fast, the person who is on the other side isn't really me. Okay, I said, if that's how you feel, I'll respect it. They smiled. I took a breath, aware that I didn't have as much power as I'd had a while back and that losing Amber might hurt, but... Amber, are you happy here? With me? Or do you want to be free to travel or go out into the world? The world is dangerous, they said. I want to be safe and you have walls that keep me safe. It's not like the ruins, where the rain makes me less and I have to worry about being eaten, and I don't have to leave anymore, which makes me very happy. Do you mind that I ask you to look out for dangers? If you're unsafe then things can get to me, they said. If you're safe, I'm safe. I want to be safe. The words were emphatic. So a little part of you is selfish, I thought. More than anything, that made me feel a little better. Amber was getting something of our relationship and that mattered. I continued down into the basement where the work of the last few days was complete. The diagram was a massive double-bordered circle, with 13 smaller circles within the hallowed space, triangles jutting from them to the inner circle. In 12 of the circles were dolls, all sitting so they faced towards the center of the circle. Closing everything off was a circle made from salt. Is everything still okay? I asked Amber. They stood a distance away, keeping far away from the salt, but they had keen eyes and I trusted that they could make out if there was anything I'd missed. I didn't think Amber knew about the theory when it came to drawing diagrams, but I'd told them about balance, the importance of closed and complete lines, and those were the things they watched out for. I don't see anything wrong, they said. I took a breath, then, I call upon the echo of Elizabeth Cook. Come forth. Each of the dolls started to glow with spiritual activity, and the echo formed at the center of the circle. A sense of glee filled me up because I hadn't been sure if my circle would work. I'd used a whole heap of ideas I'd picked up through my months with the practice, using positioning and a pinch of bullshitting to make things stick. The woman's expression was cold as she took me in. How are you today? I asked. I miss my baby, she said. Jaden wasn't your child. He's blood of my blood, she said. He was mine. A web pointing far away flared and get stronger, even so it was thin. I thought I already explained why the connection between you and him is so tenuous, I said, and the web dimmed, dried, then snapped. The lips of the echo of Elizabeth Cook pursed. She said nothing. I would like us to deal, I said. Do you offer me my freedom? She asked. I shook my head, my stomach flipping because this felt uncomfortable. The echo of Elizabeth Cook had hurt Jaden's mom, but imprisoning her wasn't about justice or anything of the kind. It was because of the power that she could offer me, and I had to make sure to remember that so I wouldn't lie to myself. Slowly and carefully I walked over to a box on a table, and it was a handmade doll, a little raggedy with a few dark marks. Jaden was the one who bought this for me, I told her. It had been a worrying few days. I'd called Jaden and given him a lot of money to go to a few antique shops, searching for any old dolls that felt similar to those I'd bought from him. The next few days there'd been nothing from him, and I'd thought he'd run away with my money, but he hadn't, and he'd returned with a doll that looked right and had enough spiritual activity that even if it wasn't old was the work of a lot of love. Jaden hadn't bought the doll from an antique shop, but from a friend he'd talked to about our strange situation. The doll had been bought on the cheap, and I'd given Jaden some of the change as thanks for his work, not that he'd wanted any. His mom had gotten back from hospital and nothing strange had happened since her return. He seemed content. And I'm willing to give it to you, I continued. It'll be so you can get back to 13. It's supposed to be a magic number, and since it was the number of dolls you made, it might make you more balanced. Head held high, she asked, and what do you want in return? To ask some questions of you, I said. Perhaps 13. Others have patterns that make them easier for the world to reconcile. The more you lean into them, the more stable you become. We could make this a pattern for you, strong ties to the number 13. Of course you'll have to answer the questions honestly and completely, giving me clarification if I don't understand the answer. Should that not be its own question? She asked. I don't feel like it does, I said. If I allow that, then you might make your answers as confusing as possible to get me to ask all my questions to get clarification. This incentives fairness of a sort. Of a sort indeed, she said. Are you willing to accept the terms of the deal as stated? 13 questions as payment for a doll that will be yours in its entirety. But will it be mine if I am kept by you? She asked. Is it not, in essence, still yours? I frowned, feeling that discomfort again. You have a point, I said. It will be yours to do with as you please, but it will be subject to bindings and deals as they affect you. Is that good enough? She hummed. Are you willing to accept? I'm willing, she said, which meant it was time to get into deal making. My stuff was spread around without much rhyme or reason. I'd kept telling myself I'd clean things up, but it was too tiring to do too much. I found the notebook where I'd prepared the nitty-gritty of the deal, and I told it to the echo of Elizabeth Cook. She had a few changes she wanted to make, and after a bit of time thinking about them, we agreed on a compromise. When the agreements concluded, I had 13 questions, but they couldn't be about Jaden or ways to hurt him. I could ask about the former life of Elizabeth Cook, though, which had been one of the sticking points. I went and put the doll in the empty circle, then stepped back. As per the terms of our compact, the doll is so given to the echo of Elizabeth Cook, I said. The echo broke apart, color bleeding out of her as the dolls glowed once more. Wisps of moving light appeared within the hallowed space between the chalk line and the line of salt, flowing around so they connected the dolls. As the effect swelled, the dolls shifted, all of them turning so they faced their 13th counterpart, the triangles I'd drawn moving to do the same. Light wrapped around the doll and started to seep into it. I squinted with the sight, and I watched as granules of differently colored light were ejected from the doll while the light from the echo coalesced. I moved around to get a sense of everything, and the lines had shifted much like Dennis had taught me so long ago, creating a tunnel which directed how the extra stuff would eject. Interestingly, the spirit stuff wasn't bound by the salt line. The echo of Elizabeth Cook wasn't a regular echo, she wasn't as stilted as those like the abusive man, instead she seemed more like a spirit. I had a suspicion that she had been a practitioner in her former life, and it was the reason she'd been able to form an echo so fully realized, which was why I'd wanted to be able to ask questions about her and her life. The 13th doll changed in little ways, its dress and makeup seeming more like its companions, and its hair becoming human-like, though it was made out of spirit stuff. In all, the process took a few minutes and then it was done, but there was something left, a morsel of light as small as a fingernail. Is that dangerous? I asked Amber. It reminds me of the bird, they said. Echo of Elizabeth Cook, I said. Return to your home until you're next called. She disappeared back into the dolls. I ran around and went to pick up the hollow earring Victoria had given me as a gift, then ran it through the air where the swirl of light was. The laughter of a child chimed as I put it on, quickly turning into excited whispers that I couldn't make out. Someone might trade for this, I said to Amber. They shrugged. There were questions to be asked but I had other things to do. First I sent texts to Lisa and Victoria about the earring, asking them to spread the word if anyone wanted to trade something, then I went upstairs and did the first of the day's schoolwork. It was very boring, but I'd made promises to myself that the practice would be spaced out between bouts of work, serving as rewards. Thankfully the promise had been mental because there were a few times that I just didn't bother. An hour after that I went to tend both the apple tree and the elven plant, making a mental note to find time to visit the elves so I'd get the new instructions, and some advice on how to best grow the apple tree. I alternated between school and practice until 2 in the afternoon, then decided I was done and gave myself fully over to the practice. Today's project was making a halo out of a new chain I'd bought. The old one was gone, first taken from me by Victor before he'd lost it himself. It meant that I would have to treat the new chain with fire for a while to get it to draw and inflame others, but I was well prepared to do that. The first step was setting the table, which meant drawing a diagram that would keep out unwanted spirits while allowing those within to be left out. The diagram was something I'd drawn a long while back on a piece of plywood. I moved it from the floor onto the table. The second step was cleaning myself, which meant washing my hands and arms with lye soap, before scrubbing them with a rock until they ached. Third step was clearing the room, which meant burning sage and walking around the basement while waving it around. Then it was time to get to work. I had a basin filled with salt water and I plunged the chain in, scrubbing it with a brush with metal bristles. When it was clean, I clipped it on an exposed nail on the ceiling so it hung down over the diagram. The water wasn't thrown away, instead deposited into a big bucket. It was filled with the impurities from the process and maybe I could use it in a ritual or project. I put a small bowl under the chain, filled it with sage and burned it, letting its vapors drift up into the chain and remove the spirits within. For the next 2 hours I kept checking on the chain, adding more sage to keep the effect going. After the 2 hours I removed the sage and put a red candle under the chain and lit it. The chain was now a halo, but I wanted it to draw in certain spirits and that meant priming it. I wasn't sure if this would work, but there would always be a candle lit under the chain so it could draw in its warmth. After the process was done, I would make it into a halo again and then make a trip into the ruins to find a fire other. Taylor, said Elwyn. How did the chase with the alabaster go? The moon shone from above, giving the glade an ethereal feel. I was dressed in my cloak, carrying my stick and my shoes hanging by their laces on my neck. There were still slight aches in my feet, but between Ollie's healing, the 2 weeks of rest I'd had in my cloak, I had vigor enough to ignore the pain. It's been over 2 weeks, I said. Haven't you heard? 2 weeks? Elwyn said, surprised. Oh. Well. Tell me what's been going on and I'll offer you payment. Perhaps a hunt. There've been wolves in the area again since that beastling other's return. It's come back. He bobbed his head in a nod. It's better than before, he said. Not tamed, but I can see the chains of oaths that have been agreed to. There aren't as many killings and it's a part of the environment instead of ravaging it. But as is pattern with these things, it's changing this place to more fit its nature, thus more wolves. I nodded. Hunting would be nice, I said. Then let's go, he said. No, wait. I'll prepare some tea. It has healing properties and it will enable you to mend faster. You'll tell me the story while we drink. The tea was nice, warming me up and relieving a tension not in my body but in my soul. I told Elwyn everything about the chase and my feelings about it, some of the things I'd heard about Mr. Calvert and eventually the task that the alabaster had left for me. I don't think you should walk the paths again, said Elwyn. I frowned. Why? I'm a bit concerned, Taylor Bear, he said. His face scrunched in a frown that looked odd against a young face, cute when it should have been serious. Sign word traveled after you gave us the message from our cousins. She walked into the spirit world, then used that to find an opening into the dream. From there she found a path and through their intertwining roads she went the friend's way. There she found stories of a great elder beast that travels on the outskirts. I think I heard about that, I said. It was called by practitioner activity, if I'm remembering correctly. A primeval, said Elwyn, his voice low. Great others so old they are amongst the toughest to bind. Tougher than the Endbringers. Elwyn pursed his lips. The Endbringers are an oddity, he said. They have old power and yet they're new, godlike in their ability and though they have something of a pattern are odd and far-reaching. They haven't been bound, but they are not so old that they have gained power from their unbinding. The primevals, though, have and they grow in power as one is slain. So what does this one have to do with me walking the garden route or paths in general? It may be coincidence, he said, but such things should be paid keen attention to in our world. Twice now you've been close to a primeval and it seems to be getting closer. I would not walk a path lest this primeval is tied to you and in some fashion it uses you to breach the world of dreams and find itself in ours. I let out a shaky breath. I didn't even know that was something I had to worry about, I told him, my voice catching. This is not prophecy, he said, however there are people who have a knack for trouble, whether it is causing it or calling it. I think that you may be in this category of people. Does it have anything to do with bad karma? I asked. He hummed. There is the whiff of something bad spread over you, he said. Less so now than when we first met, but karma and the knack are different. People have been commenting on how many things I've gotten involved in since I became a practitioner. Guess now it makes a little sense. Take pride, he said. I happened upon a girl, perhaps a woman now, who had such a knack as you. Derosier, she was called, and she had a liking to a pet I once had before my enemies found me and slew it. That sounds like it sucked. He nodded and took a sip of his tea. May I look at your stick, he said. You may, I said and I handed it over. It's grown stronger, he said. He turned it, squinting as he brought it close to his face. A beating stick that's now becoming a walking stick. The top is rounded and the bottom is becoming more pointed, better able to sink into the ground and give you support. It's been a real boon, I said. Sticks are some of the oldest weapons, he said. Along with rocks, though they have fallen out of fashion because of the intricacy that the practice has taken. A good stick is good for beating. If you're deft you may be able to parry an attack, it is support if you're harmed, and it can be an extension of the arm, perhaps offered in helping another. He handed it over. I hope this doesn't come off as rude, I said, but, the lesson you just gave me. It sounds like you want me to take the stick as an implement. I offer a lesson, he said, a bit of history. Only? I asked. He laughed, a sound that filled the air around us, similar to the chirping of a bird. You've become a practitioner, he said. I shrugged. I notice that you haven't answered my question. Instructions, he said. For the flower. No doubt you'll also want help raising that tree gifted by the alabaster. I didn't tell you I planted it. Elwin ignored me, going to his tree and disappearing within. He came back with 2 scrolls. These are for you, he said. It'll be exciting to have an alabaster tree in the bay. There are only 3 people who tend to plants in the entire city and it's left spirits aligned with nature in a sad state. At one point there were only trees in this area, wildlife filled it to the brim and those who lived here worked in tandem with nature. Then the ships came and things changed, the European practices took hold and they took it quite firmly. He sighed mournfully. So many of the old practices are gone, he said. Though some of them still live through you, Taylor a bear. A painted face of blood, tapping not into deals but the hunt. Giving a bit of yourself to grow, tending and nurturing that which will outlast you, I praise it and I praised you. I swallowed. Thanks, I guess, I said. Do I have them? He asked me with a sly smile. Only one, I said. How much do you know about healing? A fair bit, he said. You will find instructions on giving a bit of yourself to help in the growing of plants, as well as a few seeds you might find useful. I didn't ask for that. And yet I have given it, he said. Freely so with no expectation of repayment. There are not many cultivators in Brockton Bay, as I have said, and to aid one is something I do gladly. Okay, I said with a shrug. Do you think we'll be able to run tonight? I'm not at my best. Let's finish our tea, first, he said. Seinwerd is set to return from New York with a U practitioner. Perhaps we might run together. Seinwerd arrived 10 minutes later, so tall it was intimidating, with ebony skin that had a glossy sheen, silver lines etched into her, different from when we'd first met. She seemed different, with wrinkled skin and eyes that seemed older. A girl shorter than me was with her, pale of skin and with straight black hair that was cut short. She was pretty, dressed in clothes that seemed old and bedraggled. She had on a pair of faded jeans with rips and tears in places, well-worn boots that shone with spiritual activity, and a large jacket with a puffy hood. Like Seinwerd she had a quiver at her back, with 3 arrows and a long stick poking out of it. Weirdest of all, though, were the fox ears peeking out from her hair. All of the clothes she had on were bright against the sight, glimmering with light and bits of impressions. Brightest of all was her quiver, which unfolded and ballooned into a backpack the more I focused on it. She herself looked much the same, though she had wary, ever-moving eyes that looked like they belonged to a bird. Seinwerd, said Elwin. He rushed to her and gave her a hug. The woman bent and picked him up, proceeding to put him on her shoulders. How was New York? He asked, playing with her hair. It smells as it usually does, she said. Though Central Park continues to grow. It now has a spirit that tends it needs. The butcher sends her regards. They're a her, now? Elwin asked. Yes, said Seinwerd. Apologies, introductions have yet to be made. Besides me stands a practitioner from New York, Lily. Hey, she said with a small wave. I smiled back. I'm Taylor, I told her. Cool ears. They twitched. She smiled, but it was a little somber. A gift from a former friend, she said. I love your coat. Taylor and I were going to hunt wolves, said Elwin. Do you want to come with us? Lily shrugged. That sounds like fun, she said. There's not a lot of hunting in New York. Except rats, those can get big, and very dangerous in the Undercity. Yet, I said as we moved. How is New York? She sighed. Busy, she said. There's a lot of stuff going on everywhere. I'm sorry to tell you this, but that's true for the Bay. Do you have diabolists? I don't think so. Then that's better, she said. We shouldn't speak of such things, Signward, her voice grave. At risks of inviting them in. We left the glade and moved through the trees, Signward staying behind. Elwin pulled me along and I followed, running up a tree in a way I hadn't done in a long time. Lily followed behind us, though when she stepped through the trees it was loud. It took me a moment to figure out why her boots had retractable cleats on their underside, and they shot out to give her purchase when she had to scale up walls. I know a silencing rune, I said, and I could teach it to you. What for? She asked, suspicious. Free? As free as something can be in this world, I said. She chuckled darkly. People always expect something even when they give gifts, she said. I shook my head. I'll teach you the rune freely, with no want or expectation of repayment. It's how it was taught to me. I'm just paying that forward. Sorry, she said. I have bad experiences with people who've given me gifts. It's okay, I guess, I said. We stopped and spent a few moments as we sorted out the runes on the boots. Lily had a vial filled with sludge essence of rat, she explained, and she used that as a power source. The runes flared, and as she moved she was silent. We continued forward, Elwin in the lead and our pace slow. This is a lot different from moving through the city, said Lily, her voice low. That's usually my stomping ground. Scaling walls, roof hopping and crawling through narrow tunnels. Where are you from in New York? I asked. If you don't mind me asking. You won't use this information against me, she asked. I won't use the information gathered during our conversation to attack or assist in attacking you, directly or indirectly, except if you attack me first using information I've told you. I so similarly promise, she said. I so swear, said Elwin absently. I lived in Central Park, said Lily. I frowned. Are there houses in Central Park? She shook her head. There's some out-of-the-way places, and me, my ex, and a friend of ours lived there, using the practice to make sure we weren't thrown out by the cops. Oh, I said. It's okay if you don't know how to react, she said with a shrug. I want to say I'm sorry, I told her. Sometimes sorry can be used against you. She snorted. I've seen that before, she said. There was a ferry that got into New York and it stole my friend's apologies. We spent an entire 6 months chasing it down until we finally got him. What did that mean? I asked. My buddy couldn't apologize for slights, she said, and he had a lot of problems in the first place that made being able to apologize needed. We quickly racked up a lot of enemies and we had to trouble for a while until. I'm sorry for your loss, I said, the words slipping out. Thanks, she said, smiling bright. I appreciate it. Sorry for being such a bummer. A lot's happened over the last few days and now I'm here and I don't know how I fit in. You're going to be staying in the Bay. Yet. I know some people if you want me to talk to them, I said. Maybe they'll be able to give you a place to stay. That would be awesome and really appreciated, she said. You have our leave to stay for the night, Signward told you that, yes? Elwin asked. Yet. She did, said Lily. I'll be here if things work out. We're close, said Elwin. Silence. We turned silent. Lily pulled out the long stick, flicked it so it turned into a bow and her expression became one of focus. Stick in hand, I followed suit. Taylor, said Lisa. It was mid-afternoon and I was in the docks, outside the Undersider space. My skin felt hot and my heart hammered in my stomach, a thrill of exhilaration still running through me after the bike ride into the docks. After a look around, I shrugged on my coat because the trip had disturbed a lot of my injuries and my body ached. This is a pleasant surprise. Hey, I said. It's been a while. Yep. A good rest after a lot going on, she said. I've had to refill my power base but there hasn't been enough time to do that. Mostly it's just been watching the news to see how things are falling. Come in. I did, following her up a narrow set of stairs into a room that looked out of place against the degradation of the building's exterior, awkwardly pulling up my bike alongside me. The television was on as we got up, and Alex sat in front of it, eating cereal while cartoons played. He glanced back then turned forward again without even a greeting. Ignore him, said Lisa. She caught my arm and pulled me along as we went into the kitchen. Is Trevor here? She shook her head. He's got school. Aisha likes hanging out with him and she's been going to school a lot more often because of him. Is that good? Gru likes it, she said with a shrug. We found a seat on the bar stools in the kitchen. From my seat I could see out the window, there was graffiti scrawled on the other side and I could see it shifting slightly, moving to resettle. Beyond that was the decrepit oil rig in the far distance. How's your downtime been? Working on healing, on yourself. I took in a deep breath and then let it go. Mostly I've been healing, I told her. Ah, she said. If it's not something you're comfortable with yet, that's perfectly valid. I shrugged. How did things pan out with the deal you made with Sophia? Lisa asked. She and Madison met its terms, I said. Emma's been quiet, but I haven't been seeking her out. I'm aware that I didn't give them a due date to answer my questions. You could push it if you want. Tell her you want the payment now and I'm sure the spirits would ratchet up the pressure. She frowned. But I have a feeling you don't want that. How much do you know about everything? Not a lot. I know they were shitty to you and that you don't like them, she said. I think it's part of why Calvert chose you as an apprentice in the first place, because you were isolated. I nodded. It was bullying and it was bad. It hurt a lot, but it hurt the most from Emma because she was my best friend. I guess I understand why the others treated me the way that they did, but I haven't filled in the picture with her. If you want, I could tell you what I saw while we were around her. It would be the first steps in figuring out, getting closure. I don't know, maybe I want her to be the one to explain it, to give the unfiltered perspective. I think I can understand that, she said. Sorry, I didn't offer you food. She stood and went into the fridge. We've got some cold pizza and juice. Up for it? I nodded. Did it give you closure? When Madison and Sophia gave you their explanations. I'm not sure if I've forgiven them, I said. They still hurt me and that's not magically gone now, but I understand them a lot more and that helps make things, not better, but make more sense. I sighed. I have no idea what I expected closure to be like and I'm not sure if I did this all right. It's personal, right, said Lisa as she sat. That's what matters. How it makes you feel. I don't think most people will try and force you to forgive them or something like that, and it'll be alright if you just decide you don't want to be around them at the end of the day. I think that's the best thing. None of them have even said sorry. Sophia at least seems like she's trying to make amends, but then sometimes it feels like she doesn't internalize that what she did was wrong. She keeps minimizing it or trying to foist it on me. Shitty people don't think they're shitty, said Lisa. It might be hard to admit in this case. Maybe, I said. Anyway, there's something else. I met someone with the elves, a practitioner from New York. She's homeless and, I don't know, I was wondering if you might have a place for her here. Is she up to being an undersider? Lisa asked. Because that's the only way that something like that could work. I don't know. I told her we'd meet today. We could head out and have a chat, though we'll have cut things short. I was planning on making a trip through the spirit world. Do you mind if I join? I've been wanting to go into the ruins but I haven't thought about how yet. I was planning on asking Mr. Calvert the next time that we met. What are you looking to do? Build a hallow and burned it so it's tied to fire, I said. I was thinking about going into the ruins so I can find a fire-aligned echo. Might be better that you're in the spirit world, she said. That way we can find a minor fire spirit. Though who knows how many there are in this city, between Kenta and the Jinn, both use fire and they might collect the on the reg. On the reg. Alex said from the couch. What, you're too busy to finish words now. You're not needed in this conversation, Alec, she said, though she was smiling slightly. I was supposed to go with him so he could be my muscle, but he can be annoying, so yeah, maybe we can call Victoria and make it a girl's thing. She's busy with school. Lisa tsked. School, she muttered. I keep forgetting that some people have to do that. You, me, and maybe this girl you're trying to help, and she ended the sentence in wriggling eyebrows. It's not like that, I said, feeling my neck and face heat up. There was a feeling in my stomach, though I couldn't sure what that was. Really, she said, teasing. You know you're still a practitioner. We can't have you lying, even if they're minor. Yet. Really, I said. She just needs help. I took hold of the alabaster strand. And I've sort of taken it on as my duty to help people. That sounds like a lot of work to get nothing, Alex said. It's good for the world, I said. Isn't that enough? He shrugged. Some people have goals like yours, said Lisa, taking my hand. Saving the world and making it a better place. A lot of people are like Alec and what they want to get out of life is not having to work a day in their lives. You say that like it's a bad thing, he muttered. What about you? I asked. What person are you? Lisa smiled and her vulpine grin stretched further. I'm the type of person who wouldn't mind knowing the secrets of every important figure in the world, she said. That sounds creepy. She shrugged. It's what I want, she said. I don't know if I'll get it or not, but it's what I want. There was a while back where I wanted to call myself Tattletale because it would be cool. Alex snorted. That sounds lame. Lisa grabbed a pizza slice and threw. It wasn't aerodynamic at all, but by magic, the web between it and Alec folded. The slice flew faster and as Alec dodged it spun and hit him directly in the face. He stood and did jazz hands, one of the webs around them glowed and a toddler made of static and paper thin, appeared behind the coach. Alec flicked one finger and the baby toddled forward, expression scrunched and mouth open as it cried, but instead of a whine from its mouth, there was the hiss heavy rain against the road. The sound was a punch to the stomach, taking all happiness away from and putting in its place an aimless anger. I found my feet and pulled free my stick, my other hand found purchase on the bar stool. With a twist I threw the stool at the coming other and the resulting crash was cacophonous, the sound of cars crashing. Not that it stopped the bawling baby. Without thinking I threw the stick at Alec, it spun through the air with a lot of force. Fuck, he said and ducked. Stick. I said just as he was coming up and it hit him in the back of the head so hard he toppled forward. My stick found my hand. The bawling baby disappeared mid-step. The anger disappeared and the resulting feeling was like being doused with cold water. I swallowed, a cold sweat trickling down my back. A lot of things suddenly became clear to me. Lisa hadn't moved even a breath since the baby had appeared, it had been moving too slowly and there was no chance it would have covered the distance to hurt us, and that my body shook, my jaw was clenched and my forehead was lined with sweat. Slowly and mechanically, I told myself to breathe. A shuddering breath left me. Ow, Alec muttered, rubbing the back of his head. That fucking hurt. Serves you right, Lisa said, her voice strangled and her attention on me. I looked at her, it wasn't fear I saw, but worry. That was a joke. He wasn't going to even touch you, fucking ow. You could have brained me. Twice, I say, serves you right, said Lisa, she put on a smile, but with the side I could see that her vulpine mouth was set in a frown. Technically you attacked me first, he said. Thrice, I say, serves you right. Fuck you, said Alec and he clambered off to his room. What was that? I said, the words coming out weird. One part being Alec's dickish attempt at a joke, she said. Another, smaller part, is that an incarnation of unrest has appeared in the bay and it's been gaining ground as things have been ramping up for the march. I didn't know about that, I said. The words turned my mind away from Alec and onto the bay and its situation. Dad had gone back to helping with the march, though he didn't tell me much of what was going on. I'd heard enough to know that there was a lot of chatter about whether to march without a permit, something that had been filed but had needed to be done a month before the event. There was also a lot of business stuff that had to do with stocks, but that stuff almost never made sense to me. It's only recently made itself known, she said. But it shouldn't be a surprise, things have been pushing that way in this city for a while. Is it good or bad? She shrugged. We don't know yet. Unrest can be a double-edged sword because the Nazis are facing a threat to their power base and they're feeling mightily agitated about that, which covers our incarnation. It could just be neutral, by which I mean it just stokes these feelings and lets them fall where they may, which isn't all that good. There's a difference between a protest manned by mostly white people and one manned by and for people of color. If the unrest builds too much for the Nazis, they'll cause trouble and some people will gladly look the other way, but those most affected won't, and it will cause them to be louder, to need to be harsher to be heard. Then people will listen, but they'll take away the wrong lesson. Dad's really been worried about the march being seen as violent, I said. He says the news will stick to that and it'll be hard to get the message through. Yep, said Lucy and she sighed. That's how the world works. I'm curious to see how Calvert's going to handle it. He's been very hands-off lately. Yeah, I noticed. At least when it comes to the people side of things, said Lisa. I frowned. I mean, look at how many groups are working for or with Calvert right now, the Undersiders, Sophia's trio, the Travelers, and Atticus. He's also trying to court the Alvarez family, the Witches of Immaculata, and the Dynamite Downtown Dudes. He's got allies all through the city, independent and other, and in Boston with Accord, so what's to say that he doesn't have any more in other cities or other spheres? I shook my head. I'm still not seeing where you're going. Insider trading might be illegal, but the spirits don't care about that, she said. It's still relatively new and abstract at that, with only a few people that it can apply to, because who do plebs like us know that we would trade inside? No, I said. She smiled. Sometimes you swing and miss. Anyway, Calvert knew that he had information that would hit Medhall pretty hard, and he's had it for a while. It would be the easiest thing for him to tell his friends that the place's share price would fall pretty soon, have them buy low and then lay claim on the place. Meaning Mr. Enders loses his company. I said. If things work out right, she said. What about the people? I asked. What happens to them while he's doing all that? Lisa shrugged. The spirit of the docks had mentioned something when we'd talked, that Calvert was a lot like the others and he thought too big. It hadn't made much sense back then, but right now I was starting to understand it a little. He focused too much on the big stuff, claiming assets that belonged to the Nazis and making them his own or outright destroying them, but in the interim a lot of people were being hurt. Anyway, let's not linger on that, she said. I don't think there's anything we could do about it. Go get that girl of yours because the elves don't like me and I don't want to walk through any paths they've made. Absently I nodded and stood, gathering my stuff. I wasn't as upset as I rode home, but I found myself very dissatisfied that even with how much stronger I'd gotten, the world still had problems I couldn't do anything about. That just means I have to help in the places I can, I thought, and with that in mind, I mentally promised myself that I'd find some way to help Lily. As small as the start was, it was at least doing something. Chapter 30. Lily liked to dress in layers. It was hot out but it looked like she had 3 vests on with varying strap widths. She wore shorts and her shoes were neatly packed beside her. There was a lot of stuff laid out in front of her, and her backpack was to her side, sitting upright with bits of clothing and knickknacks peeking out. I stood back, watching as she worked. Lily carefully plucked at a strand of hair, then picked up an arrow and wound the strand around it, bringing the arrow close. She muttered words I couldn't hear and light wrapped around it before it set into the arrow. You won't be disturbing me if you want to talk, Lily said without looking at me. This isn't a require silence type thing. My heart started to beat faster and I felt uncomfortable. I hadn't been doing anything wrong and I hadn't been creeping on Lily, but all of a sudden it felt like I had and that made me antsy. This is your fault, Lisa. I neared, getting further into the space that was Ewald and Signward's domain. The meadow was odd in that there were trees overhead, with bushy leaves that should have kept the area dark, but it wasn't. A warm orange glow was cast over everything, giving it a warmth that didn't reach most parts of the bay. Where's Ewald? I asked, looking around. The space was clear and quiet, the large tree near the back of the meadow seeming darker than usual. He's usually waiting for me when I visit. Was it strange that I felt a little disappointed that he wasn't here? The elf was older than me, but it was easy to see him as this young kid who was filled with so much enthusiasm about the practice. With Signward. They're playing a strategy game and with how others can be, it might take a long time, she said. I hummed. Maybe this is their way of staying out of the conflict in the bay. Lily shrugged. I don't know elves all that well, she said. They're supposed to be related to fairies, but not those I've met. Elves feel more straightforward while the fae I've met have been almost like tricksters incarnate. Can tricksters be incarnations? I asked. I don't know, she said. Incarnations aren't my deal. You can sit if you'd like. I know when a person's in pain, and I can see it on you. I wasn't wearing my coat because it would get strange looks, it sat between my back and backpack, warming up back. Altogether I appreciated the gesture. My posture mirrored hers as I sat, backpack and coat to the side, my legs crossed and my stick over them. She continued to work. There were jars around her with different liquids, 24 arrows spread out neatly in front of her. Delicately and with care, she dipped each arrow in a different jar. Can I ask about what you're doing? I said. I don't know, can you? I snorted. My mom taught English and she made that joke all the time. Was she awesome? She asked. I nodded. Then I'm glad to be in her company. I'm infusing the arrows with different properties, different directions of attack. It's a ritual like those nifty nails of yours. The more I do it, the longer the properties last. My gaze went down to my nails. I'd chosen black nail polish for the day, and it was evenly coated and glossy in a way that I hadn't been able to pull off when I'd first been starting. People often disparaged girly things meant they couldn't understand how hard some of it was to master. Applying nail polish was one of those things because it was so easy to have it be clumpy and bad looking. Beyond the polish itself, the nails were pointed in a way that would have needed a manicure, one I hadn't given myself. To the sight they weren't nails but claws, longer and sharper than they looked to my eyes, and curled in a way similar to those of dogs. My fingers seemed darker and hairier, though as I blinked the effect eased. What are some of the things they can do? I asked, stopping myself from thinking about my fingers becoming paws. Belief played a part in the practice and maybe if I believed hard enough they might, which meant I had to do my best not to. She picked up a jar. Blood from a vampire, she said. They're weak and constrained by a lot of bindings, but they can be useful when used in the right way. They gain nourishment from blood and that's good for me, a hit from this can drain a person. How does that interact with karma? Badly, she said, chuckling lightly. Vampires as a whole have a bad thing with karma. But I can sort of tilt things so it works. If they attack me first or draw blood, then by the rules of karma I can take an equivalent amount of blood. That would mean you have to get hit, a lot, I said. She shrugged. Okay, that's a little cool. Says the girl who saved a major other from thraldom, she said. I asked Ewald about you and he mentioned the alabaster. Yeah, I said, a little awkward. I had a lot of help with that. It's still awesomely cool, she said. I don't know a lot about alabasters but they're supposed to be a big deal cosmologically. And there are currently 2 of them in Brockton Bay. Fighting each other without fighting. Which is supposed to be helping the Bay because there's a fight for its very soul. Against the Nazis, she said, nodding. I've been asking a lot of questions to get a sense of what's going on. I sighed. It's bad. Hopefully it's on the way to getting better, but right now, things are shitty. I'd be careful. Yeah, she said. You learn that being careful is what keeps you alive on the streets. But thanks for the concern. Oh, right. I spoke to a friend that has a place, I told her. Lisa of the Undersiders. She and her team have a loft with rooms, she says you could stay there if you join their team. Lily frowned. I'm not in a place for teams right now, she said. Because of your friend. Partially, she said with a shrug. It's not something I want to go into right now. That's okay, I said. I'm not sure how to help. There's Mr. Calvert, my mentor, he has connections to buildings in the Bay. Maybe if I asked he could get you something. But he's complicated. Bad complicated or good complicated? Complicated. She let out a long breath. I sort of don't want to get involved, she said. Complicated has a way of being sticky, passing from person to person. I don't want that sort of life right now. I want simple. Thanks for trying, but I think I'll try to figure things out on my own. Is there nothing I could do to help? I asked. Maybe I can get you food or you can come over to my place and eat there. You could show me around Brockton Bay, she said. I sort of want to get a first-hand feel of the city with a local. Would you like to start in the spirit world? Lisa, my friend, and I will go in there. She's got some stuff she wants to find and I'll be trying to find a fire spirit for a minor project. That'd be cool, said Lily. Seeing a place's spirit world means getting a sense of its underlying nature. I'd like to see it. I've never been. It'll be my first time. Don't worry about it. Not a lot of people go there. I've only gone in once and that was luck more than anything. There was a door that I saw while I was exploring the Undercity. I thought it was just normal magical stuff, but it led me to this whole different place. It had moved the next time I saw it. Bummer. Yeah, she said, smiling, bummer. If you're ready we can bike to my place so I can pick up a few things before heading back to Lisa's. But no rush. I'm about done, anyway, she said, standing and stretching. Lily put her things back in her backpack, pulling out a pair of jeans that she put on over her shorts. She shrugged her backpack on and over it was the quiver with her arrows. The last thing she put on were the fox ears. They looked plastic when they were off, but the moment she put them on they took on more life. It wasn't very long before we were biking to my place, Lily standing on the pegs at the back. Most of the time when I left the domain of the elves it was within the park a short distance away from my house, but as Lily and I went out together, we were closer to the lower bay than the rills. She didn't put her hands on my shoulders for support, which meant I didn't bike as fast as I could. Don't worry about speed, said Lily. You're going to have a tough time throwing me off. Buoyed by her words, I paddled faster, ignoring the minor bursts of pain from my injuries. The bike leaned left and right as I pushed faster, and I sat slightly up to add to more momentum. Still Lily didn't hold on to my shoulders, instead she spread her arms wide and let the wind push through her hair, her eyes closed and her body leaning instinctively against the bike so she wouldn't fall. Very good balance, and she didn't even need a goatskin cloak. My heart was beating fiercely as we got to my place and I looked with the sight to see if Dad had come back home. He hadn't, which made this a little less awkward. Which it shouldn't be, I thought. I really don't like you right now, Lisa. I'm not even interested in Lily like that. We're not even friends. We're just people who just met and I'm trying to help her out. Amber was waiting for us at the front door as we got in the house. You have a house spirit, Lily said when we got to my place. Taylor made me, but I don't think I'm anyone's, said Amber. And I'm not a house spirit. Oh, sorry, she said as she shifted, looking around. Nice place. Thanks, I said, feeling strange. My house wasn't nice, at least not the sort of nice I'd seen from Victoria's place or the Undersider's loft. I'll be a few minutes. You can stay up here if you want, or you can come into my practice space. That'd be cool, she said. I felt a little nervous as we walked down, flicking on the light to show a basement that had a lot of clutter. There was still the diagram I'd used for the Echo of Elizabeth Cook, the lines smudged in places but largely intact. A part of me knew that the circle, simple though it was something I was supposed to hide so people didn't take my magical knowledge without me getting something in kind, but I didn't really care about that sort of thing. Maybe it was Victoria rubbing off on me. Consider me jealous, said Lily. You have no idea how much work I have to do to find a space to draw large-scale diagrams. Most of the time it's usually not worth it, especially since you have to either protect it from passers-by others or innocents. I can offer the space, I said, quickly. A part of me felt uncomfortable, because I was strongly aware of all the things I had that Lily lacked. It felt strange, almost like when it had truly hit me how shitty Brockton Bay was. I'd seen homeless people before, but I'd never really thought about how hard it might be to be without a home. It made me aware of all the things I'd taken for granted. If you're uncomfortable with it as a gift, then you could pay me in tips and tricks. But no obligations or anything. She nodded stiffly, looking around. Is anything cursed? I shook my head. I don't think so. The dolls have an echo in them, and that, I pointed at a bucket, water over there is filled with a lot of impurities. I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet. A tip in case I want to do a ritual, she asked. Wait, I said, and I jogged over to a notebook in one corner. After a bit of rummaging I found a pencil. I want to keep track so things seem balanced. Also I don't want to forget anything you tell me. You can start. Okay, she said. Syringes aren't the oldest thing in the practice, but their use spirit-wise is delivering something. Medicine, mostly, but not only that. If you put that stuff in a syringe and got someone with it, you'd be delivering those impurities in them. I don't think the hurt would be the worst, but it would cause sickness until their self heals. Also, having too much of that might make something. I heard stories about a beginner alchemist who pushed all his impurities in one place and they made another. It was not good. I looked up, my eyes wide. I didn't think that sort of stuff could happen. Rule of thumb that I use, almost everything can be done with the practice, it just depends on the price. Except for bad things have a way of just happening, at least seemingly. Highly noted, I said, as I wrote it at the top of my notebook. I'll collate this later. I got my stuff together, getting dressed in clothes that were more combat-oriented. Gloves, better boots, knife, and a new flashlight with a day rune over it. The battle with Tammy the Nazi had used up a lot of my power sources, but there were a few things that I couldn't work with yet. Ground teeth I'd wanted to turn into chalk, eyelids I'd pulled from the alabaster, and an eye Chompers had used to muddy my scent for her body. They were all preserved, but the task of turning them into anything usable was emotionally daunting. There was also a coin I'd picked up in the garden route, but I still hadn't looked into what it did or how I'd use it. It wouldn't be useful right now, and maybe it would be a good idea to trade it to Melanie for something more useful. For the trip, though, the wolf blood I'd collected would be the most useful. I picked up the glass jar filled with the preserved blood and stowed it in my backpack. I'm more limited than I would like, I said to Lily, more so there wasn't silence. There's supposed to be an incarnation of unrest out there, and I'd like it if I had all my weapons. I get that, Lily said from behind me. I had the sleeve with the flame insulation and I put it on, then wound the chain around my arm. There wasn't a flame spirit within and there likely would be a lot of impurities by the time I got to the spirit world, but I hoped most of them would have something to do with sunlight and heat than anything I wouldn't be able to use. Bye Ember, take care. Be safe, they said to me. I'll try, I told her before Lily and I left. Hey, said Lisa, hand outstretched. Lisa. Lily, she returned, taking the hand and shaking it. We were in front of the loft and Lisa was dressed in hiker-esque gear carrying the small type of backpack that looked like it wouldn't fit anything useful. She had a gun strapped to her side and not much else in the way of weaponry. In her hand she carried a tawny feather that glowed with curling light. I see that you won't be joining us, said Lisa, the words confident. Enchantress or emotion manipulator? Lily asked. You could call me both with how broad those terms are, Lisa said, smiling. But you don't have to worry so much about me. I'm tapped out at the moment. That still doesn't mean you aren't dangerous. So you have met people like me before, she said. And it's been enough for you to leave an impression. Lily's expression shifted into a scowl. Could you not, she said, the words hard. I glared at Lisa, hoping that she wouldn't make Lily feel like shit. She shrugged and held up her hands in surrender, her eyes flashing pink as they moved between me and her. Looking with the sight, her usual smile was off, more stretched and without its usual smugness. Something's wrong, I thought, though a part of me thought that maybe I was just trying to excuse Lisa's shitty behavior. What's with the feather? I asked. It'll connect a door to the spirit world, said Lisa. 2 uses only and it didn't come cheap. Which is why I'm using the opportunity to recoup my investment. What does that mean? I asked, a bit worried. We've got 2 members of the travelers who'll be coming with us, she said. Jess and Luke. What's their deal? I asked. Lisa smiled. That's what I'm trying to figure out, she said. They're too powerful in their niches, especially since they don't come from old families and they've got a lot of gaps in their skill level. A part of me thought they might have been the patrons of different gods, but they've got too many liberties. It'll be interesting to watch them, see how they do in the spirit world. Lily left out a breath, and when I looked at her she seemed upset, bags under her eyes that had nothing to do with a lack of sleep. She had her hands in her pockets and she shifted from side to side, as if she wanted to be anywhere else but here. She and Lisa had only known each other less than 10 minutes and already it felt like they weren't the type of people who would normally be together. I hadn't known Lily that long and maybe I was presumptuous, but a part of me already thought of her as a friend in some way, and that she and Lisa looked like they weren't getting along sucked. Why did this have to happen now, when I could hang out with Victoria and Lisa without having problems? And how was I supposed to deal with it? Lily's fox ears turned and her head followed. A moment later 2 webs came into being and I saw their sources, 2 people, one a guy and the other a girl. The girl was in a wheelchair, her skin pale which made her auburn hair stand out more starkly. She pushed herself with gloved hands that shone to the sight, and on the handlebars of her wheelchair was her backpack. The guy wasn't bad looking, muscular in the way of someone who didn't spend too much time at the gym, his features were square and his brow was a bit bushy. He walked beside the girl, hands in his pockets and with a bit of a slouch. The guy carried no bag and I didn't see weapons or knickknacks on him. Jess and Luke. Both of them had swirls around them when looked at with the sight. With Jess it was impressions and pictures that floated around her head, abstract and sometimes coming together to form images of jumbled creatures, each of them with a sheen that reminded me a lot of Victoria's fragile friend. Around Luke there was a whirl, bits of light that flew around him in every direction, sometimes bunching together to get thicker and spread out further, mostly they stuck around his person, and wherever they met something solid they nudged it. The effect was almost like Luke was caught in a ghostly wind. "Good," said Lisa, "they're here." She walked off to meet them. I stayed back with Lily, a bit relieved that the 2 of us could speak in private. "What's up?" I asked, even though it felt a little awkward. Lily and I really didn't know each other and it felt like I was overstepping. "She just reminds me of my last moments in New York," she said. "Bad memories?" Lily nodded. "You don't have to come if you're uncomfortable. I could show you around another time. We can make a biking trip through the city." She shook her head. "You were my ride here. If I miss this then you're going to have to take me back and that'll make you miss out." "I can deal." "Are you sure?" She nodded. "Should we join them?" "Yeah." "Okay," said Lily. "But we have to be on the lookout," Lisa was saying as we approached. "It's Kenta's stomping ground and even if I'm not pulling from anything he values," she turned to look at Lily, "we might have problems." "Are you going to introduce us?" said Jess. "Oh, right. Jess, Luke," Lisa said, pointing. "Taylor and Lily." "Hey," I said. "Hello," Jess said, smiling. Luke only gave a short nod. Lily waved. "Cool ears," she said to Lily. "Thanks," the girl said. "People seem to like them." "They're cute," said Jess. "They give me real anime vibes." Lily sighed. "You have no idea how many people don't like me for that," she muttered. "They think I'm playing into stereotypes." "Well, aren't you?" Lisa asked. "If I was close to her I would have kicked her." "What was her deal today?" "I can enjoy anime too," Lily muttered. "We should get going," said Luke. "Noelle didn't want us out at night. Everyone's been on edge since the whole unrest incarnation business." "Tell me about it," Lisa muttered. "Okay. Follow." Our destination was a rundown shop 3 buildings over, its doors ravaged by age and water damage, hanging slightly ajar to reveal an empty floor beyond. Lisa closed the door, stabbed the feather into the rusted keyhole and pushed to no avail. She stepped back and looked at Luke. "A little help." He stepped forward and the light around him moved with purpose, wrapping around his body and slithering down his arm towards his hand. Luke touched the door and the light seeped into it, filling it with energy and drawing a symbol that grew larger and more intricate as more power was poured into it. I could see now why Lisa would be interested in them, because I couldn't help but wonder where he was getting the power to fuel the diagram. Maybe it was a god, some people were supposed to pray to those and get power, or maybe he was just stealing it, watching it. I couldn't help but be jealous of all of it, watching him do effortlessly what I would need a lot of power to replicate. The man let out a breath, flicked his finger and the door vanished, eliciting a loud crack that had my stick in my hand in an instant, eyes roving around for the threat. Not an attack but him using his magic. The door, I saw, had been pushed into another world, sent hurtling over a street and into an ocean that was much closer than it should be. Water flooded out of the door, hitting my feet and causing a cold chill to seep into my body, making me shudder. I wasn't the only one. "Luke, do you mind pushing me?" said Jess, shaking her hands. "This water's frigid." "Sure," he said with a shrug. It was night on the other side of the door and instead of seeing the interior of the building, we looked out towards the ocean, which seemed much closer than it was on the reality side of the bay. The tide pushed in the building in a dull, choppy mess of dark water and debris. I hope you guys don't mind if I take the lead, said Lisa. I don't know about Lily, but I'm sure I've walked the spirit world more times than the rest of you. Yeah, that's okay, said Luke. Jess joined me in nodding. Lily shrugged. Lily at the back, Taylor up front, she said. At least while we're getting in, then we'll suss out if we need a battle-ready configuration. Should we be expecting trouble? Jess asked, a little worried. There's an incarnation of unrest out there, she said with a shrug. Every kind of spirit or other that's primed to feel antsy, dissatisfied or similar feelings is going through them. I pulled out my stick and went up ahead, Lisa behind me and behind her Jess and Luke, Lily closing off the back. We rolled through the water that seemed to seep into my shoes and socks, sinking into skin and causing shivers to run up and down my spine. The moment I was through the door the water got worse, the tide coming in and causing a flow that ran up to my calves. It felt a little harder to move forward, almost like I was walking through syrup. Sometimes things touched my legs, either filmy plastic sheets, small chunks of brick or bits of wood. Fuck. 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 Fuck, Jess muttered as she was pushed in. If this water gets any higher it'll be on my lap. Couldn't we have gotten in any place on high ground? Luke asked. The tide isn't usually this high, said Lisa. Strange. The ocean can feel unrest, said Lily. Lisa let out a frustrated sigh. Yeah. Makes sense. The non-human side of the practice is something I overlook sometimes. Let's head up as fast as we can. The geography in this place is strange, going to the better parts of town means being on higher ground. Lily snorted and smiled. What? I asked. I love how the spirit world does away with the bullshit, sometimes, she said. Downhill was the sea, its waters dark, choppy, and loud, waves crashed into each other so hard that sprays shot up and filled the air with a salty scent. Further in though closer than they should be massive cargo ships dotted the horizon, most laying on their sides while a few jutted up like fingers taller than the tallest building in the bay. The ship graveyard seemed to stretch further, surrounding much of the city like a snake coiled around its victim. Uphill no, up the mountain because it seemed like the hill that was one of the more expensive areas of the bay looked larger still, almost central to the city. The entire setup of the city seemed to be of the hills area at the top and everything else wrapping around beneath it. When I thought about it, the entire setup didn't make sense, it didn't feel right in terms of geography, and yet it was. Spirit world, said Lisa, because she'd noticed my awestruck expression. How was it that with everything I'd gone through I could still be surprised by this stuff? It doesn't hold to conventional sense. It's like the sight, peering through the veil and showing us things on a symbolic level. My sight isn't like this, said Luke. Yeah, I muttered, because there were things that I hadn't been able to see with my sight. Like the fact that my stick was an entire tree, thicker than my arm with thinner branches growing out all along the trunk. It was bloody in parts, dark, sludgy masses that flowed between the branches, some of them just blood while others were more like filth. I'd guessed before that all the people I'd bashed had infused my stick with some measure of power, but I hadn't had a way to see it. But being in the spirit world seemed to have pulled away some of the artifice, or maybe it had to do with the fact that my inner eye was always partially opened. This is way saner than my dreams, said Jess. Looking at her, the images I'd seen with the sight seemed to be much more corporeal, lingering longer, drifting around her head with a few giving her hugs, while others played with her hair. Not that she noticed. We should get moving, said Lisa and she pointed. Cardinal directions hold true in most realms, so that should be downtown. We walked, slightly uphill treading through water and I looked around, taking everything in. The streets were clogged with water and detritus, either natural or man-made. Buildings were either in disrepair or in much better condition than they'd been in the real world, with windows, doors, and a general sense of life and care that, and more than anything there was a lot of graffiti, word, and pictures scrawled on many of the available surfaces. Breathe, one said, the words scrawled in marker, the slash is red and desperate. Land of the, another said, with faded and chipped paint showing that there was a last word which I could guess it. Some places had so many words scrawled onto them that I couldn't read them, and in those places I caught sight of the first spirit. One I knew. It was the hunger spirit Melanie had made a deal with, thin and with a big belly. I held my stick, so wide that it shouldn't have fit into my hand, much firmer as we got close. Bloodshot eyes stared at us as we ventured close to the building it called home. It opened its needle-filled mouth and the smell of shit spilled out, almost alive and visible as it moved through the air. That's rank, Luke muttered and around him a storm bloomed, looking now like fingers that pushed whatever they touched. Should I take care of him? Should we? Lisa asked the spirit. Or do you want to deal? The spirit's eyes moved from her to Lily, then it spoke in what might have been Japanese. I'm sorry, spirit, Lily said, and her voice shook. I can't understand you. Not enough for a conversation. The hunger spirit said something, a word I couldn't understand, but one I knew was bad by how Lily recoiled, her shoulders hunched and her brow furrowed. She shoved her hands in her pockets and shifted. The spirit turned and walked further into the warehouse. What was that about? Jess asked, her tone nervous. More of the same, Lily muttered. I thought about patting her on the back. Then didn't. Let's keep moving, said Lisa. There were more spirits and all of them seemed to have similar characteristics to the hunger spirit, of hunger, of fatigue, of tedium, of all sorts of things that gave reason to why there'd be unrest. Between sightings of spirits there were other things, shadows made real, in the shapes of people or cats or birds, never straying too close to us but visible in places that people would be. So what's the deal? Lisa asked. What are you looking to get out of going through the spirit world? Is that question for us? Luke asked. Lisa shrugged. You're the only people here I sort of don't understand, she said. Taylor wants a fire spirit for that chain of hers, and Lily's looking to explore, get this place's vibe. You too, though, she shrugged again. I'm just wondering why our benefactor would go to the trouble of asking me to take you here. Maybe he's a good guy, said Luke. Lily snorted. I think you wouldn't have used maybe if that were true. We can't really know people, can we? He said. I don't know about you, but I sure can try. Why does this feel like an interrogation? Jess asked. Because it is, Luke muttered. You say that like you are used to that type of thing, said Lisa. But then, I guess it makes sense. You can't be that powerful, but still be that ignorant, and not have people asking how you got that power. We aren't here to cause trouble, said Jess. We're just, Luke tensed. We're just trying to find a home. Wah. I know what that can be like, Lily interrupted. Lisa scowled in her direction, not that the other girl noticed. It just sucks that the only places people like us can pass are like Brockton Bay, Jess continued. No offense meant. Lisa snorted. You should be saying that to Taylor, she's the only one of us who was born here. I know how shitty the bay is, I said. You asked what we're looking to get out of this, said Jess, and I'd really love it if I could find a way to get my body into the dream. That's supposed to be possible from everything I've picked up. I might know a way to get there, said Lisa. Luke let out a huffed breath. All we have to do is tell you our deal, right? He said. Well, two things, said Lisa. One of them is telling me your deal, and the other is telling me what Melanie Fitz and her misfits wanted to know from you. You'd have to guarantee a way into the dream for that, said Jess. We already have a way to get there, and maybe back, but that's more in the air. We're looking for a safer way. What did she give you for information? Lisa asked. A path, low stakes, to get into, and it takes you where you want to go, she said. The garden route? I asked. You know it? Jess asked. I nodded. I'm the one they learned it from, I think. The problem is, every time I've dreamt it's been enrapturing, she said. The path needs me to be bored to get into it. I can imagine being in the dream and not being able to get out because I can't get bored, there's always something there to hold my interest. That's a risk, I said. There's supposed to be other entry/exit paths, said Jess. But they're sort of hard to get through when you're in a wheelchair. What we did learn, though, was that places are sort of interconnected. You can move from one to another if you find the right place. Being here, I was hoping to find an idea of the right place. Use the figments around your head as a compass, said Lily. I've been keeping track, they've been getting duller or brighter as we've been moving places. When we were walking close to the hospital they were the brightest I've seen them. Really? Said Jess. I didn't even know they were there. I'm sort of blind to them when I'm awake. Lisa, I noticed, had on a frown. Had that been her idea too, and had Lily given it away for free? Yet. These two aren't going to like each other after this meeting. I might have a way of making a compass, said Lisa. Don't worry about it, Luke said, coolly. We don't have problems finding direction. The rest of the trip was mostly quiet, only the sound of the water churning behind us. In the real world, downtown and the docks were at the same elevation, but in the spirit world it was uphill, which meant we'd escaped much of the freezing, energy-sapping water. There, said Lisa, with a point. The target was a man who looked forlorn, drifting aimlessly as he walked, sometimes his image twisted, revealing someone else beneath, maybe someone in the real world before he morphed back to the forlorn man. If I'm judging it right, it's a spirit of longing. Watch my back so I'm not disturbed. I nodded and Lily followed my lead. We positioned ourselves at opposite ends while Lisa, Jess, and Luke stayed at the center. My stick spun in my hand while Lily pulled free a stick from her quiver. She flicked it and dust fell off, revealing a bough that felt too large to have been beneath it. She readied an arrow. Lisa pulled off her tiny backpack and started pulling out two big material. She had a roll of paper and she unfolded it, revealing a diagram drawn onto it. At a touch the ink spilled out into a diagram, a lot of triangles that pointed inward. She had a vial of blood and she poured it at the center. Stay very still, please, said Lisa. She pulled out a tuft of black fur and swallowed it. Well, that's gross, Luke muttered as Jess shuddered. Lisa took a breath and screamed. It was just like Gen and a wed blazed into existence. The spirit turned towards Lisa and then bolted, running full tilt without thought of where it was going. It ran through the lines and the circle shifted, the triangles becoming blocks within the circle stay in place, I thought. You're caught, said Lisa. Agree either to being bound to my service for a period of 3 weeks, or giving me a third of your power for your freedom. By compacts made with many before you, I bid you to answer now lest my binding be harsher than there is need to be. The spirit reached into its own heart and pulled it out, red, bleeding and beating. It offered it to Lisa. Agree to cause me no harm as I enter the circle to retrieve the heart, nor to cause me any harm for a period of a minute after I have claimed it, she said. The spirit nodded. Lisa stepped in, a locket in hand, and took the heart. She enclosed it in the locket then stepped, smudging the lines as she did. Leave, said Lisa and the spirit left. That was easy, said Lily. These things are usually hard or long. I'm very good at using emotion to my advantage, Lisa said, smiling. The unrest in the air is making them easy to predict. Let's keep going. From a spirit of seduction, Lisa got a finger-sized stick of lipstick we got that one next to one of the strip clubs in the downtown area. From a wailing woman she got a severed big toes. She got a strand of hair from willowy woman with long, flowing locks that covered all of her, revealing only a pale face. From a spirit with the longest dreadlocks I'd seen she got a blunt, and she received a playing card from the spirit of a running child. I am seriously jealous how easy this seems for you, said Lily. It's the good thing about having a backer, Lisa said with a shrug. All through that she'd kept pulling out more and more knickknacks from her backpack to make the bindings easier to do. I don't have this, I said. Not this exactly, said Lisa. But you have something close. That nifty looking stick and how you got that coat. You're still young, but you have a lot of resources most people don't have when they're starting. I looked at the others and it seemed that the resonating feeling was yes. It made me feel, I wasn't sure, but maybe less? When I thought back to everything, I'd worked for all the stuff I got, but what Lisa said made it seem like it had been given to me. It was a little frustrating. No, it was a lot frustrating. Is that real fur? Jess asked, making me move away from the discomforting thoughts. Yeah, I said. Her expression twisted. You have a problem with that? She shrugged. I sort of have a problem with the whole killing aspect of the practice, she said. Lily hummed. You have to get used to it if you want any real power, she said. And at a certain point, these things have a way of drawing you in. Tell me about it, said Luke. Like what happened in Madison? Lisa asked. Both Jess and Luke tensed. Lily frowned, all of her ire directed at Lisa. What happened in Madison? I asked and immediately regretted it because Lily looked a little disappointed. I'd rather not say, said Jess and Luke shrugged. We kept walking, looking around in the darkness of the spirit world. There were a few spirits here and there, but they didn't come close to us and Lisa didn't find them interesting. Lily's hand turned as we were walking through a tight alley scrawled with overlapping words I couldn't read. I followed it and a web flared. Another was on the wall, as small as a baby, with skin that was brown trending towards black, with thin long limbs. The face was human but the eyes were big and pale, and its ears were pointed. Elf? My hand closed tightly around my stick as my stick started to beat faster. He didn't look anything like Elwyn, but my fights with the young elf came to the fore and I remembered that even though he'd trained me, he was probably holding back in our fights. Lily had her bow and arrow ready, not drawn and pointed down. Are we going to fight? Lisa asked. Ordeal. The elf didn't say anything. She frowned. Taylor. I looked at her. Take lead. I swallowed and nodded. Hello, I said. Pale eyes turned to look at me. Greetings, elven apprentice, he said, his voice wheezy. How are you? I said and I felt so stupid. As well as one can be, he said, though my feasts have turned hot and fiery as of late. It is most unsettling for the stomach. Ah, that's bad. He hummed and nodded with his entire body. Can I ask for your name? Perhaps, he said. Lily snorted. I looked at her and she was smiling. Focus. Oh, right, this may be rude, but I feel like it needs to be asked. Are we going to have trouble? With you? Right now. I hunger, he said, and the dreamer has sweet sprites that swim around her. I would have one. Jess. She cleared her throat. What are you offering for it? She asked. Lessons, perhaps, he said. Your craft is a pleasure to watch, but it has no emotion. I can give you minor teachings on how to collect impressions from the dream to add onto your creations. That would be good, she said. Can we have this conversation in the dream? I'd really like to see which figments I give you. Give me entry, he said. I offer a single invitation into my dream after I sleep tonight, said Jess, contingent that you do not do me harm, directly or indirectly, before, during and for an hour after. I agree, said the elf. I will be seeing you, dreamer, and perhaps you too, elven apprentice. The elf scampered off, climbing up the side of the wall and disappearing on the roof. There are different types of elves? I asked. Alps are a thing, said Jess, but they're supposed to wear hats. Maybe someone stole his, Luke said with a shrug. Maybe, said Jess. We should get going, said Lisa. There's a place that burned down a while ago not too far relatively speaking from here that was burned torched. We might find a fire spirit there, then we'll be done on our end. We continued walking, going through a part of town that made my stomach drop. There was a lot of graffiti around and none of it was good, the colors of E8, a large swastika that dominated a wall, the words protect and serve written under the imagine of a group of cops, all wearing tactical gear, carrying large weapons in action movie poses, their eyes bearing down on Lily as we passed, and a lot more overlapping writing, the most prominent of which were the number 88 written over and over. Trouble, Lily said, her voice tight. In the distance darkness had coalesced, forms that bled into and out of each other, but most importantly revealed the world beyond the real world. There were 5 police cars and over a dozen police officers, between them were 5 kids, most of them on bikes while one of them was off, talking to a police officer. We couldn't hear them, but I could see that the words were heated. I don't like this, Lily said, her words low. There's a lot of emotions, said Lisa. It's bad. More shadows were appearing, some of the humanoid but with wings, carrying swords, others birds which roost on rooftops or people's shoulders, most flew around the commotion, sometimes overlapping with people to show more the real-world people, a bunch of them, with their phones out, recording the event. A web flared between me and one of the kids. He was looking directly at me, his expression of tightly suppressed anger. Are they practitioners? I asked. The dynamite downtown dudes, said Lisa. The argument between one of the guys and the cop got a lot more heated. The cop stepped forward, finger jabbing while one of her hands hovered over her gun. Bike kid didn't step down. More of the shadows flew around, their swords pointing at different people, while others had specific targets. More hands went to hover guns. In the corner of my eye I saw something, a figure clad in black, but the moment I turned towards it there was nothing there but a cold, cold feeling. This feels a lot like the worst nightmares, said Jess. There, said Lisa, and she pointed. A person had appeared and he strode forward with too much energy, his eyes hard, mouth align and his fists clenched tightly. It's the incarnation of unrest. What do we do? Lily asked. What can we do? Around Luke a storm built. No, said Lisa. This is a powder keg. Keep it in, don't be the one that pushes things over. With intense focus from Luke, the colors around him started to calm. I feel on edge, he said. And see. Please don't talk to me or touch me. Lisa let out a shuddering breath. I can't do anything. It's not how I usually work, she muttered. I'm more individual workings than groups. I don't think I could calm this down. I could fight it, I said, the words hard to push out. I don't think you can, said Lisa. Another police car rolled up and outstepped the man in blue. He looked around and his eyes momentarily found us. He tipped his hat, smiling genially, then went to the incarnation of unrest, then turned ugly as they rested on the dynamite downtown dudes. He had to pass through the crowd to get to the commotion, which meant he pushed a kid aside. One of the shadows swooped and stabbed forward as the kid hit the ground. He bawled and it was loud. At once the shadows flew in and settled over more people, revealing more of the crowd. People were unsettled, they were shouting, fists in the air. The kid's father had them in a hug and moved back, away from the danger. The shadows around him eased, moving to other targets. The cops turned away from the dynamite downtown dudes and towards the crowd, all pulling out their guns and pointing them at people. There was motion, people scattering, a shadow swooped as a gun went off. Too many things happened at once, the world flickered as impressions came to the fore, multiple echoes that stayed individuals, or they merged together into something different. A shadow plunged its sword into one of the bystanders and the person didn't move after the fact, and the police shouted over everything, their guns pointing to and fro. The dynamite downtown dudes tried to make a break for it, but the cop woman turned and kicked one bike aside, throwing its rider to the ground. The cop quickly stepped forward and put a foot to his chest, her gun pointed at him. The activity had been short and frenzied, but just as quickly it looked like things had settled. Those who could run had done so, and those on the ground were still on the ground, but some of those still around were congregated around a kid on the ground, their blood flowing towards the incarnation of unrest whose skin seemed to get darker, his hair blacker and clearer, and his expression more mean. Over the kid and through the crowd was the pale man in black. He started to turn towards me, but Lisa's nails dug into skin as she harshly grabbed me by the chin and wrenched my head so it looked down. It would be easy to excuse all of this as the incarnation's fault, to explain it away as something magical and otherworldly. But that wasn't how it worked, was it? The spirit world stripped away the facade and right now everything was laid bare. This is Brockton Bay. Chapter 31. Chapter text. Dad got home at 2 in the morning and he found me sitting in the living room with Ember, though he couldn't see them. I wasn't dressed in my cloak, but my stick clothes and my body primed to move. I'd counted, and for a total of 13 times I'd had to stop myself from getting on my bike and going to find Dad, especially when he'd disappeared into a place warded by magic. Taylor, he said as I moved, for a moment a tall shadow whose effect I heard in the surprise that touched his voice, 12 steps, and I was at his side, wrapping him in a hug. I didn't cry because I wasn't hurt, instead I felt hollow and angry and aimless and a whole host of other emotions that were too much and too many to perceive in any clear detail. In less than a month I'd seen 2 people die. The first had been killed by Lisa, my friend, and the second had just been some man who had been at the wrong place at the wrong time. Victor's death had been easy to push to the back of my mind. He was a bad person and he'd met a bad end, but the other guy, he'd just been there, in a crowd, and he'd been shot by a trigger-happy cop who'd only been there because one of their own had been stopping some kids who hadn't been wearing helmets. And to make things worse, because of the person he was, Dad was caught up in it too. I guess you've seen the news. Dad said, as he patted my back. Yeah, I said, then swallowed. But, I was there. Dad stepped back. What? I was there. I saw it happen. The kids, the cops, and the guy. Dad hugged me. Squeezing tight. His breath shuddering. All of me wishes that I could keep you in this house forever, he said. So that you're safe. So that the world out there never hurts you. I get that, I said, because I really did for the first time. All that worry Dad had for me, especially after the stuff with the Nazis, I felt it too. There was unrest in the air and a lot of people were making calls or taking part in heated discussions on social media. I'd tried to call Dad and hadn't been able to reach him. I didn't want Dad to be the person who would be in the wrong place at the wrong time. But that isn't Brockton Bay. Not mostly. There'd been a lot of white people in that crowd, but the bullet had caught a black person. The person that the man in blue had shoved aside when he'd been moving through the crowd had been black. The kids who had been stopped for not wearing helmets had been a mix of black, Latino and Asian. It felt like Dad wasn't at as much of a risk of getting shot as Jordan's mother. But it didn't mean I wasn't worried about him. Did the police? No, I said. We weren't close to them, and we left after things happened. Broke apart to just deal. But I'd seen a glimmer of death and it had been enough to leave me cold. I shuddered. Dad squeezed me tight before he broke the hug and went to the couch. Amber moved out of the way, going to stand behind Dad. He patted it and I went to sit beside him. Did I ever tell you about your mother's activism days? He asked. A little, I said. Mostly that eventually Mom stepped away from it, that the values they had didn't align with hers. Dad nodded, slowly. At the end there, they got violent, he said. They were cruel and they did things that were a mirror of the hate and ignorance that they were fighting against. Misandry. Dad smiled. You always had your mom's way with words. He sighed. Just, there's a way in which you begin to hate the people you fight against, especially when it feels or it is that those people are questioning your value as a person. What are you saying, Dad? That this might have been the final straw, he said, gravely. Med Hall, the backbone of the Bay, is found out to be a breeding den for Nazis, and now all of the crap that the cops pull is on the news for all to see. All of it over a helmet. Dad sighed. I just spent the last few hours listening to a lot of angry people. I tried to enforce calm, telling them about the larger fight and how if there was violence the cause wouldn't be seen the right way, but I didn't believe it. No matter what we do, no matter how things play out, we'll still be fighting against an establishment that fundamentally doesn't want to see change. They benefit a lot from things as they are, with a lot of people having shitty lives, and they're willing to do all they can to make sure that things don't change. I've had conversations like this before, I muttered. It's very hard to change the status quo. Dad nodded. It is, he said. He took my hand. What's going to happen now? I asked. It'll be like the dock workers' strike, he said. High energy and impact, but at the end of the day we stand to lose a whole lot while the people in power just keep moving forward, protected by the systems they put into place. So, it's worthless? I asked. No, said Dad. Even as bad as things are, as set against the little guy as they are, we can never just settle for shit like this. We've got to keep fighting. But I think we need to realize that the victories aren't going to be big and flashy, that sometimes we might have to take heart even moving things an inch forward. Because that inch will be hard fought. Things will be getting better, though, right? I said, and I hated how much I sounded like a child. Dad drew me into another half-hug. Yeah, kiddo, he said, his voice somber. As much as this reminds me of the strikes, it's better this time because we have some help. Counselor of Communications, Carlene Padillo has shown an interest, as well as Keith Grove. I don't know who those people are, I said. They're people in the right position for us to have teeth, she said. People interested in running for mayor who might actually change things. Hopefully. Hopefully, because you don't trust them. He shrugged. Carlene has been in the system for a long time. She's a politician and she's going to handle this like politicians do. Keith, though, he's some rich guy who's the CEO of one of the financial firms. Is he going to know what people like us need, or is he going to make it easier for people like him, the Stansfields, to keep doing business? Before this, I don't think I've heard of his company doing anything to help people, but now there's promises of jobs? I don't buy it. It doesn't really sound like things are better this time around, I said. Tom, my new boss, knows Keith, and maybe that counts for something, said Dad. If he's mayor, then our redevelopment project in the docks will be easier. But you don't like that? He shrugged. It's working within a system that's shitty, he said inside. I'm swearing a lot, aren't I? Things are shitty. Dad chuckled. It's good when change happens, however it happens, he said. But it's disheartening when we have to hope for some good rich people to get the change we need. It would be good if community action, marches, and strikes had the impact that they had maybe 50 years ago, but the board is so set against us through years of lobbying or propaganda, not to mention the culture war. Most of the people who are going to strike are going to be black or brown, they'll be fired, and these enterprises will be more white for it, which means they'll spin it to make it seem like they're helping, which is just bullshit. Those strikers are going to suffer for it. They won't be able to pay for food or rent, which means that when the feelings dim, they're going to want to settle for some form of a living. Dad let out another sigh. God, he said. I'm sorry for heaping all of this on you. You're still a kid, you should be enjoying your life. I was the target of Nazis, Dad, I said, and that doesn't feel like it's going to be stopping anytime soon. I need to know this stuff, especially if I'm going to change things. Dad smiled. You're a good kid, Taylor, he said. He and I sat there on the couch, staring at a blank TV and sometimes hearing sirens in the far distance. My mind was mostly blank as I tried to think about how I could change things, because the issues in Brockton Bay seemed so broad. I'd wanted to help Lily get a place to live, even offered my place so she could work her rituals, but that didn't feel like enough. Now with Dad being wary about getting the help of the rich, of that being the only way of getting change. I just didn't know where I fit into the whole dynamic. I didn't know the power or influence I had. Taylor, said Amber, surprising me a little. I raised a brow. Thomas Calvert is outside. I swallowed and nodded. I pulled out of Dad's hug. I should go to bed, I said. Yeah, he said, tired. I've still got an early morning tomorrow even with everything going on. We both went upstairs, then turned our separate ways to our rooms. I quickly jotted down an attention-turning diagram, then snuck out again, careful of the stairs so they wouldn't groan as I went down. Slowly and carefully I opened the door and snuck out. Amber had been right. Mr. Calvert was there, dressed in a suit, with Silas form wrapped around his arm. Taylor, he said, smiling. What's the plan? I said, feeling on edge, especially after the conversation with Dad. I still didn't know what I wanted to do, how I fit in, but as tired as I was, I felt primed to move, and when I leaned into it, some of that fatigue lifted. You said you wanted to make things better, so how do we do that right now? His smile got sharper. It's good that you're galvanized, he said, because now is the opportunity to push forward. How? I asked. The Protectorate is too tied to the establishment's power, he said. They've worked with the Spirit in Blue, even worked alongside the Nazis. They've done it often enough that the threads are there. The shooting by the police impacted the standing of the Protectorate to the Spirits. The Spirit of the Docks, never one for the establishment in the first place, is primed towards action. And that's good. It's complicated, he said. The Spirit of Docks has been disenfranchised for a very long time. Along with other spirits, it will be heavily affected by the incarnation of unrest, which in turns means those close to it will be affected too. Like me? I thought. Though there exists the problem that they might intermingle and become one, with the incarnation getting so strong that it's a mainstay. How do we help? I said, frustrated. What can we do? How strong are you after your walk through the spirit world? He asked. Strong enough, I said. I want to be out there. Then out there will be, he said. Do you know the plight of the Alvarez family? I frowned. What's that got to do with anything? Do you know it, Taylor? I nodded. A little, I think. Carlos' family is plagued by a curse. His father moved from Puerto Rico and didn't awaken because he thought it would help him, and recently his cousins came to live with them because I think their grandfather was killed by the curse. Yes, said Mr. Calvert. But that's only the start. The children have been working through various means to keep the curse at bay or end it. The oldest of them, Ariana, went to Boston in an effort to study with a druid who talks to trees. There she learned of the ways to better tend to the cursed tree their family owns, and the first son, Carlos, joined the wards because he thought it would gain him resources and knowledge. But it didn't work out, I said. Too many restrictions. They expected to have a longer timeline, enough that he would gain access to the deeper secrets the Protectorate holds. That didn't work and they've spent their time since the council meeting lobbying to different players. They want to claim a domain, an entire neighborhood they can call their own, all the better to fend off a curse that has been slowly killing their number for generations. It felt so long ago, now, but I remembered a discussion that had happened when I'd first met the wards. Victoria's aunt lived in a town where a guy made a domain the size of a neighborhood. Carlos had been surprised, especially with how much competition that would bring. Are we helping him? I asked, because I couldn't think of an alternative. We are, said Mr. Calvert. There'll be competition, others, and practitioners in kind, and we'll be the first defense, weeding out the weak so that the Alvarez family still have their strongest weapons when the true challenges come. Of course we'll have to also put in a challenge, lest we water down their claim, but I think a good game of checkers will do well. Is that going to be good? That sort of claim. Remember what I told you, Taylor, of the Stansfield family. They hit bad times but the universe couldn't pull them from their home, so it moved wealth their way. Now imagine it, a Latino family who has a claim over a neighborhood, entrenching themselves and their culture there. They would be harder to move, and the injustices of the past would be harder to commit. I don't understand, I said, frowning. A great many people of color have been displaced or thrown by the wayside in the efforts of progress, he said. From the people of Seneca Village, displaced to build Central Park, to Kearny Street destroyed for a financial district in California, or the numerous communities gone to build highways. A bout of laughter caught the wind, coming from every direction at once to make me tense. I searched for a web and found them, dark and dim, hidden but there. My head turned in the direction to see a sign where it appeared within a swirl of green and auburn leaves. Ewald, meanwhile, shifted from a small bird with dark, shimmering feathers, to an elf boy who wore the most beautiful billowing coat of feathers I'd seen. Hello Taylor, he said with a large smile, the bits of light catching him to reveal a face adorned in makeup that shifted his face into a bird-like shape. His hands, from fingers to elbows, were covered in blood, his nails black and dark, hard and sharp, and hooked at side was a stick adorned with different overlapping diagrams that glowed and shifted to the sight. I could see all of the things he'd taught me but taken to the height of their power. It was beautiful to see. But it also made me feel naked as a result. I swallowed. Hello, Ewald. Signward. You laugh at my disgruntlement, Signward. Mr. Calvert said, his tone tight. No, she said. Though I do find it amusing how close you can be to a simple truth, and yet you seem so far away. Please, he said, illuminate me. Gladly, she said. How many others will be displaced when this line claims this domain? Is it not enough that the ground for others to live has already been so diminished, with the earth so filled by humanity that many of us have no choice but to hide in pockets of reality? Now you wish to make those pockets smaller, and all for a single family line. You'll stand against us, then? Mr. Calvert asked. Answer me, Taylor Bear, said Signward. Should we not stand against you? My heart picked up and for a moment I couldn't think, my mouth moved in the answer that felt the most right. You should, I said. Just like all the people who were displaced had a right to fight for themselves. Signward smiled. At this moment that will be enough, she said, and she let herself fall, becoming leaves which were pushed away by a burst of wind before she reached the ground. Bye for now, Taylor, said Ewald, before he spun, his coat fluttering. Between blinks the cloak wrapped around his body and became smaller, twisting into the shape of a raven that had bloody legs. It flapped its wings and flew away, following a bunch of leaves that flew in a trail. We should count ourselves lucky that they didn't fight us, said Mr. Calvert. We took too much of a risk being here together, said Silas, and Mr. Calvert hummed. Let's make sure that doesn't happen again, said Mr. Calvert. Silas opened, shifted and pointed downward as Mr. Calvert stretched out his hand. The snake's mouth opened and fingers escaped, two hands that pushed the mouth open further so a head could push itself out of the snake. The snake bulged and stretched as more of the person pushed themselves out, coated in a shiny, glittering slime. At a certain point gravity helped and the form slid out of the snake's skin to land on the ground. A copy of Mr. Calvert stood, stretching tall, removing some of the excess slime by flicking it off. There are two of you, I said. There's only one of us, said Mr. Calvert. Though it's an honest mistake. Nice to finally meet you in person, Taylor, said Silas, extending a hand. Where Mr. Calvert was dressed in a suit, Silas was dressed in casual clothing, wearing diamond earrings and with a thick, gold chain around his neck. I took the offered hand and shook it. "I shouldn't be here," said Silas, taking the snakeskin from Mr. Calvert and putting in a pocket. "Soon. Soon," said Mr. Calvert. Silas reached into his pocket and pulled out a military dog tag. He dropped it while he kept walking. The air shimmered and two people appeared. "Mom," I thought as I saw the much shorter woman. Unlike the man who had appeared, she wore a suit, footsteps clicking while his were muffled. I could see a little of her face and the impression of my mom didn't last because things weren't right. The hair was a tad lighter, her skin darker and her face too small. It must have been because Dad and I had been talking about her before, putting her at the forefront of my mind. The three kept walking without glancing back. "Is that a familiar thing?" I asked, a little distracted. "Not traditionally," said Mr. Calvert, equally distracted if not more so. "Are you going to explain?" "Maybe," he said, his attention returning to me entirely. "It wasn't important." "What now?" I asked, my voice shaky, a lot of feelings running through me. "That's something only you can answer," said Mr. Calvert. "The plan still stands. I will aid the Alvarez family, will you?" I want to help Carlos and his family, but what Signward said." "Then something else," said Mr. Calvert. "When they claim their land, E88 will be compelled to attend to make a challenge, if for nothing else than to break a losing streak that has been accumulating. It will be the perfect opportunity to pick off more of their number, though they will be outfitted to the teeth." I ask again, "Taylor, will you aid the Alvarez family?" "Fuck," I said, but I nodded. The Nazi were too tied to the shitty parts of Brockton Bay to ignore. If I had the power to stand against them, then I had to do it. "You're here," I said as Mr. Calvert and I reached the front of the Alvarez household, where there were a lot more people than I was expecting. The one that stood apart from the others, closer to the gate when everyone else was by the porch, a little awkward for being in an unfamiliar environment, was Lily. "I got offered room and board for 6 months if I helped out with this," Lily said with a shrug. She had all her stuff as she usually did, her backpack on as well as her quiver, her fox ears twitching every so often. It was an offer that was too good to ignore. "By who?" I asked, though I already had an idea. Lily confirmed it though by looking towards Mr. Calvert. When had they talked, I wondered, but then Mr. Calvert was always making moves so it wasn't too surprising. "All the better to help our new friends," he said, smiling. It was close to 3 in the morning and everything was still dark and the lower bay soundly asleep. Even so, in front of the Alvarez house their life and activity, the porch light was on and tables and were out with food and drink. The house was 2 stories tall, built thin, and I didn't think it would have enough room to fit all of Carlos' family. They had a backyard from which a tree grew out, taller than the house, without leaves and colored in a sickly green, stubs and knobs growing out of it that looked like tumors. There were spirits in the 4 corners of the property, most of them bird-like and wreathed in shadow. I recognized one and he must have recognized me too because the web between me and him flared. "Jonah," I said. The hex took off, flapping leathery wings and gliding through the air to land on my shoulder. "You're bigger." Jonah nodded, his entire body bobby. "You know him?" Lily asked. "I named him," I said and frowned. "But I didn't treat him too well. Mostly kept him bound in a lunchbox." "I'm sorry about that." Jonah didn't say anything, glassy black eyes looked out towards everyone. "Hey, Jonah. Back to your post," said one of the Alvarez boys. I'd seen him at the council meeting but I couldn't remember his name. Jonah took off. The boy came over to us, smiling. He was 13 or maybe 14, and looked more like his sister than Carlos, though his skin trended towards dark. "Sorry about that. Jonah's a goober sometimes. I think it comes with the whole dorky name, Biz." "I'm the one who named him," I said, defensively. "Oh, you're Taylor?" "Hey," he said. "I'm Alejandro, Carlos' brother." "Lily," said Lily. "Cool. You're free to the food and drinks. We're just waiting on a few more people before Big Sis gives the rundown on how things are going to work. Carlos said it was very important that you mingle, because this type of thing is about making friends." Which, I guess he's sort of right because most of the people here are friends he made. "Who do we have in attendance?" Mr. Calvert asked. "People from outside of town. From the Shuddering Salamanders we have Jamil, Sally, Drew and Elliot," he said. I recognized Jamil from the call he'd made after they'd lost someone on the Friends Road. "Did they finally get their friend back?" I asked. "You know about that?" Alejandro said, wearing a broad smile. "Oh, right, you were there, right?" Not yet. The Salamanders just had to go through something called Falling Oak Avenue to see if they can get through it. They did, but they're still afraid of going into the Friends Roads. I think they hope that all of this helps them bind a lot more others so they have muscle." "That looks likely to happen," said Mr. Calvert. And the other group? We've got Chanel, Abby, and Margaret from the Ladies of Perpetual Ambivalence, he said, pointing towards a trio of teenage women, dressed in black, with straightened black hair, and impassive expressions. They stood apart from everyone else, eating finger foods. As one they turned to look in our direction. I don't like them so much because they don't like me. Everyone else is from the Bay. I don't know who they are, said Lily. Okay. With Big Bro Carlos is Dennis and Chris, he said. There are, or were with the wards. It's sort of complicated because something like this wasn't sanctioned by the dudes. I'll be taking my leave, said Mr. Calvert. You'll be all right. Hopefully, I said. Mr. Calvert walked off to meet the Dynamite Downtown Dudes, a group of 5 kids who came in riding bikes. They were young, the oldest maybe 14 and the youngest 12 or 11, they dressed in civvies, not wearing any protective gear. I could see the kid whose bike had been kicked by the police. Mr. Calvert went over to talk to him. As complicated as everything around Mr. Calvert was, that was why I had some faith in his vision for the Bay, because he went over and talked to people like the Dynamite Downtown Dudes where I didn't think the Protectorate did the same. Maybe the spirit of the Doc's words resonated, I thought, kept him from losing sight of what he was fighting for and looking too much at the greater picture. Should they be here? Lily asked. After everything that happened. I don't think any of us wants to stay still right now, I said. Right, said Alejandro. I was explaining. Sorry. I get distracted sometimes. A cool breeze wrapped around us, pushing in a black guy with dark brown eyes. He wore a headband colored yellow and lime, with a blue and green tipped feather sticking out of it. You're not talking the heads off these beautiful ladies, are you, Al? The guy asked, his accent thick. Gay, said Lily. Oh, Carlos is gay, said Alejandro. He just told us. Don't just go telling that to strangers, Al, the guy said. He extended a hand to me. Lautaro. Gay too, I said, and saying that left my mouth dry and my heart beating quickly. That still makes me Lautaro, he said with a chuckle. Taylor, I said, blushing and shaking his head. Lily. Taylor, he said. You're Jonah's old master, aren't you? I guess you could say that. Didn't you just say it? Lily said, with a smile. I jabbed her with my shoulder and she laughed. Are you two a couple? Alejandro asked, with too much enthusiasm for a question that felt so personal. No, said Lily, as I said, just friends. She turned to me and smiled. I had a girlfriend, Alejandro continued. But we sort of grew apart because of the practice. Column 8, Alejandro, said Lautaro. Alejandro stopped and took deep breaths. Wind stirring, Lautaro said, looking up into the air. Someone's flying in. Lily and I followed his gaze and not too long after spotted a horse with a brown coat, large wings flapping and stirring the wind in a violent gale. The horse's legs were tucked, but as it neared the ground they straightened so it landed in a trot. There were 3 people on its back, Victoria, Eric, and a woman I recognized as Eric's mother. Eric, said Alejandro, his calm lost. Yo, Al, said Eric, jumping off the horse. I've got some cool cards to show you. Yet. Let's grab a table. Alejandro and Eric went off. You'll make sure he stays safe, said Eric's mom who hadn't gotten off the horse. As much as possible, said Victoria, having gotten off the horse. Eric's mom nodded, patted the horse's neck and the two were off, back into the air. Victoria's eyes moved over the group and found us. Taylor, she said, smiling. It's been a while. Yeah, I said. This is Lily, she's new in town. Hey, said Lily, with a wave. Hey. Bad time to be in the Bay, a lot's happening. Yeah, said Lily. There's a lot happening, but I think I like this place better than New York. There's a better community. I don't think something this big could have happened, at least not without it being all protectorate. We're smaller, said Victoria, so we sort of have to stick together. What? Said Lautaro. No greetings for me. Going with the flow as usual, Lautaro. Victoria asked. As my god demands, he said with a shrug. Can you fly yet? Wait, you can fly. I said. That's still a work in progress, said Victoria. How'd you manage that? Lily asked. It was very hard. Gotta meet the others and say hello, she said as she left. She's beautiful, said Lily. Lautaro hummed. Took my heart the moment I saw her, he said. I swallowed, my heart beating quickly for no good reason and all. Yeah, I said. And she's nice too. One of the coolest people in the Bay. I feel a ruffle, said Lautaro. How many people in this city work with the wind? He asked, a bit irritated. Does that mess with your practice? I asked. He shrugged. I sort of have to go with it, he said. Can't stop it or that messes with a lot of things. I knew a guy who was the patron to a fire god. His house burned down with a lot of his things inside, but he couldn't do anything about it because his god would get angry at him. Landed up on the streets because he didn't have insurance. Sucks, I said. Lautaro nodded. The ruffle arrived 10 minutes later. It was Sophia with Gen on her shoulder, dressed in black and her features hidden behind a mask. Emma was with her, not dressed in any regalia, her eyes shining red as they darted from person to person. We were close to the gate and into the Alvarez yard, and they had to pass us to get inside. Taylor, said Sophia. Sophia, I said back, and that was it. She moved on, Emma following beside her, going to a spot that put them away from anyone else. It felt, not good, but, freeing. I still didn't like her for what she'd done to me, but after she'd explained things she'd lost a lot of weight within my mind. I didn't think of Sophia as a friend, but she wasn't an enemy either. She was just a person who existed in the world who'd done bad shit, and sometimes I bumped into her. Emma was more complicated, but it said something that she hadn't said hello, that she didn't want to talk to me, and maybe that was enough. Did I really need her to explain? Did I really need to make sense of a relationship that would never be fixed? From talking to Sophia and Madison, there was one thing I could be sure of, none of it had been my fault. I'll be right back, I said. Sophia and Emma were talking to each other. Emma and Gen noticed me first, followed by Sophia. Emma had gotten better with the sight since the last time we'd met. They stopped talking to stare at me. Emma Barnes, I said, I absolve you of your obligations as they relate to me as per prior deals. There was an expression in her eyes, anger maybe, but I didn't think about it. Whatever it was had nothing to do with me. I turned and walked away, surprised to see that I'd missed the arrival of the Undersiders. Lisa had seen the encounter and from her place beside Rachel's massive dogs she gave me a thumbs up. Victoria was much closer, quickly closed the distance to give me a hug. Before I could really feel anything, someone snapped their fingers loudly enough that it called my attention. It was Ariana, Carlos' sister, and she'd manipulated webs in the motion. My brother has just told me that all those friends of his that are going to be in attendance have arrived, she said. If you would all gather, I think we should begin. There was a general shuffle as everyone got closer to the house. Lily came to stand alongside me, while Victoria went to Dennis and Chris. Everyone else was in their teams, while Mr. Calvert stood alone to the side. The Alvarez family moved to the porch where they stood over us, Ariana in the lead. Hello all, said Ariana. First and foremost, thank you for your help in what we're going to do today. It's highly appreciated. We have a timeline for things and so I'd like it if we got to it as quickly as possible. Today we're going to be me making a domain claim that's going to be 3 streets big. Each of us, my siblings and cousins, are going to be in one of 5 points within a massive diagram that'll hopefully tie things together, making the entire space ours. Of course something this large is going to come with a lot of challengers, which is where you'll step in, either to harry some of the attackers so they're weaker when they reach us, or to bind them so they don't. As required by what we're trying to do, you'll have to split up into 5 teams, and each team will protect a certain person, keeping them from getting the hit. We'd like it if the most experienced practitioners banded together to protect Alejandro, the youngest amongst us and the least knowledgeable, while newer practitioners can choose between myself, Valentina, or Lautaro. Carlos already has his team made up of friends he's fought with before. We'll begin the claim at 8 in the morning, when everyone is awake, and that limits how others can move and choose to approach us. What about innocence? Aisha shouted from the back. Ariana frowned. The ritual will take place in the spirit world, she said. Beyond the eyes of the innocent, but it's very important that anyone who hasn't walked the spirit world before take care how they fight. Things that are damaged in the spirit world have a way of being damaged in the real world, and the spirits don't like having to do that work. Bad juju, said Alejandro. Ariana nodded. Let's use the time before we start to get the team sorted, she said. Then I'll open a door into the spirit world so we can move to our positions. Again, I'm very grateful for the help you're about to give my family today. Now let's get to work. Chapter 32. Chapter text. Bits of paper were stuck to the wall and ceiling, emitting low yellow light. My clothes were in a heap to one side, near an old lawnmower covered in dirt and dry grass. It would have been better to use natural light, but I had to make do. Delicately, I took the jar filled with blood, still warm to the touch, and with smooth movements I brought it up as if in offering to the light. My face turned up before I tipped it. Blood fell in a wave, and as it touched my head, power seeped into my body, filling me with heat, energy, and strength. Instincts that weren't mine ran through my body, my sight and senses changed in subtle ways, all of it threatening to overwhelm me. I'm Taylor Hebert, I thought. Daughter of Danny and Annette Hebert. I'm here tonight to help Carlos and his family so they aren't dogged by a curse, and to fight any Nazis that get in our way. I'm here because in the littlest of ways it makes the world into a better place. Ground which had been precarious before, started to settle, giving me a firmer footing. I took a deep breath and a growl caught my throat, scents of grass and grease hung in the air, making my nose wrinkle. As I opened my inner eye there formed impressions of life, a spider in a corner, roosting on its web, a hole so big a raccoon might pass through, though the smell was of rats, sound caught my ears, feet against the grass, low conversation across between camaraderie and planning and heartbeats that were tense and pensive. The last of the blood hit my head and I put the empty jar down, taking a moment to ensure there was more ground under my feet. I stood and stretched, rolling my shoulders and working my fingers. My clothes were in a heap off to one side and I put them on, feeling as they pressed against me, tamping the power and laying more ground under me. It was a binding of a sort, humanity above the feral. Next were my goatskin cloak and the hallowed chain around one arm. The blood on my arm immediately drenched the thing. It was a hallow, emptied out and hollowed, a perfect object to suck up any form of power. What nature are you taking from the blood when you're primed for fire? I thought, but it didn't matter now, this wasn't the time for experimentation. The shoes were the last thing I had to put on, and through my mind there flickered memories of the last time, running after the alabasters so much that my feet had been left ragged. But I'd been on my game, something I'd need tonight between the others which would be coming to stop the ritual, and the Nazis. It was better if they were off. With a flick of the wrist, the distance between me and my stick closed, wood slapping against my palm. I did the same for my backpack tilted to one side, lumpy, but the same connection that existed between me and my stick wasn't there for the bag. It was a stupid realization that hit me, but I had never thought to wonder why that disparity existed. There's so much I still have to learn about this world, I thought to myself. I pulled off the papers from the wall, tearing them and bringing darkness once again around me. Pulling on the power of the wolf, my view of the world shifted and the darkness eased. I picked up the rest of my stuff and walked out of the shed, seeing the giant tree at the back, an ugly stink running off it that burnt my nose hairs. Pulling on myself, reminding myself who I was, I shifted my sight, allowing me to see more of the tree. In the real world it was only just taller than the Alvarez house which was 2 stories tall, but with my spiritual sight it took prominence, stretching up a whole 4 stories, branches splayed like fingers, primed to stab anything that ventured close. The tree was an almost black-green, scarred by knots and boils, bugs clinging to it as if it were a rotten carcass. "I love your look," said Valentina, leaning against the back of the house. Like Lautaro she was black, with dark skin and curly hair. She had a narrow face, big eyes that glowed with color every time she moved. Valentina was dressed in shorts and a vest, revealing arms that had been painted with white paste, lines of blood drawing out simple shapes. The same was true for her face, white with a line of blood against her eyes, 3 dots on her forehead. At her waist was a bandolier belt from which were painted skulls, kept together by old twine. Valentina held a cigarette in her left hand, smoke rising off it. She took a drag and the thing glowed bright. When she let out a breath a plume of smoke rose up, framing something much bigger over her. "It's nice to see some people sticking to the old ways," she continued. "Lisa's dossier said you commune with the dead," I said, not knowing what else to say. There was still talking up front and if I gave the wolf more room, I could hear the individual words. She nodded, letting out another breath that showed an image, but this one was different, with too wide a jaw, tusks that grew from the lower teeth, and a piercing through the nose. The smoke from the cigarette was white but it filled in with more color, blue and white, the face painted in a glowing paint. "The West." She sniffed. "White places have a way of defining things that don't happen the further away you go from them. The practice makes room for it. Don't get too stuck on categories, they're a starting point, but even that is missing the point. The practice is about talking to old things, those that don't have names, those that came before us and will probably live long after we're dead. They're things that aren't written on paper, or if they are it's long been forgotten, taken by time. But they live on in stories. What I do is speak to those who came before me." "Lisa, what she wrote, it's not correct?" I asked. "It makes it too small," she said. "It makes it seem like I care only about power, but that's not it. I commune, she has that right. But what I'm doing is listening, teaching, growing myself and the people around me by making sure they don't lose themselves." She took another deep breath, letting it out to reveal a woman with a white face, long hair set in 2 braids that fell to her arms, bound by twine and metal and charms. Her eyes were hard as they took me in, making me want to take a step back. The smoke evaporated and so too did the form. Valentina pressed the tip of his cigarette. "I'm sorry about what happened to your grandfather," I said. She let out a long sigh and the wisps of her breath became a man, his hair like Carlos, features like Ariana and Alejandro, and eyes like Valentina and Lautaro. Unlike the others he covered over Valentina, so real that I thought he might be material, but the color faded and he was gone. "He was expecting it in the end," she said, bitterness in her voice. "We all are when we're told about it. Hopefully this works, especially with the price. Elves came to visit us, Mr. Calvert and me, before coming here," I said. They didn't like what you're doing. They say your family's taking land from them when humanity has already taken so much. She hummed. This land was never ours, she said. Not truly. But humanity has a way of changing things in their favor, for good or for ill. But you still have to do it. My uncle is the last of our parents' generation, she said. Once it goes after him, it'll come after us. The curse. It'll be stronger from all of its victories, and that will be the end of the Alvarez line. We have to do this, even if it doesn't secure us victory, because so much has been tried that's already failed. I don't think we can win against the elves, I said, and after a moment added, I don't think I want us to win against them, when so much of what they're saying resonates with everything I'm trying to fight for. My family can trace its roots to the Taino, she said. When the white men came, my ancestors went further inland. When slaves ran, hiding from those who called themselves their masters, they met these communities, they were taken in and we became a greater whole. Our cultures coming together to form something new, protecting ourselves from much bigger threats. More than most I understand the scale of what we're trying to do, its impact and how to ensure things are as clean as they can. I nodded, bobbing my head. It was one of those things that were uncomfortable to remember, that as hard as life could be I was privileged in so many ways, meaning I had to be reminded of things that were second nature to other people. I swallowed. We should get to the others. Valentina nodded and walked beside me to the front. We split off, with her going to her family and the table where the planning was taking place while I went to Lily who was talking to Ming from the downtown dudes. Oh, wow, Zeke said, their eyes wide and standing at the back of their friends. They were the tallest of the group, with a wide body and round face, they kept their hair long, brown, and curly, it fell to their shoulders, and their sense of style was similar to mine, baggy, layered clothing, but bright instead of my duller color scheme. Zeke had a painted wooden mask hiked up to the top of their head. When I looked at them with the sight, there wasn't a lot of difference, but the mask was no longer wood, becoming flesh and leather. Around them were 7 thick webs which pointed in different directions, a few in the sky. That's a lot of blood, they said, looking close to throwing up. How is that not uncomfortable? Kay asked. She had brown skin that was littered with old marks where she'd skinned herself. The most attention-grabbing thing she wore were her sneakers which were colored black, white, and green, an eye design on either side and teeth marks drawn in black marker at the front. Or likely to bring you disease. Lito added, his voice a drawl. He had brown hair that shone with gel, slicked back but threatening to break, he had on a jean jacket that was a little too short for his long waist, making his t-shirt show beneath it. The jacket was normal for the most part, except for the large, bedazzled tiger logo at the back, its mouth open in a roar. There's power in blood, I said with a shrug. I don't think I'd be able to do that, said Zeke. They shuddered. I mean, I'd like more power, so I can be useful, but, I don't think I could do this. They gestured. You're useful, Zeke, said Daryl, his tone hard. He wore an excess of protective gear, unlike his friends, his helmet was held in one hand. Hanging around his neck was a Y-shaped slingshot, made from wood and red rubber, bound by black tape. We're practitioners now, we have to speak the truth or we'll lose power. Being too hard on yourself is part of that. The others nodded and Zeke smiled. What were you guys talking about? I asked. If it's not personal. Just giving Lily the heads up, said Ming. Short and narrowly built, leaning against a baseball bat studded with bloody, rusted nails and barbed wire. Kent is a thing and if you don't keep your head down he'll find you and get you to join his group. He sent a Kiko after me and she almost blew me up when I was running from her, thankfully these guys were there to help me out. It's the reason he shared his stash, said Kay, teasing. Not the only reason, said Ming. I was thinking about it already. Anyway, having friends makes you safer. Always be on the lookout. Keep your head down. That was my plan, said Lily. Thanks for the info. If we don't look after each other, we'll get fucked over, said Ming. And hopefully this means we can come for you for help if we ever need it. You're sort of like us, at least that's what the dossier says. Maybe you can help us figure our trinkets out. It feels so weird to think of them as trinkets, said Kay. It doesn't give the impression of magic objects. Like, this stuff is the shit. I can run on walls. I smiled and then felt a web thrum. Emma, she had her arms crossed as she leaned against one side of the fence, Gen beside her, lazily flicking her tail. That's always cool, isn't it? I asked, distracted. You can do it too. Kay asked. I nodded, taking a breath and looking away. My coat makes me very good at climbing, I said. I'm better at trees and stuff, but walls are easier to climb. Have you ever thought about parkour? Kay asked. I've been trying to get these guys to broaden, but they aren't up for it. Too lazy. I prefer bikes, said Daryl. I like the feel of the ground. I'm up for it, said Lily, her ears twitching. She had on gloves and boots, and as she flicked her fingers metal claws protruded. The same is true for my books. I've mostly been doing it because you have to where I'm from, but it would be cool to do it for fun. Awesome, said Kay, brimming with so much energy she bounced in place. This is awesome. This is awesome. This is so awesome. We get it, said Lito, but he was smiling. A whistle cut through the air. Lisa, she beckoned, and the disparate groups came together again. Okay, said Ariana. Dawn's approaching. Thomas Calvert has a few words to say before we tell you which groups look over which person. Thomas. Thank you, Ms. Alvarez, he said, moving so he stood ahead a little. Ariana frowned a little but didn't say anything. Convention dictates that a domain's claim is answered by a challenge. We live in a world built on patterns that form the convention, and those who work against it often find themselves against a wall. But there is something in humanity that I don't think exists in any other being, which is our persistence and stubbornness against forces much greater than us. Our past is of us falling victim to the world around us, whether it be natural elements or predatory others, but we fought, persisted, and managed to carve out a part of this world for ourselves. So as we fight against convention, we pull on the same forces, the same patterns, to ensure us victory. Rousing speech, Aisha said, her hands cupped at her mouth. Alec cackled beside her, earning a cold look from the ladies of perpetual ambivalence who stood close to them. But how does it help us now? It helps contextualize what we'll be up against, Mr. Calvert said, wearing a small smile. What we've been up against even before we began. There are forces that protect convention and some may arrive. Myself and my allies have ensured that some are kept busy, but they can only do so much and what we do here is important. It might not seem so, but what we're doing here is important, setting a precedent and forming its own convention. Fight with that in mind. Let's move, said Ariana. She clapped her hand and the massive tree twitched, fingers running across the air and ripping it apart, revealing the spirit world. These are the groups and these are the places. A 20-story tall statue was planted before us, made from a grey stone, intricately carved to form a head that was too big for its body, both hands held forward as if holding up a wall. 6 others were set to form the perimeter, with only tangential similarities and made from different materials, a man with a massive grin, hands held in celebration, one of wood, carrying a bowl over their head, a face with a rictus grin, a massive stone face that looked down with glowing red eyes, a statuesque woman with nails stabbed into her, and another holding a ball at their stomach. They were zombies, cousins to fetishes because patterns formed even if cultures didn't come into contact with each other. The zombies were batteries, filled with power and turned in a certain direction because of symbolism, prayers, and offerings. There was supposed to be a lot more I didn't understand, but for today's purposes they worked to keep the ocean and its spiritual essence at bay. This is uneven, Lily muttered. She had her bow in one hand, and kept turning her head, the fox ears moving in different directions. The street we stood on was wide, curling around in a massive circle, meaning I could see the groups set to our left and right. Us, our placements. If we form a diagram, then it's lopsided. We're all brawlers one way or another. The group was composed of me, Lily, Sophia and Chanel from the Ladies of Perpetual Ambivalence. Behind us was Lautaro, dressed in his civvies, a beaded band around his head with a feather sticking out of it, and a bird-shaped ocarina held in his right hand. He stood in a diagram I hadn't ever seen before, complicated and filled with shapes and squiggles I couldn't interpret. His diagram was connected to those of his sister and cousins, and between those lines were smaller circles filled with echoes. We can't fill every hole, said Lautaro, his voice shaking. He smiled but I could see the nervousness in his eyes. And things break when the fighting starts, don't they? Domain claims are supposed to be orderly, said Chanel, her voice cold. She was the oldest person in our group with a hefty build. She wasn't taller than I was, but she loomed all the same. Chanel was dressed in a long, pleated black dress and a white blouse. Her shiny black hair fell to the small of her back, shifting in the wind but never so it covered her face. She had on tanned gloves and she slowly pulled them off one finger at a time. Shouldn't this be easy? We're breaking convention like the Calvert guy said Lautaro. We should expect things not to come together so good. Chanel revealed hands that were darkened by ink, fine complicated diagrams that ran from her hands up her arms. I looked at her with the sight and I only saw blood, shimmering as it caught the light, sliding over her skin in an effect different from Carlos where his hit his features. This one moved, bulged, formed shapes, and then eased. There's no changing it now, said Sophia. When is this going to start, anyway? A piercing red glow cut into the sky, lashing out at the darkness. Now, said Lautaro, his voice carried and magnified by a whipping wind, leaving me wet beside the ears. The echoes reacted, eyes and mouths opening wide, letting out a white glow. It begins. The words were a cacophony, the wind raged, flecked with droplets that smacked me right in the face, different voices overlapped. The loudest those of the Alvarez clan, but deeper things underneath, creaks of wood reverberated, and on looking up the tree stretched taller, reaching wide, pulling the ground up into a hill. The landscape around us stretched, homes and houses being pulled closer, the spaces between them disappearing as they slid together, forming a cohesive whole. Those that had been behind us disappeared, a blanket of darkness hanging over them. Lisa said that damage on the spirit world had a way of being reflected in the real world, I thought. What does all of this activity mean? How will all of this affect the innocents? Together we speak as one. The words were of overlapping sounds, English and Spanish coming together in something that should have been unintelligible, but I understood in my soul. We of the Alvarez, descendants of the Taino, those who commune with gods and gain direction from those who have fallen, we who are the last, the accursed and beleaguered, make a claim. Let these words, these actions, be our statement. We stand apart but together, bound by bonds, bondage, blood, and brotherhood. We claim the space between and before, and through the nature of spirit we claim the tides and movement that cascade. We claim the expanse in the spiritual, but claim only our home in the world dominated by man. The Alvarez house took form at the top of the hill, filling in and becoming brighter, suffused by spiritual light. We claim this land in a bid for survival, for protection from the great force which stands against us, that which has ended those who came for us, and even now draws closer. At the words lightning touched the sky, lancing out and lighting the spots of the spiritual world which hadn't yet been touched by the sun. For a second, something was illuminated, tall and narrow, painted in a variety of colors and wearing a mask of bone. The light died and the figure disappeared. Lautaro's eyes were wide in the aftermath, sweat touching his forehead. Was that the personification of the curse? Would it come here to fight against them? We are each of us not seeking power for its own sake, only seeking it to protect ourselves, those who came before and those who will follow. We claim this ground for that purpose and only that purpose. We seek a place of power so we might stand stronger, so we might be better equipped against that which ails us, and if that force that which has no name, but its presence heavily felt or the last of us were to die, such a claim would no longer be needed and should return again to the spirits. Let this be our challenge. All who would seek to stand against us, reach our doorstep and declare your challenge. Lautaro disappeared, wrenched back so he stood at the top of the hill near the house. He wasn't the only one, the entire Alvarez family stood there, and I could see the surprise in their eyes. Well, Lisa said, her voice coming from my ear ring. That's unexpected. What does it mean? I asked. Funnily enough, that it worked, she said. Heads up, everyone. The first of the others are coming. Victoria's going to make the first challenge, a game of chess, others are going to be on their way, waiting for their chance to make a challenge. You'll bind or banish them as needed. Giving over to each of your seers who will lead you to your targets. Chapter 33. Chapter text. Hug me. Space had been compressed, forcing houses to tightly press against each other. Yet the little doll found itself unimpeded as it waddled our way. It was a short thing, barely passing my ankle in height, with signs that it had been well made once, but that time was not now. Dirt and grime covered its red, lacy dress, the black boots and its stumpy arms. Its face was torn down the middle, making one side droop, dangling a button-made eye, and the other made of skin, and its eye red and slitted glared ahead. Yarn-twisted hair, each strand as thick as a finger, dragged against the ground. Hug me. The doll was a few feet away and not making good time, especially as the 6 feet long hair kept snagging, making the thing stop, tug and then stumble before it regained its balance. Its actions weren't that of a threat even with how unsettling it looked. Hug me, it said, the voice young, excited, promising laughter. Hug me. I sniffed the air and shook my head. A stink surrounded the doll, reminiscent of the Alvarez tree but with a difference I couldn't put my finger on. I think it's cursed, I said. Something moved, a small sparrow darting through the sky. It settled on a tree that had been twisted and stretched up, making it into a 5-story tall spire. Looking at the tree led my gaze further into the sky, where dense clouds rolled in from the sea, coming with a heavy spray whipped up from the water kept at bay by the Zemi. Mr. Calvert said we were fighting against convention by keeping others from reaching the Alvarez family. Is the storm and the waves convention fighting back? Making sure that others who need water to move aren't kept from making a challenge? Get the same vibe, said Lily, her expression curled in disgust. She had her bow in hand, her quiver sitting at her back with too few arrows. I'm not very good at curses. Me neither, said Sophia. Hug me, the doll added. Curses as I know them are such, Chanel started. Toil, sickness, doom, discord, pain, fear, madness and disaster. How powerful that thing is will depend on what type of curse it might be, if it even is a curse. Symbolism matters, the broken exterior, the form of a child's toy, the hair, the child's face and that it can talk. Hug me, it said. One word in particular, she added. You guys are going to have to take care of that quickly because there's something heading your way, said Emma, her voice a whisper in my ear. She along with Lisa, Zeke and Drew from the Salamanders were our recon group, keeping an eye on surroundings and pointing us towards incoming challengers. Something that's dressed like a Mexican wrestler. How do we bind it? I asked, letting out a breath and doing my best to let Emma's voice wash over me. I'd internally told myself that I was done with her, but her being so close so soon was a distraction. As my mind touched on her, it was like I could feel her around me. When I turned my head, I could see eyes in the shadows, and I knew it was her. Mechanically, I pulled my mind away, focusing on the present. Curses are immaterial, right? I said. So we go with hard shapes to close it in. Except that it's in a vessel, said Chanel. She flicked her hand and blood slid out, staining her blouse as it ran down her arm. When it reached her hand, it bulged, taking a shape. The blood began to dry, cracks running through the shape beneath, coming apart to reveal a large axe. Hug me, said the doll. If you attack it, you'll be earning retribution, said Lily. All it wants is a hug. Karmically, you would be the instigator and it would make whatever it does stick better. I thought you weren't good at curses, said Sophia. Not good at dealing with them, said Lily. But I've been cursed before. I know some of the basics, and mostly it's don't do anything that could get you cursed. Hug me. I hate these types of others, said Chanel, her voice hard and her axe shaking in anticipation. Her body as a whole felt primed to move, filled with barely restrained energy. There was a part of her that reminded me of Sophia, though Hess was altogether smoother, where I felt like Chanel was more of a brute. Maybe it's the axe, I thought, and a snort left me, earning a strange look from the others. Sophia, I said. You're used to shadow things. What can we do? This isn't that, she said, her face hidden behind a dark mask, but her tone hard. She had on her cloak wreathed in darkness. Jian was settled on her shoulder, looking around, her expression impassive. They're easier. What about you, Jian? I asked. Don't you know? She looked at me for a long moment, before she sniffed and looked away. Rude. It's your whole vibe, said Lily. Foxes and dogs don't generally get along. Jian is, strange from everything I've seen. She feels like a bringing together different aspects of different cultures, the Kitsune, the Kumiho and the Hulijing, and adding additional elements into it like the whole shadow thing. Either they picked that up or it's something attached to them. Hug me, said the doll, closer than before. We're getting distracted, I thought. As dangerous as the doll felt from a fighting perspective, it was so slow that it was hard to feel afraid. Why are you even fighting it if it's hard to fight? I pulled off my backpack and reached for one of the jars, small and capped with a metal lid, preserving runes drawn onto it. Inside were 2 eyeballs from the alabaster. Chompers had put them there as a distraction and I hadn't had the opportunity to use them. It's easy to forget how disgusting your practice is sometimes, Sophia muttered, disgust written on her face. She's got blood all over her, Lily said. It's a good aesthetic, said Chanel. Sets a good tone. I ignored them even as I felt an intense need to impress. I opened the jar and pulled out one of the eyes. When I'd first pulled the things out I had been so disgusted I'd thrown up, but now I carried literal eyeballs in my hand and my stomach didn't even shift. Is this progress? I thought and almost snorted again at how ridiculous the idea was. Hey, doll, I said. I want to deal. Stop so we can talk. It stopped. This eye cooked in the stomach of a bogeyman from the academy. I'm willing to offer it to you for some concessions. Mine, the doll said. 2 words, said Chanel. It could be yours if we come to a deal, I said. The others looked away and I followed their gazes. Running on rooftops was a man, his brown skin oiled, wearing the mask of a lookater. This seems like it might work, said Chanel. I'll keep back the lookater. She moved around the doll, her pace brisk as she crossed the street. I'll be in the wings, said Sophia. Emma, point me at something so I can take it unaware. Sure, said Emma. There's a burnt husk of a man stuck between the buildings. He's running around and slowly finding his way. Sophia nodded and took off, Jian at her shoulder. The fox jumped off as Sophia jumped up. It went low between the squished together houses, while she found ground on a roof, disappearing behind a pointed rooftop. I can give you this eyeball if you agree to be bound to my word for a period of a week, I said. Lily beside me shook her head. I ignored her. In that time you won't be able to attack me directly or indirectly, and you'll keep your nature away from me so it won't harm me. Hug me, the doll said as it started walking forward, arms outstretched. Not a yes. Okay, I said. Another deal, but similar to the first. You're bound to my word for a week, but in that time I feed you a cup of water filled with impurities every day. You still keep me from harm, direct and indirect. Hug me. 3rd time, said Lily, she had an arrow in one hand. Ask yourself, if I was in this other's position would I accept the deal? The answer was no. With how much Chompers had worked to erode my binding, it didn't seem like it was something another enjoyed. It was one of those things that should be obvious, but I'd seen so many bound others that it felt normal. I'll offer you the eye, I said, and you agree to leave here without challenging the Alvarez family or those who fight on their behalf, so long as they don't attack you first and you make no attempts to attack them. I can give you 3 teeth pulled from the same bogeyman and you offer me 3 strands from your hair. Mine. Mine. Mine, the doll said, excited. We made the exchange, an eyeball and 3 teeth for 3 strands of dirty, yarn-twisted hair, each 6 feet long, blades, needles and bones stuck between the strands. The doll ate my offerings, the drooping eye changing from a button into an eyeball, still connected to the head by thread close to ripping. That done, it waddled away while I curled the finger-thick strands into a ball. It took a bit of work, drawing sealing symbols on paper and then wrapping them around the yarn before I put them in my backpack. You were being greedy, said Lily. I shrugged, standing. You're gonna have to find a better way of sequestering that stuff or it might lash out. Curses are no joke. Okay, I said. Across the street Chanel and the lookator fought. The lookator was big but he was an agile fighter, expertly weaving out of the way as Chanel tried to swipe him with her axe. Looking at the other with the sight I saw that he was immaterial in some ways, fuzzy around the edges, but there were kernels of hardness in him at the center. Probably straddling the line between real and ghostly. There's still so much I don't know about this world. The other ducked low, extending a leg as he spun, trying to trip Chanel. She jumped and the strike missed, with both hands over her head, holding her axe, she threw. The axe spun but the lookator rolled out of the way, finding his feet and lunging forward. He managed to get his hands on Chanel and drove her back into a wall, hard enough that blood splashed out of her, coating the lookator. The man didn't stop, one movement seamlessly led to another like a dancer, from slamming Chanel to a wall to raising her up and tipping back in a suplex from the angle. I was sure Chanel would snap her neck. More blood flowed out of her and she slipped out of the wrestler's hold before they could crash. She flew and hit the ground, so coated by blood that she slid on the grass. The motion took her to her axe which she used to stop her slide and find her feet in the same motion. 2 fighters in peak physical form, it was enrapturing to watch. The lookator found his feet, his back to Chanel. He dodged out of the way, expecting a thrown axe. Chanel having waded through into the dodge, the first move was a feint because the lookator leapt in the other direction, making the axe go wide. Chanel snapped her fingers and a web shone bright between the axe and the lookator. She twirled her hand and the web shrunk, with it the distance between the axe and the lookator. Try as he might, the lookator couldn't dodge and the axe slammed into his head, splitting it in half. The other disappeared and a mask hit the ground. Chanel's expression hadn't changed at any part during the fight, and as she went to pick up the fallen mask, it remained placid. I really want to show off, now, said Lily. Surrounded by beautiful, awesome women and here I am just standing around. She grinned. Wanna run on some rooftops since we don't have to stick to one place? I looked around and saw that she was right, teams that were used to staying together did, but most of the other groups had moved from their positions, going out to any other that neared. This battleground wasn't as we'd imagined it. We'd thought that the Alvarez family would be challenged at the edges of their ground, but the wording must have mitigated the need. Sure, I said. My heart skipped a beat as I realized that I was part of the beautiful women part. A smile spread as I took off after her, jumped onto a fence that was too tall, running along it with ease and using that to jump onto the side of a building. Lily kept to the ground, then jumped against a wall, pushed off to grab the gutter. She pulled herself up smoothly, reaching the roof as I did. An axe flew up and crashed on the roof. Blood started to pour off it, pooling, it started to bubble and froth, growing up to reveal Chanel, covered entirely in blood, the only color coming from the whites of her impassive eyes. Do I look like that? The blood began to recede, leaving her clothes clean once more. Neat, I said. Yeah, Lily said, smiling unabashedly. 3 others and Sophia's busy with her own thing, Emma's voice chimed in, dampening the moment. There's a rat-type other just up ahead. Fast and good at getting into corners. Mine, said Lily and she took off, letting herself slide down the opposite side and then jumped off, catching a spire of a tree and swinging, landing on a wall and scaling up. She found a tight spot between scrunched-up buildings and slid through, disappearing. Bogeyman on the left, she continued. Near the dark house that's on its last leg. Chanel threw her axe up and it sailed, spinning before it disappeared into a thin street. Blood dripped off her becoming a puddle, she dropped down, sucking the blood in with her as she disappeared. And I think that might be a spider spirit in the empty block 3 streets over, she finished. I took off, running down the roof and moving much the same way Lily had, though I didn't use my claws to climb, letting the coat do most of the work. It didn't take me too long before I reached it, a spot that was wide while most of our surroundings were scrunched together, a wide tree growing at the center and balls of all shapes and sizes littered across it, all glowing. The spider spirit was on the tree, her long-legged steps so delicate they didn't disturb a single branch, impressive when she was the size of Rachel's dogs. Her carapace was jet black, with pale lines running through her abdomen. She had the face of a woman but with 8 eyes and mandibles growing out of her jaw. She hadn't noticed me, so I ducked low, watching as she moved, her butt puckering to let out hair-thin threads of silk, and her back legs working to set it in place around the tree. Between blinks the webbing disappeared and no matter how much I squinted I couldn't see where she'd already planted her snare. For all I knew it could have covered the entirety of the empty block. I looked with the sight and a network revealed itself to me, glowing bright and shimmering with droplets of water. There were webs on the ground, around and connected to the spiritually infused toys on the ground. If I'd rushed it to try and get that I'd be caught. A few were close in as if caught by a breeze, a few strands drifted towards me. I moved back on instinct, ducking low but the thing caught and stuck. The spider noticed and turned my way, it leapt and landed on invisible threads, then started running towards me. I moved back, turning around, side on so I wouldn't step in the way of more webs, another mistake because another breeze cut through the air, making more thin webs settle on my arms and legs, a few getting into my eyes and fogging my vision. The sight's the problem. I couldn't completely close my inner eye but I could dial it down and I did, leaning more on my wolf senses as I started to move back. Thankfully the webs didn't weigh me down, but I could feel the connection between the spider and me steadily shortening. Just like we could bind others, she had bound me. Fuck. Think, Taylor. I let myself slide down a slanted rooftop and jumped off, reaching the ground and landing in a stumble, ignoring the pain that shot up my legs. I spun around to see the spider above me, its mandibles clacking. My stick flew as I threw, but a limb batted it aside without trouble. The spider jumped down and I jumped to the side, praying none of my jars had shattered as I rolled to my feet. Note to self, add hardening symbols to jars so they don't break. Stick, I said and it flew back, hitting the spirit's massive abdomen as it reoriented itself. Not that it was hurt. The stick flew up, spinning and then landed in my waiting hand. Calling a stick though I did, in the spirit world it was much thicker, with thinner branches growing out of it, lined by blood and viscera from all the things it had hit. But I could still hold it and move it like I stick. Odd, I thought, then shook my head willing myself to focus. Opposing element. You can't beat something that's off nature with a natural element. Use the stick, the words were said by no one, whispered by the wind. There was no time to question it, no time to think really, and instead I gave in to instinct, something I'd thought about for a while but never used. Power in this stick, aid this line, I said. Using the stick, I drew a line into the ground. The blood and dirt that coated my stick flowed out and the stick lost some of its thickness, the spirit crashed into an invisible barrier and recoiled, momentarily confused. My chain unwound and I swung, catching the thing so hard that one mandible detached. Buoyed by success I ran forward and jumped, landing on its head and using that to get on its back. I swung the chain again, this time giving enough slack that it wound around the spider's neck, catching and biting in. The chain was a hallow and it had been primed for fire, it had sucked in wolf blood but only aspects in line with fire fervor, fury, ferocity. The chain seemed to drag against the spider's carapace, biting even though it wasn't barbed. A scream tore into the air as I pulled, making the spirit face up. Yield, I said, tapping into the wolf. The words became a snarl, an order that slammed into the spirit. It tried to fight and I pulled again, the chain curling tighter, another scream cut into the air. Yield. The spider spirit dropped to the ground, panting. Don't get greedy, I thought. You don't have the time. For your freedom, you have to do the following. Give me a ball of silk the size of my head, stay in the area, catch whatever challengers you can in those webs of yours and do with them as you want. It was what the spirit had been going for in the first place, but this was more incentive to make sure it didn't make this harder than it needed to be. But don't challenge the Alvarez family or stand against the practitioners who are fighting on their side. Do you accept the terms of your freedom? I so accept, the spider wheezed. I let go and jumped off, feeling a thrum of adrenaline run through me. Emma, did you get that? I said. Yeah. Sent the message to others that they shouldn't disturb the spider. The spider spirit deposited the silk in a ball, waved one of its limbs to sever the threads connected to me, and then it was off, moving much slower than before. Give me another target, I said. Are you able to catch echoes? Yeah. Okay, she said. Behind you, 3 houses over. Glowing blood flowed off him in rivulets, the man was bent and folded, taking on shapes and sheens that were more reminiscent of steel than they were of flesh and bone. He drifted instead of walking, a loud sound reverberating around him, shuddering like an old car, sometimes backfiring something that sounded like a gunshot. The man's eyes were shafts of light, bright against a day which steadily grew darker, and when he opened his mouth there were 2 sounds, the bellow of a horn, and the scream of a child. Hey, Taylor, said a voice that wasn't Emma's. Deep and husky like a frequent smoker. Maybe it was magic or maybe it was mundane, but warmth rolled off the voice. This is Drew from the Salamanders. Lisa mentioned that you have holes in your knowledge and she thought that this might be one of them. I'd dealt with 5 echoes so far, most of them so old that a dash of salt had been enough to banish them. Some, though, had been younger and harder to banish, which was why I could feel fatigue beginning to set in. "Yet," I said, walking and slowing my breathing and hoping my heart would follow. "This guy, I don't think he's an echo." "Not from what I'm seeing," she said. "And not from the effect he had on Emma." The man loudly drifted forward, keeping to the street and not getting onto the sidewalk even if there were gaps. I kept to the side, my chain and stick at the ready even though they wouldn't be useful against something immaterial. He'd been doing that for a while, finding narrow roads, so he steadily got closer to the challenge grounds. "What effect is that?" "Blinded her," said Drew. "Thankfully for me, I'm used to looking into fire so my eyes react quickly. Anyway, I don't think that's a ghost, at least not completely. It might be an elemental, but with how these things worked it might have hooked up to a ghost to keep itself much longer." "Okay. Okay," she said. "I can see pretty well, but it's like, the full totality of the being is hidden by the light they're casting. I can help you through the binding but I need a second set of eyes." I described everything I'd seen and heard, down how the man's eyes didn't only let out a flood of light, but tears of the same light dripped from his eyes. "You keep a flashlight," said Drew. "Yeah," I said. "I use a symbol to make the light brighter." "That's doubly good," she said, "it's attuned to magic. The first thing you shouldn't do is stop it directly. Elementals are usually short-lived. If you fight it, it's going to use all of its power on you without restraint, and since it's got an echo attached, there'll be an emotional component to that too. From everything you've described it's very predictable, so you can get ahead of it, use the path of least resistance to make it flow into that flashlight of yours. I'm going to lead you through what to do." "Okay," I said. The elemental was predictable, so I ran ahead. Using chalk I closed off how the spirit could move, using lines to funnel it into the center of the road. Then it was a circle with triangles that flowed. Before my flashlight was placed in the middle, the light flicked on which shot a beam of light into the sky. The elemental finally arrived and didn't even try to fight. It moved forward and then into the circle, then with the sound of a backfiring and the squeal of tires, crashed into the flashlight, making it fall over. I rushed forward, papers with seals drawn on them at the ready, using one as a glove. I pasted it against the stem of the flashlight, then followed it with 3 more. "That would have been better if your flashlight was hallowed," said Drew. "But that'll have to do. Thanks for the work you put into helping our teammate." Signing over to Emma. The flashlight felt alive in my hand, vibrating lightly and sometimes kicking. It had been new, recently bought, but damage now marked it, scuffs and abrasions, and the glass at the front was cracked. I holstered it at my side. "Ming and Kay from the downtown dudes are close to you and struggling dealing with a doppelganger type other. They're to your left," said Emma. Rooftops were easier to traverse and so that was where I moved, running through a curved row of houses which forced me to leap onto higher portions, then down again, paying attention to foot and steps so I wouldn't slide down. A street came up, but there were 2 trees on either side, twisting across the road and around each other in an embrace. The spirit world was supposed to be metaphor made real, and I had the fleeting thought of how this would have come to be as I ran on them to get to the other side. A bit of running and I arrived at a narrow cul-de-sac. Ming and Kay were at the bottom, another of broken glass and reflections between them. Ming had his nail-studded baseball bat and he swung it, the other deftly dodging, the air shimmering so they pulled out their own bat, made of metal and edged with diagrams. Kay spun, a leg extended in a kick, aiming for the metal bat. It missed, but a black tongue snaked out of her shoe, catching the bat and wrenching it out of the other's grasp. The bat shattered like glass as it hit the ground, its pieces becoming large shards that erupted up and around in a spiral. "Batter up!" Ming bellowed, slamming his bat against the road. Nails shot up at an angle, meeting glass and making it break into smaller and finer pieces. Kay was still moving, one kick leading into another. For a moment she was in the air, spinning, but the other stepped back, getting distance. She missed and slipped as she landed, glass still scattered across the road. The long I took a step back, my heart almost stopping. A large owl had settled beside me and I hadn't heard or felt it. "Sorry," said Zeke through the owl. "The longer you fight it, the more it can use tricks that are close to yours." The other was like a mirror but shattered. When I took in each individual piece I could see forms within, different people, some shafts bigger than others. The biggest pieces were of Ming and Kay, from the way they stood to the movement and the expression. "How long have they been fighting?" I asked, keeping my voice a whisper as I stayed low. "A bit," said Zeke. "We had the others move away because the jacket was making them too strong. Daryl and Lito are fighting another on their own now." "The gaudy jacket," I said, unable to keep the surprise from my voice. "Everyone's like that, but it's the strongest of the knickknacks," said Zeke. "Okay," I said. Ideas ran through my head, trying to link everything that I knew from magic to build a binding. It looked like a mirror and reflections had a lot to do with light, that might mean something. I pulled out pieces of paper and began to draw darkness and daylight insulating runes, dabbing them with wolf blood for power. You might want to look away from this. I don't want you unable to scry. The owl nodded and took off, so silent it was terrifying. I pulled out the flashlight, winding its lanyard around my wrist. The flashlight shuddered under, low at first but increasing in intensity. My movements were slow and careful, finding a space that let me slide between buildings that would take me ground level into the cul-de-sac. As I moved I spotted a woman, her skin dry and scabbed, hair thin and wet, hands like claws and eyes with a slight glow. She stopped when she saw me, her eyes going wide with shock. We don't have to fight, I said, pulling on the wolf's essence, letting the words become a growl. Go, don't challenge, and this is over. The woman bent low and found a window that might lead into a basement. It was too thin to pass through but she did all the same, her skin catching and sloughing off in parts, but she disappeared. I continued and could see into the street. They were still fighting. Ming and Kay tired while the others still looked in their element, going on the attack more often, forcing the pair on the defensive. I waited until the other had turned towards me before I pointed the flashlight, with a flick and a harsh crack, light flooded out and fell over the three combatants, as bright as the sun. Without hesitation I ran, stick swinging. I caught the other under the chin, a large crack tearing through part of their face breaking the reflection of Ming in half. One movement into another, like I'd seen with Chanel and the look at her. I let the flashlight drop caught by its lanyard and then hit the other with a darkness rune. Half the light disappeared on them and so did the images reflected there. The other was quick on the ball and they leapt, the wings of their shoes flapping so they flew up, a knee found my lower jaw and my teeth clacked together. I stumbled back, arms flailing before I remembered that goats had good balance and I let my body do the work. The mirror other hadn't stopped moving, still flying forward in a kick like the one K had shown a moment before. It hit my chest and I fell on my back, glass shattering as one of the jars broke. Fuck. The reflections were warped. Kay's shoes had something in them, probably a spirit with how they now had eyes and the drawn-in teeth were real, and the mirror other had turned that into something different, wings that were a pale gold, almost angelic. I brought up the flashlight and flicked it on. The mirror other brought up a hand, clear of reflections but nonetheless reflective. I knew what they were going to do because I'd been blinded before. My eyes closed and I leaned on the wolf's instinct, hearing the sound of glass sliding against glass that came from each of their movements. A different sort of glass against glass came from my backpack as I rolled to get to my feet. The mirror other landed, their steps loud, with the swishing of air as wings flapped, swing, batter, fling, then metal, erupting up, singing as it slid against each other, as it went into the air. I opened my eyes to see a trail of nails moving through the air like a whip. The mirror other turned, their eyes pointed like those of a dog, then began to dodge but was too late. Nail stabbed in and ran along them, breaking more reflections and causing images that weren't a cohesive whole. If that's how powerful the bat is, what does it mean for that stupid jacket? I pushed the thought aside and threw my stick the other wove out of the way, ducking low as Kay, her shoes with tongues lolling out, flew in a kick and then pulled on the connection as it almost reached the ground. The mirror other couldn't dodge as the stick flew at them, hitting them hard enough that their reflections were smaller, the winged shoes they wore disappearing. The reflections are important, I realized, and the longer we fight, the more we shine through, the more we're revealed. Them breaking must mean the opposite. It makes a poetic sort of sense, and that feels like enough to have weight in this world. I thought back to Chompers and how afraid he'd been of more people knowing what he was weak to, and how I'd weaponized that fear. Other, I said as I caught my stick, with the other hand motioning for the others to step back. They did and the mirror other stood in place. Let's make a deal. I think I have a way of defeating you. If I shout it out, I have friends that'll make sure it's shared to every practitioner in Brockton Bay. You only think, they said, their voice like Ming and Kay's with a hint of mine. Reasonably certain, I said. I can say it, but that would lose me bargaining power. If you promise not to cause me any harm, then I can promise to whisper it to you. 5 minutes and neither of us can hurt the other. I'm sure the others are willing to step back. We are, said Ming and Kay nodded. Okay, said the mirror other. I agree to the terms of such a deal. I got close and they didn't move. The bigger the reflection you show, the more power you get for a person. The next part is a guess, but you're probably bound to karma like curses, meaning that if people act against you, you might find it easier to get a hold. It's probably how you fight. I stepped back. Am I close? I asked. There was so much of me in her expression, a sense of resignation at a heavy world. I swallowed, uncomfortable. Don't challenge the Alvarez family, don't fight against us as long as we don't fight against you, leave. In return I won't tell people about what I just guessed. I accept, they said and then they started to walk away. I let out a relieved breath, turning to face the others only for me to see a sparrow as it changed into a child's form, wearing a cloak of dark feathers and carrying a stick with a bulbous head. He stood on a rooftop, wearing an easy smile as he looked down at us. What is that? Ming asked. Elwin, I said, the words hollow. Hello, he said, his voice like birds chirping. An elf, I finished. Is that bad? Said Kay. Everyone talks about them, but I don't know what they can do. Only bad if you fight me, said Elwin. Do we have a choice? I asked. Yes. You could let us through, he said. At the words leaves flew around him, settling into the form of a large woman carrying a very large bow. But if you do, the Alvarez family is going to have used most of their power in fighting us, which means Maximilian Anders and those who follow him will hobble them when they arrive. If you stand and fight, however, Seinwerd is going to resolve things with a deal that doesn't leave the family too hurt, though they'll have a large duty before them. I will, said Seinwerd. I make that oath. But you have to make the fight entertaining. I'm tired, I said. If you want a good fight you should even the odds. Slowly he shook his head. Something's coming not too far into the future. 9 blights destined to lose their 8th. You'll have to fight tired or this city might burn. So no, there will be no evening of the odds. Fight and fight well. Fuck, I muttered, then, my eyes moving to Ming and Kay. Maybe it's me having a low self-esteem, but I can't imagine that I'll be the only having to fight this fight. I'll be able to call on friends, will I not? People I'll stand with like all of us are standing with the Alvarez family. The power of friendship is a power not many people give the weight it deserves, said Seinwerd, standing tall and imperious. I'm proud to see your progress, Taylor A. Bear. Those words stunned me for a second, but I swallowed and pushed it aside. Emma, Zeke, or whoever's listening, I said, settling into a fight stance. Ming readied his baseball bat by pointing it at the elf, and Kay, vibrating with nervous energy, settled into low like she was Spider-Man or something. Whoever's not busy. I'm gonna need help. Elwin grinned, and for the first time I saw beyond the facade. I saw the age, the form that was uncanny in its humanity, the mouth that stretched too wide, but more than anything it was the eyes that had seen much and would see more, eyes that were the color of leaves and bark and water. Okay, I said. Let's do this. Chapter 34. Chapter text. Elwin's cloak fluttered as he darted forward, the sound of 1,000 flapping wings echoing around us. He was a lithe form geared to cut through the air, legs tucked and upper body going forward to spin once, twice, thrice before unfolding with his stick pulled back, ready to swing down. Quick, was the impression that flitted through my mind, at first pushing away all other thoughts before fight fought for room. I brought my stick hand up and then the other, holding the stick like a bar to block the coming attack. Elwin and I met, eliciting a loud clack. A shuddering impact ran through me, jolting my arms so hard a gasp left me. The impact continued, hitting my knees so hard that my legs gave out. My eyes started to close as my expression curled, all of me wanting nothing but to retreat from the various flavors of pain. But I needed to be in this moment. Elwin was still above, and using the meager leverage my arm provided, he pushed himself back, flipping before touching ground. Using a toe he pushed off, more momentum in that motion that I could gather with my entire body. His stick was already moving, swinging low so it could catch me under my chin. The mirror other had landed a knee in the very same spot, but they had been fragile glass, where Elwin was using gnarled wood. This impact would be so much worse. I couldn't let it land. Elwin's stick swung and I let myself fall back. Not fast enough because it still grazed me, clacking my teeth so harshly together I thought they might shatter. It was another dimension to the pain all through my body, burning lungs and aching thighs, knees, shoulders and joints that were throbbing, and now teeth that rattled, reeling from the impact. The sound of glass sliding against glass reverberated as I rolled back, the jars digging against my back and adding a minor nuisance when I heard light footsteps closing the distance. I rose to my feet and parried, catching Elwin's stick and sending it aside. With a step forward, I kicked, banking on Elwin's much shorter reach to work against him. The elf danced aside, ducking low with a sweeping leg. For a moment I thought I might fall before my body righted itself. Thank you, cloak, I thought. You, not the cloak, Elwin said, his voice hard. My eyes widened and that was the opening he needed. Elwin was already in the air. A foot caught my chest and another my cheek, a 1-2 impact. My head turned and I stumbled before I got my balance. A new pain in my chest and another in cheek, adding a throb to the rattling in my mouth and jaw. I swallowed, breathing hard. I tasted copper and couldn't be sure if it was because I'd swallowed wolf blood or if it was my own. How long had it been? Less than a minute? And already it felt like I was on my last leg. And remember, Taylor A. Bear, said Elwin. If he wanted to he could have attacked, closed the distance and kept hitting me. I cannot lie. What? No. He's distracting you. Not only a distraction, he said. As I said. I can only speak the truth. Can you read my mind? I asked. No, said Elwin and he was moving again. Swing, batter, swing, said Ming, before nails shot up, drawing a line between me and Elwyn. The elf slid to a stop and pushed off, changing direction so he could get around the line. Right, the thought connected. He's still another. The rules of the practice still hold. Stick, I said, prepared to tap into its power, to draw another line. Elwyn's lips puckered before he blew out, a seed shot into the air and caught me in the shoulder, digging into skin, pain shot through my arm as I moved my stick. And then Elwyn was there. Instinct drove my arm up to beat aside his stick. Pain bloomed, but it wasn't the only thing. A scream tore through my throat as something grew under my skin, only a tendril, but it fucking hurt. The more I moved, beating aside Elwyn's stick, the more it grew, adding much fiercer pain to the growing tapestry. Ming and Kay joined the assault, giving me room to step back and get a breather. The pair fought very well together, Ming with a focus on his weapon and flowing around it, while Kay used her fancy footwork, not using her hands except for balance. Elwyn matched them, parrying Ming with his stick and matching Kay with his feet. A black tongue snaked out of Kay's shoes, slithering around the elf's leg and tearing skin as it pulled back. Elwyn didn't seem fazed, which made sense. The skin had been fake, stuck onto a leg of gnarled wood, but it had an effect. Elwyn was slower to guard and counter, not letting his wooden foot touch the road. Get back into it, Taylor, I thought, and as painful as it was, I pushed myself forward. Not a direct attack, but continuing on what I had been doing before. Stick, I said, wincing at an anticipated surge of pain. Use the power within you to aid me. A grunt tore through me as I stabbed the stick down, letting it sink in the ground and some of its power leaking into the spirit world. I started to run, drawing a line around the fighting, a circle that was neater than it had any right to be. Elwyn noticed and changed tactics, hitting Ming's bat so hard it left his grip, then kicking Kay she slammed against the ground. The motion seamlessly led into him pushing off and fluttering back to land on a grassy lawn with both feet. Elves are like others, I thought, abandoning drawing the line and instead returning to my thoughts. Everyone talked them up into being a big deal and they seemed like it, but the basics of the practice held true. He was of nature and opposing elements were things that were man-made, him being in the city had to weaken him. The skin must have worked to lessen that effect, but with it now removed, he had to be careful how he moved. My chain unraveled from around my right arm, so long that it dragged against the ground. It was an awkward hold with the flashlight still dangled there, but I didn't want to waste the time it took to holster and unholster it. He packs a punch for someone so light, Kay muttered, her expression warped by pain. There were marks along her arms where she'd skinned herself in the fall. But at least we hurt him, right? I don't think so, I said, but we made an opening. Do you want me to disclose it, Elwyn? We could make a deal. We could stop fighting. No, said Elwyn, his tone still hard and his expression harder. And you will not disclose whatever you saw or noticed, not for this fight, lest you lose my goodwill. Do I fucking want your goodwill when I'm in pain because of you? I muttered, jaw aching every time it moved. It took all of me not to wince as the tendril slithered beneath my arm, threatening to pierce skin. Yes, he said. You do. As directed a statement as one could give. No bullshit. Fuck. Keep a cool head, Taylor. Fuck you so much right now, I muttered, knuckles white as they closed around my stick. The pain running through my body was like music if it was shitty and not enjoyable in the least, forcing me to listen even if I didn't want to. You challenged me, Elwyn, so come the fuck at me. He grinned and then darted forward. I moved forward to meet him, pain shooting up my arm at each motion. Our sticks met and the pain was blinding. With my teeth clenched together I turned, letting the chain sweep. Elwyn ducked low and stepped close, shoulder checking me so I stumbled back. The pain was so fierce that for a moment I couldn't think, couldn't breathe. My stomach surged and I felt close to throwing up. Ming and Kay closed the distance and went on the attack again. Elwyn retreated, his cheeks filling with air before he blew out, seeds that hit the ground and unraveled into vines. Ming was caught and pushed back, but Kay jumped up parkour, she shouted running along the vine to catch Elwyn with a kick. The elf tumbled and pushed off, dodging a rock that slammed hit the ground so hard it left cracks. In the air Elwyn curled, becoming a bird that dodged arrows that whizzed past. Elwyn unfolded into a boy again, on the roof, one foot slightly hovering in the air, standing so most people wouldn't see the hovering foot. The cavalry arrives, he said, his voice cold. And Victoria Dallin has completed her challenge. How many others now have their way cleared? So that's what this is about, Lisa said in my ear. Sorry, kiddo, but we can't get all our forces to you or we might lose the war. You'll have to make do. My mouth was a line, hard hammering, and my grip so tight on my weapons that both hands ached. Allies, I thought, looking around while faced forward. Lily was on a rooftop, her bow drawn and 2 arrows knocked. On the ground, resting on one knee behind a fence, was Daryl, his slingshot pulled back and a muddy rock set within, and on a lawn, with his hands in his pocket and walking sedately, was Lito. Everything seemed to stop at his arrival, a silence settling. Even my pensive breath seemed to slow, the pain dulling so I didn't have to make noise. Hey, said Lito. He didn't shout but his voice had presence. The roar of a tiger followed him, coming from everywhere and nowhere. Let's you and me fight. I challenge ye, brother. Elwin sniffed and pushed off, flying and throwing his stick. It hit the road so hard the earth shook, and as Elwin landed atop it, the ground seemed to drop, almost taking my feet from under me. Ming wasn't so lucky. You dare challenge me, rapscallion? Elwin asked, standing on his perch and framed by houses that were taller, overgrown with vines, lawns with long grass and trees and shrubs growing out of wherever they could. He just pushed you deeper into the spirit world, said Lisa, her voice sounding so far away. Be careful. He's putting you in his element. Yet. What of it? Lito asked, his voice low and cool. He reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and pulled out a comb that was too black. As he ran it through his hair, it came out perfectly slicked. Lito put it back and pulled out a lollipop that was too red, covered in a plastic wrapper. The sound was harsh as he opened it, a crinkle that seemed to make the trees shake in the distance. Whatever Elwin had done seemed to falter as Lito threw the wrapper on the ground. The boy shoved the lollipop into his mouth. Ya gonna fight me? A fight against me will see you defeated, said Elwin, all of his age in the words. You say that, said Lito, with a shrug, but is it true? Elwin snorted and then moved, jumping from his stick onto the road with his human foot. His other foot seemed to find cracks, places where the road had torn to reveal the earth beneath. Lito responded by bringing up loose fists and starting to bounce. I wasn't much of a puncher, but the way he held his hands up, with the pinkies and thumbs extended, seemed like it would hurt him more than it would hurt the elf. Bruce Lee was the thought that ran through my mind as they met, but it was wrong. Bruce used a mixture of hands and feet when he fought, one flowing into the other, while Lito only favored his hands and arms. "K," I thought, and my eyes moved to where she'd been only to find that she was closer to me, her eyes wide. "Oh," she said as she stumbled to a stop. "You figured it out faster than most people do." I frowned, but dismissed it. K and her shoes meant she favored fighting with her feet, Ming and his bat meant he used a weapon, Daryl and his slingshot was a distance weapon, while Zeke and their mask meant scouting. All of them flowed together to make a total package, a full rounded assortment of artifacts. "Or not," Kay said, her voice far away. She walked in front of me as I turned back to the fight. Elwin's entire focus was on Lito, but their fight wasn't as high intensity. I could see the same glee on the elf that was usually there when we were training. He tested defenses and hit, but never with too much damage, while letting Lito get close, a tiger's roar cutting into the air every time an impact landed. Kay pulled a piece of paper out of her pocket, brought up her foot so a black tongue could lick it, and then just pasted it on my forehead. My thoughts started to connect. "Fuck," I said. "What is that?" "If I told you, I'd be giving away a major advantage," she said. "But keep that on and help." I nodded and then moved. "Stick," I said. "Let's try this again." The road broke as I stabbed, easily finding the earth beneath and drawing a line of gunk and blood, leaving my stick thinner even in the spirit world. I was using power in my failed lines and my stick was left weaker in the aftermath. I made a mental note that this would be the last time I tried this maneuver because I didn't want the stick any less powerful. Elwin saw me as Lito landed a punch, but he ran forward instead of trying to get some distance. "Come little birds," the elf sang, his voice high and sweet. "Down from the eaves, and the leaves." Lito caught him with a punch to the cheek that had Elwin spinning, into the air and then striking. The other boy was pushed back and sent skidding on the ground. He quickly jumped to his feet, popping up his collar and rubbing dust from his shoulders. An arrow flew through the air and caught Elwin in the shoulder. He stumbled, green blood flying. The elf tried to snap the arrow but it rippled out of existence. A myriad of connections bloomed around Elwin and rising up from dark spaces were birds that moved as a flock, taking into the air and swooping down. At once we were swarmed, little claws that scraped, beaks that perked and a cacophony so loud it drowned everything else out. My stick and chain swung, but the birds were adroit and they were a multitude, going for the face above everything, and exacerbating the tendril that was growing in my arm. A scream cut through the air, loud and chilling, and the birds flew away save one Elwin. He turned into a boy above me already falling, his stick swinging down. Elemental Echo, 3 seconds. "Attack the elf and I'll find you sustenance," I shouted, eyes closing. The sound of a car crash reverberated and my closed eyes were flooded by red. I wasn't sure if I had hit Elwin or not, but a sudden relief fell over me as all the pain left my arm. On moving it I found that the tendril was no longer there. Karma, I thought. Just like a curse. Maybe the tendril had been a natural curse and by landing a hit on Elwin it had rebounded. As fast as a car I heard the elemental dart forward, then the screech of tires as it came to a stop, and another louder rumble and a crack as it stalled. The red beneath my eyelids disappeared and I felt a shuddering impact in the flashlight. "Elwin," one arm overgrown with purple vines, was already darting towards me. He stopped short as 2 arrows landed ahead of him, stabbing into the ground and producing a line of light between them, then hand to jump to the side as in rapid-fire rocks cut through the air towards him. One hit and the impact knocked him off his feet, tumbling through a lawn before he pushed off, flying like he had a broken wing. Rock type beats flying type. Kay shouted, a giggle in her voice. Elwyn shot her a very dry look, all without ever settling. The path was convoluted, but it was clear he was moving towards the houses. Don't mess up the houses. I shouted. That'll earn you bad karma. The onslaught of rocks slowed. Elwyn grinned, that had been his plan. He flew back and landed on a wall, then jumped to the side as 3 arrows almost hit him, putting him in a dark space between buildings. A hand stabbed out, but it missed, Elwyn flipping up to a higher position, partially turning into a bird to dodge more arrows, before finding foot on the rooftop. Feels like you've been doing the rooftop thing a lot, I thought, and I mentally cursed not having kept track of how many times he'd done it. But to be safe, he might be building to something. I'm sensing a pattern. The hand from the darkness pulled more of itself out. Grew, I thought, as the shadowy form stepped out. But it was that of a woman, and it solidified into Sophia. When had she learnt that trick? Sophia jumped up, catching the wind to sail towards the elf. Elwyn darted forward, stick swinging, but Sophia became shadow, passing through and landing behind him, kicking back. She caught the elf and he stumbled forward, hands catching his cloak and then flapping, he caught the air and flew up, missed by an arrow that was too close to Sophia to be safe. Elwyn whirled around and flapped once more, producing a burst of wind that shoved Sophia back, using her affinity for wind against her. Gen screamed and a line materialized between her and her practitioner. Sophia was pulled down and landed, pulling a card that looked like one of Eric's. Attack mode, she shouted, tone begrudging. The hand of taking is summoned. A calcified hand speared into existence, opening 2 fingers with red painted nails that tried to catch the elf. Definitely Eric, I thought. They couldn't be here, but they were helping. The hands failed as Elwyn turned into a bird, darting out of the grasp, and the hand quickly stuttered out of existence. But you're just standing there. Are you even useful? How much have you grown when you mean nothing to this fight? The thoughts rocked me, rooting me on the spot and making me stare up as Elwyn landed a kick that passed through Sophia, then flapping his cloak to cast the shadows asunder. The mournful scream of a fox cut through the air. My stomach fell and my mouth gaped. Oh no, said Ming. Is she dead? Elwyn laughed and it sounded like yes. And a similar fate will befall you, he said before he moved with new energy. He threw his stick and none of us could move, too struck by what he'd done to Sophia. The road cracked as the stick landed and this was the jolt I needed. Elemental echo, towards the stick. I said. With all your might. I promise sustenance in return. My flashlight shuddered and the sound of a speeding car cut through the air. Elwyn's stick unfolded like a flower, becoming a massive tree rooted in place. The two met and the sound was violent, making the ground shudder so much that deep cracks ran through it. The elemental was still there, mangled and bent, but it was dimmer, threatening to go out. Back! I shouted, because I'd promised it sustenance. I couldn't have it dying. My flashlight rattled weakly. The tree had marks, impressions that it had been hit, but it was still standing. Elwyn, above, moved his cloak to catch some arrows from Lily, continued down, pushing the tree back into a stick and then landed with a single foot. The ground broke and we fell, large trees shooting up, thick-trunked and so dense it was hard to see the others. My cloak and training meant I landed feet first, sliding down a wide trunk like Tarzan. I saw signs of the others falling, but leaves got in the way, meaning for entire stretches I could only see their shadows. Ming appeared, tumbling through the air and beneath him a protruding branch. I didn't see the impact, but the beads of red told me what had happened. The others, I thought desperately, my head moving. Lito I couldn't see, but his jacket had been speared. Daryl dangled off a thick vine, clearly not breathing even if I couldn't see his face, and Kay was doing well until a gnarl caught her shoes and a patch of darkness swallowed her, a scream cutting into the air. Lily, I thought, and guilt ran through me at the happiness to see that she was alive, moving just like me, as if she was used to the environment. The ground approached and I jumped from my tree, landing with a bit of a run and stopping with tears in my eyes, my breaths coming in pants. I didn't know the downtown dudes, but between being arrested just yesterday and now this, none of it could be deserved. Lily and I shared a look, wide and desperate, and then she was gone. Elwyn cloak first landed on top of her, turning her into a bird. She tried to fight, to fly away and almost managed to by flying around him. The elf spun and must have caught her because she now wriggled in his hand. Elwyn snapped the bird's neck and threw it on the ground between us. I could only stare, being hit by a pain that was so different that all the aches and pains. Yuki. They're gone, yes, Elwyn said, his voice as cold as a winter morning. What will you do now, Taylor a bear? Will loss break you? Why? I asked, my voice catching. Why would you do this? I wanted to see how you would react. I swallowed, mind reaching for something, anything, and finding that it couldn't. Me? They died because of me. I asked. They're gone because I made it so, he said. But it cannot be escaped that it can be argued you are at the root of things. This is fucked up, Elwyn, I muttered. Seriously fucked up. You just. I know what I did, Taylor A. Bear, he said. Now what will you do? Taylor A. Bear won't do it right now. I am fury. I am vengeance. I am the wolf. I darted forward without thinking, driven by instinct. Chain first and stick following that, coming from the ground and rising up. Elwyn ducked low and had to twist to dodge the stick, even so I hit him. A dark shape flew up from the ground where he'd stood, a bird, a distraction. Ignoring the bird, I went for the elf. I was faster, angrier, and there was a snarl in my throat as I kicked. Elwyn rolled with the impact and had to jump to the side as my chain slapped into the ground. I threw my stick, he moved to the side stick, and Elwyn dodged again. I let the stick fly past, chain spinning and forcing him to dodge. With a bit of a spin I ended up behind the elf, and by tapping deeply into myself, allowing the wolf more space, power, and control, I pulled the stick without a word. This time Elwyn couldn't dodge and the stick slammed into his head and made him stumble. My chain flew and caught into Elwyn's neck, biting as it wrapped around. Civilization, I snarled. This chain can do a lot of damage to you. Give me one reason I shouldn't go all out. I can give you 5, the elf said. Look at that bird. I did, but prepared myself to pull back on the chain. The bird flew erratically in a loose circle. Suddenly its shape unfolded like a blanket made of feathers, a form wriggling within. I caught a glimpse of Lily, her expression panicked as she fell, reaching for any purchase she could. A squeak left her as she hit the grassy ground with a whump. What? I managed. Gone but not dead, said Elwyn. You have to take better care at deciphering the words spoken to you, Taylor. Our surroundings shifted, and from various points the dudes walked in, beaten and bruised, but all right all the same. Sophia, I said. Unskilled with her new technique, he said. It was easy to turn it against her. But she should have pulled herself together. Fuck you so much, I muttered. Elwyn laughed. This was so fun, Taylor, he said. Now mentally prepare yourself. This day is not over. We're done fighting. I asked. I'm done, he said. But if any of you push me, then we might start again. Round 2. I let him go and stepped away. It's over? Ming asked, holding his shoulder close. His hand was red with blood. My part in it, said Elwyn, smiling. Hey, you're Lito, right? Yeah, said Lito. He wasn't wearing the jacket but carrying it over one hand. Visit me sometime. It would be fun to train with you. Elwyn pointed at a tree. That should be a way back into the spirit world. He walked over to his cloak and shrugged it on. After a flap, he disappeared between the trees. That was fucked up, Lily muttered, her voice still shaken. Are you okay? She swallowed. It's gonna take a bit, she said. Fuck. I lost so much of myself with that. Do you need a hug or something? I asked awkwardly. Fuck. Yeah, she said. She was shaking as I hugged her, tension in her shoulders that hadn't completely unraveled when she pulled back. We should go, said Lily. Go out there and help. Yeah, I said, my mind on the elf. It wasn't just the fighting prowess that made the elves scary, it was all that power and not being human. Elwyn was a being with a different sense of morality, one that could switch between hitting people at their core and then switch back like it was nothing. For a moment it felt like I could see the future. This had been a test, getting a sense of my skill, but the more I stuck with the elves, the stronger Elwyn would expect me to be. What would the second bout of training look like? What would the third? I think it might be a good idea if we stayed away from the elves for a while, I muttered, and beside me Lily nodded. Chapter 35. Chapter text. My feet squelched as cold and slimy earth passed in between my toes. The lawn we'd exited onto was wet and muddy, the earth slick and grass slippery, the air was cold, filled with a rain that pounded against hints of visible skin and washed away the dregs of dried blood I was still leaning on for power. I felt light in a way that was not good, still in touch with my animal instincts but in a way that felt all-encompassing. Usually when I imbued myself with wolf essence I felt powerful, now I felt like I was hopped up on too much coffee, energy filling me up but not going where I wanted to, and an uncontrolled tremor that affected not just my body but my entire being. Without turning my head, I cast my attention out. The technique was one of my go-to abilities, but it felt different now. My usual sight relied on my eyes, but my senses had expanded. The bounding of the rain felt harsh, washing away all other sound, the smell of earth rising up blocked me from getting a good scent of the world around me, and my skin prickled each time a droplet hit. My cloak hung heavily on my shoulders, keeping the rain from drenching me, but collecting beads of moisture and turning it into weight. I'd used techniques I hadn't practiced before in the fight with Elwyn, giving the wolf more space and doing magic without a power source to control my stick. All magic had a price and it felt like I was still paying for my battle with Elwyn. Focus. There were only 3 Zemi still standing, the others were either completely gone or existed only as statues worn by harsh rains or struck by lightning. If I focused I could see a thin membrane stretching between the remaining Zemi, it sizzled as it was struck by the rain, holes opening, though there were no others I could see trying to make their way in. My kicks, Kay whined, a hint of nervousness in a voice that pierced my ears, leaving a low thrum of a headache. It took a little too much focus to relax my sight and the accompanying senses. The world dulled, losing its color because I was so tapped out. I'm sorry guys, Kay continued. I'll give you a good wash after this is over, okay? And maybe we'll go hunting for some treats. Kay's high tops were covered with so much mud that the eye designs were covered, the base of the shoe with the drawn-on teeth was clean though, and they quirked up in grins at her words. She was smiling but it seemed nervous, one eye twitching a little. Her friends seemed better composed, but they had bags under their eyes, bruises visible and grazes visible on skin, and Daryl's hands kept opening and closing into fists every few seconds, something I didn't think he noticed. I don't think I can take any more fighting, Leto muttered, the words leaving him like a sigh. He had his jacket over one shoulder and the effects of its power had faded, his shirt was drenched, sticking awkwardly against him, his hair had lost its slick and now looked dry and frayed, his acne was more pronounced, and his clothes were marred with stains and rips. But with all that, his expression was harrowing. It looked like he'd seen for the first time how dark the world of magic could be and he was still reeling from it. Elwyn had shown me the others dying, but they were still relative strangers to me. If he had done something to them, how much worse did the dudes feel? My attention went to Lily, shorter than me, with her shoulders straight. She looked flighty in the worst of ways, clearly visible from her ears which twitched without ever stopping, turning this way and that in her hand which was clenched tightly around her bow. Maybe it was an overstep, but I threw an arm over her shoulder. Lily froze for a second, before giving me a small smile that made my heart momentarily forget how to beat. Who's the giant woman? Ming asked. Kay sounded jokey and Leto tired. Ming on the other hand felt focused, his eyes were hard and his jaw was set. There were tremors of fear visible along his shoulders, but that was eclipsed by the determination that ran off him. We collectively turned and saw her, a figure that matched Signward in stature, but with a different air of regality than the elven warrioress. Her skin was alabaster white, her straight hair stretching past her shoulders to reach her back, settling elegantly over the doe-hide cloak she wore. The alabaster held an umbrella made of bone and hide, shielding herself and the elderly Latino woman who stood beside her, dressed in traditional garb, her face painted and feathers stuck in her hair. Beside the woman was a rooster with vivid red feathering. Guys, said Daryl, his voice strained. You're slobbering. Metaphorically. Kay let out a nervous bark of laughter and that seemed to ease the tension of much of her team. She's calling us, she said. And indeed she was. The alabaster's long arm was struck by the rain as she extended it past the protection of her umbrella, the moisture running off her as if her skin was made of marble, the meager light around us striking droplets so they could accentuate her lean muscles. Something's up with you, said Lily. I raised a brow as I faced her. You've got a lot of wolf in you. Did you use yourself in the fight? I think so, I said. Everything felt like a blur in retrospect. I hadn't been fighting with my brain, only relying on battle instinct. You're gonna have to be careful, she said. Your type of magic can be dangerous in the long term. You can give the beast more room and wear away the tailor bits. I nodded, then turned back to the alabaster whose gaze was turned our way, the light sometimes hitting her to reveal a genial smile. Is she safe? Ming asked, suspicious. We haven't dealt with a lot of others, but we know that some are tricky, and she's making me feel things. I think that's just you, bud, said Daryl. The alabaster isn't a fighter, I said. Doesn't mean she doesn't surround herself with fighters, said Ming, and in that I could see why he was the leader of the dudes. He was sharp and focused in a way that the others weren't, but then it made sense with what I'd been able to glean. Ming had been the one who'd found their magical items and he'd chosen to give them to his friends. It meant that he was responsible for them karmically. True, I said, which didn't lift Ming's cautious expression. I'm not liking the look of that chicken, said Leto. A chicken? Daryl said incredulously. Is that because you're chicken? Kay said, wearing a very large grin. Every one of her friends reacted viscerally, pain lancing across their expressions and a hiss cutting through the rain. Lily let out a surprised bark of laughter before one hand went to cover her mouth. The smile from the humor lingered on her expression. Boo, Leto said, his inflection not changing. It was there, said Kay. Begging to be taken. Watch your words, said Ming, but there was a hint of relief in his voice. If I'm being honest, said Daryl, some part of me was hoping someone would take the bait. Kay punched the air. You guys say all of this like puns aren't the height of humor. I appreciate them, said Lily, her voice low. The smile wasn't big or bright, but it had cast away some of the gloom from the battle with Elwyn. I knew from the fox ears that you were awesome, said Kay. You haven't proven me wrong so far. Lily's smile grew brighter. I'm going, I said, and the moment of levity evaporated. The rain felt like it hit harder, the hiss of it pounding against every surface much louder. I regretted pulling things back because it felt like there had been a power to the levity, seeping into everyone and easing their tensions, and I plunged everyone back into the darkness. I don't think she'll hurt us. Wait, said Ming. I bristled at the order, then a more rational part of me realized how stupid that was and I calmed myself down. Zeke. A web vibrated as it sparked to life, not making a sound, but casting off a shimmer of color that was too bright against my eyes. I had to blink a few times to cast the image away. My sight was wonky. I was wonky. Zeke. Zeke. Ming held out his arm as he looked up. We followed his gaze to a pair of owls circling above us in the air. One of them swooped low, silent even as the rain smacked against it, then came to a heavy settle on Ming's arm. Oh, thank the gods, Zeke said, the words spilling out of the owl's mouth. It spoke like parrots did, its beak opening and the sound coming out in full word. Even with everything I'd seen, the sight was unsettling. You guys have been gone for hours. Where were you? I'm not sure, said Ming. Lily stopped as the owl turned its neck to face her, something that would have broken the necks of most animals. A shiver ran up my spine. There was something about the owl that was deeply unsettling for a reason I couldn't quite tell, a feeling I hadn't had when I'd spoken to Zeke before. Deeper into the spirit world, she said, something in her tone different. At least I think that's what happened. Sorry, Zeke said. Lisa is saying something. That, you were far away enough that the weird time stuff going on with this place didn't affect you anymore. Why isn't she talking to us directly? I asked, concern finding my voice as images of the others dying flicked through my mind. How many others were coming here tonight? Different in abilities and levels of danger. Lisa and the Scryers weren't on the front lines, but that didn't mean danger couldn't reach them. We were hit by something that worked through connections, Zeke said. It infected our network and tried to claim everyone who was still connected. Lisa was at the center of everything and it clung to her the hardest. She had to disengage and she's very limited in what she can do, even talking to me right now is dangerous. Even me talking about her when I'm so close might take me out of the picture. Is she okay? I asked. That's a loaded question when we can only speak the truth, they said, and I'm worried about asking her because I'm being warned against doing it. Drew looked into the embers and she says things would be bad if we were all caught. I wanted to ask more questions, but the worry was overwhelming. Ming noticed and asked, how's the fighting been going? I gave him a small smile and he nodded. It's been going, said Zeke. We've pushed away a lot of threats, but our stalling tactics have run dry. We've got a few people that are out of the fight. Trevor and Rachel from the Undersiders got hurt, and Dennis from the wards is frozen in time because a beastie almost got him, which means that Chris, Victoria, and Eric are watching him until the effect runs out. The others are tired and they're picking their fights, going after beasts they can take care of, which means the bigger others are able to go through. We're not losing, but I think we've lost steam. We were like that until the woman in white the Alabaster arrived and then the fight stopped or slowed down, but a lot of others are waiting at the fringes for when she leaves. Ming sighed. Same thing with us, unfortunately, he said. The fight with the elf was a bitch. He hit us where it hurt, making us think that the others were dead for a moment that felt too long. Fuck, said Zeke, their voice catching. That sucks. Mr. Calvert says that things might turn for the better though. Elf, said Lily, her voice hard, just as I was about to ask why. Signward walked down the hill from the Alvarez home. She favored one leg and her left arm was withered, boils growing out of it that detonated to let out plumes of yellow smoke. Jonah flew around the elf, out of reach from her long arms, then he darted down and snagged her foot a moment before it found ground. Signward slipped and stumbled, having to use her large bow to keep herself from face-planting. She swung her arm as if swatting a fly, but Jonah had already darted away, buzzing around the elf. The Alabaster and the woman with the chicken strode forward. Signward stepped onto the road just as the woman and her chicken walked onto the hill. She was old, but she moved up without any trouble at all, and her chicken ever imperious kept at her side. Signward and the Alabaster shared soft words. I wasn't sure if they knew each other, but there was a familiarity in their expression, how close they stood together. One was a warrioress and the other a protector, and yet they stood on equal ground. Can you hear them? I asked Lily. She nodded. The Alabaster is asking about the fight and the elf says it was invigorating. They're talking about the damage. It'll last for a while. The Alabaster says that that's an excuse not to get involved in what follows. What follows? Daryl asked. I think it's the battle for Lord of the Bay, I said. It's been something that's been in the background for a while. Everything that's been happening in the city has had something to do with that, even this, us being here and working for or with Mr. Calvert. Is it going to be like a vote or something? Kay asked. I mean, I don't think I'm old enough to vote. I don't think it's going to be a vote, I said. My heart leapt in a bad way as Lily pulled herself out of the half-hug. I almost fell at the sudden absence. The fatigue that ran through me was deep, and standing on my own was a monumentally difficult task, with me leaning on my stick so hard it was starting to dig into my palm. The moment's reminder also brought my attention to all the injuries I'd picked up, pain that was being numbed by the freezing rain, but now sprouted with new life. Lily moved away, her ears twitching as she turned her head in little ways, as if trying to hear better. She let out a frustrated sigh. They're blocking my ears, she said. The last thing they were talking about is the alabaster of Brockton Bay. Why would she be talking about herself? Kay asked. She's not, I said. There are 2 alabaster in Brockton Bay, her and the alabaster of Brockton Bay who's working with the Nazis. Does that mean we're going to be fighting Nazis? Daryl muttered. Because I don't think I fucking can right now. Why couldn't they have come before we did the worst of the fucking fighting so we can at least take those fuckers out? They just dealt with Nazis a while ago, didn't they? I thought. The dudes had been at the center of the thing with the police shooting a kid. One of the cops had been making a mountain out of a molehill about one of the dudes not wearing a mask. It must have doubly sucked to know that they would have to continue more of the same right now. Mr. Calvert says that this might be better, all things considered, said Zeke. Us not being able to fight them is good. Daryl said, his words tinged with anger and resentment. Ming clapped a hand on Daryl's shoulder. He let out a long, drawn-out groan. Ming and Lily, the owl said. Mr. Calvert's asking for you. He wants everyone close, but you two the most. Why? Lily asked, weary and wary. He says it's better if he doesn't explain. The spirits like their dramatics. He says that he'll double his payment if you do this without dallying. I want the same thing for the dudes, Ming said. More access to books, more people who'll teach us the basics, and I want someone who isn't Alec. That guy's a lazy teacher. Or Trevor, Daryl added. I like him, but there's still a lot of things he doesn't know, like us. He says okay, contingent on Lily's agreement, said Zeke. Ming, Daryl, Lito, Kay, and the owl looked at Lily expectantly. Fuck. Can't really say no, can I? She said, but she dithered. I used my stick to help me forward, bringing my full weight on it to keep myself from falling as my legs trembled. Lily smiled thankfully and the 2 of us made our path to Mr. Calvert, the dudes behind us. The street around the Alvarez home was a circle, and the shortest way to Mr. Calvert meant we had to go past the alabaster and sign word. Noticing our approach and the scowls directed at her, the elf cut their conversation short and strode away, moving past the road and onto a lawn. She stepped onto a patch of mud and sank, swallowed up in seconds. Taylor, the alabaster said as we neared. You're hurt again? Yeah, I said. Sorry, but we have somewhere to be. Calvert and his machinations, said the alabaster with a knowing nod. That's good. The man has excellent timing, and things are moving along towards a conclusion. Let's hope it's the one that serves us best. What does that mean? Ming asked, his voice still hard. That's best left, she said. Though I do need to say, Taylor a bear. This is the second time we've met and you have been barely able to keep yourself upright. 2 points make a line and 3 make a pattern. I would be wary. I'll try to keep that in mind, I said. She hummed and nodded. We had better be off, the alabaster said, her head turning to look into the distance. I followed her gaze, even opening my inner eye, but I couldn't see anything. If you were really curious, young man, you would be able to see what I meant. Ming looked left and right, then froze deathly still. I frowned and keenly focused on perceiving stuff with my sight. It took me too long to pick them out. Statues that stood deathly still, made from red clay and intricately carved, all of them wearing Oni masks. Kenji, Ming said, then that means, Akiko. Kenta. Oh fuck, said Kay, sympathy directed at Ming. You shouldn't be grievously harmed so long as you are in my company, the alabaster said, her voice filled with confidence. Even Kenta would think twice before fighting in my presence. Ming begrudgingly nodded, though he was still on edge, keenly focused on the statues and mannequins that grew in number the more we walked. There were others in the general thrum, but they kept their distance from Kenji's army. We found Victoria, Eric, and Chris standing in front of a frozen Dennis, his shirt ripped and thin claws marks visible on his chest. The group had put out a few cards around the frozen boy, and in marker they'd drawn lines on the road, but the pounding of the rain worked against their ward. All of them were hurt in one way or another, blooded beaded wounds visible, clothes that were dirted or torn, and Victoria had a cut running across her forehead, which meant her hair had streaks of blood. Eric stood very close to his cousin, holding 2 cards in each shaky hand. Chris held a heavy toy gun, the type that made loud sounds when the trigger was pulled. The sight was ridiculous, but his deathly serious expression spoke of the sword's danger. "You guys okay?" Victoria asked as we approached. Her eyes moved to the alabaster and I saw the visible effort she had stopping herself from asking questions. "Still alive," I managed before a scream cut into the air. Dennis stumbled back, hitting the ground rump first and groaning. He let himself fall, then patted his chest before he closed his eyes and stayed there, breathing hard. "Fucking hell," he said. "I thought I'd die." "That's what you get for fucking taking risks," Chris said, relief and anger in his words. "Up. Kenji's here. Can't even get a moment, hey," he said, chuckling uncomfortably. He swallowed and I could almost hear his frantic heart, the blood rushing through him, flushing his face with color. "You had 30 minutes, you dick," said Chris, but as Dennis held up a hand he pulled his friend up and engulfed him in a hug. "Don't do something like that again," Chris said, pushing Dennis away. "Fine. Fine," Dennis muttered, his eyes moving to us and then the alabaster. "Oh. Oh wow. This is her, hey," he said to me. "We should continue on our way," the alabaster said. "All of us. I can feel danger approaching and I'd rather be ahead of it." We continued without another word, meeting the others. Sophia and Gian had joined the salamanders after the fight, and they joined us as we went to meet Mr. Calvert. Shortly after we found Gru, Aisha and Alec, who were with Chanel and Abby from the Ladies of Perpetual Ambivalence. Aisha was limping and Alec looked almost paper white, except for over one eye where his face had cracked and it revealed static beneath it. Gru seemed darker, smoke darker than night flowing off him and hiding the person beneath. The ladies Chanel and Abby seemed alright though they were tired. The scryers had set themselves up in a protected area, with men bearing guns standing in a perimeter around them before a glowing diagram unfolded, keeping the rain at bay. They had set up desks, bowls, crystal balls and minor diagrams for the scryers to work their magic, though all of that had been upturned or broken. I could see where Lisa was, locked in a diagram that bent the light and meant I couldn't see her properly. Her eyes weren't hers, instead they stuttered like an old movie. Mr. Calvert standing beside a very tall grand clock gestured and the men with guns calmed down. We walked past the lines around them without trouble, allowing us to see beyond some of the tables where others in military fatigues stood over Rachel and Trevor, bandaging bleeding wounds and checking them over. "Alabaster dough," said Mr. Calvert after a glance of his watch. "You honor us with your presence." "We both know there was no choice but for me to attend, Thomas Calvert," said the alabaster. "You and your patrons are playing a very dangerous game." Mr. Calvert froze for the barest of seconds before he said, "Be careful what you say. There are some enemies not worth making." Lisa perked up, though, and I had to wonder how the diagram worked if she could hear us. There was a way that she could talk to us, like she'd talked to Zeke. "But are they truly not worth making? When they seek to overturn things worse than they are now?" she asked. "You have to wonder at their intentions, how they can give away power so freely, and so much power at that." Mr. Calvert didn't say anything. "The path has been laid in at the nick of time," she said, turning to face a street moments before a man with a serpentine dragon around him stepped into the light, surrounded by a vapor because the rain reacted violently with the dragon heat. "Oh fuck," said Kay. She took an instinctive step back and she wasn't the only one. Rachel's dog stood and whined, heads going down and tails tucking in, and I felt something similar, a primordial fear that filled me with thoughts of running. "That's a real dragon." "Lung," said Victoria, her voice catching in her throat. "A dragon Kenta picked up in Japan." I didn't miss Lily frowning as her eyes moved from Victoria to the dragon. The dragon let out a fiery breath through its nose, the heat met the rain and vapor exploded out in every direction, turning Kenta into a silhouette before he stepped out, skin unblemished by the heat around him. "Will your dog tags shoot me, Calvert?" Kenta asked, stopping so that 2 lanes of road divided us. He was such a striking figure that I'd missed that behind him there were 2 people, Kenji and Akiko, both wearing masks with hints of color. The former wore a mask that matched that of his statues, brightly colored with teeth spilling out of their mouths and horns on the forehead, while the latter wore a welding mask with glowing, green lenses and she had an excess of pouches around her waist and chest. "These aren't for you," Mr. Calvert returned, taking a few steps so he was ahead of our group. "Then step aside," said Kenta. "I have a counter-offer," said Mr. Calvert. "Leave Brockton Bay and you won't lose the power you've worked so hard to accumulate." "Words," said Kenta. "And words are a powerful thing," said Mr. Calvert. "Through words we can form ideas, and well, give an idea long enough and it can become so much more. Cleverness is the tool of the weak," said Kenta. "Those who pretend to have power, and you pretend the most. For all that you claim to want this city, what showing have you made that would be able to hold it?" Mr. Calvert stretched his arms. "This," he said. "The Undersiders, the Travelers, the Alvarez family, the Dynamite Downtown dudes, a few independents. All of them work for or with me in some fashion. We have a shared vision of what we want this city to be and you, unfortunately, aren't a part of it. Then fight me for this power you so want, said Kenta. Lily, Ming, said Mr. Calvert, turning the dial on his watch. Surely you've noticed something odd, haven't you? Speak your thoughts. The dragon's wrong, Lily said. Kenta's eyes widened and then moved to the alabaster, hesitating before he pushed all restraint to the wayside and said a short order in Japanese. The dragon's eyes opened, filling with such horror that I could taste the impending death, then its mouth, which nailed in the feeling, cementing it as an impending reality. An almost liquid fire shot out like a geyser, growing as it crossed the distance towards us. A scream cut into the air and I didn't know where it came from. I made to run but I was too weak and stumbled. Lily's hand found my arm and she pulled me, but it was too late, the heat of the fire had already reached us. Cuckoo. Kenta walked out of the plume of vapor, his dragon catching the light so its scales glistened. Behind the man were two others, Kenji and Akiko, both wearing masks. The three stopped on the other side of the street. Holy fuck, Dennis said in a whispered awe. I frowned because all of this seemed familiar, as if a cloak had been pulled off a memory. I remembered the fire, the screams, the panic. I turned to Mr. Calvert, who was glancing at his watch and the grand clock which was swallowing a yellow bird above the clock face. Kenta, Mr. Calvert said, bargaining might be in your best interest. Realization bloomed on Kenta's expression. Time magic has its limits, the man said. There are only so many times you can play this trick. My reserves of time are deeper than most, said Mr. Calvert. Lily, Ming. As panicked as you might be, you're protected. The dragon is wrong, why? Akiko, Kenta ordered. Quick acting. It reacts to active threats. The young woman reached for her side and pulled out a smoke bomb. She threw it against the ground and a rolling tide of smoke billowed out. Cuckoo. Kenta walked out of the plume of vapor, his dragon catching the light so its scales glistened. Behind were two others, Kenji and Akiko. This time I wasn't lost like before, my memory snapped back almost immediately, and with my wonky sight it meant I could see the great diagram in the air, lines that wound around us but touched everything nearby. Mr. Calvert was at the center of it, and so was the watch on his wrist. Continue, Mr. Calvert said, his voice calm and his attention on his watch. I shook my head as he did something to it that spilled out diagrams that were too bright for me to look at them directly, spurs of light that smelled like rust. Share your thoughts. Victoria said that the dragon was Japanese, said Lily. But that doesn't make sense. Maybe it's because, maybe here's something I'm missing, but Japanese dragons have an affinity to water, not fire. Kenji and Akiko were doing something behind Kenta. She wound a piece of paper around a knife and gave it to him, meaning he had a knife in both hands. Kenji threw two knives, one up in the sky and the other towards us. The knives detonated, the one above letting out a bright burst of light while the one hurtling towards us turned into more knives. Cuckoo. The knife above was gone but the light and the shadows cast by the many knives remained, still hurtling towards us. Gru, said Mr. Calvert. Let the yawning darkness come. Gru intoned and from his skin there spilled out a mist that was darker than night. The knives met the darkness and whatever effect they had disappeared. Fucker. Akiko said, reaching into the pockets of her pouches and pulling out a few spell cards. Are you sure that that dragon is Japanese? Lily asked Victoria. That's what I heard, she said. The story is that it was sleeping for a long time and he woke it. People reacted and he had to leave Japan. Long, said Ming. That should have been a giveaway. I know you, brat, said Akiko, mirth in her voice. You're the reason I don't have Park Jaho's gear. You're his cousin, right? And with that she started to laugh. Don't stop, Ming, said Mr. Calvert. Go on. Ming swallowed and nodded as Akiko dug through the pouches at her waist and pulled out a smoke bomb. Cuckoo. Kenta's dragon is only Lung, but that's a goblin named Goblin. It doesn't make sense. Why not something like Beilong, Filong, or any other name with meaning beside just dragon? Kenta and his dragon stepped out of the vapor and Akiko already had a smoke bomb in one hand and a piece of paper in another. She threw it against the ground and the plume of smoke that billowed out resolved into a person in their late teens, fuzzy around the edges in the way that echoes usually were. Ming froze, his eyes wide. Akiko pressed the piece of paper into the ghost and it detonated, a web darting from the spirit to Ming. Cuckoo. Everything snapped back but the rolling explosion continued, moving faster than we could regain our bearings. The explosion smacked Ming cleared off his feet, engulfing him in flames so bright I could only see stars. Ming's body smacked into the people closest to him and they were shoved back, crashing into. Cuckoo. Ming was fine but the explosion still continued, from Ming webs had lanced out, touching each of his friends and the fires used that to travel. They were smacked off their feet and sent slamming into others. Kay was the closest to me and she hit me so hard I couldn't think because of the pain. Cuckoo. And then everything was fine again, the explosion having passed and the pain existing as only memories. The dudes, though, were still reeling, breathing hard, deathly still as they worked through the memories of what must have been burning alive. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck, Akiko said. Fucking time magic. Another trick, said Kenta. Or you will face the consequences. Akiko started to dig through the many pouches of the belts around her waist and chest. So the dragon isn't really from Japan. Victoria said. It's all just a story. How can it be so powerful, though? Thomas Calvert already gave the answer, didn't he, said Margaret from the ladies. Words can become ideas and those can be powerful. The answer is obvious, the reason why he chose the name lung or why it breathes fire instead of water makes it doubly so. And that's enough, said Mr. Calvert. Kenta, it would be in your best interest if you bargained. You can still be killed, said Kenta. And even if I am, even if we all are, I have already made sure that within the second of my death your secret is known to most of the major practitioners in the United States, and the Protectorate. You still have the opportunity to hold on to that power of yours, but you would have to bargain. A long second passed, then, what are your terms? Akiko reacted violently, as if she couldn't believe it. Free all those who are bound to your service within the city, leave Brockton Bay and never return, and I think all of us can agree to keep quiet about all that we have learnt today. I'm agreeable to those terms, Kenta said, his voice low and tempered, holding the promise of retribution. Akiko reached into one of her pouches and pulled out a smoke bomb. She threw it against the ground and when the smoke cleared, Akiko was gone. Wonderful, said Mr. Calvert, glancing at his watch again. We should get this done quickly. I take it I need to convince none of you how good this would be for the city. No one disagreed. Good. Then let's conclude this matter. Chapter 36. Chapter text. The legend was false, magic propping up a thin veneer until it became unrecognizable, an idea that had been filled with power until it had become a myth, tying itself into history and mythology to become a force worth reckoning with. All of it was a mummer's farce, yet as Lung still in slumber let out a breath, the lazy sheets of rain beyond our wards became a fog-like vapor that occluded many of the houses beyond. It's not really a dragon, I made myself think, as my eyes slid over its scales, glistening from a light that came from within its serpentine form, in the process illuminating Kenta. Their backdrop was Kenji and his statues, most dull and marred by battle damage, but a few carved with intricate patterns and painted with vivid, shifting colors. The man himself sat on a statue's shoulder, one leg hoisted up with an arm resting on his knee, watching with boredom as his mentor met with mine. Against man, dragon, and army, Mr. Calvert stood, the rain sliding off him without wetting his clothes and the vapor always drifting away from his person. The man was taller than Kenta, but Lung's shadow made him minuscule. Mr. Calvert carried no weapons and wore no armor, his arms were crossed and his posture was relaxed. I couldn't see his face, with his back to me, but I could imagine that he wore a smile entirely in his element. And he was in the same battleground, fought against the same threats. Seeing him so at ease made me aware of all the throbs and aches that tormented not only my body but my very self. My arms and legs, feet and hands, chest and stomach, jaw, head, and skin. Each breath was small agony, reminding my body of its needs for healing. A shadow shifted to my right and made my head turn. Haunches that had been raised relaxed at the sight of Victoria, carrying a lumpy bag that smelled of something sharp, alcohol, the part that was Taylor a bear filled in. She wasn't alone, a guy from the salamanders was at her side, the scent of fire, smoke, and cigarettes preceding him. Our group was badly injured and everyone had huddled together in the reprieve. Lisa was in her circle, watching as Rachel tended to her dogs, Aisha, Alec, and Trevor rifling through their supplies as they did an audit of their supplies. Gru was a figure hidden in shadow, ever moving as a thick fog of darkness fell off of him in waves. Dennis, Chris, and Eric were around Mr. Calvert's grand clock, with Dennis looking at it fondly while Chris and Eric were chatting. The salamanders were around a fire with the ladies of perpetual ambivalence, and the downtown dynamite dudes sat in a huddle. Sophia and Emma were apart from everyone else, the former tending her fox familiar while Emma watched everyone with glowing red eyes. I was surprised by how little I felt as our eyes met. Anything you need me to look over? Victoria asked me as they reached Lily and me. Don't know, I said, only to wince as my body sang with pain. Might be safe to give you a general run over, Victoria said, bringing her kit forward and getting closer. The smell of her hit me, making my heart beat harder against my chest. I took a deep breath, a mistake, and closed my eyes, trying to regain my shaky mental footing. You mind if I look you over? The salamander asked Lily, with a husky voice that was instantly recognizable. Drew. He helped me binding a ghost, I made myself think as Victoria touched my arm. The night had been long, so long, but it had yielded me a few items of power that would need figuring out. I focused on that, using the future to distract myself from Victoria and the pain. No, said Lily. Her voice had a strong effect of pulling me back, because the feelings tied to her were different from those I felt when I was around Victoria. I really liked Lily's voice, but I didn't like how she sounded now, or the why of it. But I don't think I'm not too hurt, Just shaken, she continued. Drew reached into his backpack and pulled out a bar of chocolate. Lily's eyes widened. This is my favorite, she said, with suspicion in her voice. I peer into the flames, said Drew with a shrug. Caught glimmer of the bar while I was trying to divine how things were going to turn out tonight, bought it and here we are. You must have looked too hard if this is the result, Victoria said, with all her attention on me. She had my arm in her hand and pressed it, filling me with sudden stabs of pain that intermingled with a lightness in stomach and head. What's that mean? Lily asked, not accepting the chocolate. My stomach grumbled. Lily took the bar, opened it then foisted it towards my mouth. I took a bite and my face twisted, the part of me that was the wolf recoiling at chocolate. The bar didn't taste nice and it hit my stomach wrong, but it took another bite because it lifted my spirits. In the corner of my eye, I saw that Lily was smiling. The more you look for a fixed result with divination, the worse the picture is for you, Victoria explained. There was a cut on the underside of my arm and after cleaning with alcohol a cloying thing that stabbed against my nose she put a plaster over it and moved on to the next injury. It's small, but I think the result might have been the same here. Try to look for a clear picture and the spirits decide to bend things so they're against you. Guess that's what happened here, Drew said. Should I look you over? Just in case. Sure, said Lily, returning the shrug. As we were tended, my eyes went back to Mr. Calvert and Kenta, still speaking, and Lung, still asleep, letting out breaths that stoked the air and turned it into vapor. Victoria had a confident hand, easing through the worst pain but not afraid to move me one way when I wanted to move it into another. A good few minutes passed before Victoria felt satisfied by her work, standing up and stepping back, giving a singular nod. Is she gonna be okay, Doc? Lily asked, doing her best to push humor in her voice. I wanna say yes, she said, but you have a knack for getting into trouble. Admonishment? I asked, my voice coming out thin and reedy. Victoria shook her head. Statement of fact, she said. It's what makes you cool, you go out and do stuff. The alabaster. With that, her eyes drifted to the alabaster, tall and imperious, eyes pointed into the distance, the Nazis and now this. I couldn't keep myself from smiling. Thanks, I said, the words whispered. More than the bandages, the words of affirmation from Victoria of all people worked to lift my spirits. It's the truth, Victoria said. She turned to look at where Mr. Calvert and Kenta were conversing, worry wrote itself across her brow before she went left, going to join her cousin, Dennis, and Chris. Think I'm done too, Drew said after a bit. Thanks, said Lily. Drew went off to join the rest of the salamanders who were still talking to the ladies. I miss being part of a circle, Lily admitted, the words almost whispered. I raised a brow and she gestured with her head towards the groups that had collected together, the Undersiders, the Dudes, the Dallin Pelham family with the wards, the ladies with the salamanders and Sophia and Emma too, in part, because both had now gone to join the ladies and salamander group around their fire. We, when compared to everyone else, were alone. She had been part of a trio before but that had ended badly, enough that she'd left her home. It sucked. We could be a duo, I said, the words slipping out of my mouth without first reaching my head. They shocked me and my expression showed. What was worse was Lily's expression too. Nothing formal or anything, I quickly said. Like what we've been doing, but, it has a name I guess. An eternity stretched before Lily gave a short nod. That'd be cool, she said. And it all draws closer to its end, the alabaster said, drawing our collective attention. She looked not at Mr. Calvert and Kenta, but beyond them, where the sky was drenching in a strobing red and blue light that moved with a force I could feel even though I was sure it was far away. Cops, said Zeke, their tone tense. They found their feet and around them webs of silver light vibrated, thin things that connected to being 7 beings in the sky. A second before they pulled their owl mask to cover their face shifted against the sight, taking on more bird-like features before the mask snapped into place. And where there's cops there's Nazi, said Daryl, his tone harder. He had his slingshot in around his neck, his hands shaking slightly as they were clenched in fists. Would I be a coward if I really said I wanted to dip right now? Kay said, a nervous laugh in the words. She shuddered visibly, no doubt the memory of all that had happened tonight heavy in her mind. And I thought I went through a lot of shit. The dudes had gone through a lot tonight and I didn't fault them for wanting to be away from all this. I took a breath, leaned heavily on my stick, pushed and failed to budge even the slightest bit. Sitting down had been a mistake. What were you even going to do, anyway? I thought. Fight the police? You wouldn't be, said Ming, his battered bat held over his shoulder, marred by empty holes where the nails had been used up. Zeke, how far out is the cop? Pretty far out, they said and swallowed. The actual Nazis are much closer. A yelp left them as they stumbled back, violently wrenching off the mask in the same instance. They got one of my owls and an effing spear. Who's coming? Victoria asked. Conversations had stopped and everyone now came closer, at least those that could. Lisa looked so glum in her circle, where even the slight connection that settled around her vibrated in anticipation for whatever curse had settled on her. Max Anders for sure, said Zeke. An albino guy, and some women I don't know, twins. I'm sure they were on the news when the Med Hall scandal broke. Nessa and Jessica, said Aisha. When Alec gave her a questioning brow she shrugged and said, I make it a point to know all my resident Nazis just in case. Mr. Calvert had explained their deal, they prayed to the war god Minerva and Mars, though I hadn't looked in detail about what that meant. A handshake to close things off, Mr. Calvert said, his voice not booming but stoking at the webs that connected us to him. A bit of magic to direct us to him, something forced where the alabaster could do that with sheer presence. He and Kenta shook hands, making the rain still for a second before it fell once more with a low sound of static. As agreed, you have time to get your affairs in order, but it would be best if you left immediately. Kenta grunted and gestured for Kenji. The man hopped off his statue and the moment his feet touched ground all of them shattered into a fine white dust that rode out like a tsunami, engulfing Kenji, Kenta, and Mr. Calvert, only stopped from reaching us by the wards. The powder quickly disappeared, leaving only Mr. Calvert who was staring at his watch. Where there had been a smile on him before, his expression was now deadly serious. Dog tags, he said, and with the word his military others stood straighter, getting their weapons in order. 7 in total when it felt like there had been less before, dressed in military garb but with stylistic differences between them. One carried an assault rifle while another was strapped with pistols at either hip. One of the dog tags was littered with belts filled with comparts, all of them full to the brim. Mr. Calvert nodded after checking them over. Gru, will you be able to fight? Gru, tall, broad, his expression hidden by a fog of darkness, gave a nod and stepped forward, Knight moving with him to drench him in shadow. It looked like Aisha wanted to step forward but she stopped herself, standing close to Alec and Trevor. Mr. Calvert's eyes ran over all of us, not even once stopping on me. I had to push down the part that felt offended. Daryl, he said. Not too far away, Sophia sniffed and crossed her arms. Are you up for another fight? Do I have to, said Daryl, his voice trying and failing to hide his terror. You don't have to, no, but it would matter more. 3 is a good number, and you've so recently faced this type of threat before. There are personal stakes. Daryl's mouth went agape, still struck by fear but afraid of looking weak. No, said Ming. Sorry to pull rank, but we've fought enough, I feel. Count us out of this one as much as possible. The rest of the dudes nodded. So be it, said Mr. Calvert, his disappointment heavy. He glanced at his watch then into the distance where, for a split second, a web that connected him to something else glowed. Dennis. I'm not fighting for you, the boy said quickly. The clock, Mr. Calvert continued, unabated. You more than anyone else has the ability to operate my clock, and from everything I know you're smart enough to integrate it into the coming battle. Do your best with it and at the battle's conclusion it will be yours. No fuck, really. Really, Mr. Calvert said. Do you accept? Fuck yeah, I accept, said Dennis. Good, said Mr. Calvert. Victoria, help him through it, gear things so you're at a distance and his actions can't be used to change targets. Mr. Calvert didn't give Victoria time to respond, he turned on his heel, flickering and then stopping with himself dressed in military fatigues, strapped with guns and knives. The turn was time to meet the Nazis as they arrived through a very narrow street. Max Anders took the lead, dressed in heavily stylized plate armor in silver and gold, form-fitting, with bits of leather and cloth that worked to pull the entire outfit together. At one shoulder, connecting to a lower bit, there was a cape, a great diagram sewn into it, but in a style that looked and felt Norse. Around Max's waist was a belt, and hanging from it were miniature swords that swelled when gazed at with the sight. Nessa and Jessica wore Valkyrie armor, which didn't make sense when their patron gods were Roman not Norse. They were both tall and statuesque, wearing armor in a dull gold with bits of blue, wearing helms with wings. The twin I decided was Nessa carried a sword and shield, and she was the only person in the group who didn't have a cape, and something about her drew the rain closer, while the twin I decided was Jessica had a cape of fine silk and carried only a spear as her weapon. Almost invisible against the three was an albino man, dressed entirely in a white suit, his shoulders hunched as he trailed behind Max Anders the Alabaster of Brockton Bay. The Alabaster chose that moment to stride past, going beyond the wards and into rain that did nothing to mar her beauty. She wasn't a fighter, but her presence still forced all those bearing weapons to pause. This was a battle against Mr. Calvert and Max Anders, but that came second to the story of the Alabasters. Brother, the Alabaster said. Sister, returned the Alabaster of Brockton Bay. Max Anders glanced back and through the slit of his helm I could see disapproval. The Alabaster of Brockton Bay shrunk ever so slightly, almost taking a step back. He took a deep breath and said, "You're not supposed to be here. Law prohibits it." The Alabaster hummed. It does, she said, but there is always room for discussion, where the rules and laws as they were envisioned do not conform to the circumstances as they exist in the present. You are diminished, brother. And you're tainted, sister, returned the alabaster of Brockton Bay. There's abyssal taint in the white of your cloak. And dereliction of your duties diminishes your very being, said the alabaster. Which is why we can exist so close to each other. But only for a time, said the alabaster of Brockton Bay. Diminished and tainted though we might be, we are both as big as a day. We war against each other as our borders overlap. I have claim. And I hold coup, the alabaster returned. She waved her hand and web lines speared out into the city, one of them into me, making the silver hair tied around my hair shine bright. Is it enough? Asked the alabaster of Brockton Bay. Tonight will decide, the alabaster returned. Both of us have our champions, chosen or forced. Both of us have our charted paths. Both of us now only wait for the conclusion. She turned and pointed to the house on the hill. Shall we let the dominoes fall, brother? Let's, said the alabaster of Brockton Bay, and with that he walked past his masters, took the arm of his sister, and as a pair they walked up the hill. Where's the woman and the chicken? Kay asked, her voice small. Probably went out the back to avoid all of this, Zeke said, their voice matching hers. Thomas, said Max Anders. Maximilian, said Mr. Calvert. You didn't bring the rest of your cohorts. Are they needed for this? Maximilian said with derision. It would be overkill. Would it be really? Said Mr. Calvert, humor overrunning the words. As I hear it, your side, made up of your former paramour, your spawn, and some of your dredges lost against teenagers. They are not me or my favored circle, the man said. Mr. Calvert laughed. There are no true Scotsmen indeed, he said. This bores me, Thomas, said Maximilian. I've kept track of what you and your party are doing, it goes against how things should be. A domain claim is a challenge and nothing should stand in the way of that. You stand against history and tradition. History means very little against strength, said Mr. Calvert. A family may hold kingship for 3 generations, but the moment a stronger force comes around, that history can be pushed aside and rendered meaningless. The protectorate was formed the hero, the library of Alexandria, the high priest, and the legend, and with them came a shift. People stood together and they challenged even the fundamentals that define the building blocks of this world. Mr. Calvert spread his arms. A dangerous game, that, said Maximilian. When so much stands against you. I'm a descendant of the enslaved, Mr. Calvert said, standing straighter. I've fought against institutional power and garnered victory. I fight against an institution and victory is close at hand. I fight against you, Maximilian. Cute, the man said. He reached at his side and pulled out a sword that shone against the sight, engraved with a shifting set of diagrams that never chose one configuration. Behind Nessa there was a picture of a field overgrown with wheat, blowing against the wind, it solidified against her feet where the road changed to a crop field. Let us see who truly holds the power here. Let's, Mr. Calvert managed to get in a moment before Max lunged. At once there was motion and sound, because Max's movement was the opening for everything else to move. The dog tags opened fire at the twins, forcing them to weave and dodge, ping echoing and sharks flying as they batted bullets aside or let the armor absorb the impact, and Mr. Calvert pulled out S pistol, firing without hesitation at the speeding train that was Max Anders. Mr. Calvert and Max were one set of fighters as the dog tags scattered as much as they could, keeping themselves from being in one place, and in the process forcing the twins to pick their targets. Sparks flew as the bullets glanced off Max's armor, but the man was unimpeded. In seconds he was before Mr. Calvert with his sword swinging, with greater speed than should have been possible. Mr. Calvert was out of the way, still shooting bullets that weren't doing a thing. Max didn't swing his sword so much as lunge to the side, in the process bringing the blade much closer to Mr. Calvert's throat. My mentor disappeared and appeared once more where he'd begun, in the process getting out of the way of the attack time magic. As before, so too once more, Mr. Calvert ordered, and a ghostly, watch-like diagram briefly lit the air around him. The crack of gunfire came from around him, not bullets that he was shooting but from the time magic. He'd shot bullets in the past, moved back in time, and now the bullets were being shot again, being pulled by silver threads so they flew to the same marks they had before, crashing into the suit of armor and producing physical sparks as metal met metal. All of it so that there was a minor dent in Max's armor, scuffing the lines engraved into the armor. I could see what he was working towards, but it wasn't enough. The dog tags weren't having better luck, because gunfire seemed to have very little effect on the twins. The soldiers liked their distance and they did their best to keep it, while the twins worked to get closer, hampered by the fact that heading in one direction meant they were being fired at from behind. Nessa brought up her shield, making the air vibrate as a massive diagram unfolded, sucking the bullets towards it and them spitting them back at the dog tags that had attacked from behind. Jessica threw her spear in the moment, forcing the dog tags to throw themselves away from it. The woman was suddenly there before the spear could strike ground, slashing at one of the dog tags. Shadows beneath the men grew darker and a pair of clawed hands speared out. A ghostly wind fluttered Jessica's cloak, making it wrap around her, serving as protective blanket as the hands of darkness raked down. A bomb flew through the air. Jessica and Nessa swapped places, and the shield absorbed the impact, spitting it back out and taking the dog tags off their feet. A woman who was a story tall and as thin as a match rose from the darkness and lunged. Nessa met her with a great leap, cutting her in two. This was a mistake because the darkness swelled like a great boil, burst, and sent her crashing into the ground. The woman landed back first, rolled and slid to a stop beside her sister who was deftly batting away bullets. Dog tags that had been caught by a grenade blast were already on their feet, helped by Gru's darkness as they darted this way and that, spreading out further away so they weren't as easy to pick off. Mr. Calvert did something and the ghosts of children appeared around him, darting towards Max Anders. At once the man was holding another sword, this one blurry around the edges like the ghosts. He slashed at one of the children, splitting it apart, making it unravel dark bands of film that snapped towards Max. The man abandoned the sword and jumped back, another sword finding his hand that he threw forward. A man formed behind it, dressed in a suit of armor, swinging at the kids that swarmed him. As they were cut, bands of film erupted out and caught the ghostly figure, but he was only slowed, not stalled. A thrown knife flew through the air. Max brought out a sword and parried. He disappeared in a massive flash of light and appeared once more with the knife sticking into his armor. Mr. Calvert looked like he was winning as he kept shooting at the reeling Max Anders, but the same couldn't be said for his dog tags. The far-off image that had been around Nessa was closer now, pushing out Sun into the darkness and in the process giving Gru and his favored others less room to work. Nessa stepped her spear into the ground, making others rise all around the domain her sister was settling into place. She disappeared and appeared around the closest target. The dog tags were expecting her and reacted, but were blindsided as her sister suddenly appeared, using their own weapons against them. In seconds 5 of the dog tags had fallen, and the rest were trying to get their distance from the tower of spears. A silver thread vibrated between Mr. Calvert and Dennis. The boy almost jumped, but he worked the clock, making webs fly towards Mr. Calvert, his others, and a figure in the shadows. Cuckoo! Everything snapped back, Mr. Calvert's forces going back to where the battle had begun, injuries healed, and no doubt the bullets they used up recovered. As before, so too once more, Mr. Calvert said, and a new round of gunfire began, bullets materializing from thin air, bending at odd angles so they could go where they'd meant to go. Less than a minute had passed, but already a lot of bullets had filled the air, and against the new assault, I doubted the twins would be able to dodge them all. To me, Max intoned as a new sword found his hand. The twins disappeared and appeared around him as he cast the sword down. The moment it stabbed into the ground, a tide of swords speared up, growing like towers around the trio, and in the process acting as barriers against the tide of bullets, but the effect expanded outward, rusted, and dented swords of varying sizes and lengths swallowing the streets as the more dangerous blades grew towards Mr. Calvert, Gru, and the military others. Awake! Max said, washing away the effect of daylight and changing the scene into one of a ghostly night, fog rolling over the ground and rain making everything glitter. Images began to appear in the faces of the swords, showing an image of a great graveyard, zombies coming alive and shambling towards the swords. An army, greater even than Kenji's statues. Stall! Mr. Calvert intoned, and with the words a great other appeared. It was 2 stories in height, with most of the height being its face. Its skin was made of blue stone, with clock faces engraved into it. The sounds of a clock grinding to a stop rang heavily as everything came to a slow, both the rising swords and the shambling horde. Fucking fuck, Dennis said, odd. Focus, Mr. Calvert said as the ghost of a child appeared in front of him, eyes the faces of clocks, tears of numbers falling as a tide that pooled on the ground like water. The ghost child was crestfallen, watching something only she could see, whispering under her breath. Mr. Calvert gestured. Each of the others had grenades, and at the order they lobbed them into the air in different directions, getting them to spread out over as much of the maze as they could. Together they detonated, filling the air with light, fire, and force that rode out and smacked into our wards, making them ripple. As the bloom of light faded, it left behind bent and battered swords. Again, said Mr. Calvert, his hand on top of the girl's ghostly head. Not again, the ghost child pleaded, her voice filled with defeat. Time magic took effect and ghostly grenades flew, detonating once more. Shrapnel filled the air, but the same time magic which had kept the Garden of Swords in check stopped the debris from reaching Mr. Calvert and us. Again. Not again, the girl said, and with those words she vanished. Another round of detonations, louder and stronger than before, smacking past our wards and letting the rain fall upon us once more. In the aftermath, the swords were left only as stumps, and the greater image into that zombie plane having disappeared. In the middle of the carnage, Max and the twins stood, the man holding up a sword that shone with light, 5 swords placed in strategic positions around him so they created shadows that formed a very big, very complex diagram. As Max moved the sword, the shadows shifted and the diagram changed, more elements added into it, lines and symbols that glowed and vibrated, reaching out into a plane I knew was very deep. A silver web vibrated between Mr. Calvert and Dennis. Cuckoo. Mr. Calvert and his allies were rewound, the girl still sitting, eyes like clock, watching everything with a hollowed-out glaze. As before, so too once more, Mr. Calvert said as Gru was swallowed by shadow. Light, fire, and force bloomed, and there was just enough time for me to see the lines made of shadows falter and turn inward. Then everything disappeared against an assault of light that stung and a wave of force that forced me to sit back. One detonation followed by another in close succession and finally a third to close things off, so bright and hot it felt like I was feet away from the sun. It was a very long moment that passed before the light and fire faded, and at the center of it was Max Anders, on one knee holding the hilt of a sword that had been stabbed into the ground. His suit of armor was smoking, his cape in tatters and blood pouring out where he'd been stuck with a knife. As bad as he was, things were worse for Nessa and Jessica. Their bodies were suspended in the air, caught in the temporal effect, but they were much broader than they had been before, with great chunks of themselves gone, connected by threads of silver to the air, the grass, the road, a tree, a house's window and a great many other things. Even behind his helm, it was clear to see that Max was visibly shaken, staring at Mr. Calvert who even after their battle wasn't harmed in the slightest. The man visibly calmed as our surroundings were bathed in a strobing red and blue, the whine of police sirens and the screech of tires against wet road as half a dozen cars appeared seemingly from nowhere, a pair stopping in front of Max Anders, shielding him from Mr. Calvert, the dog tags and a tired-looking Gru. Cops spilled out of their cars, wearing tactical gear and carrying guns. Words soon filled the air, an overlap of orders that was hard to make out but made my heart thunder beneath my chest, filling me with the very tangible feeling that I was about to die. Cuckoo. Around us everything snapped back and our wards were renewed, keeping the fight from reaching. A dozen cops with a dozen guns, all of them connected to the man in blue by solid blue webs, so taut that they would be able to cut anything that tried to break them. Everyone cease what you're doing now, the man I knew to be the man in blue said, his voice brooking no argument, beady eyes narrowed in on Mr. Calvert in particular. Anyone makes a move and my people here will. He was cut off by the crack of gunfire and shock wrote itself across his features as one of the webs connected to him withered and died. I followed the commotion and saw a man, dressed in clothes riddled with bullet holes, face cloaked in the hood of his hood, but his audible breathing made clear his anger. As one the cops turned and started firing on the man, but bullets meant nothing to his fury, only making him take a step back before he lunged at one of the cops, the two tussling on the ground, ending with the cop dead and the man finding his feet, running with more vigor towards another of his targets. Fuck yeah! Trevor shouted and for the first time I noticed the web that stretched between the man plowing through the man in blue and the undersiders. They're revenant, I whispered, as realization hit a man who'd seen his son die and was killed in anger, but he hadn't died, instead he'd started going after cops. The undersiders had bound and directed him with more purpose, pointing him to targets that better fit his theme. All of it for this. The man in blue was a personification of it all, which meant the revenant was a natural counter against him. Cuckoo. Max Anders jumped back in time and position, putting him in front of the cover that was now entirely focused on the revenant. Mr. Calvert and his others opened fire and Max raised a hand, forcing a great wall of swords so shiny they were mirrors to rise and provide him cover. The bullets met the shield and were swallowed, spat out a second later in a hail that would have struck at Mr. Calvert were it not for the halting effect that still pervaded our side of the battleground. Max dashed out from behind cover, carrying a dagger and throwing it in the same moment. The thing grew as it flew, easily thrice the length and width of a truck in seconds. Our side didn't dodge, trusting the time effect to stop the sword in its track. It worked but the air shimmered, revealing a giant woman in Valkyrie armor, wings growing out of her back holding the giant sword's hilt. In the air around the woman was the diagram that had been drawn in shadow, hanging around her like a halo. The Valkyrie stabbed forward towards Mr. Calvert and the dog tags. The time effect slipped from the sword and Mr. Calvert and his side had to scatter to avoid the blow even so three of his others were lost, cut in twain. Darkness spilled out from every shadow, rising as a dense fog that hid Mr. Calvert and the four remaining dog tags as they ran. Now without a target, the woman turned her attention up to the great time other, slicing up, ignoring the thickening of the temporal effect around the great other, and slicing it in two. Time resumed and a tide of stalled debris flew in every direction, some of it pinging off our ward and threatening to break them. Max pulled out another sword from his belt, one that let out a bright light that kept the darkness at bay. He managed a complicated hand sign and the light created imprints that became swords that shone out more light. Pings reverberated and sparks flew as bullets crashed into Max's armor. He ignored it, trusting his armor to protect him as he held his hand out. The air rippled and a spear appeared, blade down, falling. Max pushed it with intent and it fell into the ground, above him spears rained down in a heavy hail. Cuckoo. The ghostly giant woman's head snapped in our direction, irritation in her eyes as she glanced down at Dennis and his clock. Panic washed over us as the woman pulled back her sword in preparation for a downward swing. Adrenaline coursed through me, but try as I might, I didn't have the strength to get up. Thinner arms grabbed me from beneath my elbow and pulled me up as people began to run. I spotted Victoria, not running but leaping, veritably flying to meet the giant sword as it flew down. The sword swept through our wards as if they were nothing. The blade and Victoria met. Victory was Victoria's and the blade was slapped to the side. The road shuddered as the sword sunk in, and it would have knocked me off my feet were it not for Lily. Whatever magic had propelled Victoria up was no longer there after meeting the sword. She dropped as the woman was pulling back her sword. Cuckoo. Everything snapped back and I was on the ground again, heart hammering and mind reeling as I watched for the second time as a sword prepared to cut at us. Behind them there was still the rap of gunfire, the cops shooting at the Revenant and the dog tags firing at Max, who was conjuring soldiers bathed in light who were cutting back against the darkness. Enough, a pair of voices said as one, and as if a switch had been flipped everything stopped. The Alabasters had completed their challenge against the Alvarez family. Valkyrie, said the Alabaster of Brockton Bay. The pair reached halfway down the hill in a few steps. Gru's darkness began to evaporate, revealing him, Mr. Calvert and all the dog tags now on their feet, whole and hearty, their only damage cosmetic. So long as we are here, no death may occur. You have no place here. The ghostly woman gave a nod and disappeared as the Alabaster pair reached the foot of the hill. This is done, said the Alabaster. One side has claimed victory. But which side? Max said, the man doing his best to hide how out of breath he was, but with a knife sticking out of him, that was hard to do. Had you not interfered, a clear victory would have been mine. No, said the Alabaster. No. Max returned. No, the Alabaster of Brockton Bay punctuated. On 3 fronts I have diminished you, Maximilian Anders, said Mr. Calvert, not out of breath, very likely through a judicious use of time magic. And with those victories I contend that you are defeated. Name them so I might challenge your claim, said Max Anders. As is his right to know, said a slurred voice that arrived with the salty scent of the ocean. It was the spirit of the docks, with a thick beard, bedraggled clothes, and carrying liquor in a brown paper bag. He wasn't alone, but stood with a man who breathed deeply, his face twisted in anger, the spirit of unrest. I took your wealth, said Mr. Calvert. It was my doing that saw the share price of your business fall, something that is unlikely to get better anytime soon. I assert victory, do you disagree? All of this has not yet unfolded, Max Anders returned. You speak of something that could very well change. I have a lot of power, a lot of money, a lot of influence, that speaks a great deal and could undo your work. I have at my side all of the candidates that would become mayor, said Mr. Calvert. I have money to spare, and there are greater powers interested in my success, all things that work in my favor. The point stands to Thomas Silas Calvert, said the Alabaster. Anger pervades this city and all of it is directed towards one place. Fuck Med Hall, the spirit of unrest spat. The damage is done, unlikely to be undone even taking into account your power, money, and influence. Lay your second claim, said Max Anders. Here and now, he said, pointing around. You came here with your allies, arriving to me and mine. You are without 2 of yours and the man in blue is greatly diminished. I contend victory on my second count. This is not victory, said Max. This is a stalemate. A moment later and your clock would have been destroyed, and with it your ability to undo the damage, thus turning the victory towards me. Mr. Calvert grinned. But, dear Maximilian, time is my practice. There could not have been a moment later, for the moment was within my control. Everything has been timed to ensure that the dominoes fell in my favor, that things would have happened another way had you more time is of no consequence, for you would have had no time. You still have not claimed victory, said Max. You are not as clever as you think you are, Thomas, because I say no. You say I am greatly diminished and set parameters that you are certain would see your words as true. If you are to name me diminished, then I will decide the parameters. As is your right as challenged, said the Alabaster of Brockton Bay. Since it seems that spirits are our judges, I request an audit, the collective power we held and that which we hold now. Which of us is more diminished? Do you agree to this, Thomas Silas Calvert, asked the Alabaster of Brockton Bay. Or do you concede defeat? I agree, he said, though there was uncertainty in him. Do your audit. It is concluded, said the Alabaster of Brockton Bay. The claim made by Thomas Silas Calvert is false. Maximilian Anders stands victorious when judged against the terms set. All of this night the path was laid to move things to a particular end, resources were used, information traded, promises made, and trinkets traded. Thomas Calvert stands far more diminished in power than the Anders family. Your third claim, Max said, now more confident. Mr. Calvert glanced at his watch and smiled. My third claim, the man said. Max's eyes widened and he stumbled back. Your domain is under assault and I was the one who struck the first blow, said Mr. Calvert. Your son was taken into protectorate custody and you didn't care, seeing him as nothing more than a dullard, but the boy is a smart one and he hates all that you stand for, given the ability he too wanted to take you down. My ears are ever open and I listened as he spoke, learning of the protections you have around your forge and the domains that surround it. What you felt should have been the first strike, one that forced the Protectorate, the Pelham and Dallin families to move up their attack. Max stumbled back, bending as if he were struck by a hard punch in the stomach. That would be their strike, Mr. Calver said, brimming with glee. Colin Wallace controls the roads, and through his pet, Missy, pathways can be extended as needed. You won't make it back in time, try as you might. I have stalled you, directing your attention firmly on this, keeping you from defending your domain and your god's forge. In this I name you diminished, can you refute my words? Max didn't speak, with greater speed than was humanly possible and ignoring his injuries, he ran. Chapter 37. Chapter text. As I climbed up the hill it felt like swimming with the current. The ground was slick and muddy, bearing patches of grass that were particularly slippery, but still my feet found purchase, helped further along by my stick. Pain slithered its way through me, each footfall making my legs shake with the night's exertion, but walking was easy one step in front of the other until I reached the front step of the Alvarez home. There was a destination in mind, a call that resonated through my very being and it beckoned me forward, giving strength where there should have been none. Another set of footsteps joined mine, slapping into mud with more strength than I could manage. Mr. Calvert. Take a moment before we enter, he said. Have a look. My eyes went to him and my stomach twisted, unblemished by the night, wearing a slight smile while bearing a slight slouch, hands in pocket. There was a light in his eyes which reminded me of Emma, watching me being teased or bullied, elated at my downfall. It was a side of him I hadn't seen before, as if he'd let down his barriers, letting himself relish in victory. Mr. Calvert gestured and I followed the motion, gaze stretching across the spirit world to the segments of Brockton Bay, how the city seemed as if it was sliding slowly across ice, with streets creating lines that drew massive diagrams. Street lights glitters like stars, constellations that throbbed in tune to the multicolored illumination of skyscrapers, apartment buildings, and homes. There were cars out, not many, but their headlights flowed in their stops and starts, letting up wisps that might have been steam but seemed alive even with the distance between them and me. Powerful practitioners, astrologers, Mr. Calvert said while pointing my gaze towards the sky. The image below was reflected in the sky, the stars themselves moving, light between them creating diagrams which unfurled like fractals until a picture formed. A lance of light shone through the sky, resolving into a man in armor, carrying a halberd which struck a downward course. Another flash of light answered, molten lava that was spat into the sky, becoming a diagram which became a shield. The halberd bit into a metal shield still hot from its creation, a screech reaching us as sparks were cast out as a fiery deluge. It's an old domain, Mr. Calvert continued, and that comes with a lot of power. But it's also known, which means, the man said, a laugh in his voice, that. The air rippled as if it was water and, as if a painter had taken a brush with water and waved it against their canvas, the city's shape changed. Sparks of molten light which moments before had been raining chaotically now fell on key points, adding to the glow of the citywide diagram to make the giant with the halberd vibrate as they moved to follow their attack. Do you think they'll win? I asked, jaw throbbing and my fatigue audible in my voice. I believe they could have always won if they'd wanted to, Mr. Calvert answered. Tonight will prove that, I think. Now let's finish this and get you home. You fought well tonight, Taylor. The words helped buoy me as we entered the Alvarez home, where five faces slipped to relief. They lost? Carlos asked, trepidation in his voice. He stood without his shirt and his pants largely scorched. Where once I had known him to be covered in blood that wasn't his own, now he was covered in red which had been given time to crust over, his chest dotted with cuts and deep slashes and half his face twisted like an old oak tree. You managed to beat them? Ariana asked, more confidence in her voice. She had a dark eye and a busted lip, dots in her cheek as if she'd been pecked by a bird. One arm was exposed and it was lined with 6 belts, each of which were cinched tight, and in her left hand she carried a green, gnarled stick. We managed to keep them back long enough that another plan of mine could be set in motion, Mr. Calvert said, his voice overrun with confidence and glee. Max's twins have been cast into pieces of scattered intelligence that will plague your domain, yes, but no longer posing the threat they once did, and the man himself is currently running towards his domain which is currently under assault by our resident astrologer. I didn't think it would work, Lautaro said, his voice low. He stood in the air, hair moving to the wind, an ocean scent surrounding him as he stood in front of a scared-looking Alejandro. A chuckle left him, joined by words in Spanish I didn't understand. Stopping a challenge against a domain claim, stopping convention. The thing about convention is that it is a human invention, said Mr. Calvert. Solomon who created his seal was human, a man like you or me. He set the convention and so it is also in our power to change that which he set. But the old ways must not be forgotten, said Valentina, her voice that of a man and her visage the same. She was bent-backed, with long, bony fingers stretching from wrinkled hands he'd crossed behind his back. Ariana's expression was tired as it turned slightly towards the man, trepidation settling around her. A claim is stronger when there is a challenge and victory. Humanity's greatest strength has always been community, old one, said Mr. Calvert. There is power in the fight, but there is a much greater power in a bargain struck, two tribes coming together, hunters trading their meats and farmers their grain. Ours is a line of fighters, Valentina said, ferocity in his voice. So is mine, Mr. Calvert returned. But I learned the art of diplomacy. You fought long and hard tonight, so in place of a challenge I come with a bargain. The daughter of your daughter's daughter, whose skin you now use as a vessel to protect your line, I ask her to train my apprentice in the ways of a host. If you accept, we will not challenge this claim. It's a good deal, grandfather, said Ariana, almost pleadingly. There's still the curse. We can't expand all our might. The man sniffed but nodded. Accept the deal, he said, and with that the image of the man crusted and fell, revealing beneath a very tired-looking Valentina. We accept, said Valentina. Mr. Calvert nodded. No contest, he said. Just like that. I asked as we left, almost falling over as we scaled down the slippery hill. Below I could see where the others still stood, having separated themselves into clusters. The downtown dudes seemed antsy as they waited. They'd wanted to be the first to challenge so they could leave after a long night, but Mr. Calvert had thought it important that it be him first and I'd been called along. Mr. Calvert chuckled. You say that like tonight hasn't been a very long night, Taylor. Yeah, I said, and I let myself breathe out. All of it feels abstract. That's how it is. Small victories that come together to form something much bigger. Does it help you get what you want? I asked. To be Lord of Brockton Bay. I hope so, he said. I have my allies and those who might well become allies. As the words were said I saw light flare in one of his webs, stretching from him to Dennis, who stood beside the giant watch. The boy was so entranced with looking the thing over that he missed the flare in connection, and how it bound him lightly to Mr. Calvert. Forces work to ensure my goal comes to fruition, Mr. Calvert continued. At this another web flared, but it was hard to watch because of how wide it was, pointing everywhere in the bay the spirit of unrest, who for a moment had come here, but now I knew would be in the thick of it, joining the attack against the Anders domain. Soon things will fall as they will. And in the meantime, what happens? Rest and recuperation, he said. We'll be going up, Leto said as we reached the base. Mr. Calvert gave him an absent nod and the dudes, still shaken up, ascended with more vigor than each of them should have held. Taylor Hebert, Chanel, the blood-drenched from the ladies of perpetual ambivalence said. A moment. I looked at Mr. Calvert. The man glanced at his watch. 10 minutes before we have a window to leave, he said. Say your goodbyes. After which he was off to talk to Lily. I caught a thrum running between Calvert and Lisa, but as soon as my eyes fell on it, the sight dimmed. Hey, I said to Chanel, now free of the blood she'd worn during battle. I thought you guys would have already left. We're about to, she said, but I wanted to trade numbers before we did. There aren't very many people who are into the blood-drenched arts, and I'm interested in chatting with a colleague. Oh, I said, heart skipping a beating in a way that was different from how Lily made my heart beat. That'd be cool. Chanel and I traded numbers, after which she was off. A flare in my peripheral vision made me look that way without turning my head. The web which stretched between myself and Emma was the cause, and I saw that she was talking to Margaret from the Ladies of Perpetual Ambivalence, something which she took great pride in, going by the fact that she wanted me to see. Another me might have been upset, but I looked away, hobbling over where the Undersiders had grouped up around Lisa. We're going to be leaving, I said. Mr. Calvert's my ride. Don't worry about us, Lisa said, using one of Rachel's dogs to rest on, her eyes blindfolded. We'll wait until the serious space magic is done before heading home. We don't want to be caught in it. Gru nodded. Stay safe out there, I said. Likewise, Lisa said. Don't get into any more trouble at least until 3 days have passed. I snorted. I'll try my best. Taylor, said Mr. Calvert, not a shout, but enough to get my attention. Better go, I said, waving at Victoria, Eric, the wards, and the salamanders. They waved back. Lily was with Mr. Calvert as I reached him. Not challenging? I asked Lily. She shook her head. I don't feel like a local yet, she said. Doesn't feel right. Let's talk in the car, Mr. Calvert said after another glance at his watch. Time is short. Lily and I nodded, but none of us talked, because a blink later we were in front of my house, where the door was open. Amber stood on the threshold and they watched me with relief and concern as I hobbled up to the porch, then upstairs to my room where I collapsed into bed. As anxious as it made me, I was grateful Dad was already out when I woke up. The note on the fridge said he was out attending a meeting, no specifics, but with the news centering on the destruction of the Anders home, I had some idea where he was. Amber joined me as I went through my morning rituals, which meant tending the plant Elwyn had given me to look after, a task that tasted bitter after last night and the apple seedling from the alabaster. It shouldn't have taken very long, but last night's fatigue was a cloak around me, making me sluggish. Amber and I went into the basement to check the binding over the Echo of Elizabeth Cook, and when that was secure we took stock of the collection gathered during the Battle of the Alvarez Domain. It all sounds so very dangerous, Amber said as I recounted the tale of last for them. I was on the floor, with everything spread out in front of me, while they stood behind me, close to the door in case they needed to bolt. In front of me were the yarns of thread, encircled by a quick boundary bounded by containment and preservation runes. Yeah, I said with a sigh, the movement slow as I jotted down quick notes. Feeling. It's cute, but it still feels dangerous, Amber said. I know you said it's cursed, but I can see myself touching it. Noted, I said, jotting that down. Amber had an acute sense of what was dangerous, and though it wasn't defined, it was something I could use to narrow down my wares. We made it out okay, mostly, I continued, thankfully. How were things here? Oh, your father was worried about you at night and knocked at your door, they said. I sat up straight, clutching my pain tighter. Did he know I was out? I asked. Did the attention-turning diagrams work? They were burning out, but I managed to point him away, they said. I hope you don't mind, but I got under your blanket and pretended to be asleep. When he was awake this morning I went to the bathroom very loudly and I closed your door. A breath of relief left me. Doesn't touching like that mean you have less power? I asked. It did before, but it's getting easier now, they said. It got a lot easier after we made our deal. I guess that makes sense, I said with a shrug. You live here and that means something, like the Echo of Elizabeth Cook, except you're actually helping instead of she was doing. Amber smiled. I like helping, they said. I wish I could help more outside of the house, but... You don't need to explain, I finished. We all help out where we can. I appreciate what you do. Amber smiled brighter. Their form resolved into a starker clarity as they stood straighter, only to slouch again, their eyes shaky at the corners. I'm going to look over the house, they said, apprehension in their voice. Sure, I said. I'm just gonna head upstairs and veg out on the couch. The rest of my day became a loop of sleeping and eating, with the day breezing by faster than I felt was normal. The TV was on in the background and everything was tinged with the colors of the incarnation of unrest, surrounding people like a cloud over their heads, thicker around some than others. Things which before had been communicated through nuance, were now being said outright, the conversations frank and to the point. There were reporters out in the streets of the Bay, interviewing people to get an idea of how they felt about the Anders family, and it looked like national news reporters were starting to flock in. A spotlight had been shown onto the city and the moths were swarming. Dad arrived in the early hours of the morning when I was already in bed. He checked on me and I pretended to be asleep so he'd avoid looking at the injuries, then he was off to bed, getting up the next morning before I did, another note left on the fridge. Another day was spent recuperating, switching between bed and the couch, and I kept on the news while I did my best to make sure I kept my phone in the distance. After 2 days I was still tired, so the rest Mr. Calvert had recommended was needed, but it was harder as each second to not find out what was going on beyond what innocence could see. The next day I folded and called Lisa. You just lost me a bet, she said in answer. Did I? I asked, settled in my bed and staring at the ceiling, trying not to move too much. Yep, she said. We had a running bet about how long it would take before you called to see what's going on. I thought you would have folded a day ago. Who won? Rachel of all people, Lisa said. Which doubly sucks because she wasn't even interested in the bet. Now she gets the ritual room whenever she wants for the next month. I snorted. Good on her. Of course you'd say that, Lisa muttered. How are you holding up? Sleeping and eating, resting mostly, but I haven't seen my dad in a while. Yep, said Lisa. Makes sense, he'd be busy with everything. Your dad's a lot like you in a lot of ways, somehow he winds up in the middle of everything in a good way, she quickly added as my stomach started to twist. What's been going on? I asked, groaning as I sat up. A lot, said Lisa. Everyone who can is running around. Things are happening in the practitioner community, but a lot more's happening with the innocents. A lot of magic was thrown around, so the Protectorate is smoothing things over, searching for the people who might have seen too much and pasting over memories so they don't have to induct them into our world. It's taking up most of their resources after the fighting. I heard on the news that Anders' home was destroyed, a gas explosion. Yep, she said. The domain itself is about as gone as a place can be. And Anders? Is he dead? Lisa grunted, a sound that felt like a shrug. Everything's fuzzy around that and I don't think anyone's willing to answer. Theo Anders is an important player there, but I've heard rumors that he's going to be leaving Brockton Bay, so I'm not sure how things are falling. Even with the fighting there should have been a lot of resources in that domain, and having the youngest Anders holding on to them would have been a boon. I'm not sure what it means in terms of strategy for the next part. Do you know what the next part is? I asked. Everything points to the march to Med Hall your father is a part of, she said. I stopped breathing, anxiety filling my stomach. I'm still not sure how things will fall with that one, but Calvert has a hand there, that part I'm certain about. Good or bad? I asked tightly. That's a question that's going to be answered by the coming month, Lisa answered. There was upset in her voice as she said, the next part is much bigger than us. If Calvert doesn't invite us in, I think we should stay out of the way. You saw how big the older practitioners can be, and that's not something we want to be in the middle of. Why does that feel particularly directed at me? I asked. Because you're you, she said, and after a sigh continued, and I'm me. Let's stay out of this as much as we can, Taylor, okay? Let's try to stay in our lanes. Okay, I said. Bye, Lisa. Bye, she said. Stay safe. Likewise. I was on the couch when Dad got home that night, the television on with the words at their lowest volume. Being on the couch sucked, but each day's passing was a little earlier, with me not needing to sleep as much as the last. You're awake, Dad said, his tone tired. I nodded. It's been a while, I tried to stay up. Dad sighed as he sat, sinking into the couch and closing his eyes for long moments. The news says investors are selling their shares in Med Hall, I said, gesturing at the TV. Things don't look good. We expect the march to be the company's death knell, Dad said. It looks like it's going to be big, and that will show that the Bay's done with Nazis. There was an energy around Dad, even with how tired he looked, and as I leaned on the side I saw the haze of red from the incarnation of unrest's influence. It wasn't as thick as I'd seen on television, but it was still a little worrying to behold, especially when I could see the tendrils and how they reached out, some of them touching me as soothing some of my hurts. Even with half my body in pain, I wanted to move. The city was in flux and I wanted to be a part of everything, to be a part of the change. I am Taylor a Bear, I reminded myself, and right now the way I help is by getting better. The effects of the unrest eased, though still they hung around my dad. It looks like you've changed your mind, I said, eyeing the hazing and thinking back to past conversations. The haze had an effect on him, yes, but was that a bad thing? Was Dad acting any differently now than he otherwise would? From all the encounters I'd had with the incarnation, I didn't have the sense that his influence was malignant. Before you were apprehensive. Now it feels like the tides have changed and they're flowing in our favor, he said, a light shining in his eyes. The haze around him pulsed, filling him with energy that made him sit a little straighter. Time will tell, but right now, I think it's important that we fight hard. When is it? I asked. The march to Med Hall. 5 days, Dad said, quickly adding, and before you ask, no, I don't want you to be a part of it. The haze of unrest dimmed at that particular point. You're still there. This is you. The haze is just nudging things along. But you'll be there. I said. I have to, he returned. I nodded, because days ago I'd put my life on the line and it would be the height of hypocrisy if I tried to do the same to Dad. Okay, I said. I won't ask to be there. It's getting so easy to lie without lying. But try to stay safe, okay? He smiled and nodded. Always. Chapter 38. Chapter text. Elves are gardeners. They plant seeds which together grow into forests. A bird chirped outside and my body twinged, memories of birds flocking to the fore. I couldn't be sure how he'd done it, but I could imagine the sequence, visiting a forest and watching birds, whistling under his breath, either a song that matched that of the bird or teaching them his own. He was long live and over he could do that, teaching the birds the song and accustoming them to him, until eventually they learned to come. Come little birds, I sang under my breath, and a web flared between the bird and I, a hint of recognition flowing through. He'd continued, but with the heat of battle surrounding me I couldn't remember the words he'd sang, and my stomach twisted at the thought of going to ask him. Everything around Elwyn was tainted, especially birds. I turned away from the bird and went about my morning, thoughts of Elwyn unable to leave me as I tended his place. It wasn't something I'd noticed before, but now it was all I could think about as before sunrise I had to move the plant to a window which would be the first to let through a stream of light, with a spray bottle at the ready, marked with barrier symbols to keep its contents pure, chilled by the night's air, with the morning poem ready as the plant awoke. A subtle sort of training, I now realized, priming how I viewed the world. Lisa's notes had called me an elven battle mage and I hadn't thought to question it beyond my training with the elves, but thinking over everything I could see the little pieces, the seeds which had been planted, which had now sprouted, and were every day getting closer to blooming. Elwyn was a gardener, and even if I was only but a mushroom in his garden, small and without much utility, he'd still paid enough attention to teach me in the obvious ways, but now it felt pressing that I remember the less obvious teachings. There was power in rituals, the repetition of them, and there was power in complexity, in the interplay of individual parts as they came together. I had 2 rituals, both simple. Every evening I spat salt into corners, adding to the protection of my home, and every day I painted my nails with polish infused with wolf blood. But there was so much more I could be doing, and with nothing to do but think, my mind was overrun with ideas. "You look freshly hurt," Jaden said, first peeking before he took a step inside. "What?" I said, using sight to scan my surroundings. Nothing stood out and Jaden's web didn't point to anything in particular. "What are you looking for?" Jaden shrugged. "Really don't know," he said. "I know you told me not to think about how you helped me, but..." My stomach twisted and I frowned. Had I made a mistake and shown him too much of our world? Jaden didn't notice my shift in mood and continued, "It's hard not to think about the weird stuff. Like if those dolls are in the house and if they're gonna come after me again." "I don't think you should be worried about those," I told him. Jaden nodded, stepping further into my house. "So," he said. "Should I ask about all this?" He gestured at my everything. I hadn't had the power to spare for some attention-turning diagrams, which meant Jaden could see me in my horrible glory, leaning against my stick but with my cloak retired for the day, letting my body heal naturally. It felt important that I be the one to heal on my own, especially when myself had taken a knock and there was more wolf in me, but that was so much slower as a result. "Better if you don't," I told him. "Does it have anything to do with what happened to the Anders place?" he asked, anticipation in his voice. "What?" Jaden shrugged and the way his body moved reminded me of the confidence of a cat. He had an idea in his head and I didn't think anything I said would dissuade him. "There's a lot of chatter about that online," he said. "People are pointing fingers at a lot of different places, and there's even a rumor about someone who sounds a lot like you." "Me?" I asked, my surprise leaking through. "Crazy, right?" he said. "But I have friends at Winslow and one of them said there's rumors around you getting a girl everyone calls Tammy the Nazi arrested. How did that even get out?" "I wasn't part of what happened at the Anders place," I chose to say. "Cool," he said, nodding with his entire body, not believing me in the slightest. "Would have been cool if you did, but So what do you need me for?" "An errand," I said. "I'll pay you." "Cool," he said. "Looking for another doll?" I shook my head, reached into my pocket and pulled out a piece of paper with a wad of cash. Jaden whistled, but didn't say anything, focusing on my list with the different types of seed. "Getting into brewing potions," he said. When I didn't answer he continued, "Cool. Cool. If you need some help, I might be willing to take care of them. Also I know some people who grow some medicinal herbs, if you catch my drift." "I do and I don't need that, and I'll think about it," I told him. "I would have tried for delivery, but that's gonna take a bit with everything in the city. I hope it's not so dangerous for you out there." Jaden snorted. "If you think this is different from what's been going on before, then you haven't been paying attention," he said. "Right now it's just louder and people have no choice but to listen. Hopefully when the fires die down, things will be better." "Hopefully," I said. A web vibrated, a glance showed me that Mr. Calvert's car was outside. The air shifted and the webs around Jaden and me moved in response. I cast my gaze even further and saw that Mr. Calvert had a pocket watch open, ghostly gears escaping from it, its teeth clashing together and disturbing the air like water. The ripples were cast towards us, but were pushed back before they reached the house. "Taylor," Jaden said, worried. "Oh, sorry. Listen, I have a guest and he's outside," I told him. "Get a move on," Jaden said. "Got it. I'll get back when I have your things." "Thanks again," I told him. "Your money is thanks enough," he said. I followed him as he left, stopping at the threshold of the door. "Who's the guy? Looks rich." "Better if you don't look into it," I said. "Sure," he said with a shrug, the effects of Mr. Calvert's magic clicking into place. "I'll see you when I get back." "Sure," I said. Jaden and Mr. Calvert met halfway down the drive, with the boy only giving him an errant wave, earning a nod in return. "Taylor," Mr. Calvert said as he reached me. The air around him shimmered, a ghostly diagram visible that stabbed into the distance, the gears moved and the air screamed silently, shooting sparks that drew outlines that eventually resolved into a lumpy sports bag. "Looks like an expensive bit of magic," I said as the diagram faded. "Not as much as you would think," he said. "The practitioner-familiar bond eases a lot of things." "Noted," I said. "This is for you." "What is it?" "Give it an open," he said, dropping it. "Shugger," I said, because in the bag were stacks and stacks of money. "This is a lot. How much is in here?" "500,000, he said. "The fuck?" I said, looking up. "An abyssal child is a very rare find," he said. "We managed 3 million. "Wait, I'm a multimillionaire," I said, my heart almost jumping out of my throat. No, he said, which was a bucket of water being thrown over me. As I said, the way you wanted to go about made things more difficult. Our buyer is a wealthy man, but moving such large funds in a short amount of time is rather difficult, and I thought it might be more prudent to give him time so that he might give you things other than money. Valuation for that is going to be a task within itself. Another bucket of cold water, this time clarifying my thoughts. It was hard, but I detached myself from the money, giving Mr. Calvert my full attention as I considered the baby I had given to effectively be sold. We'd talked about it, hashed things out, but it still turned my stomach really thinking about it. Who is he? The buyer. The primary buyer is a Lawrence Bristow, he said. His particular speciality is the collection of people. That sounds creepy. Yes, he said, I thought you might feel that way, but I think this path is for the best, having done as much of an audit as I can with everything going on. He has in his collection a man with a knack for raising children. They find their way to him and they leave free of what ails them, or at least more stable, perhaps at the detriment of the man himself. The last of his foster children was a girl whose last home burned under mysterious circumstances. When her time came to move on to another family, she was a smoker but her worst tendencies seemed to have been calmed and our collector was gifted with a lighter which cast queer shadows. Will he be good for the child? I asked. That is my hope, he said. In terms of protection. The abyssal child will be protected by the man's peculiarity, by their dwelling and those around them, and finally by Bristow himself, said Mr. Calvert. I frowned. I feel like there's a lot you aren't saying. You've gotten better at this, said Mr. Calvert. The dwelling is a diagram and everyone within powers it. The abyssal child will be a part of that, their power lending into protecting all those who live within its walls, and providing reserve power which Bristow might be able to use at his pleasure. It's the best deal we can get, Taylor. This child is something many practitioners will want and they might use him in worse ways than Bristow will be able to, given our contract. A sigh left me. It feels weird, I said. I doubt there's much in this situation which would not have felt dubious, but things worked out as best they could in a bad situation, and you at least have the opening for visits. Really? Bristow wanted one visit a year, but I managed to get at least one per quarter, something which reduced the price from 6 million to 3, but I thought you might appreciate that more than money. Yeah, I said. It feels close to right. Thanks, Mr. Calvert. It was an interesting exercise, I'll admit, he said, and it gave me an opportunity to fortify relationships up north. In speaking to Bristow it also put me on the radar of the Ballingers which might be trouble even now I can feel their glances but that's for the future. Right now, he pulled out his pocket watch, I have to leave. Trouble. Movement, he said, eyes turning keen as they met mine. The wolf inside me bristled, sensing another predator and preparing itself for a fight. As quickly as the look had appeared, it was gone. I let out a long breath, reminded myself of myself. Rest and recuperate. I see the link between you and that boy, he'll be returning by evening. The question lingered. Some new projects. Oh. I have some impurities in my basement and I kinda wanna see what would happen if I grew some plants using them, using different variables. There's merit in that idea, he said, nodding. But it'll take a while. Have you thought about chickens and eggs? I shook my head. Similar idea but different. If you exposed eggs to the impurities, perhaps something nifty might hatch out. Chickens grow much faster than plants, and some impurities might make them hatch faster. I'll think about it, thanks. A pleasure, he said. Again he glanced at his watch and this time there appeared worry. I leaned on the remnants of the wolf and a fatigue revealed itself on the man, watching a lion that had battled another, one which was hurt, tired and hungry, but more challengers existed still. There was desperation there and in that there was danger. Maybe that's why he's using more magic, because he wants this over with as quickly as possible. Now I really must be off. Sure, I said. The man walked off and around him a diagram unfolded. I didn't see him reach his car, nor him driving off, but he was gone all the same. Money was less of a problem, which meant the breadth of the projects I could start was much bigger. Ideas filled my head and it was all I could do to capture them onto page before they disappeared. The battle had shown me a lot of magical tricks and I wanted to incorporate them into my arsenal, which meant asking the right questions and reaching out to the right people. There were also deals I had to keep, such as feeding the spirit in my flashlight, and repaying Dad for the bike like I'd said I would. Mr. Calvert had mentioned chickens and I thought about asking Dad about raising them in the backyard, as well as thinking about how I'd leash them. There was also the mask idea I'd had a while back and I could imagine tying different forms of power in different masks, doing something similar to what Chanel could do with her axe, masks that spilled blood to empower me, only for it to retract when I took the mask off. Time slipped away from me, and I was surprised when early evening arrived and Amber informed me that Jaden was at the door with some friends. One of them is another, Amber said, a quiver of fear in their voice. Are they dangerous? I asked, eyeing my stick and preparing myself for a fight. It feels like they are, they said. But I'm not sure how dangerous they are. It's hard to tell. That's okay, I told them. I'll stay on alert. Jaden stood lead in front of a crowd of 6 as I opened the door, planting supplies on the ground with signs that his friends had been helping. I recognized a few of them from the neighborhood, one from Winslow, but there were 2 who were strangers, additionally one being the other, this visible by a web of attention which stretched between them and Amber, who stood way behind me. My eyes lingered on the girl who was a year or maybe 2 younger than me, wearing clothes that were well tended by frayed and grimy in places. Her skin was pale but a dark shadow seemed to hang over her, starker because of the bags under her eyes, her chewed-up nails lined with dirt and her greasy hair. Leaning on the remnants of wolf blood still in me, there was something about her which tickled my nose, a low scent of wet books and old wood, and it reminded me of chompers of all things. "What truck hit you, a bear?" a boy asked, his voice low. I recognized him but I didn't know his name, a face I had seen at Winslow. "No questions," Jaden said, a scared authority in his voice. The others respected him, but whatever conversation had been had, there was too much weirdness for that to be firm. Through wolf-empowered sight I could see the interplay, and the webs completed the picture. As much as he led them, I could see that Jaden wanted to work for me. "That's the deal." "What deal?" I asked, even if I had an idea. "Just a deal with me and these guys," Jaden said apologetically. "I think you're going to be wanting more stuff, some things, and I need some help getting them. So these are friends I trust, but some are more stupid than others." "I'm not stupid," the boy said, which said a lot. Jaden ignored him and continued, "We got your stuff. Do you want us to take it inside?" My eyes went to the other girl, and had I more blood in my system, I might have snarled. "Oh, you must want some introductions." He rattled off names, but they slipped by. "My focus was the other girl, Jean," said Jaden. "She's new to the area but she's cool." My frown deepened. She was new to the area but the webs that connected her to the others were thick and heavy. The wolf's sight could see the pack dynamics between Jaden and his friends, and Jean had settled there comfortably. The girl noticed my attention and she shifted, a motion that vibrated through her webs, earning the attention of some who gave me the stink eye in defense of their friend. Someone that works with connections? It wasn't a threat I'd ever faced before and I worried about how to handle her. "Sorry, Jaden," I said. "I'm not comfortable with strangers in the house. You can leave the stuff outside and I'll find a way to get it in." "We're not thieves," one of the girls said, glaring daggers. Jaden had introduced her as Cammy. "We're not going to scope out your house." "That's not what I'm worried about," I said, and again my eyes drifted to Jean. Cammy's expression got darker, especially as Jean drew in, almost shuffling back. "But all the same. I thought you said she was cool," Cammy said to Jaden. "She is," Jaden said. "She helped me out and she bought that doll from you." Cammy looked like she wanted to say something but bit her lip to keep herself quiet. "I still can't believe how much you paid for a cursed doll," a boy named Byron said. He huffed and shook his head. "Cash must be burning a hole in your pocket." Jaden groaned and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Okay," said Jaden. "You don't trust these guys, but if you spend more time with them you'll see that they're cool. There's a party tonight, you could come with us. The truck is gaseous and he doesn't drink so he can take us there and beg." A party with people I know didn't sound like a good idea, but Jean worried me. "It's a celebration with everything that happened at the Anders place," Jaden continued, innuendo in his voice. He still thought I'd had something to do with that and he'd told these guys the same thing, though I could see the unspoken doubt. "And a screw you to the guys in the Nazi neighborhood." "That feels dangerous with everything going on," I said, which felt like it was becoming a common refrain. "Everything's always dangerous," said Cammy, a sentiment that carried through the group. "It's needed because of everything going on," Jean said, her voice meek and demure. "Right? So long everyone's been intimidated by these guys, but now they're getting the comeuppance they deserve. We need to celebrate that. We need to teach ourselves to have fun without thinking about them, about how they'll react, how they'll try to keep us down because they sure as hell don't think about us." Taylor," Amber said, breaking Jean's rising rhythm. The words woke me up and in that I was able to see that Jean had managed to get her hooks in me, that her words had stoked something and a web now existed between us, no longer only distrust but something else, a drive to move. I was tired and hurt, without the energy to deal with a malicious other, but she had managed to infect herself into a friend group and she was stoking feelings which could put people in danger. It was something I felt compelled to deal with even when it would really suck to go about it. "You've convinced me," I said to Jaden and he lit up. "Yeah," he said. "Everything starts at 11. It's a costume party so go all out. We'll pick you up at 10:30. "Okay," I said, with a lingering glance at Jean. It felt shitty to let her leave with Jaden and his friends, but in my current state there wasn't much I could do. "Sounds good." "Cool," he said, eyes going to the stuff they'd left on the porch. Are you sure you don't need help with all that? I'll figure something out. Bogeyman with ties to the academy like Chompers, I thought my eyes on Jean as she climbed into the truck. Messes with connections in an insidious way tied to her voice, but if she's anything like Chompers she'll have the other tricks up her sleeve. My sight narrowed, light and shadow grew starker and, as my eyes settled on the webs, they vibrated at the sustained attention. Jean stumbled before she could climb into the truck and turned towards me, her eyes shaking with edges of fear. I hadn't noticed it before, tinged by darkness as it was, but I saw the haze of unrest which laid against her like a cloak, wisps sometimes escaping, drifting to those around her and filling them with drive. And she's touched by the incarnation of unrest. Amber, could you watch this stuff for me? I asked. I have to go grab my phone. Okay, they said. I called and the phone was answered immediately. Taylor, said Mr. Calvert. I'm surprised you've called. Are you really? I asked, because his battle against Max Anders had shown me the full scale of how he could manipulate time. My better half handles the more divination-related practices, he returned, and me the more martial. If you want diplomacy he's your guy, but if someone needs to get shot, in the background I heard as a gunshot went off. Silas. Faster than most, he said. What do I owe the call? There were more gunshots and the call to keep moving. I crossed paths with another, I told him, the words quick. This is a good place, said a voice. Hold the line and we'll change where this door points. He was busy from the sounds, but he'd answered my call which meant at least Mr. Calvert thought this was important which was its own sort of worrying, especially after what I'd seen from him in his battle with Max Anders. At a guess I think it's a bogeyman from the academy, I finished. The stomping grounds of the other U-bound, Silas said. Do you need support? I don't know. It's touched by the incarnation of unrest, does that mean it's on our side? That I shouldn't mess with it. He's been fighting against the Nazis. Which is good for us but only as much as that can be controlled, Silas said. Unrest is good, it gets people moving, but if it's directionless and without purpose then it can trip us up. If Thomas were here he would be subtle and coy, but there's no time for that Taylor, especially now. I want you on my side. Aren't I technically already on your side? I asked. Are you? He asked, the question pointed. A long moment passed and I didn't answer, the question was too complicated, there were too many things around Mr. Calvert I didn't like even if we wanted the same thing at the end of it all. The alabaster already tipped things in my way by making you a protector, but with how the game's being played it would be better to tip things over sooner rather than later. What's the game? I asked. Do you know of coup and claim? He asked. Yeah. Good. That's the game and that's the battleground, said Silas. The Nazis have been destroyed, at least as they previously existed, and Kenta and his dragon are now gone. Their bases of power are free to be seized by those with a sufficient amount of power. That's what you and the Protectorate have been doing, I said. Since the very beginning, he said. Now things have come to a head. Like ravenous animals, the Protectorate wants the big pieces, and we have to defend those pieces 1, because they matter, and 2, because they're a good distraction from everything else. I get where you're going with this, I said, because much though he kept hidden, I had a sense of him of them. Layers upon layers, and plans within plans, with one opportunity used as a springboard into the other. First Mr. Calvert had wanted me because of my family's connection to the spirit of the Bay, and that had worked even if I didn't know the full degree. Now things had changed, Mr. Calvert was trying to take control of the city and he was doing that through allies, the Undersiders, the Alvarez family, the downtown dudes, the travelers, no doubt the many Asian practitioners who had been afraid of Kenta, others he'd made partnerships with, and also me, as small as I was in the greater scheme. The Protectorate wanted the bigger pieces, the better neighborhoods and that was where they were focusing most of their attention, leaving the places such as my neighborhood overlooked. More of the same, like how the boardwalk gets so much money but something like the ferry can't be given a cent, even with how much money it would save, or how the docks had been left to rot before Mr. Calvert and his people started their work with Dad. It was possible all of this was manipulation, but even if it was, the results were good and I believed in Mr. Calvert's vision for the Bay. Okay, I said. I need help. The Undersiders. Not available, but Lily's on retainer. My heart skipped a beat, would she be up for it after everything had happened? How would she feel with me only calling her for work instead of checking up? I can't focus on that. I have to remember the big picture. Okay, I said. I'll protect my neighborhood. Make it yours, said Silas. You've already started with the victories you've accumulated, continue down that path. I was hurt, but I was flush with cash and there was a number I could call for a healer with the talent of a god. There weren't a lot of magical resources I could use, but there were still some leftover books from when I'd bound Chompers, and I could use those to help if there was a fight, and there didn't need to be a fight. It could be an investigatory mission with Lily and me. Okay, I said. If Dad was going to be out there trying his best to build this city into something greater, then I would be doing the same thing in whatever way I could. Not fully rested and recuperated, but I felt invigorated all the same, filled with a new energy, aware of the injustice within the bay and wanting to do something about it. Chapter 39. Chapter text. Webs colored with hints of familiarity vibrated as they grew taut. Instinct drove me and my vision expanded, following the webs to their destination, and almost immediately the other side looked back. The gaze was imposing, presenting itself as black holes rimmed with gold, so large they dwarfed the sun. I was transfixed. Prey, not predator, a field mouse wandering the night, terrified of a silent death. Taylor, I heard Amber say, words which strummed the web which existed between us. They were a distance away, but enough there to give me direction, pulling me up from the primal abyss. I am Taylor, a bear, I thought to myself, but in the grand hierarchy of the universe that meant nothing. The wolf. From prey I became a predator and my haunches rose. I was a wolf on the prowl, comfortable in my strength. There were other predators in the world, such as the eyes that looked down on me, but I could ignore them, confident they couldn't harm me. I swam up and found Amber standing in front of me, visibly terrified. There are 2 others at the door, they said. Both of them are so big I'm afraid of looking at them directly. A shaky breath left me and I nodded, narrowing my gaze and gathering myself. That should be Ollie, I said. The words caught my throat but I pushed through. Amber didn't follow as I went to answer, and as I followed our connecting thread it fluttered as if assaulted by a strong wind. They didn't want to be found and I left it at that. Ollie and the dapper dude were on the other side, the former taller than the latter, gangly where the latter was broad, and dressed like a lumberjack while the dapper dude dressed as a jock. Ollie's skin was a tanned brown, tattoos of feathers peeking up from his shirt collar, and the dapper dude had skin as black as night, with moving constellations taking the place of freckles at cheeks and forehead, and his eyes were the spirals of galaxies or nebulae. My eyes moved past them to the rusty car parked at the curb, with tinted windows which no doubt hid the dapper dude's unnaturally dark skin. A sight to behold, yes. Dapper dude said, wearing an easy smile. If you could, I'd tell you to not look as deeply, Ollie said, his voice clipped. There were bags under his eyes, as if he hadn't had a good night's sleep. But your sight is always open, which has its benefits and its dangers. Mr. Calvert and I had thought to make glasses that would decrease the intensity of my sight, but that was an idea we'd been too busy to work on. I made a mental note to give the idea another look because more than once I'd found myself blinded because of the nature of my sight, not to mention how it might be much harder to work with the spider silk. Hi Ollie, and Diego de Luna, Ollie cut in. Diego smiled and raised his arm to lean against Ollie's shoulder. Diego de Luna, he affirmed with a nod. Cool, I said, taking a step back. Please come in, make yourself comfortable without disturbing the space. We'll be using the living room. Thank you, Ollie said and he stepped in. Diego followed. I'm not surprised to see you hurt after the ordeal in the lower bay. It took all of me to keep myself from getting involved. The elves had gotten involved, ultimately to not claim victory, but they had pushed back. Ollie was another, and the same thing that would have driven the elves to fight should have driven him, but that ground felt too treacherous and I didn't have the energy to engage. Do you want something to eat or drink? I asked instead. I have some burgers, they should still be warm. No, thank you, said Ollie, speaking for himself and Diego, not that the latter seemed to mind. Diego found himself a couch and let himself fall there, settling with one leg over the armrest. Too comfortable, I thought, something I saw reflected in Ollie's expression. This city's falling into chaos, Ollie muttered. Too much movement in too many places, people and beings who want to carve out a piece for themselves. The sooner we're back home the better. Rest and recuperate, I thought to myself, even though I itched to know of the greater goings-on in both the magical and mundane world. Back home, I said. You two are roommates. Diego snorted. You could call us that. A long-suffering smile appeared on Ollie, but when he noticed my notice he sobered. A consultation only is 300, with healing, the starting price is $500, he said, all business. That's the basic package, moving wounds to a few days of recovery. 1,000 gets you a few weeks, and 1,005 gets you a month of recovery, with most things that's enough so you don't feel pain and you're fully recovered. Looking at me, what do you think I need? I asked, unable to keep on my feet and sitting heavily on my own couch. May I touch you? He asked. I gave him a nod. Ollie took my hand and felt my pulse. He knelt on one knee and the gold of his eyes became brighter. Complicated. Complicated why? I asked. In body, I can heal the damage completely with perhaps a 2 months pushed along, he said. But the self is something else. The wolf, I said. I used too much of its power. Ollie hummed. You used too much of that power when you were in a place where it could seep in deep, he said. I don't think you're corrupted, and with there only being echoes inside you, I wouldn't be worried about being taken over, but you've started carving in grooves and I think given enough time this could be something to be worried about. I've seen enough practitioners go down this route. But right now it's nothing to be too worried about, he said. Yourself is in flux, but since you're a teenager that's to be expected. You're more realized than the last time we spoke and that's good because if you weren't, the wolf might have dug its roots much deeper. There's also duality that's helping, Diego said. Fertility and virility healing in a roundabout way. Ollie hummed in consideration. That's not my area of expertise, he said and his eyes glowed a bright gold, but now that you mention it I see it. The grooves are there, much deeper than the wolf's blood healing. My goatskin cloak, I said. It helps me with healing. Ollie hummed again. Maybe that dulled the effect of the wolf? Or it's serving as a barrier against it, he said. At any rate you're tied to two spiritual forces, predator and prey, violent death and life-bringing energies. I've been using them together, I said. Drenched in the blood of a wolf and wearing the cloak. Each force serving to counter the other, said Ollie. A natural defense so one force doesn't subsume you. I would say it was genius if I thought you were doing it intentionally. Part of me wants to be offended, but you're right, I admitted. Diego snorted. As I was saying, Ollie continued. Healing you in body I can do, but the self is more complicated and there's danger if I were to do it. I'm a born of a god and gods have a way of making humans serve them. If I touched yourself and you mistakenly reached for it and used it, you'd be bound to me in a way. Dangerous for you and doubly dangerous for me. Okay, I said. Heal me in body. Two webs vibrated and I turned their way, not looking but getting a feel. I recognized Lily's web but not the other, and their proximity told me that the person was with Lily. I know that expression, Diego said, a laugh in his voice. I blushed. Don't pry, Diego, Ollie rebuked gently. I swallowed, heart hammering. That obvious? I muttered. To us and to others, said Diego. Maybe not to her. He gave Ollie a pointed look. Another long sigh left Ollie, ignoring the eyes of galaxies that looked at him from behind. The world stopped spinning, or perhaps I was pulled away from the earth and towards a much grander dimension where the tethers of the world had less purchase. It was sight of another kind, something tied to gods older than I could fathom, but one thing I knew was Ollie, and as he glanced back, even with the annoyance in the gaze there was a singular importance that was terrifying to behold. You're going to blind her, Diego, Ollie said, a wing moving to cut the web between myself and Diego. I was on the couch again, wearing what I imagined was the dopiest smile. Sorry, Diego said, smiling. I'm a romantic. So what will it be? Ollie asked, turning things back. Healing. Tonight I'm doing something, I said. As much as you can so that I'm fully recovered. I have the money. Okay, said Ollie, pulling off his jacket and rolling up the sleeves of his shirt. The tattoos were not on his skin but under it, raised in welts that shifted as he moved, sometimes vibrating to the slightest breeze. He moved to stand behind me. Try and not move too much. I nodded, settling back as he placed his fingers on either side of my temple. What are you doing tonight? Diego asked. Taking your girl out on a date. My stomach lurched. No, I said. This is an official job. Binding another? Ollie asked, disappointment in his voice. I tried to shift, but Ollie's grip was strong. Investigation, but maybe, I said, very aware they were others and they were in my house. It's another from the abyss. One of our friends is from the abyss, said Ollie, the rebuke so quiet I might otherwise have missed it. He stood with the Protectorate and that was because they offered people like him and Diego protection. If Mr. Calvert won and there weren't the same protections as before, there was the possibility that he and an unknown number of others might have to find new homes. And the elves mentioned this when we were protecting the domain claim for the Alvarez family. It didn't seem like they took active involvement in things, but I wondered if saying the wrong thing might drive them towards those ends. I don't think she's a rogue, I said. She's messing with people, tying herself to them, and from what I know about the abyss, that can't be good. What experience do you have of the abyss? Ollie asked. From the bogeyman who corrupted the alabaster, I said, and those who helped him when he was hiding her. The bellwoman and the clerk. The former had managed to enrapture me just as Jaden and his friends were enraptured, and the former had fought against Victoria, Erica, and Faultline and her crew. Ollie didn't respond to that, instead he said, brace. Something swept through me, leaving relief in its wake. Was this bogeyman part of this same group? Ollie asked. I don't think so, I said after a moment. But they're treated as if they were, Ollie said. That's not what I'm doing, I said, my tone tight. I saw the effect they had and reacted to that. A lie, Ollie said. Small, but if you think back I think you'll see it. I feel like gainsaying a practitioner is something you've warned me against, Diego said, a hint of worry in his expression. It looked wrong, as if that expression was foreign on him. I'm a healer, said Ollie. I made oaths, Taylor's self is frayed and an understanding of herself heals it. Diego hummed. That feels thin, he said. The words felt far away as I thought about the sequence of event. Amber had warned me of the other in Jaden's group and I hadn't given Jean a chance. There had been suspicion there and the connections being messed up had solidified a pre-existing idea. There was a divide in my mind between people and others, where the problems of people took center stage and those of others not even being a second consideration. Signward had shared fears of others being displaced in the Alvarez domain claim, and I hadn't even considered that Jean might be one of the casualties. The world of practice is held together by spirits, small things of no mind, but they hold sentiment and spread it as the air spreads scent. How you interact with others is something many of us can sense if we pay attention. What do you sense from me? I asked. Complicated, he said. But very much like many other practitioners. You're a thing to be feared. Which, I fear, makes me think that your master might also be someone to be feared. This is about Calvert. I said, because a lot of things were. Brace, Ollie said, a second after which I felt a wing move through my being, brushing past parts it shouldn't have been able to reach. Your master reached for the stars and caught them, said Diego. Now he wants to eclipse the Sunday. We want to see if we'll be able to live in the new darkness, Ollie added. It doesn't sound like you're willing to give them a chance. We are both creatures who find comfort in darkness, Diego said. But not all darkness is the same, said Ollie. Calvert reached out to the rogues, offering to keep to the deals as the Protectorate made, and offering us the same protections and additional allowances the Protectorate hasn't given, but a heavy cloud of betrayal enshrouds Calvert, which worries us. Will he keep to any oaths and deals he agrees to, or look for loopholes? So we look to the rest of his allies, hopefully without him knowing. He probably knows, I said. But he didn't warn me that you would be coming. Ollie hummed. So what do you want from me? I asked. Deals? Protection. We want to join you tonight on your excursion, Diego said, and I felt Ollie tense that hadn't been part of the plan. See how you deal with another you think might be a threat. And if I say no? I said. Diego's shrug was an easy one, with an expression that betrayed nothing and yet said so much. Okay, I said as another brush cured me of my ailments. But I'm gonna need something from you. Oh. Diego said, curiosity visible in the nebulae which formed his eyes. Yeah, I said. Can you help bring in the stuff that's still outside? Why not? Diego said with a shrug, and with that he rose to his feet and was off. Two webs vibrated and I glanced their way, sight expanding to see. No, said Ollie, the words filled with power that made me shake to my core. My gaze was narrowed to a point, rooting me in my body. Doctor-patient confidentiality. If you look while I'm connected to you, they might glance back and use me to look at the entirety of your being. Okay, I said. Lily and a girl with dangerous shoes are outside, Amber said, words that vibrated through our connection. Ollie shifted but didn't say anything. Thanks, I said. Lily, and the girl with dangerous shoes would be Kay from the dudes. Would I get a discount if I paid for 2 more healing sessions? I asked. For my friends. Yeah, said Ollie. If they agree we'll need more of your services, I said. Don't mention the price. Kay will know, Ollie said. Zeke and I share an interest in owls, and he's asked about the price of my services before. I gave a short nod. Just don't mention it unless it comes up, please. Sure, he said. There was a knock at the door and then, hey Amber, I heard Lily say. Hi, they said, voice a bit deeper, reminding of Dad except sounding younger. Please come in, Lily. I'm sorry I don't know who you are. I'm Kay, the girl answered. Do your shoes have names? Amber asked. Chowder and Gumbo, said Kay. Wait, really? Lily said, her voice lower. It's what I call them in my head, Kay admitted. The shoes don't talk, but they feel alive. Pay attention to that, Diego said, shrugging past them to get inside. Where'd they go? Kay asked. Don't I get an invite? I'm here, Amber answered, earning a squeak and a stumble back from Kay. They still had that timbre in their voice. So long as you keep your shoes from causing harm to those in this house, you're free to enter. Okay, I agree to that, said Kay, and with that the two entered. Your spirit can invite people into the house, Ollie noted. Yeah, I said, failing to keep the surprise from my voice. Last brush, Ollie said, a moment before I felt a wing pass through me, overwhelming me with a sudden feeling of nothing. He let go of my temple and I rose, stretching and breathing deeply. I was jumping, landing on my toes as Lily and Kay arrived, both bruised and battered, expressions in varying degrees of jealousy. You guys want to get healed up while I explain what's going on? I asked. Yes please, Kay said, rushing forward. Doctor told me it'd be 3 weeks before I could go back to parkour or skateboarding or riding my bike, and that sounds like my own personal hell. She threw herself against the sofa I'd just vacated. Heal me up, demigod. You're lucky I find you endearing, Ollie said, as he pressed fingers with the raised imprints of feathers onto Kay's temple. Lily came to a stop beside me. You got a healer, she said. This must be serious. I spotted a bogeyman hanging with my neighbor and his friends, I told Lily. Ollie was looking at me even as he worked on Kay. There was something off about the connection. We're going to investigate. You know where the bogeyman's based? Lily asked. And which part of the abyss they're from? We're going to need things to bind them. Her, I said, eyes on Ollie. They called her Jean. We're going there to see if she's a threat. Lily raised a brow. The elves. Lily flinched. Sorry. She shrugged and shook her head. It is what it is. What about them? They mentioned something about the Alvarez domain claim, I continued carefully. That others might be displaced, pushed out. What if this bogeyman is a part of that? Even if that's the case, bogeymen are dangerous, she said. They feed on fear and murder. Yeah, I said, letting out a breath. Of all things, it might be easier if Jean was violent, because then it would be a thing of binding and using her for resources. My gaze found Ollie's owl eyes. I knew he couldn't read my mind, but it felt very much like I was an open book. We don't know what Jean is doing, but the connection bit of it has me worried. We'll go talk to her, see what happens. Her haunt, you said you don't know where that is, how are we going to find her? I know where she'll be, I said. There's a party tonight. And we're going for an investigation. Lily asked, grinning. Yeah. She raised a fist. It took a second before I caught what she meant and bumped it with my own. Lily let out a low chuckle. Going to a party and I'm getting paid a premium for it, she said. Fuck yeah. More rent-free living? I asked. She nodded. And I negotiated some money because I have to start furnishing my place. Managed to buy a bed, which is awesome, she said. My back is thanking me. It was a hassle and half moving bringing it in, though, said Kay. Had to call in some favors from a cousin I don't exactly hate, but there's no love there. And for that I'm really grateful, Lily said, smiling. Hey, hanging out with you means I got some healing, she said. Also the first formal gathering of the parkour pals. Lily groaned. Taylor, please tell her that isn't a good name. I winced. Sorry, I said. Kay's eyes widened, ready to pout. But wordplay is always a win for me. Ha. Kay said. She tried to move and Ollie kept her in place. Oh, spirits help me, Lily said, a groan in the words, but still smiling. But I should have guessed that when you gave Amber their name. You caught that, hey? Caught what? Kay asked. That. Done, Ollie said. Your turn. Do you guys want something to eat? I have some burgers from Fugly Bob's for the occasion. Yes, please. Kay said, almost hopping in place. Could you help me bring in the food? I asked. Kay nodded and skipped as we went over to the kitchen. So how've you been? Kay asked. Sorry I haven't called or nothing, I didn't get a chance to get your number. Good, I think, I said. Mostly waiting, watching the news. It's crazy out there, right, she said. In my part of town there's a lot going on. Especially with Kenta gone, some of the capes that have been keeping on the low are coming out, some paying their respects, others want to get together and form a collective in case another Kenta thing happens. Through change comes chaos, Ollie had said, but from what Kay was saying, there was a lot of good too. He had a point about my perception of others, but it was important to remember that he was looking out for himself and others like him. If it were up to him, he would have preferred the status quo instead of what was happening now. Did Lily take the deal? I asked. She's still figuring stuff out, Kay said with a shrug. I've been trying to get her to join the dudes but no dice. I heard you're the same, that the Undersiders tried to recruit you and you said no, but then you're the Alabaster Liberator, so you pull off the solo thing like a boss. He touched my cheeks. Thanks, I said. You guys aren't too bad either. The fight with the mirror other was mucho impressive. Dorks, Diego said as he passed through the kitchen to get to the backyard, lugging heavy supplies with ease. We ignored him. But you're the one who won that, Kay said. I wouldn't have been able to without you guys, I said. You're all impressively good. Thanks, she said, grinning. It means a lot. Kay's expression dulled. Is tonight gonna be really dangerous? Because last time a whole lot happened, the elves and falling into that jungle and then all that dragon stuff. A shake ran through her. I know we went back in time, but I can still remember it. Feels like every night I dream about the fire, and the more I dream about it, the the realier it feels. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Kay shrugged. I'm just hoping to move on, she said. Get strong enough that stuff like that doesn't happen again, especially since Akiko's still in the bay. If I remember right, she had beef with your group. Kay nodded. More Ming than us, but we're connected, you know? Ming's cousin is why we have the assortment. I don't know where he picked it up, but it was enough for Kenta to see him and send Akiko his way. She is a major psycho FYI. I guess her pitch wasn't good and the two of them got into it. He lost. We ended up with his magic clothes and some texts he had. Calvert reached out and gave us protection while we got settled. I can offer trades and knowledge if you guys are up for it, I said. There's still a lot I don't know too, stuff that I'm still learning. Are we going to be getting those burgers? Diego said as he moved past. We returned to the living room to Diego already reclined on the sofa, and Lily a good way through being healed. The burgers were on the cold side, but reheating fugly fries left them much worse than when they were cold. I threw a bag at Diego that was easily caught and an offer from earned a shake of the head. Kay was already scarfing down her own. So, party, Lily said as a split lip and slight swelling were healed. Yab. Costume party. Costume, Kay said. Why didn't you tell me before? I'm going to be underdressed. I was offered a ride with Jaden and his friends, I said, ignoring her. But with so many of us I'm not sure how that'll pan out. Ollie can drive us, Diego said. Ollie muttered something under his breath. You're joining us? Kay asked. Not to fight, Ollie quickly added. Not to aid. Only watch. Why? Lily asked. Because they're testing Calvert's vision, I said. They want to see if they have a place here. Then why aren't they helping? Lily asked. She shifted, and I had the sense it was because Ollie's grip on her temple had tightened. Even so, she continued, you have an idea what you want, right? Then why don't you bring it to being? That's what we're doing now, said Ollie. Is that true, Taylor? She asked me. Mr. Calvert had gone to them to ask them to be on his side, which meant they were relationships that needed nurturing, but if I was being honest it didn't feel like that was what they were doing. They had gotten me to consider things from another angle, but that didn't feel like enough. Ollie had mentioned feeling the Alvarez domain claim but hadn't stepped up to protect ground being taken by practitioners. Ollie was ensuring that his and the place of those he knew were protected. He wanted room for others, sure, but he wasn't fighting for that in the same way everyone else was. It doesn't feel like it, I said. Soft power, said Ollie, the words almost biting. He'd gainsaid me before and it felt as though he was defending himself from the very same now. At this moment, especially with how Calvert wants to win this city, we have it. Soft power isn't coercive, Kay whispered, quieting when Ollie glanced her way. Will your soft power help here though? Lily asked. Or in the long term? Because I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm not up to giving a bogeyman a chance right now, and I don't think Taylor is too because the last one of those she was up against had corrupted a guardian spirit. That's the problem, Ollie said. The broad brush. It's a problem that feels justified from our perspective, Lily countered. I learned that the Fae are tricksters and they'll cause drama just for the giggles, and one took my friend's apologies and that got us in a lot of shit. He died. I heard goblins are mean, playing cruel pranks and fuck ton of strife again. That was proved right on more than on occasion. The chicken and the egg, Diego said. Which came first? The single-celled organisms that became the chicken that laid the egg, Kay muttered, voice small and nervous. Show us the better way, said Lily. She hadn't heard Kay, too focused on Ollie who stood behind her. If it's there we're willing to be a part of it, but that means getting off your ass and actually showing us that's something worth fighting for. Like how some cool goblins showed me that not all goblins are bad, Kay said. Like how Ember's shown me to treat complex spirits with respect, I thought. A long moment passed before Ollie let out a sigh. Fine, he said, a ghostly wing passed through Lily and the man stepped back, having finished his work. If your goal is earnestly to talk, solve things in a way that doesn't end with a binding, then we'll help you where we can. Exciting, said Diego. Lily stood, turning to me. So how are we playing this? First the gear, I said. My gaze was on Ollie as I said, we don't want this to turn into a fight, but we have to have some ways of protecting ourselves in case it does. Weapons have a way of calling violence, said Ollie. Then no weapons, I said. We're the parkour pals, right? Kay was grinning. If it turns violent I think we'll be able to run out of danger and regroup. For now, we should get costumed up. Jaden's trying to convince his friends that I'm cool and I kinda sorta wanna prove him right. We have caught up with the latest chapter, last update September 22, 2024.